Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. There are a few coordinates recorded on it. A. This coordinate point has been circled. Alba flipped through it again and carefully looked at it. He frowned and said, there are also a few strange symbols on it. I don't know what they are used for. Where are the coordinates? Fang Heng opened the map and compared the coordinates with the coordinates on the notebook. Right. This is the coordinates. Alba was overjoyed. There was a hint about the mission. The 4 coordinates were most likely related to the disappearance of Dodd's team. Let's go over and take a look. Looking at the map, the coordinates were in the deeper parts of the dense forest. It would still take some time to get there. Without waiting for Fang Heng and Alba's response, Alba immediately sent a message through survival radio. He gathered the nearby federal team and guild team together at the coordinates. He wanted to see if there was any information left behind by Dodd's team in the coordinate point area. Alba, don't get too excited. Calm down. We shouldn't be too anxious. The mission is still more than 2 months away. Fang Heng reached out and placed his hand on Alba's shoulder. Alba was stunned. He looked at Fang Heng in confusion. Huh? In order for the follow-up team to rush over and conduct a detailed investigation, I think it's better for us to clear out the dangerous areas around us. Alba pondered for a moment and became even more confused. What does that mean? What was he trying to say? So, we should still follow the steps. First, we should follow the plan and clear out the dangerous areas nearby so that we can make preparations for the future. Mojai I nodded. Yes. This is the so-called plan before action. Our company has relied on stability to survive until now for so many years. Chapter 824, Temple Alba was stunned again. To be honest, this seemed logical. But under such circumstances, normal people would choose to fight for the main storyline mission and earn a lot of rewards, right? He felt that Fang Heng's way of doing things was abnormally steady. Could it be? Was this the survival rule of advanced game players? Yes, he could not be blinded by the illusion in front of him. The temptation was great, but he could not blindly ignore the risk in front of him. Alba felt that he still had a lot to learn. Okay. In a swampy area deep in the primeval forest, a giant-sized mutated crocodile that was more than 20 meters long died under the nibbling of the lickers. Ding, your zombie clone, Licker, has killed a Tier 5 mutated elite form crocodile. You have obtained 770 survival points. You have obtained high energy evolution crystal 1 piece. Fang Heng opened his hand towards the corpse of the mutated crocodile. The high energy evolution crystal flew into his hand and fused into the imprint on the back of his hand. Very good, he had obtained another high energy evolution crystal. Brother, come and take a look. I found something. Fang Heng heard Alba's shout again. He opened his mouth and turned his head to look at Mojai Aoi beside him. How could this happen? Did his lucky halo work again? Fang Heng turned his head to look at Mojai Aoi. Mojai Aoi also looked at Fang Heng innocently and shook his head at him. He was hinting to him not to believe in metaphysics, it was really unreliable. After clearing the mutated giant crocodile in the mutated poison swamp, Alba found a large corroded toolbox from the giant-sized mutated crocodile's stomach. Dodd's team's research box. Alba was shocked. He turned to look at Fang Heng and waved his hand to call the two of them over. He felt as if everything was part of Fang Heng's plan. This operation was too fucking smooth. A player from a higher realm was really different. If it was an ordinary person, he would have rushed to complete the mission and miss out on the clues that existed. Alba excitedly used his tools to open the toolbox and found a work notebook that was mostly corroded. He quickly flipped through it. Similarly, there were bits and pieces of information recorded in the notebook. There was a circled coordinate point and a few different arrangements of symbols. Ding, player's party has obtained an item researcher Dodd's work notebook. Ding, you cannot trigger the main storyline mission and obtain the main storyline contribution points. You have obtained 5 King of Gods points as compensation. Fang Heng waited quietly at the side until Alba put down a notebook and asked, what does it say? Alba directly handed over the notebook and said, yes, there is a circled coordinate on it. It has the same coordinate as the previous notebook. Fang Heng observed the contents of the notebook and said, what do those symbols mean? Alba replied as he sent the newly found information to the Federation headquarters, yes, I am curious too. Moreover, these symbols are not quite the same as the ones in the other notebook. Ah, right, the information recorded mentioned archaeological ruins. I wonder if it's related. Archaeological ruins? Fang Heng frowned. From the information he had gathered previously, the main storyline mission was related to the story behind the exploration of the world and its origins. Wasteland Apocalypse's game background was a world contaminated by unknown mutated radiation. How did it suddenly become related to the archaeological ruins? As it was the second half of the main storyline mission, Fang Heng and Mojai Aoi were both baffled, indicating that they did not understand at all. Along the way, Alba's suspicions towards Fang Heng had lessened. He felt that Fang Heng and Mojai Aoi did not seem to be members of the anti-federal organization. He then roughly revealed more of the main intelligence information that the Federation had obtained to the two of them. Yes, we've investigated an ancient organization, a mysterious organization called the Glory Club. We believe that they are related to the changes that have occurred in the world. When Professor Eddington was researching the Glory Club, he discovered that a friend of his had came to ask him about the Glory Club a long time ago. Yes, that person was Dodd. At that time, Professor Eddington thought that the Glory Club was a joke and ignored it. He only remembered about it recently. Later, we started to investigate Dodd. We found that Dodd entered the primeval forest to conduct a scientific investigation. After that, he never appeared again and disappeared completely. Fang Heng listened to the background story and pondered in his heart. There were too few clues and he was still unable to sort his thoughts. However, it wasn't important. He had already gathered 2 high-energy evolution crystals. Since they have important information about the main storyline mission information, he could continue to collect some more high-energy evolution crystals from the Federation. In theory, he could go home and level up the teleportation passage. However, since he was already here, he would continue to take a look and gather more. High-energy evolution crystals might still be useful in the future, so he could get more of them. After Alba finished explaining to Fang Heng, he lowered his head and looked at the survival radio's message, revealing a surprised expression. Mojai Aoi curled his lips and asked, what now? The two of you, I just shared the coordinates with a nearby player team. A federal team and 3 player guilds arrived at the coordinates to investigate. When they searched the area, they found a strange temple. It might be related. Mojai suddenly came to a realization. It's related to the temple in the notebook? Could it be a temple built by the Glory Club? Alba nodded. Yes, Professor Eddington has seen the photos. He thinks it's very similar. Alright. Seeing that the few designated danger zones in the vicinity had been mostly cleared, Feng Heng shrugged. It's about time. Let's go over to the temple and take a look. Following the map, Feng Heng and the rest returned to the safe route set by the Federation. They followed the map all the way to the designated coordinates. As dusk approached, the sun gradually set in the west. From afar, Feng Heng noticed that there was a small piece of empty land in the forest ahead. There was a building built from stone on the empty land. It was not big and could hardly be called a temple. We're here. Alba compared the notebook in his hand and nodded. Yeah, it should be it. Outside the temple, a few player teams had already received news through the Federation and were building a temporary camp next to the temple. Seeing Alba bring Feng Heng and Mojai over, Shenghua brought the Federation team and a few player team captains over. Shenghua was the Federation's commander-in-chief in charge of this main storyline mission. The moment he received the relevant information regarding the main storyline mission, he immediately formed a team of Federation elites and rushed over. Shenghua nodded at Feng Heng and Mojai, then looked at Alba and said, I've only arrived a few minutes earlier than you two. Alba, I heard that you guys found the notebook? Yes. A skinny old man with glasses beside Shenghua asked first, didn't the higher-ups say anything else? Can I have a look? Chapter 825, Underground Cave. Professor Eddington, you're here too. Alba handed over the notebook he had collected and nodded. There's not much about the temple in the notebook. We just suspect that Professor Dodd might have come to the primeval forest for this temple. As a few of them were talking, a medium-sized player team of about 50 players returned from outside. A middle-aged player walked up. Zhao Jins nodded to them. I've just checked. This ruins area is very strange. The mutated creatures outside have a fear or respect for this place. Under normal circumstances, they won't approach this place. There's something strange here. While they were discussing, Feng Heng and Mojai walked to the small temple to check. Feng Heng, look at this. Feng Heng squatted down and followed Mojai's finger to check. Strange symbols were carved on the stone slab at the entrance of the temple. Because it had been too long, the stone slab had been covered in a layer of dust, so it was hard to see clearly. Ho! Feng Heng blew on the stone slab and reached out to touch it, trying to clean up the dust. The moment his finger touched the slate, a game hint appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! You have discovered a part of the mysterious rune. Ding! Through the occult skill, you have received a part of the hint God Descendant, Fall, Sunset, Reboot, a strange hint. It was hard to figure out. Feng Heng tried to push the loose stone slab. The stone slab seemed to be able to move. The whole stone slab was divided into small pieces, which could slide up and down from left to right. It had a structure similar to that of Klotsky. On a closer look, each stone slab had a rune or hieroglyph on it. Some looked like a small person, and some looked like a symbol of the sun. This puzzle. Did you see a similar rune on the notebook I found just now? Mojai's eyes lit up. He took out the photos and compared them. Yes, you're right. Obviously, the rune arrangement on the notebook was a hint. Half by guessing and the other half by thinking. The two tried to reach out their hands and started to move the lines on the stone slab. After a while, they heard a click. The two looked at each other. It's done. Boom. Boom. Alba and the others were discussing the situation around the temple in the open space not far away when they suddenly heard the sound of mechanical gears. Then, they realized that there was a slight tremor under their feet. They looked back and saw that the stone floor in front of the temple had shifted to both sides, revealing an entrance leading to the lower part of the temple. The players were a little confused. They couldn't help but look back at Feng Heng and Mojai who were standing at the entrance. Feng Heng also didn't expect that he could solve the mystery without even understanding the question. He turned his head to look at Mojai. This guy's lucky halo was definitely activated. The notebook they found before was obviously not complete, but they only arranged it according to the order of the characters, and then used the enumeration method to randomly try a few times. Did they succeed just by trial and error? Seeing everyone's gazes, Feng Heng spread his hands and explained, there's a mechanism on the stone slab, and it has something to do with the rune marks on the notebook. Everyone still had strange looks on their faces. Feng Heng coughed lightly. A simple game decryption. Ah. I know. The thin old man, Professor Eddington, suddenly came to a realization and shouted in shock. The rune on it is a language of the predecessor tribe of the Glory Club. They built the temple to protect the caves of the ruins below. Dodd and the others must have found the ruins, so they chose to come here to study it. Fang Heng looked at the old man in confusion. Alba whispered, "He is Professor Eddington, the key figure of the main storyline mission." Oh. Seeing that there was a big breakthrough in the main storyline mission, Commander Shenghua was excited. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, everyone, let's get ready. We will go in and take a look in 10 minutes." Alba patted Fang Heng on the shoulder to express his admiration. He felt that Fang Heng was really amazing. The Federation had not made any progress in this main storyline mission for several months. However, ever since Fang Heng came here, the progress of the main storyline mission had been terrifyingly smooth. The attention of the players once again returned to the original stone cave below. They began to gather the team to prepare battle materials, change their protective suits, and make a head count of the team members as they prepared to enter the area below for exploration. Soon, about 15 minutes later, led by the federal team, a team of about 100 people entered the underground cave to explore. After entering the passage, everyone realized that there was an extremely large primitive cave below the temple. Such a large area? They couldn't see the end of it, and the area ahead was shrouded in darkness. Everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts. They held guns and used their flashlights to light up their surroundings, wary of any possible threats. Ah! A player from the Federation suddenly felt that he had tripped on something and shouted. Immediately after, a huge strength pulled him to the ground. The player was pulled by a huge force and was instantly dragged. When everyone heard the shout, they immediately moved their flashlights and muzzle toward the darkness. In the darkness, a black tentacle-like vine firmly trapped the player's ankle, dragging it further into the darkness. Bang! Bang bang! Everyone immediately aimed at the dark shadow and pulled the trigger. As if frightened, the black vine-like object let go of the player's ankle and quickly retreated into the darkness. The player who was attacked quickly got up and stumbled back into the team. His back was soaked in sweat, and his ankle was swollen. "Are you okay?" "I am fine." The player looked at the game log and sighed. Fortunately, he was wearing an advanced protective suit, so there was no damage. Crack. Sizzle sizzle. In the darkness, the strange sounds of friction rose and fell. The players were scared. They kept shining their flashlights in all directions, keeping an eye on the monster with tentacles that might extend to their feet. Zhao Jins was the president of the Creator Game Guild. He led a team of more than 40 people into the cave to investigate. He was also the first one to bring people to the temple to check. He looked around vigilantly and asked, "What was that just now?" Fang Heng replied, "I am not sure, but they seem to be afraid of the light." The night vision ability provided by the vampire bloodline allowed Fang Heng to clearly see his surroundings. The thing that attacked them was a black life form that looked like a vine tentacle. It looked very soft. They hid in the crevices of the rocks. They were good at sneak attacks and were very sensitive to light sources. Once they were hit by the light, they would immediately curl up into the crevices of the rocks. Alba trusted Fang Heng very much. When he heard this, he immediately lit up a burning rod. The burning rod provided light and dispelled the surrounding darkness. The black vines completely curled into the depths of the crevice in the stone wall. Chapter 826, The Pursuit with the Light. The fear in everyone's hearts was slightly dispelled. The strange hissing sounds around them also lessened. Shenghu assessed the danger and mission difficulty of this cave in his heart. "Everyone, let's go in and investigate again. Be careful and don't go too deep. Follow-up support is already on the way. If you encounter any danger, immediately evacuate and wait for assistance." Everyone listened to the team's command and moved closer to each other. Using the light provided by the burning rod, the players' team slowly moved forward. As they slowly moved deeper, the cave area in front of them did not shrink. Instead, it became more and more empty. "Careful." Fang Heng's eyes narrowed. He saw a black life form rapidly approaching them from afar. When the players heard the warning, they all stopped in their tracks and raised their guns. Kai kai kai. A dense sound came from ahead. Following that, a group of black reptilian humanoid mutated creatures rushed out from the depths of the cave. Humanoid mutated creature. The mutated creature's skin had a special mutation and seemed as it was covered with a layer of black rock. They looked a little similar to lickers. They relied on their forelimbs to crawl on the ground, but they were relatively short, with a protruding horn on their forehead. The reptilian mutated forms dashed out of the darkness and directly pounced on the player team. "Attack! Don't let them get close." Shenghua frowned and immediately gave the order. The player raised their guns and wildly fired at the mutated creatures in front of them. Bang! Bang bang bang! Dense bullets poured out from the muzzle of the gun. Against this kind of visible creature, the fear in the hearts of the players was greatly reduced. Their combat ability had obviously increased greatly, and they relied on the powerful firepower provided by their guns to continuously attack from afar. Fang Heng also raised his sniper rifle. Bang! The special sniper bullet hit the mutated creature, causing it to directly explode. Ding! Player has killed a Tier 2 special mutated creature Grip Unicorn. Player has obtained complete evolution crystal one piece, no suspense, one shot at a time. Large numbers of black humanoid mutated creatures fell. The player's attacks seem to have angered the mutated creatures instead. More and more Gripped Unicorns surged out from the darkness. There were actually so many of them. It seemed to be endless. Through the vampire bloodline, Fang Heng could see more clearly. The cave ahead was even wider, but there was an endless stream of mutated creatures climbing out of the depths of the cave. There were about 1,000 of them, and they were still climbing out of the pits. Not bad. Fang Heng was immediately delighted to see his prey, and a smile appeared on his face. This wave looked pretty good. They were all Tier 2 mutated beasts. It wasn't difficult for lickers to kill them. The key was the quantity. There were also a lot of evolution crystals that could be earned. It was just that he didn't know if the quality of these mutated beasts would continue to improve. Fang Heng, look over there. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Mojai Aoi beside him. Mojai Aoi patted Fang Heng's shoulder and pointed at the rock wall on the right not far away from the player team. He said in a low voice, "Is there something over there?" Through the vampire bloodline's night vision ability, Fang Heng looked in the direction that Mojai Aoi was pointing at. On the wall not far away, an alloy metal ladder was placed on the rock wall. The ladder was obviously man-made and could be climbed up along the ladder. The top was connected to the platform entrance above. Fang Heng shouted, "It's the entrance. There's a ladder over there." Found something again? Hearing this, Alba quivered and looked in the direction Fang Heng indicated. It was too dark to see clearly. "Alba, incendiary bomb." Hearing this, Alba immediately lit another incendiary bomb and threw it in the right direction. There was a burst of light and the players immediately noticed the ladder erected on the right side of the cliff. It was left behind by Professor Dodd's team. Professor Eddington's eyes lit up as he followed them into the cave. He shouted, "It must be the ladder left behind by Dodd's research team. I recognize that color. There must be a mark of Dodd's research team on it." He had found a clue. Shenghua commanded the team to resist the incoming mutated creatures and quickly set up a mission. Team 1, follow me. Zhao Jins, Alba, you guys take the rest of the team and stay here to defend. Roger that. Alba shouted at Shenghua and commanded the remaining players to attack the constantly emerging mutated creatures from the darkness. Meanwhile, Shenghua led the rest of the team to escort Professor Eddington toward the ladder. Fang Heng and Mojai Aoi had already come to the bottom of the ladder to receive him. Professor Eddington looked excited as he approached the ladder. "Yes, it's this ladder. Look, the mark on it belongs to Dodd's research team. They must have been here before. This is the message they left us." Shenghua nodded at the two elite players on the team. The two quickly climbed up the ladder. Soon, a player's shout came from above, "Report, there's a platform and an entrance. Confirm that it's safe. Let's go, we will follow." After confirming that the platform above was safe, Fang Heng followed the team up the ladder. The group of 12 people arrived at the platform. In front of them was a smaller cave entrance. It was pitch black at first glance. With the help of the vampire bloodline's night vision ability, Fang Heng looked into the depths of the cave. What was that? There was a special orange-yellow mucus on the wall of the passage opening. Was it left behind by some special life form? As he was thinking, Shenghua threw a burning rod into the cave. The dazzling light illuminated the entire rock wall. There's something on the rock wall. Professor Eddington also realized that there was a strange liquid on the wall. He carefully walked into the passage and took out tweezers and bottles from his backpack. He approached and took out tweezers to take samples. Sizzle. Suddenly, the black tentacles that had previously appeared in the crack of the rock rushed out and grabbed Eddington. A hand pressed on Eddington's shoulder and pulled him back abruptly. Whoosh! A blade light flashed. Fang Heng swung the beheading broadsword in his hand and cut off the entire tentacle. Squeak! The black liquid flowed out of the broken tentacle, and the remaining tentacles quickly shrank back into the crack. Phew! Looks like these things are a little dangerous. Eddington was shocked. He still had lingering fear in his heart. He looked at Fang Heng and thanked him. "Thank you, little brother." As he spoke, he took out another sampling bottle and carefully used a pair of tweezers to clamp half of the mutated form's tentacles and put it into the bottle. A new type of mutated form that I've never seen before. It's very valuable for research. Ding, your favorability rating with Professor Eddington has increased. Oh right, little brother, you don't seem to be afraid of these things. Can you help me get a sample? Eddington had not finished speaking when two violent explosions came from not far below. Chapter 827, Cliff. Shenghua frowned. The sounds of gunshots below became chaotic and even the sound of explosions could be heard. There's a mutated form coming up. The two elite players guarding the entrance to the cave shouted a warning while shooting down at the same time. It was unknown when it began, but a large number of crawling mutated creatures had already climbed up the surrounding rock walls and were attacking the cave that Fang Hang was in. "Captain, there are too many of them." Seeing that the situation was not looking good, two players yelled as they retreated towards the cave entrance at the back. Within a short span of time, the player team had completely retreated into the cave entrance at the back. The endless stream of crawling mutated forms from the outside world had practically surrounded the entire cave entrance. Alba's team, who had originally led the player team to guard the cave entrance, was also having a difficult time. "Let's go. There are too many enemies. Let's leave this place first." Retreat. Seeing that the number of reptilian mutated forms was increasing, the party's damage output could no longer keep up and they were being surrounded. Seeing this, Alba immediately called the players to retreat. When they retreated to the exit, the petrified mutated forms gradually retreated. Fortunately, the mutated forms had probably gotten used to the cave's environment and did not continue to chase after them. After escaping, the players gasped for breath and sat on the ground one after another. Alba panted heavily and looked around blankly. "Wait a minute. Where's the boss? Where's Professor Eddington?" The situation was critical just now. He had already sent an emergency retreat signal to the higher-ups. But the other party didn't receive it? This was bad. The situation was critical just now. During the retreat, he had no time to pay attention to the situation of Shenghua's team. Judging from the situation, Shenghua's team was still trapped in the cave. "Hurry up. Contact Commander Shenghua." In the cave, Fang Hang and his team hid in the passage to take a break. In the beginning, a large number of mutated forms poured into the passage and attacked them. Helpless, Fang Hang controlled the lickers to block the intersection and limit the number of mutated forms that could invade. The team retreated while fighting back. Unexpectedly, the deeper they went into the cave, the fewer mutated creatures that dared to chase them. Mojai was puzzled and said, "Strange, why aren't they chasing us?" Professor Eddington fiddled with the mucus bottle that he had asked Fang Hang to get and said, "I think the problem lies in this mucus." Everyone was curious and turned to look at Eddington. "Mucus?" "Yes. After a mutated creature has mutated, it still has some instincts, such as danger perception towards higher-tier creatures in the food chain." Eddington tried to analyze it. "I think these are very likely secretions from higher-tier creatures in the food chain. They are afraid, so they don't dare to approach." Mojai carefully swallowed his saliva upon hearing that. He carefully looked at the bottomless hole in front of him. "Does it mean that the further we go, the more dangerous it is? Are we sheep in the tiger's mouth?" "No, I found traces of artificial synthesis in this mucus. It's combined with the characteristic aura of a high-tier creature. I think it's very likely that Dodd developed it to disperse those mutated forms." Professor Eddington's eyes lit up as he spoke. "Based on this, we must have found the right place. Dodd's research team should be inside." Shenghua briefly communicated with the outside world through the survival radio. He turned around and looked at the crowd. A large number of mutated forms appeared just now. The team couldn't hold on any longer. Alba and Zhou Jin's team have already returned to the ground. Everyone's hearts sank. They subconsciously turned around and looked back. They had been chased all the way just now, and now they were stuck in the passage. "Since we're already here, the danger level of staying here is the same. I suggest we continue forward and see what's ahead." Fang Hang shrugged as he spoke, and continued to walk toward the interior of the cave. There were two possibilities. The first possibility was that the mission location was ahead, and after helping the Federation find the mission target, he would earn a large sum of crystals from the Federation to get huge profits. The second possibility was that they would be unlucky, Eddington's judgment was wrong and they would encounter a high-tier mutated beast. When the time came, they would take action themselves and kill the mutated beast to get the crystals. No matter how they looked at it, they would not lose anything. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. They followed Fang Hang and carefully explored the area. Everyone followed the passage of the cave and walked in circles for nearly 10 minutes. "It's a cliff." An exit appeared in front of them and it was still a cliff platform. Fang Hang walked to the edge of the platform and lowered his head to look down. It was pitch black below. There was no way out. Shenhui threw the burning rod in his hand toward the cliff ahead. The light from the burning rod illuminated the cave and soon, the burning rod fell into the bottomless abyss. The light below gradually dimmed and was swallowed by the darkness. So deep? There was probably no way to survive if they fell. The players' hearts sank. Shenghua lit another handheld burning rod in his hand. "Look at the opposite side." Facing the back of the hole, there was a protruding hole on the cliff in front of them. The distance between the two was about 20 meters. "I think these two holes should have been connected by a suspension bridge or something." Fang Hang squatted on the platform and looked at the traces left on the ground. "Look, There are nails and iron chains in this place. There are also breaks in the iron chains. They were cut off by someone. Shenghua walked over when he heard that. He squatted beside Feng Heng and checked the traces left on the ground. Indeed. Shenghua shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that we can only stop here this time. We need to wait for the follow-up support team. With their help, we can cross over to the opposite cave." "There's no need." Feng Heng lowered his head and looked at the bottomless abyss. He then looked at the opposite side and asked, "Did you bring any iron chains?" Everyone looked at Feng Heng in confusion. Alba whispered, "Hey, Feng Shao, don't force yourself." "Yeah, I can do it." "Didn't you bring any ropes?" The team did. Shenghua was very curious about the method Feng Heng would use to cross this cliff. He asked his subordinate to take out a rope from his backpack and give it to Feng Heng. "Thank you." Feng Heng took out 2 ropes and let the player team hold the other end of the rope. Then, Feng Heng took a step forward. With the strength of the holy weapon, the vampire's boots, he rose into the air and floated in midair. Talent skill? Floating in the air? Everyone was surprised. Soon, Feng Heng flew through the cliff and floated to the other side with the rope. He fixed the 2 iron ropes on the rocks. Done. Feng Heng tested the stability of the iron chains. He turned his head and gestured to the players on the other side. The players looked at each other. What? It was that simple? Come on. Feng Heng fixed one end of the iron chain firmly, indicating that the other party could come over. Seeing this, Shenghua nodded and said, "Let's go." The physical fitness of the elite team was higher than that of ordinary people. The 2 iron chains were enough to maintain balance and cross easily. It was a close call. As for Eddington, Feng Heng could only float back and carry him in the air. Chapter 828, Spawns. After successfully passing through the cliff, there was a cave straight ahead. The players lit a burning rod and continued forward. Not long after, the passage opening in front gradually became wider. Then, the sound of rustling footsteps came from the front. 2 figures wearing white protective suits appeared in the players' line of sight. They were humans. Both parties saw each other at the first moment. The other party obviously did not expect that someone would come through that entrance. Everyone raised their muzzle at the same time. Shenghua immediately waved his hand and signaled for the team to put down their guns. At the same time, he shouted, "Is it Professor Dodd's research team? We mean no harm." "Yes. It's us." "Are you the rescue team?" Hearing this, both parties immediately put down their guns. Their tone was filled with joy. Feng Heng and Mojai Ai's eyes lit up. Well, it seemed to be good news. The target of the main storyline mission had been found. Following the survivors of Dodd's research team through the long cave, Feng Heng and the others came to a supersized underground research institute in the depths of the cave. They were very surprised that they could actually find safe areas in this place. After going through disinfection, they entered the meeting room of the research institute and saw Dodd with a full beard. "Ha ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that someone could really find us in this damn place. Eddington, how did you do it?" Seeing an old acquaintance that they had not seen for a long time, Dodd was in a very good mood. "I still have to rely on my friends to find this place. I only noticed you guys when I was flipping through the letters from my previous research period." Eddington was a little ashamed. "Actually, I received your letter a long time ago." "Well, it was about the research of the Glory Club. At that time, I didn't believe it, so I just threw the letter aside. Some time ago, I also found something related to the Glory Club, so I suddenly thought of you." "Ha ha ha, you believe it now, don't you?" Dodd didn't care at all and laughed loudly. "Actually, many people didn't believe what I said at that time. I always thought that the Glory Club was very strange. Long before the end of the world, as I investigated the Glory Club, I accidentally discovered that there was a temple built by the Glory Club's believers half a century ago. After that, I applied to the Congress for an investigation. I didn't expect to accidentally find this cave, and I also found some traces of unknown ancient creatures here." Dodd explained to everyone that the Congress is the same as most people. They don't believe in the Glory Club, but it's okay. The unknown ancient creatures found here can already make the Congress excited. After the national security assessment, our research team was authorized and funded. We established a large research base here to conduct secret research on the ancient creatures. Then, after the radiation disaster, the creatures here also experienced a great mutation, so we stayed here. Eddington was curious and asked, "You've studied the Glory Club for so long. Do you know their origins?" "I've been tracking the origin of the Apocalypse all these years, and I found that the Apocalypse and the Glory Club are somewhat related." "Yes. After we entered this place, we sorted out some of the collected texts of Glory Club." Dodd said seriously, "After combining various studies, we came to this conclusion. About hundreds of millions of years ago, there was an alien species that entered our world. They would come to our world every once in a while. Because of some reasons, a very small number of races stayed in our world. At that time, humans worshipped these life forms that possessed magical strength. They believed that they were gods and built temples to worship them. This was the predecessor of the Glory Club. At that time, I received some information. It was believed that there was a dead alien life form buried under the temple where we are now. Everyone's pupils constricted when they heard that. When you came here, you should have already seen the hole below, right? When we found it, we immediately located the alien life form according to the written records and began to excavate it. Eddington, who had heard the most important part of the story, asked anxiously, "Did you really find it? A mysterious alien creature?" "Yes, we found it. It was stored in a strange inverted triangle-shaped yellow crystal structure. It felt like the tomb of an alien life form. Its body was completely dehydrated, but it still retained its appearance. It was not much different from the appearance of us humans. After we discovered it, we immediately began to investigate the unknown life form on the spot. However, the research team in the Congress still insisted that it was an unknown ancient creature and had no connection with an extraterrestrial life form." "I am sorry," Hueco could not help but interrupt. "What does this have to do with our apocalypse?" "It does. Don't be anxious." Dodd waved his hand and continued, "We found some written records on the coffin of the life form. After a period of decoding, we found some prophecies about the destruction of the world. The extraterrestrial life form predicted several nodes of the world's destruction and reincarnation. We were on the verge of the last one. We immediately reported this discovery to the Congress, but the Congress didn't investigate further. I did not expect the predicted apocalypse to come so soon. The radiation mutation happened on the day of the prediction, and the whole world was exposed to high levels of radiation. The strange thing is that Raptor Company actually made arrangements in advance and established high-intensity shelters around the world in advance to deal with the radiation. By the way, when you came here, you should have encountered the reptilian mutated creatures with black-rock skin, right? Those are mutated forms that were produced after the mutation of the ancient creatures. In the past, they gathered at the bottom of the pit. After the apocalypse, they experienced a huge mutation." Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. "Ancient creature? Unknown extraterrestrial life form? The Raptor Company that predicted the end of the world in advance?" The messy clues led things in a strange direction. "We've been staying here all this time to study the small sample of extraterrestrial life form that was left behind. About 2 months ago, we had a major breakthrough in our research. We extracted a special hormone essence from a sample of the life form. This essence can effectively resist radiation from the outside world. If we can mass-produce it, we might be able to survive safely in the radiation environment. We might even be able to use the essence on animals and plants to resume production. After we achieved a breakthrough in our research, we immediately sent out a signal to the outside world, hoping that the people outside could discover us and provide us with support. I didn't expect that the support wouldn't come, but the accident happened first." Dodd sighed as he spoke. Fang Heng asked, "What's the situation?" "On the night after the signal was sent out, we discovered that the power supply in the entire research institute had been cut off. When the power supply was completely restored the next day, we discovered that the hormones had been stolen." Everyone's hearts sank. "Do you know who did it? Do you know?" Chapter 829, Persuasion. We immediately began our investigation and discovered that one of our employees was missing. His name is Luo Wenru, and he used to be a researcher sent by the Congress. We have his identity and video data." Dodd nodded. "I suggest that you can trace it back to him. Also, these are the analysis and research data that we have obtained over the years from extraterrestrial life forms." Dodd placed a data disk and a hand-drawn map on the table and pushed it to Shenghu and the others. "All the information that you want, including the research on the mutated life form, all the relevant information about the Glory Club, and Luo Wenru, who stole and damaged the extraterrestrial life form, are inside. I hope they can be of help to you. Also, this is a map. We have studied the ancient writings of the Glory Club. The Glory Club built 12 temples in ancient times. They were scattered all over the world. It is not clear whether those places were used as funerary objects, but this is also an investigation direction." "Thank you." Shenghu accepted the information and map. The mission did not become any clearer but foggier now. "Ding, you have completed the stage mission search for the missing research team. Due to your identity, you cannot receive the main storyline contribution reward. Main storyline contribution will be converted to 22 King of Gods points. Ding, player has triggered the next stage mission, The Unknown Prophecy of Glory. Option 1, try to find more temples built by the Glory Club and obtain more information. Option 2, try to find the lost liquid essence. Option 3, unknown. Player can choose the direction of investigation or search for more clues to trigger the options." Fang Heng rubbed his neck. He felt that it was quite normal. The main storyline mission was just like that. Under normal circumstances, it would take several years to complete. The main storyline of the zombie apocalypse was just as troublesome. Since the main storyline reward was useless, he couldn't be bothered to think further. I hope you can succeed. Yes, Professor Dodd, aren't you coming with us? Dodd shook his head and said, I want to, but I can't. Why? Because there are a lot of ancient creatures down there. Long before the apocalypse, we had already sensed that there were a lot of ancient creatures living below the cave. At that time, to prevent these creatures from destroying the ecology of the outside world, we relied on the funding of the Congress to build a stabilizer and a monitor. We relied on the monitor to detect the fluctuation reaction, and we relied on the biological waves produced by the stabilizer to affect the mutated forms below so that they could not escape the cave. Later, after the wasteland apocalypse, we detected a powerful energy conversion reaction below the cave. We don't know what this reaction is. This reaction is nearly 3,000 times stronger. We speculate that it might be related to the mutation. Dodd spread his hands and said very casually, we can't be sure what this energy is, but someone has to stay behind to monitor this energy, right? I suspect that once we stop the stabilizer, there will be a riot down there. That will be troublesome. Shenghu asked, how many mutated forms are there down there? There's no way to tell. Dodd smiled helplessly. According to the energy fluctuations, there might be trillions of them. Everyone's hearts sank. Ha ha ha, what's going on? Why do you have such an ugly expression? With me here, it will be fine. We've been here for so many years. We're already used to it. Dodd waved his hand. Don't think that I don't know. The situation outside isn't much better than here. We've enough to eat. At least the materials here are enough for us to eat for a few more years. By the way, I've also found some special enhanced crystals. After the apocalypse, the structure of the ore has undergone a special change. The research materials here are limited. We can't break it down and use this kind of energy. It might be of help to you. Shenghu nodded and said, thank you, Professor Dodd. We will think of a way to get you out of here after we go back. With that, Shenghu began to contact the outside world through communication. It was very difficult to take Dodd's team away, but the crystals and the like all had research value. They could think of a way to bring them out. On the side, Feng Hang pondered for a moment and looked at Dodd. Do you plan to stay here forever? The energy in the safe areas is limited. How much longer can you hold on? Don't worry about us. We can still hold on for a short time. If not, I can still look to you for help. I won't be stupid and wait for death. Dodd waved his hand and said, don't worry about us. Hurry up and go. You can do it. The future of this world is in your hands. Feng Hang touched his chin. Dodd's team was very powerful. There were architects, researchers, and even archaeologists on the team. They had even discovered the information about the Glory Club before the main storyline mission. An elite team that was 100 times stronger. Their talents were the biggest resources of this trip. Compared to them, the main storyline mission was nothing. Currently, the space-tearing device in the safe areas had been built, and the portal to the zombie apocalypse prison had been opened. He had to think of a way to bring them back with him. Feng Hang quickly exchanged a look with Mojai Ai, who immediately understood. The two of them immediately communicated with Dodd's team discreetly, trying to increase their friendship and lure them back to the prison. At this time, Shenghu had received important information related to the main storyline. He was not in the mood to pay attention to Feng Hang. He had been communicating with the outside world through the survival radio and analyzing the main storyline information that he had just obtained. 3 hours later, Alba and the follow-up support team outside the cave arrived. The players were fully equipped and ready to evacuate with Professor Eddington. Alba looked at Feng Hang and Mojai Ai, who were still in the Underground Research Institute, whispering to a few NPCs, and felt strange. What were they doing? Feng Shao, we're ready to leave. Okay, wait a little longer, right away. Feng Hang waved at Alba and said, forget it, you guys go first. Don't worry about me, we will leave by ourselves. Huh? Alba shook his head, feeling baffled. Feng Hang was not interested in the main storyline mission at all. He was currently surrounding Dodd. Are you really not leaving? Dodd, I admire your courage and spirit of sacrifice, but staying here is really dangerous. Haha, someone has to sacrifice, isn't it? Don't say that, Dodd. What if I can help you guys leave from here? It's impossible. We can't do it. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your subordinates, right? Dodd felt that Feng Hang was a bit persistent, but he didn't think of the worst. He said, you're right, Feng Shao. But we don't have a choice. Once I leave, the device will completely lose control. We can't afford such a risk. Chapter 830, Energy Reaction. I have a way. Feng Hang continued to persuade, How about a bet? I can take you out of here. If I can do that, you can take your people and join my shelter after we leave? Dodd was stunned. He felt that Fang Heng had other intentions. What do you want to say? To help you solve these problems, of course. Solve them. Dodd shook his head and smiled bitterly. He pointed at the three-dimensional map on the control panel. Fang Shao, do you see it? With such a powerful energy reaction, there are at least billions of mutated forms hiding below. It's impossible for us to. Let's try. There's no wrong in trying, right? Seeing that Fang Heng was so insistent, Dodd shook his head and did not say anything more. It was impossible. It was simply impossible for anyone to do it. Yes. I will get someone to write a detailed evaluation report for the follow-up of the mission. The expert team will give a preliminary suggestion tomorrow morning. After leaving the cave, Shenghua gathered the federal team for an impromptu meeting to prepare for the next stage in the main storyline mission deployment. With the completion of part of the main storyline, the morale of the Federation players was soaring. Oh right, ask the ARC company if they are interested in the next stage of the mission plan. Shenghua thought of Fang Shao. He thought very highly of ARC company and felt that Fang Shao was a good person, very reliable and sensible. He did not talk too much and did not cause any trouble. He did not look at any item related to the mission and did not care about it. He was also very efficient when it came to doing work. If it were not for Fang Shao, they would not have been able to find the temple and the cave under the temple so easily. They had even successfully found Dodd's research team. At first, Shenghua only thought that this guy was quite powerful. Now that he thought about it carefully, if it were not for the ARC company, they might have had to delay this mission for more than a month. That. Alba scratched his head and said, we haven't contacted ARC company yet. Shenghua was startled and a strange expression appeared on his face. Huh? What? They were still there when we left the Underground Research Institute. I asked them again when we came back, but I don't think anyone saw them when we returned to the camp. I think they should still be at the Research Institute. After all, there were only 2 people in the ARC company, so their presence was very weak. The players in the same industry did not notice that these 2 people were missing. Shenghua was puzzled. Since the main storyline mission is gone, what are they still doing there? The 2 looked at each other and saw puzzlement in each other's eyes. Forget it. Let's try contacting them again. Currently, the main storyline is a priority. We have always been the most thorough in our research on the Wasteland world. The Central Federation is inclined to let us take control of the Wasteland world. Right now is a critical period. Everyone, you must not let down your guard. The other 3 federations will cooperate with us on the surface, but they are secretly watching us like tigers watching their prey. In addition, we must also be careful of the other anti-Federation forces destroying the main storyline. Shenghua thought for a moment. In the end, he added, I will bring some people back overnight. You will stay here with a small team and continue to observe. The ARC company doesn't seem to be interested in the main storyline. They're a good partner. Try your best to fight for it. Understood. Late at night, in the Underground Research Institute of the Temple, looking at the real-time projection through the portable monitor, Dodd and the researchers in the Research Institute were surprised and felt a chill in their hearts. They had never seen such a terrifying mutated monster before. Their combined combat strength could be said to be terrifying. Countless mutated monsters fought together. The sound of killing filled the entire cave. Especially the 8 3-meter-tall giant-sized life forms from the ARC company. They waved the huge iron twist in their hands. Every time they swept past, they would blow up a bunch of crawling mutated beasts. Every time the iron twist landed, it would create a huge pit in the ground. Fang Heng was currently standing on the first floor of the underground cave. A portable surveillance camera was installed in front of his chest. He stood quietly on the spot and looked ahead. The mutated monsters that were slaughtered had turned into evolution crystals and a huge amount of survival points. The entire first level of the cave was covered with a thick layer of evolution crystals. Seeing that it was almost time, Fang Heng waved his hand forward. Ding! Player has obtained 13,724 pieces of complete evolution crystals, 3,199 pieces of Tier 1 evolution crystals, 776 pieces of Tier 2 evolution crystals. There were actually so many of them. The number of mutated forms that spread out from underground was extremely terrifying. With the fusion tyrant form's AO damage output, Fang Heng's killing speed was also astonishing. After killing for more than 3 hours, a game hint refreshed in Fang Heng's vision. Ding! Player has met the level up requirement. Ding! Player has leveled up to level 24, additional 122 zombie clones obtained, current total number of zombie clones, 731, ding! Level 25 level up requirement, 10,000 pieces of Tier 1 fusion evolution crystals, 50,000 pieces of Tier 2 Fusion Evolution Crystals. Ding. Level 25 is the maximum level in the elementary game. Player must enter the advanced game to trigger the next level up hint. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Level limit. He had never heard of such a limit before. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Back then, before he reached level 10, he had already triggered the entry requirement for the advanced game. Ordinary players would not waste their time leveling up to the maximum level in a low-tier game. The next phase of leveling up required tens of thousands of evolution crystals. It seemed that the game did not want him to continue fishing in the elementary game. Feng Heng pursed his lips. After making some calculations, it was actually not difficult to level up to level 25. After reaching the last level, he would run to the high-tier world. Feng Heng made up his mind and looked up again. The mutated life forms in the cave had gradually stopped climbing out of the cave. The surroundings slowly quietened down. There was also some silence in the hall of the research institute. Dodd had once made a model predicting that the number of unknown mutated life forms at the bottom of the cave could be hundreds of billions. Only God knew how much space there was in the depths of the cave that could accommodate so many life forms. It was simply unrealistic to kill them all. But now, after killing for more than 3 hours, these mutated life forms actually didn't dare to show themselves. Things gradually developed in a direction that Dodd didn't expect. Ho! Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Mojai I looked at them, he said, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? I told you that our art company has the ability to deal with these mutated beasts. We will think of a way to get you out of here." Dodd came back to his senses. He pressed a few buttons on the control platform and said, "The host's magnetic field reaction is still at a high level. The position of the radiation source hasn't been weakened. There might still be a large number of high-tier life forms hiding below. I won't leave this place with my people until I've confirmed that the threat has been eliminated." Compared to before, Dodd's tone was a little softer. Chapter 831, Petrification. Why don't you come down with us and take a look? Mojai I continued to probe. It's not a good thing to keep defending passively, right? We have to figure out what's down there. Yeah. Dodd nodded. I think so too. In fact, we've sent a few teams to scout down there before. Unfortunately, all the teams we sent are missing. I need some time to prepare. Later, I will bring some people with you to scout the area. This time, I hope to find some information. Ding. Player has triggered the team mission, Dodd's Defense. Mission name, Dodd's Defense. Mission requirements, help Dodd investigate the bottom of the cave. Mission reward, Dodd's Friendship. On the other side of the underground cave, Feng Heng also received a hint that the game had triggered. Friendship mission. There was no way to refuse it. In the depths of the cave, Dodd's team descended from the second basement using a rope. Below the dense pits was an even larger layer of the cave. Dodd was shocked when he saw the group of mutated forms controlled by Art Company. A large number of lickers with terrifying shapes were densely packed together, giving people a great sense of security. The third basement of the cave was different from the upper basement. The ground looked like it had been bombarded by countless cannons, and there were many large holes scattered on the ground. That's where we found the prism. The team walked forward for more than 10 meters before Dodd pointed to a certain direction in the distance. The coffin of an extraterrestrial life form? Feng Heng followed Dodd. As he spoke, he controlled the lickers to explore the darkness ahead. Yes, the structure of the life form in the prism is different from any known creature, but they look very similar to us humans. They also have a high level of civilization. I believe that they are extraterrestrial creatures, Dodd said. He extended his hand forward. The strange magnetic field fluctuations are coming from deeper inside. The energy fluctuations are extremely huge. Haven't you guys explored it before? The special life form is already a huge discovery. The country asked us to start studying it immediately. In addition, the detection conditions at that time were limited, and we didn't know enough about the unknown fluctuation of the magnetic field. As the exploration went deeper, the first batch of explorers soon had a radiation reaction. We couldn't determine whether this kind of magnetic field and special radiation was dangerous, so the subsequent exploration was temporarily put on hold. At this point, Dodd could not help but lower his head and pondered. The subsequent research on the magnetic field has yet to begin, but an accident happened during the experiment on the first-generation body. Now that I think about it, that accident was also very strange. Perhaps someone tampered with it and caused the destruction of the first-generation body. Eh? Feng Heng's heart stirred. The game log showed that the lickers had encountered an enemy. There's a situation, everyone be careful. Dodd's team took out their weapons and formed a circle to guard the surroundings. That was. Feng Heng's pupils were suffused with red glow as he looked into the depths of the cave. It was a gigantic arthropod-like reptilian body. Its body had become extremely huge due to the mutation. Its body was over 10 meters long, and its tentacles were nearly 1 meter long. Centipede? Feng Heng immediately thought of this creature. The connection between the centipede's body and its branches was a spore-like circular shape. It looked very strange and out of place. Its feet were like steel needles, and each time it landed, it would create a shallow pit in the ground. When the players saw such a centipede, they immediately felt goosebumps all over their bodies. The centipede crawled extremely quickly on the ground and quickly headed towards the player team. The group of lickers was fearless. Under Feng Heng's control, they immediately pounced toward the giant-sized centipede. Its huge size became a disadvantage at this time. A large number of lickers pounced onto the centipede's back. Kai. The sharp claws of the lickers cut many wounds on the centipede's body. Green blood spurted out from the centipede's wounds. What was going on? Feng Heng was shocked. The lickers had turned into a petrified state. When it touched the giant-sized centipede's green blood, the licker's body was immediately covered in a layer of grayish-brown color. Its body fell from the sky uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, its skin turned into a grayish petrified state. Feng Heng immediately opened the game hint to observe. Ding. Your zombie clone has been splashed with blood and entered a special petrification state. The petrification effect could not be removed by the undying body effect. Ding. You have entered the petrification state. You are petrified. Please immediately stay away from threats or remove the state. Hint. Based on beginner level game difficulty, player's current petrification degree, 0.02%. If the petrification degree exceeds 20%, the player will be affected by negative effects. If the petrification degree exceeds 50%, the player will be punished by the attribute penalty and a large reduction in movement speed. If the petrification degree exceeds 80%, the player will not be able to move and will be punished by a large number of negative effects. There was trouble. Just as Feng Heng was about to make a move, the reptilian mutated forms that had retreated earlier once again surged out from the depths of the darkness. Bang! The petrified lickers that had turned into stone statues were not only unable to attack, but it was also terrifyingly fragile. It was swept by the centipede's tentacles and exploded into pieces with a bang. There was actually a bug for such a close combat effect? What kind of monster is that? Shoot. Maintain formation and retreat. This was the first time Dodd had seen such a monster in a cave. They ordered the team to maintain formation and shoot from a distance while retreating. Mojai covered his left eye with his hand and stared at the mutated centipede in the distance, activating his talent skill. Tier 6 mutated life form enchanted death spider. Tier 6. That thing was a spider? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. It was actually on the same tier as the Duke of Vampires. He thought it was just a normal monster hunt, but he didn't expect to encounter a Duke-level mutated beast. Mojai quickly browsed through the information he got through his talent detection skill. Its blood has a petrifying effect. In addition, it can charm most life forms through the patterns on its eyes and back. It relies on this ability to control life forms to provide nutrients for it. After the radiation mutation, its ability has greatly increased. Its weakness is the fire attribute. The high temperature can make its blood lose its petrifying effect. Also, it's not a battle-type creature. As he was speaking, Mojai let out a soft exclamation. What's wrong? Its condition is very strange. It seems that some of its abilities have been bounded. Feng Heng's heart stirred. Abilities bounded? Why would they be bounded? A tier 6 non-battle type creature, coupled with being bounded, meant that its strength would be greatly weakened. In short, he had to think of a way to get rid of the petrified state first. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, took out the Book of Creation, and raised his hand toward himself. Within a dim cave, a beam of holy light shone down. Chapter 832, In-Depth Investigation. Ding. Your negative effect petrification has been purified. The next second, another game hint refreshed. Ding. You have entered the petrification charm state. You are petrified. Please immediately distance yourself from the threat or remove the status. Feng Heng had already made a judgment in his heart. Petrification charm was most likely a domain-type spell. As long as it was near the enchanted death spider, it would be automatically cast. Even if it was purified, as long as it was within the skill's range, it would soon be affected by the skill effect again. Kai. In the blink of an eye, a large number of reptilian life forms quickly surrounded the party. So these reptilian mutated forms were also controlled by the enchanted death spider? Leading to this kind of mutated half-petrified creature? An idea flashed through Feng Heng's mind. This wasn't important. The important thing was Dodd's team. They were the treasure. His heart would ache if one of them died. Retreat first. Feng Heng shouted. He controlled a large number of lickers at the back to pounce on the mutated creature. He covered the rear and Dodd's party quickly left the petrification domain. Dodd led his party to use long-range weapons to fire and retreat continuously. Fang Heng quickly observed. The enchanted death spider's blood and the acidic liquid it spat out had a petrification effect. Close combat was very disadvantageous. Hence, they needed to use long-range fire skills to suppress it. It was time for the fusion tyrant form to appear. Dong, dong dong. The 8 fusion tyrant forms that followed behind the party simultaneously picked up the large box on their backs and threw it on the ground, making a heavy sound. They took out the revolving machine gun from the metal box. Due to the limited amount of ammunition, Fang Heng did not use long-range attacks to waste bullets in the early stages of the battle. As expected, it came in handy now. Kagi Ada. The revolving machine gun quickly finished reloading its ammunition and aimed it at the swarm of reptilian mutated forms and the enchanted death spider. Dong 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 dong. The revolving machine gun spun rapidly. 8 huge tongues of flame shot out from the muzzle of the gun at the same time. Enhanced large-caliber bullets formed a dense rain of bullets. The enchanted death spider's body was immediately riddled with huge wounds from the bullets. Sparkling green pus splattered everywhere. The group of reptilian mutated forms at the front was even more unlucky, as they were directly blasted into pieces of torn flesh and blood by the bullets. Dodd and the other players had never seen such a scene before, so they quickly hid behind. What terrifying mutated creatures! They actually knew how to use weapons. Moreover, it was such an exaggerated revolving machine gun. Dodd was secretly speechless, and his heart was extremely shocked. Only that kind of monster could withstand such a strong recoil force from the revolving machine gun. But Dodd was puzzled. Since when did the mutated forms have low-level intelligence and could control weapons? Could it be the latest research result of Arc Company? This was an improvement that transcended the era. The revolving machine gun lasted for more than 5 minutes before it gradually stopped. Through the dust from the explosion, Fang Heng looked at the enchanted death spider that was lying on the ground unable to move after being bombarded by bullets. The enchanted death spider let out a soft sound from its mouth. Squeak squeak. The outer layer of its hard armor had completely shattered, and its entire body was bleeding non-stop. Fang Heng raised his modified sniper rifle and aimed it at the dead enchanted death spider's forehead. Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated the spider's head. Boom! A second explosion. The intense fire completely exploded the head into a ball of burning fire. The dead enchanted death spider completely lost its breath. A line of game hints appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Ding! Player party has killed the enchanted death spider. Player has obtained high energy evolution crystal 1 piece. Player has obtained 2,312 survival points. Ka ka ka. Green blood flowed out from the corpse of the enchanted death spider. Once it touched the ground, it would immediately trigger the petrification effect. Once the enchanted death spider died, the surrounding crawling mutants would quickly retreat into the darkness. Is it dead? Dodd carefully poked his head out from behind a rock and observed the enchanted death spider not far away. Then, he turned back to Fang Heng and asked for confirmation. Yes, it's dead. Let's go up and take a look. Dodd waved his hand. A few researchers behind him held a focused flamethrower and burned it all the way forward. They removed the blood left behind by the spiders along the way and inactivated them. After a few researchers had thoroughly roasted the corpse of the enchanted death spider with a focused flamethrower, Dodd carefully went forward to examine it, preparing to take a sample for testing. What is this? Dodd found something on the corpse of the enchanted death spider. He pulled a ring off the corpse and held it in his hand to observe. Found something? Yes. Dodd nodded and handed the ring found on the corpse to Fang Heng. Ding! Player has obtained item G.P.A. Metal ring, damaged, description, a special metal ring. When worn, it can cause a life form to fall into a state of fatigue for a long time and reduce all attributes by 40%. Description, this metal ring is damaged and can no longer take effect. Description, this metal ring has lost control of the terminal. This is... Fang Heng was confused and looked at Dodd. So the enchanted death spider had been weakened by the metal ring? It's a very strange thing. It feels like a technological product of extraterrestrial life forms. Dodd sighed. I think the previous scouting team must have encountered it before they sacrificed themselves. Fang Heng kept the ring and thought about going back to Kaiyu Yokeng to see if he could repair it or replicate it. After burning the corpse and the green blood nearby, Dodd's team finally surrounded the corpse and began to collect the samples and clean up the battlefield. In one battle, Fang Heng lost nearly a quarter of his liquors due to the petrification effect. Dodd cautiously looked at the passage ahead and asked, Fang Shao, we still don't know how deep it is ahead. Should we continue to take a look? Or should we go back first and rest for a while before returning? Fang Heng swept his gaze toward the depths. He did not find any other creature in the depths of the passage, but there was a black thing. From the shape of the shadow, it looked more like a building. Ding! Player has completed the mission Dodd's defense. Player's friendship with Dodd has increased significantly. Ding. Player has triggered follow-up mission in-depth investigation. Mission name, in-depth investigation. Mission description, explore the depths of the cave. Mission reward, Dodd's favorability rating. From the perspective of the game, after experiencing a boss battle, the possibility of encountering a large number of Tier 6 creatures was not high. Fang Hang glanced at the mission description and raised his head. There's no need. We will go deeper and take a look. We will retreat when we encounter danger. Okay. The group of lickers quickly disappeared into the darkness in front of them again. Everyone continued to move forward along the passage. As they got closer, they discovered a huge oval-shaped ruined building in front of them. The ruins had been here for a long time. A thick layer of rock and soil had accumulated on its surface. Huh? This is... Dodd looked surprised. He carefully walked forward and scraped the sand away from the ruins, revealing the metal layer below. Chapter 833, Scanned Mojai I was confused. He walked forward and asked, what is this thing? Research Institute. There's a research institute here? Who built it? It's not a research institute, it's a giant-sized spaceship. I've seen something similar in the information. My guess is right, this is a spaceship. Dodd looked excited. My guess is right. The descendants of the Glorious Sunlight Society are from outer space. Look, there are symbols on it too. This thing is a spaceship? Mojai I was shocked. He followed the building in front of him and tried to knock on the metal cover outside. Dong dong dong. It was quite solid. Mojai I was stunned and subconsciously took a few steps back. His knock seemed to have triggered something. The entire ship gave off a humming sound and then emitted a weak blue light. Ka. A large door suddenly opened in front of Mojai I. The cabin door opened. Fang Hang and Dodd looked at Mojai I at the same time. How did it open? Mojai I shook his head repeatedly. It wasn't me. I only touched it once. Fang Hang controlled the two lickers to enter the cabin first to investigate. Seeing that there was no danger, Fang Hang nodded and said, confirm that it's safe. Come, let's go in and take a look. Dodd's face was filled with shock as they entered the cabin through the main door. Dodd had never seen the design and scientific level of the entire ship before. After a rough exploration, the group fumbled their way to the main control room of the final ship. An alien spaceship? Fang Hang rubbed his chin. Dodd had already started searching the main control room. Found it. Look at this. Doesn't it look like a ship log? Fang Hang and Mojai I went up to the main control platform and looked at the three-dimensional screen. The information was filled with dense text. The two looked at each other. It would be weird if they could understand this damn thing. So we made a mistake. The energy reaction was not triggered by a large number of life forms, but due to the ship's engine being activated. Dodd looked excited. He turned to look at Fang Hang. Our team can think of a way to analyze the description in the voyage log. We can figure out where these alien life forms came from. Yes. Fang Hang thought it was a pity. It would be great if there were hundreds of billions of mutated life forms. That way, he could get a large number of evolution crystals. Now, he could only settle for the second best. Using the primeval forest as a base, he would let the lickers go hunting in the forest. Although it was the same as hacking in, the efficiency would be much slower. Dodd did not notice Fang Hang's strange behavior. He was excited and continued, as long as we find a way to decipher the content, we will have a high probability of finding out where the alien creatures came from. We will also be able to find out if the radiation was released by them. We will also be able to find out what is their real purpose. Ding. Player has completed a mission in-depth investigation. Player has obtained the favorability rating of Dodd's team. Ding. Player has unlocked a part of his worldview alien spawns. Ding. Player is unable to unlock the main storyline mission. Player will receive an additional 100 King of Gods points as compensation. Ding. Player has triggered the mission Dodd's request. Mission description, Dodd's request. Mission requirements, Dodd wishes to continue his research on the alien spaceship. Mission reward, Dodd's friendship. Fang Hang looked at the game hint and pondered. This thing was related to the main storyline, but he was not interested in the main storyline mission. He was only interested in Dodd's team, and also in the Federation's main storyline. The relevant information could be sold to the Federation in exchange for the high-energy crystal. The Federation should be willing to pay a high price. Fang Hang quickly pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, of course you can, Dodd. However, this place isn't too suitable for research. Still, what do you think about joining my team? We can provide you with the best research conditions. But... Dodd frowned. After this journey, he had complete confidence in the strength of the ARC company, and his trust level in Fang Hang also increased a lot. But I have many research facilities here. There are also alien spaceships here. For the time being, I have no intention of joining other forces. I can provide you with our laboratory for research. Dodd was stunned. Really? Yes. Fang Heng nodded. In addition, I can be responsible for transporting all of your equipment back. After all, this place is very dangerous. Our company also has a mission, so they can't always stay here to provide protection for you. Huh? Your world? Dodd frowned and hesitated again. That's right. There's no radiation threat in that world, and there are a lot of research resources. You can get better resources to conduct research there. Fang Heng patted Dodd's shoulder. I am sorry. The resources found here are all the property of the ARC company. I have to take them back. This. Dodd was very conflicted. He had spent most of his life researching the Glory Club and the alien spawns. He was about to have a major breakthrough. How could he give up now? Not to mention that these things were related to the world affected by radiation. Fang Heng and Mojai Aoi exchanged a look and waited for Dodd to agree. Mojai Aoi thought to himself, Fang Heng's really bad. Don't you want to do research? Sure. Let's pack it up and bring it to our zombie apocalypse for research. When we get to zombie apocalypse, will you be able to run away? Fang Heng has 10,000 ways to make you stay in the zombie apocalypse. Alright, I agree. I need to communicate with my team. I won't force them to follow me. Also, I don't want anyone else to interfere with the research of the spawns. Of course, there's no problem with that. You're the person in charge of the project. Please believe us. We sincerely invite you to come to the ARC company to conduct the leading research. Seeing that Dodd had relented, Fang Heng smiled as if his plan had succeeded. The plan was a success. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was that it would take more time to move so many things back to study this damn alien spaceship. It might not be possible. Who knows, he might be able to develop new technology from this damn thing. Moreover, after the research was completed, the research results should be related to the main storyline mission. The relevant information should be able to be exchanged from the Federation for more high-energy evolution crystals, right? After all this, it seemed like he was still making a profit. The next afternoon, Alba led a team of Federation elites and drove an off-road vehicle along the safe passage deep into the primeval forest. He was going to look for the ARC company. Damn, he felt that the only people in the entire ARC company were Fang Heng and Mojai Aoi. Ever since they parted at the bottom of the cave, he had no way to contact ARC company. His superiors asked him to find ARC company as soon as possible and contact them about the late-stage cooperation. Helpless, Alba could only go to the temple again to try his luck. Chapter 834. Not interested. When he arrived outside the temple, Alba's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? The empty space outside the temple was now piled with a large number of materials. Weren't these people all members of Dodd's team? Why did they come out of the underground research room? Alba was puzzled. He waved his hand to signal the team to stop the car. Hey! Alba! Mojai Aoi was helping Dodd's team to move the materials. When he saw Alba bringing people over, his eyes lit up and he immediately waved at him. What a coincidence. The strong men who helped to move the materials had come. Alba had never experienced Fang Heng and Mojai Aoi's tricks. When he saw this, he was a little confused. He walked over with his team. What are you doing? We're moving. Moving? Alba was completely at a loss. What the hell was moving? Oh, we helped Dodd go down to the cave to investigate. The problem has been solved. Dodd is going to follow us back to the ARC company's safe zones to conduct research. As Mojai Aoi spoke, he went over, he whispered into Alba's ear, we've checked the cave. Guess what? We found a special crystal ore. The ore has undergone a mutation and is very radioactive. It's very difficult to mine. In short, the danger has been resolved. We're going to bring some ores back for research and find a way to mine the high-tier ore below. Dodd's team will follow us. Hearing this, Alba was somewhat in disbelief. He confirmed with Fang Heng once again, you guys really went to the lower level? And you even found something? Yeah. Mojai Aoi narrowed his eyes and suddenly became vigilant. He whispered, your Federation won't compete with our ARC company to mine special energy ores, right? No, definitely not. Alba waved his hand and looked suspiciously at Dodd's research team. After the main storyline mission was triggered, the Federal team immediately evaluated the cave. They had considered the difficulty of exploring the cave to save Dodd's team, and they had also conducted practical tests. The exploration was too difficult. The experts' risk assessment concluded that they should still focus on the main storyline mission for the time being. Currently, the danger posed by Dodd's team was very small, so they could put it aside for now. They had only left it for less than a day, and Dodd's team had already been packed up and taken away by ARC company. Alba nodded blankly and could not help but curse in his heart. What stupid experts. No wonder their main storyline mission kept bumping into trouble. Look at our company. Alba then asked, did you find any information related to the main storyline? There might be some relevant information. We found some written records. Dot is still deciphering them. Once the deciphering is completed, we will give you a copy. You know that our company is not interested in the main storyline. Okay. Alba's expression was solemn. He immediately said, right, this information cannot be given to anyone else. Our Federation will make an acquisition. Fang Heng had just logged in and listened to their conversation along the way. He came over and asked, are you preparing to use the high-energy evolution crystal to purchase it? Okay, no problem. As he spoke, Alba dug into his pocket and proposed the transaction to Fang Heng. Ding, you have received an anonymous transaction from a player. Ding, you have obtained the high-energy evolution crystal 5-piece. Oh, 5 evolution crystals. The Federation was still wealthy. Fang Heng was very satisfied with his harvest. He had obtained a total of 3 crystals in this wave of monsters, including 5 crystals from the Federation, making a total of 8. Upgrading the Tier 5 space-tearing device was considered a successful job, and he would immediately begin to expand it after he returned. These 4 are the rewards from before, and the other one is a deposit. You must not pass the information to others. Alba was afraid that our company would not trade with them for the main storyline mission, so he gave them a deposit. Of course, our company has always been honest. You can go out and ask around. Fang Heng smiled. Oh right, since you're already here, why don't you do us a favor? As you can see, we're moving right now. Why don't you help us out? 3 days later, in the Federation's meeting room. Yes, according to the final report from the ARC Company, the ARC Company has conducted an investigation into the cave beneath the temple. During the investigation, they discovered a heavily damaged spaceship, and they also found some information in the main control room. According to the decrypted information, the spaceship was initially carrying out an interstellar-level prisoner transfer mission. During the transfer, it received a distress signal, and during the process of rushing to the signal point, it, unfortunately, encountered spatial turbulence. In order to break through the turbulence, the spaceship was seriously damaged and its energy reserves were insufficient. Therefore, it was forced to land on our world. Before landing, the extraterrestrial life forms scanned our planet and chose a location with high-level energy reactions. They believed that there was an energy that could be efficiently converted to recharge the spaceship. Unfortunately, there was a big explosion when the spaceship landed, but some of the extraterrestrial life forms might not have died. This is the information that we have obtained from Dodd's research team and the ARC Company. The main storyline-related mission branch clues have also been triggered. Next, we can find a way to repair the radar coordinates found in the wreckage and contact the extraterrestrial life forms that still exist in this world. Alba finished reporting the incident and bowed to the crowd. This is the end of my report. We have to thank the ARC Company for being able to activate the main storyline so quickly. There was a major breakthrough in the main storyline mission. All the higher-ups of the Federation in District 11 applauded in the meeting room. When the applause stopped, Shanghua nodded and asked, how's the background investigation of the ARC Company going? Yes, we submitted the information to the Federation headquarters for image comparison. Because it was shot through the game system, it was blurred by the King of Gods game system and could not be distinguished. We can only analyze and compare it from some behaviors and small habits. Alba said, the similarity is as high as 95.7%. The expert group believes that the ARC Company was the one that caused the battle between the vampires and the Holy Court in District 9 of the zombie apocalypse. The Federation headquarters thinks that the ARC Company is from a high-tier world, but there are still no more clues to investigate them. The hall fell into silence again. Then, the higher-ups of the Federation in District 11 began to discuss in hushed tones. No wonder ARC Corporation was so powerful. It turned out that they came from a higher-tier world. But how did they break through the game's restrictions and move from a high-tier world to a lower-tier world? And what was their goal? Shanghua knitted his brows tightly. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. Let's follow the mission line first. Has ARC Corporation made any movements in the past few days? Federation players could not help but shift their gazes toward Alba. A bitter smile appeared on Alba's face. I've already contacted ARC Company many times. They said that they're not interested in the main storyline mission. Chapter 835, Unexpected Joy. He really didn't understand ARC Company. Ever since they obtained the high-energy evolution crystals, their company suddenly had no more desires. They didn't care about the main storyline at all, nor did they have any ambitions. The Federation even promised to give ARC Company regional rights to the world if they complete the main storyline mission. Normal companies would have been so excited that they couldn't sleep. However, Our company displayed its individuality and did not even look at it. From this point of view, our company really did seem to come from a high-tier world. In addition, aside from a large number of high-energy evolution crystals, our company also offered to exchange for rarer materials. Later, I also heard from other sources that our company purchased a few safe areas from Raptor Company. They expelled the players that belonged to the safe areas and took over the primeval forest region. The more he said, the more Alba and the federal team felt that our company was strange. Our company rarely contacts the outside world. Shanghua really did not understand this company. It seemed that our company had no relationship with the anti-Federation forces, and they also maintained friendly cooperation with the Federation. But it still seemed strange. It made people unable to figure out their real purpose. Forget it. The main storyline should be the focus for now. Just keep an eye on our company. Alright. At this moment, in the Tanlin mining area of District 11 of the Wasteland Apocalypse. Ding. You have completed the transformation of the Tier 2 space-tearing device. Ding. You have completed the transformation of the space-tearing device to load the particle or transport technology. Through the particle or transportation device of the teleportation machine, the space tunnel could instantly teleport the ore, greatly increasing the efficiency of the transportation of ore-type materials. A game hint appeared in front of Fang Hang's eyes. Completed. Luckily I didn't fail. Victor held the wrench and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Well done, Victor. Caillou Kang, who was controlling the main control platform, nodded at Victor. The loading of the ore particle transport technology has been completed. It is estimated that the efficiency of our ore teleportation can be increased by about 50 times compared to the past. Relying on a large number of resources exchanged from the Raptor Company and the Federation, coupled with the constant transportation by the zombie clones, the high-tier ore area in the underground temple and the entire alien spawn spaceship's cabin were cut into small pieces, and batch after batch was sent into the zombie apocalypse through the teleportation passage. Dodd was completely impressed by the ARC Company. At this moment, he was already working on alien technology research and development in the newly built research room of the zombie apocalypse. Following that, the resources of the wasteland world would be continuously sent back to the zombie apocalypse. Empty wasteland apocalypse. Fang Hang was gradually getting excited. Over the past few days, he had completed more than half of his investigation of the primeval forest. He had also found a few rare crystal mines and energy crystals in the interior of the primeval forest. Even though the reserves weren't much, the key point was that there weren't many people in the primeval forest, so they didn't need to worry about conflicts with the outside world. They just had to mine directly. They would dig up the entire primeval forest together with them. Fang Hang was secretly calculating in his heart. There's one more thing. Fang Hang, come and take a look. Caillou Kang called Fang Hang to the main control platform. We have tested the special crystal ores found under the cave. With our current technology, we can't completely isolate the radiation from the ores and use the energy. We can only rely on your zombies to use the energy directly. Caillou Kang looked at Fang Hang as he spoke. The zombie clones were really useful. The energy crystals found in the underground mining area under the temple were very clean, and the effect was better than normal energy. However, they were affected by the strong radiation, so humans couldn't get close to them. They could only rely on the zombie clones to collect the energy crystals. After all, the zombie clones were not afraid of the radiation effect at all, so they just mined recklessly. Radiation could not kill them anyway. Without the zombie clones, it would take at least half a year to develop this batch of ores. Caillou Kang reminded him, but I have to remind you that there are huge safety risks in this mining method. I understand. Fang Hang shrugged. Okay, there are still a few more studies. The research on radiation is still in the development stage, and the research on radiation from the fusion tyrant form and other high-vitality organisms has been completed. We can only do a high-concentration radiation laboratory that can release a large amount of radiation in a short period. Huh? Fang Hang blinked his eyes, indicating that he did not understand at all. Alright, then I will make it simple. Caillou Kang nodded and continued. We can already weaken the fusion tyrant form's vitality in 1 minute and then kill it through your manual self-detonation method. Well done. They could finally bring the fusion tyrant form to various worlds. Fang Hang gave Caillou Kang a look of praise, secretly giving him a thumbs up. In addition, after the synthesis of the cultivation device, the functions of the zombie corpses after the radiation mutation can be slightly improved. Similarly, the research on radiation is very dangerous. I've discussed it with Dr. Dingminutes and Dodd. We've considered setting up a new large-scale radiation research laboratory outside the prison. After considering all kinds of things, we've decided on an island that is temporarily uninhabited as the planned site. No problem. We will build it immediately. Fang Hang clenched his fist and asked, You lack resources, right? Yes, that's right. Isolating radiation requires some special resources. We also lack a lot of mineral resources. Kaiu Yaokang nodded and said, I've already discussed it with Mojai Oi. The collection of basic materials has been completed. We still lack a lot of upgrade materials. We will think of a way to collect them from the wasteland world and the zombie apocalypse world. Fang Heng said, go ahead and do it. The entire District 7 and 8 of the zombie apocalypse belong to him. Now, he could simply take away the items from District 11 of the wasteland apocalypse with ease too. If there was something missing, grab it. As he was thinking, a line of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding. Player's current radiation-related research level has reached level 12, world-level research level has reached level 30, relevant pre-research conditions have been met, and the conditions to build a radiation research institute have been met. Ding. Player has unlocked a large-scale radiation research institute. Ding. Building a large-scale radiation research institute requires a wide range of requirements. Super large. Building resources. Massive. Ding. Player's world-level evaluation tier could be increased after building a large-scale radiation research institute. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. There was such an operation? Permission granted. Ding. Player has completed the basic construction of a large-scale radiation research institute. Current large-scale radiation research institute level. Level 0. Basic location selection. Ding. Player's current strength score of District 8 of Zombie Apocalypse has increased by 0.1. I will discuss with Victor and complete the all-rounded upgrade of the Research Institute for Radiation as soon as possible. I believe that we will be able to fuse the radiation mutation into a zombie corpse very soon and significantly improve the ability of a zombie corpse. It will take about 2 to 3 days. Chapter 836, Tier 5 Device. Fang Heng hummed softly. So, he had tricked Dodd into coming back and even obtained a special building from the wasteland world? It could even increase the world level rating? It was an unexpected surprise. This trip to the wasteland world wasn't a loss, and it could also increase a small portion of the zombie clone's abilities. It seemed that this special building could still be upgraded. It seemed to be something similar to the world of the vampires Angitas and the Holy Quartz Temple of Zeus. However, its level should be a little lower. Fang Heng pondered in his heart and nodded. He looked at Mojai Oi and said, Old Mr. Mo, I will leave it to you. Mojai Oi shrugged. Easy. I am familiar with this job. To Mojai Oi, his task was just purchasing resources from the outside world. He didn't lack money and this would be an easy job for him. Mojai Oi didn't expect that he would build a branch base here as well. He thought that he was here for a vacation, but it seemed that Fang Heng was planning to empty the wasteland world as well. In the past 2 days, in the Wasteland Apocalypse District 11, our company's reputation had risen. They were known as the ruthless players who occupied the entire primeval forest region. Just by hearing the name Arc Company, players would voluntarily surrender and leave the area. Our company did not even need to make a move and they could occupy the areas easily. Occupying the primeval forest did affect the interests of the other game guilds. There were a few companies that had developed in the periphery of the primeval forest that wanted to compete with Arc Company and jointly declare war on them. Arc Company completely ignored them and continued to occupy the primeval forest area. After the Alliance launched a few probing attacks, they were completely dumbfounded. 2 to 3 days later, the Alliance was completely disbanded. They did not gain any advantage at all. Instead, they became the laughingstock. Arc Company's acquisition price, which was slightly higher than the market price, had more or less boosted the economy of the game, leaving a good impression on the ordinary players. Just when the players thought that Arc Company was about to become a super-sized gaming company and even wanted to compete with the Federation, the entire Arc Company became extremely low-key again. Fang Heng once again entered the game world. A line of game hints quickly refreshed on his retina. Ding. You have completed the level up of the Tier 5 space-tearing device. Your shelter level has been increased. Ding. Your research personnel has received encouragement. Player has obtained special status Sincere Cooperation, lasts for 48 days. The loyalty of all members has been increased. Some researchers' experience points have been increased. Some researchers' levels have been increased. Research speed and construction speed have been increased. Item. Large-scale space-tearing device, current tier, level 5. Current tier effect 1, permanently shorten the location time of the branch space-tearing device. Reduce the passage's location and construction time. The number of auxiliary transporter plates that can be built, 5. Number of players allowed to invade the world at the same time, 9. Current tier effect 2, current large-scale space-tearing device can be transported across regions, server maximum duration, 102 hours, can be transported on a large scale, and reduce the time required to connect and locate, requires a large amount of energy. Current tier effect 3, player will receive an additional 6 warp backpack slots. Good. Feng Heng was in a good mood and clenched his fists tightly. Level up of the space device was completed. After the level up, there were 3 more warp backpack slots. It was very practical. In theory, the teleportation discs should allow them to travel to more worlds now. Now that the Wasteland world vacation was basically over, it was still unknown how long Dot would have to wait to study aliens. It was time to consider the next step. Feng Heng thought and walked toward the newly built temporary teleportation hall number 2 in the shelter. In the temporary hall, Victor was discussing something with Mojai Aoi in front of the teleportation disc. Seeing Feng Heng, Victor waved his hand and said, "Feng Heng, you're here. I have good news to tell you." "I guessed it. The mechanical device has completed its level up, right? I really can't hide anything from you." Victor shrugged helplessly, then showed a little excitement and called Feng Heng over to check it out. "Come and have a look. I've just upgraded the mechanical disc and improved its performance. Now we can use the mechanical disc to go to more worlds." Feng Heng walked to the mechanical disc and a game hint appeared in his vision. Mechanical teleportation device, level 5, description 1. All players who belong to District 7 and District 8 of the zombie apocalypse can use the mechanical disc to teleport. Description 2. Player can use King of Gods points to teleport. Player can bring up to 7 backpack-type items during teleportation. The maximum duration of teleportation is 12 hours. After 12 hours, the player will be automatically pulled back to King of Gods space. Cool-down time for single-player teleportation, 24 hours. Description 3. Current teleportation areas. All areas in Zombie Apocalypse, 10 King of Gods points. All areas in Vampire Apocalypse, 20 King of Gods points. And all areas in Wasteland Apocalypse, 20 King of Gods points. Description 4. Current single-target world, maximum teleportation population, 9. That is, through this teleportation method, a maximum of 9 people can exist in the same target world at the same time. Turning off the game hints, Feng Heng nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Can teleportation be activated now?" "Of course, I've tested it. It's very reliable." Victor nodded, then he continued, "Oh right, there's one more thing. There's still room for modification on the space-tearing device. We can modify it at a higher tier. Theoretically, after the modification is completed, we can find more teleportation nodes. However, the modification blueprint you found last time is only Tier 4 and Tier 5. If we continue to upgrade, we will lack the related modification blueprint. If my research and development team analyzes and studies the upgrade on their own, it might take a long time. Ding. Player currently lacks a Tier 6 space-tearing device's level-up blueprint. Player can conduct research and development. Current research and development efficiency, slow." Feng Heng pondered for a moment and patted Victor's shoulder. "I will think of a way to get the blueprint. Focus on building the temple and the radiation experimental island." "Okay." Victor nodded. He felt a sense of accomplishment to be able to create a Tier 5 large-scale space-tearing device. Mojai Aoi came up with a hopeful expression and said, "Feng Heng, the teleportation passage has been completed. Should we go and wander around the vampire apocalypse?" The vacation in the wasteland world had came to an end. Now, it was time to do some serious work. "Okay." Feng Heng agreed. He looked at the metal teleportation machine in front of him and rubbed his chin in thought. After leveling up to Tier 5 teleportation passage, it meant that he could enter all the elementary game worlds at will. It was time to solve the mystery of the world of vampires. Find the last missing holy weapon of the vampires and complete the revival of entities. Chapter 837, entering Feng Heng was a little excited. He had done some tactical planning when he was resting. This time, he planned to go to District 6 of the world of the vampires. After all, he still had an insider there, Aizen, the owner of the blood gaze of the right eye, the holy weapon of the vampires. Feng Heng could still find Aizen in the list of people in the super-large shelter. This meant that Aizen had not rebelled. Loyalty was not high, with only 67 points. Loyalty had already dropped to more than 40 points. Not long ago, the successful construction of the laboratory on Radiation Experimental Island had attracted a wave of loyalty, and just as the space-tearing device had been upgraded, another wave had been attracted. Therefore, Feng Heng was prepared to use Aizen as a starting point for this operation in District 6. In addition, entities of District 6 was still sleeping in the man-made catacombs under the prison. It was said that the current situation of the vampires in District 6 was very bad. "How is it, Feng Heng? Let's go to District 6 now." Mojai Aoi was quite excited. He had come here as soon as he heard the news that the teleportation passage had been upgraded. "I've gathered quite a lot of information before. Ever since the last time we stole entities, the vampires in District 6 have gone crazy. Without entities, the vampires need to absorb a large amount of blood to maintain their strength and control the curse in their bodies. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He looked at Mojai and asked, "Oh? This is also related to the curse?" "Who knows? It's all gossip. I heard that Anchitas has always had the effect of suppressing the curse of the vampires," Mojai said, spreading his hands. "From what I know, in the week that Anchitas was stolen by us, the death rate of the players in District 6 increased by 1,000 times. They are all trying to find a way to change their server. However, the news of Anchitas' disappearance is very secretive. Few people outside know about it, and most of the players don't know what happened. The Federation also announced that they were attacked by the anti-Federation forces. In any case, if anything went wrong, the anti-federal organization would take the blame." Fang Heng was speechless and pursed his lips. "So now we're the anti-Federation forces, right?" Mojai blinked. "Fang Heng, in all conscience, the things we've done doesn't count? Ahem, we're the first-class law-abiding citizens of the Federation." Fang Heng coughed lightly, emphasizing the political correctness of the prison. "Right, District 6 is different from District 9. That region has a World Lord, and the World Lord might be related to Night Owl, so we need to be extra careful." Mojai replied, "Yes, don't worry, I understand. I've also checked the information on the World Lord of District 6. A person named Li Cheng is now the Arbitration Elder of District 6's Elders Council. There's very little information about him in the outside world. It's all old information." Mojai was very interested in the world of vampires. Demon Hunter bloodlines could only be advanced after entering the vampire apocalypse. He wasn't marked by the Prince of the Vampires, but without Fang Heng's help, the operations in District 9 were temporarily in trouble. After all, he was used to clinging to others. Mojai felt that they could wait for Fang Heng to take care of District 6 before killing their way back to District 9. My research team analyzed that Li Cheng was secretly funded by the 12 corporations and was a very obedient puppet without any real power. The main storyline mission of the vampire apocalypse that he completed was relatively low level, so they concluded that he wasn't strong either. Mojai asked, "What do you think? When should we go there?" Fang Heng thought for a moment and said, "I think tonight is good." "What do you think?" "Boss Fang, I think that your timing is correct." Mojai looked at the time and said, "There are 3 hours left. I will go prepare." Fang Heng watched Mojai jog away and couldn't help but feel a little excited. He had to prepare as well. After all, after the trip to the Wasteland Apocalypse, apart from obtaining various resources from the Research Institute and the zombie clones, his combat strength had also improved significantly. The fusion tyrant forms could finally appear. Ding! Player has entered Vampire Apocalypse District 6. The current region already belongs to the World Lord. Ding! Player can choose within 1 minute whether to spend 10 King of Gods points to use the anonymous invasion state. Ding! Enter the anonymous state. The World Lord player will not receive any news of the player's invasion. Ding! Player's special actions will break the anonymous state. Ding! You can spend 10 King of Gods points to re-establish the teleportation zone. Ding! The current teleportation time is 24 hours. At a city street corner, a red light flashed. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game hint. After spending 10 King of Gods points, the 2 of them immediately entered an anonymous state. Every time they entered the world, they would have to use up a bit of the King of Gods points. At this rate, there would not be enough King of Gods points left. They had to quickly withdraw the funds from the Fallen Corridor. Fang Heng felt heartache. Speaking of which, a part of the operation would break the anonymous invasion. What did this part of the operation refer to? The lack of relevant information was really troublesome. Fang Heng shook his head and decided not to think about so many troublesome things. He quickly looked at his surroundings. The random birth point was a relatively old city district. At night, there were very few pedestrians in the city. Before entering the vampire apocalypse, Mojai had already done sufficient preparatory work. He looked at his surroundings and compared them with the database in his brain. This should be Colbert City. Fang Heng, you've been trapped in the Fallen Corridor recently. Ever since we messed around with District 6, many of the worlds of the vampires that have settled down have triggered new storyline missions. We've asked our family to help investigate. It's related to a special realm mission. I feel that my uncle has some plans for this mission. They seem to be hiding it from me. It feels weird. In short, the world of vampires has been stirring up recently. Many players in the game have also sensed it and are trying to escape from the world of the vampires. As they spoke, Mojai followed Fang Heng along the street. The world of the vampires in District 6 was originally divided into 10 national regions. Now, only 3 of the national regions are guarded by marquee-level vampires. The rest of the high-tier and above vampires are staying in the Elders' Council's courtyard. I don't know what they are doing. I suspect that it might be related to that special realm mission. In addition, the news of the disappearance of Anjitas in District 6 is still under wraps. Most people don't know about it. Feng Heng thought for a moment and asked, is there any news about 18? Yes, I've asked people to inquire about it. They have also issued relevant missions in the black market. At the moment, there is only one piece of unconfirmed news. It says that 18 is still imprisoned in the Elders' Council of the Vampires. The credibility is relatively high. Mojai Ai shrugged as he spoke. He looked at Feng Heng and asked, so, we're going to the Elders' Council now? Chapter 838, Drawing a Prize. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. There were many things to do in District 6 this time. But everything was based on 18 as the starting point. First, he had to think of a way to find 18. After he found her, he would be able to confirm the exact location of the last holy weapon, the blood left eye. The 13 holy artifacts would then be gathered to see the effects. He would then solve the secret of the holy weapon of the vampires, and then he would think of a way to wake up Anjitas. However, it was still a little difficult to break into the Elders' Council. After all, the prince of the vampires in District 6 was not dead yet. There was a high probability that the prince was still in the Elders' Council. Feng Heng felt that it was not wise to be reckless. No, let's first confirm whether the information is reliable before we consider going to the Elders' Council. All right, we will listen to you. As they spoke, the two of them walked out of the street corner. Feng Heng raised his head and put on his mask. He looked at the tall black building in the center of the city in the distance. Let's start with the vampires building. Okay. Mojai Ai became more and more excited. He waved his fist and said, let's do something big together. The two of them walked to the side of the street and flagged down a taxi. After chasing the taxi driver away, Mojai Ai drove the car and headed to the vampires building with Feng Heng. After more than 20 minutes, when the two of them entered the building, Mojai Ai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There wasn't even a count in the vampires building and Feng Heng could easily take control of the vampires building without any bloodshed. Then, Feng Heng tried to ask the high-tier vampires in the building about 18. There was no doubt that this high-tier vampire did not know that 18 was imprisoned. He did not even know that there was a problem with Anjitas in District 6. Feeling helpless, Feng Heng could only bring Mojai Ai through the teleportation passage and directly enter the area guarded by the Marquis of the Vampires. He was ready to randomly find a lucky Marquis of the Vampires to ask about 18's situation. While he was at it, he hoped that he would get lucky. What if he killed that Marquis and happened to draw the holy weapon of the vampires, the blood left eye? Feng Heng was looking forward to it. He couldn't help but look at Mojai Ai. Brother, which city do you think we should go to? Yadia City. Marquis of the Vampires, Nate, who was responsible for guarding the city, raised his wine glass and shook it gently against the light. He slowly poured the high-density liquor mixed with fresh blood into his mouth. A dry and bitter taste slid into his mouth, completely unlike the previous sweet feeling. Even if the high-density liquor was mixed with it, it still could not cover up the fishy smell. Bang! Nate crushed the wine glass in his palm. When would this damn day end? Without Anjitas, he would soon perish if it went on like this. Those idiots from the Elders' Council. How could they believe that person's nonsense? Die with the entire vampires? But what could he do now? The anxiety and uneasiness made Nate feel extremely bad. Ka. A soft sound. Who? Nate turned his head vigilantly. He saw two people standing at the door. One of the masked vampires walked straight toward him. Who are you? Nate frowned. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. He raised his hand and aimed at the other party. Blood curse. Kai. Kai. Blood shot out from the cut on his palm. It condensed into two blood arrows in the air and pierced Feng Heng's face. The next second, Nate was shocked. The condensed blood arrows stopped in midair, unable to get any closer to Feng Heng. Clack. As Feng Heng took a step forward, the two blood arrows disintegrated into drops of blood and floated in midair. Hello, Nate. Nice to meet you. I am Feng Shao, from the Arc Company. Arc Company? What the hell was that thing? Nate stared at the person who had just arrived. You. Kai. Almost at the same time as Nate opened his mouth to speak, the drops of blood around Feng Heng condensed into a blood-red palm. The blood-red palm shot towards Nate at an extremely fast speed. Nate only felt his vision blur for a moment. The next moment, he lowered his head and looked at his throat that was stuck by the blood-red palm. Feng Heng looked at Nate, puzzled. It was a little strange. This guy was a little too weak. The strength of the Marquis of the Vampires, Nate, was weaker than any other Marquises he had met before. He was probably about the same as a normal count of vampires. Feng Heng suppressed the doubt in his heart, took a step forward, and asked, Tell me, where is 18? I know, don't kill me, I will tell you everything. Nate could not keep calm. He realized that this mysterious person in front of him was many times more skilled at controlling blood than he was. His level was too high. He definitely could not beat him. Nate immediately decided to surrender to save his life. 18 is now in the Elders' Council. She is suspected of betraying the vampires. She should be imprisoned in the dark prison of blood now. I can bring you there. Anything is fine as long as you let me go. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Betraying the vampires? Tell me in detail? Nate shook his head frantically. I really don't know about 18. I also heard from the outside that she betrayed the vampires and was punished by the Elders' Council. Oh? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. Then it seems that you are no longer useful. Nate's heart tightened. In the next moment, he felt the blood in his body become violent and restless uncontrollably. Wait. What I said is true. Nate hurriedly shouted, half a month ago, I discovered that I had lost the connection to the power of Angitas. The curse in my body accelerated the corrosion, and even my strength weakened rapidly. I don't know what exactly happened. Realizing that the blood in his body was still boiling, Nate felt as if he was placed in an oven. He could explode at any moment. What kind of blood control technique was this? An incomparable fear instantly rose in Nate's heart, and he did not have the slightest thought of resisting. That feeling of being on the verge of death made Nate's desire to survive soar. It's true. I only heard some news from the Elders' Council. I know that during that special operation, Angitas was stolen, and the world was heavily damaged. A large number of marquises of the vampires died during the operation. I was a replacement for the Marquis at that time and am responsible for the safety of this city. Other people who are more capable than me have already gone to the Elders' Council. Fang Heng's face was cold as he continued, Continue, go on. I am only a Marquis that was chosen at the last minute. The Elders' Council did not even give me the holy weapon of the vampires. Our strength has also gradually weakened due to the lack of support from Angitas. The Elders' Council and the Prince are trying to find a way to find Angitas again. Also, cold sweat broke out on Nate's head. Looking at Fang Heng's eyes, he gritted his teeth and directly told him everything he knew. Also, there's the special time passage. The Elders' Council has opened a special passage. Currently, the high-tier combat strength of the vampires is all gathered in the Elders' Council. They are using the teleportation passage to enter a place called the Spatial Rift. They are carrying out a plan. I really don't know what the plan is. My status among the vampires is actually very low. Chapter 839, Mingling and Fang Heng continued to ask, what about 18? What else do you know about 18? I heard that 18 is suspected of colluding with outsiders. It may be related to the destruction of Angitas. The Elders' Council has imprisoned her in the dark prison of blood. Nate shook his head frantically. I don't know anymore. I really don't know anything anymore. Please spare me. Mojai I asked, Dark Prison of Blood, what is that place? Dark Prison of Blood is a small space that has been specially opened. It is a place where the vampires have been keeping criminals for generations. Only the vampires have the right to imprison offenders, and only the vampires can enter it. The Elders' Council has the authority to open the passage entrance of the Dark Prison of Blood. Oh? Fang Heng touched his chin and thought for a moment before asking, so can you take me to the Dark Prison of Blood? You are going there? Nate was stunned for a moment before nodding repeatedly. Yes, as long as you can spare my life, anything is fine. But how can I trust you? I can swear on my bloodline. Fang Heng shook his head. No, that's not enough. I will do it. I will do it. Hearing this, Mojai I realized that he had work to do. He walked forward excitedly with a malicious smile on his face and volunteered, Hee hee, big brother, I learned some tricks from the Demon Hunter team. I will show you. As he spoke, Mojai I took out some special magic powder from his backpack. He looked at Nate and warned, stay where you are. Don't move. If you fail, you will die. Don't blame me if you die. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing that, cold sweat broke out on Nate's forehead. He didn't dare to move. After some effort, Mojai I carved a special Demon Hunter seal magic array on Nate's back. He reached out and pressed his hand on Nate's back. A dark red light emerged from the magic array and slowly faded away. All done. Seeing the hint that the magic array was a success and that he gained the Demon Hunter skill and experience points, Mojai I clapped his hands in satisfaction. Fang Heng asked, what's this? I got it after the Demon Hunter bloodline leveled up. It's an inherited skill from the Demon Hunter Elder. Mojai I chuckled and looked at Nate. In 3 days, if you can't break this seal, you will die with us. Nate's expression changed several times. He was puzzled. Demon Hunter? Weren't they eliminated long ago? The legacy of the Demon Hunter is no less than that of the vampires. Either you can find other high-tier Demon Hunters to help you break the magic array, Or you can find the Elders Council of the Vampires to hold a ritual to break this seal for you. Mojai chuckled and then explained, don't think about it. I've already asked around. All the demon hunters in this world have died long ago. It's even more impossible to save you through the Elders Council. The Elders Council can't even take care of themselves now, how can they save a sinner like you? Nate stared at Mojai. What did you say? Who's the sinner? Look at yourself. Have you forgotten what you just said? The secrets of the vampires have been completely exposed by you. If you're not a sinner, who's a sinner? Nate opened his mouth, wanting to refute it, but he felt that there was no way to say it. He took a deep breath and secretly suppressed the thought of completely tearing Mojai apart. Why don't you work with us? We can take you away from this place after we're done. Mojai adopted the strategy of giving you a date after hitting you with a stick and looked at Nate. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I've given you so much information. Why don't you guess where we're from and why we want to ask about 18? And also, who stole Angita's? Hearing that, Nate was stunned. He hadn't thought so much about survival before. Now, after Mojai's advice, he pondered upon Mojai's words. Suddenly, Nate understood the whole thing. His pupils constricted, and he looked at Fang Heng in disbelief. It's you? You stole Angita's? Yes. Hearing the person in front of him admit it, Nate was even more surprised. Suddenly, the hope of surviving was ignited in his heart. Angita's is in my hands. Have you made a decision? Help me do something. After the deed is done, I can take you out of here. You don't have to die with the vampires. Fang Heng paused, his cold gaze staring straight at Nate. Or, do you want to die now? Do I have a choice? Nate smiled bitterly. I will do whatever you say. I only hope that you can keep your promise. Of course, in the name of the Holy Light. Fang Heng shrugged as he spoke. He put away his blood-red palm and let go of Nate. Let's go. Take us to the Elders' Council. I want to see 18. Since he had already made a decision to stand on Fang Heng's side and his life was in their hands, Nate could only accept his fate. He asked, you want to just barge in? Is there a better way? Nate looked at the two of them. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that these two people were crazy. That's right. A person who could come up with a plan to steal Angita's and successfully complete it was definitely a crazy person. Nate tried to follow the crazy train of thought of both of them and said, right now, the security of the Elders' Council is very tight. A large number of high-tier vampires and marquises are gathered in the Elders' Council. It's very difficult to barge in directly. In addition, I am not sure if the Prince and the Duke have entered the spatial gap. If we encounter them... Nate carefully observed Fang Heng and Mojai. Fang Heng and Mojai looked at each other. The Prince. And the Duke. Indeed, it was very troublesome. They knew they could not defeat the Prince because the difference in strength was huge. Last time, after gaining all sorts of advantages, they only stole the holy weapon of the vampires from the Prince. As for the Duke, Duke Bellamy was an old acquaintance. There was still a chance to fight with her. Nate said, gentlemen, I don't suggest breaking in. We still need the Elders' Council to open the entrance to the Dark Prison of Blood. What do you suggest? If you just want to see 18, I can take you to the Dark Prison of Blood first, Nate said after thinking for a while. The Elders' Council won't suspect me. I can disguise you as a prisoner and bring you in. Then you can find 18 in the Dark Prison of Blood. Nate pondered and looked at Mojai. But you can't. You don't have the vampire bloodline, and you're a demon hunter. You will definitely be rejected by the Dark Prison of Blood. Discrimination, right? Mojai spread his hands and cast a helpless look at Fang Heng. The Dark Prison of Blood was a large prison for vampires. He didn't even have the right to be imprisoned. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and pondered, that's good. I will think of a way to meet 18 first, then I will think of a way to bring her out of the Dark Prison of Blood. Fang Heng was new here, so he didn't know much about the situation in District 6. He needed to get more information from 18 so that he could plan his next move. Fang Heng quickly made a judgment and said, that's good. I will go in with you. I can fake your identity as a prisoner. I will get you out of the Dark Prison of Blood one day later. One day is too long. Old Mr. Mo, you stay outside and receive me at any time. Okay, I understand. Mojai nodded and answered. He understood that he needed to stay outside the door and keep an eye on Nate, to prevent him from having any ill intentions. Chapter 840, Dark Prison of Blood. The Elders' Council of Vampires of District 6 had entered an emergency state more than half a month ago. A large number of high-tier vampires were gathered in the Elders' Council. Nate's journey was smooth. He brought Fang Heng into the Elders' Council through the teleportation passage. Dark Prison of Blood is a special spatial region that only vampires can enter. Since ancient times, it has been used by the Elders' Council to guard the prisoners of the vampires. In the dark prison of blood, the strength of vampires will be partially weakened. On the way to the prison area below the Elders' Council, Nate explained to Fang Heng in a low voice, the dark prison of blood guards a large number of vampires who have committed crimes. Some of them have been locked up for more than 10,000 years. You have to be careful when you go in. More than 10,000 years? That long? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. I don't know what the Elders' Council is thinking either. They just throw the prisoners into the dark prison of blood and that's it. They only interrogate them when they are needed. In short, the prisoners inside are very difficult to deal with. According to Atena's strength, even if a part of her strength is sealed, she is still very powerful. No one should dare to provoke her. She should be on the 5th floor. Fang Heng was puzzled and asked, the 5th floor? What do you mean? I've also heard that the dark prison of blood is divided into 9 floors. Most prisoners live on the lower floors. The higher the level, the stronger the prisoners are. Fang Heng frowned and asked, even with the strength of the Marquis of the Vampires, they can only stay on the 5th floor? Nate looked at Fang Heng suspiciously. He felt that Fang Heng didn't seem to be a vampire as he did not know much about vampires. Strength is one aspect. The internal structure of the vampires is all about seniority. In addition, the various clans of the vampires are grouped together. The older vampires have a higher say in the internal structure. As they spoke, Nate and the others went around in circles and arrived at a certain front hall on the second basement of the Elders' Council courtyard. In the hall, many high-tier vampires cast questioning glances at Nate. Nate gestured to Fang Heng. He's a special prisoner. We need to wait for the Elders' Council's order to lock him up in the dark prison of blood for a few days. I will come and bring him out then. 2 high-tier vampires walked up and cast probing glances at Fang Heng. Fang Heng had already put on a human skin mask and looked back fearlessly. Register first. Nate nodded and followed the high-tier vampires to register. Fang Heng wore 2 metal wrist guards, one on his left and one on his right, under the surveillance of the 2 high-tier vampires. There was a number engraved on the wrist guards. F39982. Go, behave yourself, and don't cause trouble. 2 high-tier vampires gave a warning and led Fang Heng into the bronze door behind the front hall. Stepping into the hall behind the bronze door, Fang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly and focused his gaze on the center of the hall. A large-scale magic array was carved on the ceiling of the hall. The magic array slowly circulated. Around 20 vampires sat in a circle on the ground. A bright red sharp crystal was floating in the middle of the magic array. The crystal was about half the height of a person. A scarlet teleportation door gradually appeared in front of the crystal. Let's go. The high-tier vampires beside Fang Heng pushed him. Fang Heng looked at the crystal and thought, this crystal seems to be quite valuable. When the time comes, we have to think of a way to bring it back. Prisoner no. F39982. What are you looking at? The high-tier vampires shouted. The 2 high-tier vampires led Fang Heng to the portal and pushed Fang Heng into the dark prison of blood. He felt dizzy due to weightlessness. The game hint appeared on his retina. Ding, bloodline verified. Player has entered the special area dark prison of blood. Ding, player's vampire bloodline's additional attribute has been reduced by 50% in the current area. Ding, you are affected by a special effect. You cannot use your simulated bat form. Fang Heng opened his eyes. In front of him, a huge pyramid-shaped building was in sight. The building was divided into several floors. There was a gap in the middle of each floor. The area on the bottom floor was the largest. One could clearly see a small number of vampires entrenched in the various layered areas. Fang Heng looked around. The world that had been opened up was not big. Other than the pyramid-shaped building in the center, the surrounding outer world was blocked by circles of red barriers. Looking through the barriers, the outside world was nothing. The entire area seemed to exist to seal the pyramid-shaped building. Dark prison of blood, prison. Fang Heng muttered softly. At the teleportation portal, a high-tier vampire glanced at the report list and stared at Fang Heng. He said, newcomer, remember your number, F39982. Your position is in the temporary area on the lower level. Don't cause trouble. The high-tier guard gave a warning and pointed at the area in front. Go. There's a place to stay inside. If your wrist guard senses anything, immediately come out and look for us. Don't let us come in and look for you personally. Do you understand? Yes. Fang Heng nodded and walked toward the large pyramid-shaped building in front of him. Marquis Athena had a noble identity and was expected to be on the 4th floor. Therefore, he had to go to the 4th floor to look for her. Usually, there were not many vampires who entered the dark prison of blood. Many vampires who were entrenched on the 1st floor looked towards Fang Heng, who was walking towards them step by step. Newcomer? I've never seen you before. A vampire stood at the entrance of the pyramid and looked at Feng Heng. Which clan are you from? Vampires had always held a higher opinion of clans. Most of them would form a clan unit. The Hidden Clan. Hearing Feng Heng's answer, the vampires lost interest. The Hidden Clan usually did not have any power. There's no need to go in. The rooms inside are gone. Just find a place to rest outside. Feng Heng didn't answer. He raised his head and looked up at the building. I want to go up and take a look. Hearing this, the surrounding vampires showed an interested look. Vampires who could live in high-level buildings often represented their strength and status. A vampire looked at Feng Heng again and realized that he was not joking. He chuckled and said, interesting. As he said that, he moved aside and pointed at the central area. Go straight ahead. The stone steps leading to the upper echelons are ahead. Please. Feng Heng's gaze moved from the surrounding vampires and silently walked toward the upper echelons. The low-level and mid-level vampires were all gathered at the bottom level. The vampire who had blocked the way earlier spat at the side and said disdainfully, Not only you, I also want to go up and take a look. After being trapped in this place for decades and centuries, most of the vampires were bored. Seeing that there was someone who was oblivious and wanted to challenge the upper level, the other vampires became interested and followed behind Feng Heng to join in the fun. Feng Heng walked along the passage to the end and walked towards the second floor along the stone stairs. Two vampires stood at the entrance of the stone stairs on the second floor. They took out their short daggers at the same time and assumed a battle stance. They stared at Feng Heng with serious expressions. Chapter 841, Fifth floor. They had weapons? Feng Heng thought to himself and frowned. He raised his hand and aimed at the two high-tier guards in front of him. The expressions of the two vampires changed drastically. They realized that the blood in their bodies was stirring uncontrollably. Was he the one who did it? The vampires looked at Feng Heng in surprise. They were going to die. The two vampires quickly threw away the short daggers in their hands and made way for the path to the upper floor. Thank you. Feng Heng nodded at the two vampires and entered the second floor. He went straight ahead, leaving the low-level vampires on the first floor in a daze. When did the guards at the entrance to the second floor become so useless? The two guards were drenched in cold sweat. Facing the questioning gazes of the low-level vampires, they explained, his ability is very terrifying. The area on the second floor was much more spacious than on the first floor. Vampires gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Most of the rest were in hibernation mode. Unlike the first floor, there was no one asking questions here, nor were there any guards. Under the gazes of the vampires, Feng Heng walked straight to the entrance of the third floor. He went to the third floor. The few vampire guards at the entrance were only responsible for the security of the entrance and exit. They rarely paid attention to the situation inside the dark prison of blood. At most, they would pay a little attention when someone new arrived. After noticing Feng Heng's situation, the few vampires were puzzled. They had obtained information on the criminals. Feng Heng was just a normal vampire. How did he have the ability to go to the third floor? One of the vampires frowned. Does it matter? There's that lunatic, Hira, on the third floor. What's wrong with that? Don't think too much. He's the one who's looking for death. We can't stop him. The other vampires didn't have any intention of meddling and shook their heads. Feng Heng walked along the stone steps and entered the third floor area. He looked around. Several vampires looked at Feng Heng in curiosity. A newcomer? Ha ha ha. A newcomer is here. The Count of Vampires, Hira, flapped his wings and flew to Feng Heng's side with excitement on his face. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer. The smell of your blood seems very strange. Hira sniffed. He felt that Feng Heng was a little strange. Feng Heng looked around and turned to look at Hira. I am here to look for Atina. She doesn't seem to be here. I don't care who you're looking for. It's been a long time since I've drunk blood. The blood of my own kind doesn't taste good, but it can still quench my thirst. Hira looked at Feng Heng with greed in his eyes, as if he was looking at a delicious delicacy. Swoosh. Hira dashed toward Feng Heng, sharp fingernails appearing on his fingers. Suddenly, Hira's eyelids twitched. He saw a shadow flash past in front of him. Then, he saw Feng Heng press a hand on his forehead. In the next moment, Hira felt the blood in his body surging crazily. Hira's face instantly turned extremely red. He felt the blood in his body churning crazily, and he completely lost the ability to control his body. Bang! The smell of blood spread out on the third floor. The vampires on the third floor looked at Feng Heng in surprise. After staying in the dark prison of blood for a long time, everyone knew that Hira was a lunatic. However, Hira's own strength was unquestionable, especially in the special environment of the dark prison of blood. The powerful ability of Hira's main body would give even the Marquis of the Vampires a headache. Moreover, Hira belonged to the Mage clan, which was the same clan as the Prince of the Vampires. Most people did not bother about Hero because of his connection with the prince, so he was able to live until now. But how could he be killed so easily? Feng Heng looked around and asked, I didn't mean to disturb everyone's sleep. I am looking for 18. Is she here? A vampire who was from the same clan as 18 said. I've seen Marquis 18. She went to a higher level. Thank you. Under the gazes of all the vampires, Feng Heng continued to walk upward. The guards at the entrance were also shocked when they saw this. They did not even see how Feng Heng made his move. Hira seemed to have died because of the blood explosion skill that Feng Heng used on him. To be able to kill the count of vampires so easily, that young man was very strange. The guards at the entrance of the dark prison of blood finally realized the problem. One of the guards quickly lowered his head to check Feng Heng's record and said in a deep voice, the record indicates that his ability is only at mid-level. If there's a problem, notify the people outside and conduct a detailed investigation on his background. Yes. Then should we go and bring him out? The few guards looked at each other and fell into silence at the same time. That person seemed to be a lunatic as well. He even casually killed a member of the prince's clan. It was better not to cause trouble. Dark Prison of Blood. 5th floor. 18 had been trapped here for 20 days. 18, you just don't want to give up, right? 18 turned her head and looked at the handsome young vampire behind her. Pallet was a powerful marquis. He used to be the owner of the Blood Wrist Guard. He broke the taboo of vampires and fell in love with a demon hunter. Therefore, he was punished by the Elders' Council and permanently sealed in the Dark Prison of Blood. I won't give up. I am completely disappointed in the Elders' Council. The Elders' Council has completely lost itself and become a knife in someone else's hand. When the knife is blunt, we will lose our value. Pallet, you don't want to see such a scene. During the days she was trapped in the Dark Prison of Blood, 18 had been thinking. She raised her head with a determined look in her eyes. I'd rather bet on Feng Heng taking me away from here. Pallet smiled helplessly. I don't know what kind of bewitching potion he gave you, 18. What about you? Are you still willing to trust the Elders' Council? 18 looked at Pallet. Li Cheng is just a puppet. Our plan for District 7 has already proven this point. We've all been played like monkeys. Even now, the Elders' Council is still being controlled like a marionette. Pallet shrugged and agreed, yes, I am disappointed in the Elders' Council. As the two of them were talking, they suddenly frowned and looked down. There was a thick smell of blood and it came from the 4th floor below. Everyone looked down. Pallet's eyelids twitched, his eyes full of surprise. A young vampire walked up the stone stairs. Feng Heng? Although Feng Heng was wearing a human skin mask, 18 sensed him at the first moment. He was Feng Heng? Pallet narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Feng Heng. Master. 18 was extremely excited and knelt down on one knee. Just as she thought, Feng Heng did not give up on her. 18 had been waiting. She had thought of many ways for Feng Heng to take her away from here. But she had never thought that Feng Heng would choose to personally enter the Dark Prison of Blood to find her. The risk of doing so was too great. Feng Heng also saw 18 at first glance, and his heart relaxed. 18, long time no see. I need your help. I am willing to serve you, Master. Chapter 842, Ancient Clan. 18 brought Feng Heng to the center of the 5th floor. Along the way, Pallet had been curiously sizing up Feng Heng. He really wanted to know what method Feng Heng used to convince 18 to rebel against the vampires. He's Pallet, my friend. He won't divulge any information about us. 18 nodded at Feng Heng while introducing Pallet. Feng Heng's gaze lingered on Pallet for a moment before he shifted his gaze away. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I spent quite a bit of effort to come here. I can understand. After we parted last time, I returned to the vampires and was controlled by the Elders' Council. 18 quickly recovered her mood. She nodded and told Feng Heng about what had happened after they parted last time. The Elders' Council thought that I was hiding something from them regarding the matter of Angitas, so after a discussion, they decided to temporarily imprison me in the Dark Prison of Blood. After I came back, the first thing I did was to read the information related to the awakening of Angitas. It's not easy to awaken Angitas, we need to. Feng Heng reached out to stop 18 and nodded. If I am not wrong, the awakening requires the blood essence, the original Book of Enoch, and the ritual conducted by the Elders' Council. 18 paused and looked at Feng Heng in surprise. How do you know? I've done some research during this period of time. Also, I have another question. Feng Heng looked at 18. What's the secret of the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires? 18's pupils constricted slightly. I don't know either. In the legends of the vampires, only by gathering all the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires will there be a chance to uncover the secret. Pallet had been listening to their story from the side. He said, Feng Heng, I admire your courage, but as far as I know, the most important weapon of the 13 holy artifacts, the headdress, has always been in the hands of the prince. It's very difficult to gather the 13 holy artifacts. Indeed. Feng Heng shrugged. Last time in District 9, he had spent a lot of effort tricking the Prince of the Vampires to get his hands on the holy weapon. By the way, where is the blood left eye? 18 shook her head. I don't know. The blood left eye has been lost for a long time, and there has been no trace of it among the vampires. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. The missing blood left eye was lost? Then, they had to use a more troublesome method to find the blood left eye. Okay. Feng Heng nodded. I will think of a way to get you out of here first. What do you suggest? No, we can't leave yet. Why? 18 pointed to the upper level. We need them to wake up Angitas. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and asked in puzzlement, them? Tremere, an ancient branch of the vampires. They've been sealed in the dark prison of blood for more than 10,000 years. 18 looked at Feng Heng. If we want to revive Angitas, we need their support. Other than the Elders' Council, they're the only ones who know how to hold a ritual to wake up Angitas. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. I've been trying to convince them all this time. 18 frowned. It was obvious that she had encountered quite a bit of trouble, but there's still a little more to go. They haven't been persuaded by me. They think that you don't have the ability to lead the vampires out of the quagmire. I want you to meet them and convince them. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. A game hint appeared on his retina. Ding. Detected that player's territory has Angitas, hibernation. Player has met the initial conditions. Player has triggered the mission Tremere's Loyalty, mission name, Tremere's Loyalty mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, vampires are gradually decaying. The Tremere clan, which has been trapped in the dark prison of blood for nearly 10,000 years, has never stopped looking for breakthroughs and rebirth. 18 suggests that you seek the help of the Tremere clan. Mission requirements, pass the Tremere clan's test. Mission reward, Tremere clan's loyalty. Vampire's loyalty? After reading the mission description, Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He looked at 18 with admiration. 18 was so awesome. Not long ago, Feng Heng was conflicted. He thought that the mission difficulty of awakening Angitas was too monstrous. The Book of Enoch that he had obtained was one of the many difficulties. He could think of a way to condense the blood essence. Only the ritual of the Elders' Council was a little difficult to handle. Feng Heng had originally planned to use some method to trick the Elders' Council into holding the ritual. Now, the opportunity had come. He could directly trick the entire ancient clan to help him. Alright, I will go and see them. I have a bit of a connection with the Tremere clan. I will go with you. Pallet followed up with a reminder, the Tremere clan once lost in the struggle for power with the Elders' Council, so they chose to stay in the dark prison of blood willingly. They withdrew from the conflict between the vampires and protected the safety of the dark prison of blood. They're not easy to deal with. Dark prison of blood, 8th floor. A barrier opened and enveloped the entire 8th and 9th floors, blocking the probes from the outside world. The few guards guarding the entrance of the dark prison of blood were even more confused now. The young vampire who had just been thrown in seemed to have used cheats and charged all the way to the 5th floor. The guards originally thought that this kid should have been stopped on the 5th floor, right? Those were all powerful vampires at the marquis level. But unexpectedly, they did not know what that young man had said to the marquises of the vampires, 18 and Pallet. He was actually led to the 8th floor by the two marquises? Why did he go there? Could it be that he is a descendant of the Tremere clan? Impossible. How could there be a descendant of the Tremere clan left outside? Does that mean they still want to go to the Tremere clan to challenge them? The vampires guessed in a low voice. Quick, go and report to the Elders' Council. Tell them that it's a special emergency. Yes. High up in the dark prison of blood, Feng Heng followed 18 and Pallet to the 8th floor. The pyramid-shaped building became smaller the higher it went. The entire 8th floor area had been transformed into a wide hall. The three elders of the Tremere clan sat on the chairs in front of the hall, sizing up this young clan descendant. 18 and Pallet knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. You are Feng Heng? Sitting in the middle of the three chairs, the Tremere clan elder Hayes observed Feng Heng and praised him in his heart. He could feel the abundant blood energy in Feng Heng's body. The elder on the right nodded and looked at 18. 18, you have good taste. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the three elders of the vampires sitting on the high chairs. Elders, I believe that you have heard about me from 18, so I want to know your thoughts. Are you willing to join my team and revive the glory of the vampires? There isn't much that I can provide to the clan. Other than the highest level of preferential treatment from the clan, the newly established Elders' Council for the Vampires will be established by the Tremere clan. The three of you will be the first few elders of the Elders' Council to act as the arbitration elders and shoulder the heavy responsibility of leading the vampires on the right path. Chapter 843, 12 Holy Artifacts. On the way to the 8th floor, Feng Heng had already had preliminary communication with Athena. The Tremere clan had set their sights on the rights and interests of the clan, the future of the vampires, and the power of the Elders' Council. The success rate of persuading them to join the prison force would be greatly increased. After hearing this, Feng Heng felt that these were not a problem. How big of a deal was it? As long as he could trick them to wake up Angitas, it would not matter if he handed over all the vampires in the territory to them to manage in the future. To be able to come here personally to meet us, I admire your courage. We also feel your sincerity, young descendant. Hayes nodded slightly. The vampires have already decayed. We have been waiting for the birth of a new king. Athena and Pallet have spared no effort to introduce you to us. I believe you must be extraordinary. The elder of the Tremere clan on the right continued, but that's not enough. We need you to show us your strength, young descendant. As they spoke, 3 young Tremere clan members walked out from both sides of the hall and approached Feng Heng. Hayes raised his hand and pointed at the 3 vampires. Defeat them and we will consider your proposal. Athena and Pallet stood up and stepped back to give Feng Heng some space. Feng Heng carefully observed the 3 young vampires who were approaching him. Swoosh, swoosh. The 3 vampires took a few steps forward and turned into 3 bloody shadows, dashing toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, and a demon hunter beheading broadsword appeared in his palm. He waved the broadsword and swung it forward. Whoosh! The broadsword drew a red light forward. The 3 vampires felt a great sense of danger coming at them at the same time. They didn't dare to face the attack head-on and retreated. Swoosh! Feng Heng took a big step forward, and the broadsword slashed forward again. The blade brushed past one of the vampires. Boom! The beheading broadsword smashed a big hole in the floor of the hall. The 3 vampires looked at each other with strange expressions, then turned their eyes to Feng Heng. What a terrifying broadsword, and what terrifying brute force! Feng Heng raised the beheading broadsword with one hand and pointed it at the 3 vampires opposite him. Come on, don't be polite. The 3 vampires did not act rashly in the face of provocation. They maintained a distance between each other and slowly circled around Feng Heng carefully. 1 circle. 2 circles. After a full 5 or 6 circles, the 3 vampires did not make a move. They had been trying to find Feng Heng's weakness. But they could not find it at all. Feng Heng clearly had a very big weakness, but the beheading broadsword in his hand gave them great pressure. The 3 vampires felt that Feng Heng had built a strange domain around him. Once they stepped into it, they would be attacked by the broadsword. No one wanted to use their bodies to fight head-on with Feng Heng's beheading broadsword. For a moment, the hall fell into a strange silence. All right, all of you can leave. On the high platform in front, an elder of the Tremere clan sitting on the right waved his hand. Feng Heng, you have passed the test. We recognize your ability. Thank you. Feng Heng felt strange. He quietly put away his beheading broadsword and asked, so, are you ready to leave with me? Not yet. Elder Hayes shook his head. Once, the Tremere clan was defeated in the battle of the Elders' Council of the Vampires. The Vampire King gave us a chance to change. Our clan once swore to the Vampire King that we would stay here to protect the safety of the vampires and the dark prison of blood. Apart from that, I also have an important mission. We will not leave this place until the mission is completed. Athena and Pallet looked at each other. There was indeed a problem. The Tremere clan's strength was one of the best among the vampires, but they had been hiding in the dark prison of blood and were imprisoned. There were many rumors about the Tremere clan in the outside world. Feng Heng frowned and asked, what is the mission? To welcome the new king. Hayes looked at Feng Heng and said, these are the only words I can say. When you find the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires, come and find me here. By then, our clan will be dominated by you. A hint appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding. Player's current mission update: the Tremere clan's test. Mission name: the Tremere clan's test. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: the Tremere clan hopes that you will be able to find all the 13 holy artifacts of vampires to prove your abilities. Mission requirements: find the 13 holy artifacts of vampires. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He had never encountered an SSS level mission before. What was even more coincidental was that the mission line had strangely overlapped at this point. The 13 holy artifacts of the vampires were what he wanted to find to see what the so-called secret was. Now, he needed to use the 13 holy artifacts to persuade them to surrender. It was just right. The other elder on the left saw Feng Heng pondering, then, he nodded and said, Feng Heng, we can feel the rich aura of blood in your body. You must have already collected some of the holy weapons of the vampires. We also know that some of the holy weapons of the vampires are left outside. When you find more than 6 holy weapons, we can provide you with some help to help you find the specific location of a holy weapon. However, searching for the holy weapon will consume our strength. Every half a month, we can only search for the specific location of one holy weapon. That would be great. Feng Heng was delighted. Only the blood left eye of the 13 holy artifacts was missing. Was this not getting what he wanted? Feng Heng immediately raised his head and said, "Thank you, elders. I want to know the location of the blood left eye." The expressions of the 3 vampire elders changed when they heard this. They couldn't help but look at each other. There were 13 holy artifacts of vampires. Coincidentally, he only wanted to find the most important one? Change it, Feng Heng. After a short silence, Hayes waved his hand and said, "There are some secrets in the blood left eye. We will only find the specific location of the blood left eye for you after we find the other 12 holy artifacts of vampires." So that was the case. Hearing Hayes's words, Feng Heng had another epiphany. It was not that he was unlucky, but the last holy weapon, the blood left eye, was strange. It doesn't matter. I have found the other 12. In fact, I only have the last blood left eye and I still can't find it. What? The face of the elder of the Tremere clan on the left changed drastically when he heard that. Hayes could not help but reveal a surprised expression on his face. Are you serious? Atina was the same as Palette. They both looked at Feng Heng with shocked gazes. The 12 holy artifacts of vampires had been gathered? Was this a joke? Other than the blood left eye, 2 of the remaining 12 holy artifacts were in the hands of the Duke, and 1 was in the hands of the Prince of Vampires. In just a short month, his strength had grown to the point that he could directly deal with the Prince of Vampires. Chapter 844, Looking for a New King. Feng Heng nodded. I didn't lie to you. It was very difficult to gather the 12 holy artifacts. When he thought about it, Feng Heng also felt that the road was bumpy. Everyone in the hall stared at Feng Heng. They watched as Feng Heng held the holy weapons of the vampires in his hands and displayed them one by one. Wrist guard, belt, blood right eye, necklace, headdress. The moment Feng Heng took out the headdress of the vampires, the air in the hall froze. The authenticity of the holy weapon of vampires was too easy to distinguish. Everyone recognized the authenticity of the headdress at a glance. Did he really take the holy weapon from the prince? How did he do it? Feng Heng displayed the 12 holy artifacts of vampires one by one. The entire hall fell into a long silence again. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. Amidst the silence, Hayes laughed in relief. After thousands of years, he finally felt a sense of relief. To welcome the birth of a new king, he didn't expect that this moment would really come. The other 2 Tremere elders looked at each other with dazed expressions. It actually went so smoothly. They never thought that the day would come when the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires would be gathered again. The person they had spent thousands of years looking for had come to them personally. The Tremere clan could finally leave this cage. Hayes calmed himself down and stood up from his chair. Come with me, Feng Heng. I have something to tell you in private. Feng Heng looked at the 3 elders of the Tremere clan and was puzzled. He nodded and followed Hayes to break through the ceiling barrier that covered the entrance of the 9th floor under everyone's gaze. They stepped onto the stairway to the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, in a hall smaller than the 8th floor, the entire hall was empty and there was not a single person in sight. There was a raised wooden platform in the middle of the hall. A box was placed on the platform. Hayes led Feng Heng to the wooden table in the center. Open it. Feng Heng stretched out his hand and opened the wooden box. The moment the wooden box was opened, a blood-red light bloomed from the wooden box. Feng Heng was stunned. He saw a blood-red eyeball lying quietly in the wooden box. The holy weapon of vampires, the blood left eye. Why was it here? Feng Heng suddenly turned his head and looked at Hayes behind him. The last blood left eye has always been in the hands of our clan. Hayes sighed deeply in his heart. All of this was arranged by the Vampire King before he went into hibernation. The Elders' Council is responsible for distributing 12 of the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires. The last one has been guarded by our Tremere clan for generations. If one day there is a vampire who can get the remaining 12 holy artifacts and find us, he or she will be the successor of the leader and lead the vampires forward to inherit the strength of the king and regain the glory that belongs to the vampires. As Hayes spoke, he knelt down on one knee. Please accept the last holy weapon, Master. Feng Heng was shocked. He was lucky. Was it really that simple? The holy weapon, the blood left eye, was hidden here. The 13 holy artifacts were all gathered just like that. Feng Heng could not hide his excitement at this moment. He was extremely glad that he came to look for Atina first. If he were to go around looking for the holy weapon of the vampires, who knows when he would be able to find it. Feng Hang took a few steps forward and carefully reached out his hand to touch the last holy weapon of vampires. Instantly, rows of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! Player's bloodline has been determined successfully. Player is equipped with the holy weapon of vampires blood left eye, inferior, attribute activated, item, holy weapon of vampires the blood left eye, inferior. Description, special item, soul binding, occupies a special backpack slot, and cannot be discarded. Will definitely drop after death. Description, the 13 holy artifacts of vampires. Rumored to have powerful strength. It will be effective immediately when placed in the backpack. Increases basic agility by +1, basic strength by +1, basic vitality by +1, and blood affinity by +3. Additional skill, blood ritual. Skill description, player can host or participate in the ritual of the vampires at or below tier 3. When holding or participating in the ritual, the success rate of the ritual will be increased by an additional 10%. Ding! You have obtained 3 holy weapon sets of the vampires. You have activated the special effect of the holy weapon of the vampires Blessing of the Blood. All attributes will be increased by an additional 15 points. Ding! Player has completed the mission The Trial of the Tremere Clan. Player has obtained the favorability rating of the Tremere Clan. Ding! Player has completed the mission Tremere Clan's Loyalty. Player has obtained the Tremere Clan's Loyalty. Ding! By default, loyalty to the clan is bound to the player's main world, Zombie Apocalypse, District 8, Shelter Prison Shelter. Player's shelter level has increased. Ding! Player can find the clan members' details among the prison shelter survivors. Feng Hang held the left eye in his hand and quickly glanced at the game hint. Then, he frowned. Strange. The 13 holy artifacts were complete, but the game hint did not say what the secret of the 13 holy artifacts was. Feng Hang felt that he had been fooled by the game. He could not help but turn his head and look at Hayes. Get up, Hayes. I heard that the 13 holy artifacts of vampires contain a secret. The secret can only be revealed after obtaining all the holy weapons. Do you know what it is? I know. It's the passage leading to the place where the Vampire King is sleeping. Hayes stood up as well. He continued to explain. The Vampire King poured part of his strength into the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires. He opened up a special space and fell into eternal slumber there. He hid the coordinates of the passage in the 13 holy artifacts. Only by finding all the holy weapons can the coordinates be obtained. The king once left a revelation. Only by finding the coordinates of the 13 holy artifacts that he left behind and then opening the passage to enter the land of eternal sleep through the Angitas can one receive the inheritance of strength left behind by the king and become the new leader of the vampires. Feng Hang's pupils constricted. Receive the inheritance of strength from the Vampire King? Could it be that it corresponded to the inheritance of the Vampire King? This temptation was too great. Also, the so-called land of eternal sleep of the Vampire King that Hayes mentioned. Feng Hang suddenly recalled something and his heart sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Could it be the land of origin that was recorded on the stone slab that the Prince of the Vampires of District 9 was holding? Thinking of this, Feng Hang raised his head and asked, "You mean the land of origin? Master has also heard of that place?" Hayes nodded and said, "Indeed, the land of origin is also one of the names of the land of eternal rest." The game hint in the lower right corner of Feng Hang's retina refreshed once again. Ding! Player has obtained more clues. Current realm mission: go to the land of origin to update. Mission name: go to the land of origin. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: you have received information about the land of origin from the Tremere clan. Please go to the land of origin to look for the inheritance of the Vampire King. Mission reward: unknown. Description: this mission is a special realm mission. The realm is shared. Player can try to complete this mission in all of the worlds of the vampires. Player can voluntarily share this mission with other players. Chapter 845, Loyalty. The 13 holy artifacts of the vampires contain the coordinates of the land of origin. To enter the land of origin, one needs to borrow the strength of Angitas. The ancient stone slab left behind by the king is a talisman for teleportation. Hayes explained to Feng Hang, "I heard from Atina that Angitas is now in the hands of Master. We must complete the awakening of Angitas as soon as possible. After obtaining the ancient stone slab, we can head to the land of origin and receive the king's inheritance." Feng Hang could not help but feel excited after hearing Hayes's explanation. The inheritance of the Vampire King should be an extremely powerful strength, right? It should at least be stronger than the vampire bloodline of the prince level, right? In a horizontal comparison, the strength of the Prince of Vampires was already the lightning rod of combat strength in the elementary game. With the king's inheritance of strength, wouldn't he be able to walk unhindered in the mid to advanced game when the time came? The mission of finding the 13 holy artifacts did not disappoint after all. However, on second thought, was it really that simple? There was one thing that was worth noting. The mission that was triggered was a realm-level mission. In other words, the player competing with him for this mission was everyone who entered the world of vampires. And there was only one king's inheritance. Fang Heng's heart pounded rapidly. He almost subconsciously thought of it. 12 corporations. It was very likely that they had also come into contact with the related mission. Their target was also the king's inheritance. Steady, don't be rash. The enemy was still very difficult to deal with. Fang Heng secretly warned himself. After calming himself down, Fang Heng raised his head and said, "Hayes, let's take it one step at a time. Right now, we should first think of a way to awaken the dormant entities." "As you wish, Master." On the 8th level of the Dark Prison of Blood, Fang Heng followed Hayes down the stairs. The other 2 elders of the Tremere clan took the lead and knelt down on one knee. The rest of the vampires also knelt down on one knee. "Master." At the back of the hall, Pallet was shocked. He turned his head to look at Athena. He was extremely puzzled. What was going on? Was that guy really that powerful? He had only gone up to speak to Hayes for a few words, and he had already gained the recognition and loyalty of the Tremere clan. How could it be so simple? Athena was also surprised when she saw this scene. Initially, Athena only wanted to let Fang Heng interact with the Elders' Council. However, things had developed too smoothly. Fang Heng had actually obtained the Tremere clan's loyalty. Athena quickly regained her senses. When she was an enemy, Fang Heng had always given her a fright. To have the guts to truly carry out the plan to plunder entities from the hands of the Prince of Vampires, how could Fang Heng be an ordinary person? Athena, am I dreaming? Pallet held his forehead, looking puzzled. Could he really be the new king that the Tremere clan has been looking for? Athena became more and more convinced that her judgment was correct. Fang Heng was the new vampire king. Pallet, he is worthy of our loyalty. I am willing to believe that he can save the vampires. Pallet frowned and didn't comment. He decided to observe again. Fang Heng waved his hand to signal for everyone to get up. Under the guidance of Hayes, Fang Heng sat on the chair in the center of the hall and discussed the next step of the plan with everyone. We have been imprisoned in the Dark Prison of Blood for over 10,000 years. Based on our understanding of the Dark Prison of Blood, it is easy to destroy it by force. However, this will cause irreversible damage to the blood crystal. The blood crystal is the core of the Dark Prison of Blood. It is very important to all vampires. I suggest that we wait until the next time the door to the Dark Prison of Blood opens. We can occupy the entrance of the Dark Prison of Blood and gain control of it. Listening to the discussions of the vampires, Fang Heng began to think fast. The blood crystal is the same red crystal I saw when I entered the Dark Prison of Blood. It is indestructible. I am gonna have to take it back to prison. Fang Heng raised his head and said, I can contact the outside world and make an agreement with the outside world about the next time to open the passage of the Dark Prison of Blood. At that time, we can seize control of the Dark Prison of Blood. Athena nodded. She pondered and said, it's not difficult to leave from here. The thing is what we should do after we get out. The Elders' Council will not allow the clan to rebel. They will counter us as soon as possible and gather a large number of vampires to deal with us. That's right. Our clan has lived here for tens of thousands of years. We don't know much about the outside world. We need to be prepared. Pallet suggested, with our current strength, we don't have the advantage of fighting the Elders' Council directly. After we get out of here, we still need to leave the Elders' Council as soon as possible and find a place to stay. Many other clans are very dissatisfied with the current Elders' Council. If we can find an opportunity to contact them, it won't be difficult to persuade them to rebel against the current Elders' Council. As he spoke, Pallet looked at Fang Heng, whether intentionally or not. He felt that Fang Heng could convince the Tremere clan to pledge their loyalty with just a few words, and it would be even easier to convince the other smaller clans to pledge their loyalty. We need time to plan ahead. The vampires began to discuss the follow-up plan in low voices. Fang Heng did not stop the discussion. He was thinking about his own plan. At the moment, he was halfway through his plan to use the stone pillar to absorb the aura from the fallen corridor. Accidents could happen at any time. He did not have much time to waste in the game. Using the most convenient method to solve the problem in one fell swoop was the way to go. Fang Heng thought. He lowered his head and flipped through the survival radio, sending a message to Mojai Oi. Fang Heng, how do I say? Have you confirmed that the Prince and Duke are in the Elders' Council? Mojai Oi, great news. We've confirmed that the Prince is not here. He just went to the spatial gap this afternoon and is not expected to return so soon. I am not sure about Duke Bellamy. Her whereabouts have always been mysterious. No one knows where she is. Fang Heng, okay. Go offline and think of a way to contact the prison. Tell Victor to prepare to connect to the space passage in District 6 and get ready for battle. Mojai Oi, it's done. I've discussed this with Victor. The teleportation passage will open in 50 minutes at the latest. Send the signal of the anchor point's coordinates to the outside world. I will send you the coordinates then. Feng Heng was relieved to know that the Prince of Vampires was not in the Elders' Council. His side's combat strength was enough. Without Hanjitas, the combat strength of the vampires in District 6 was greatly weakened. As long as the Prince of Vampires with Lightning Rod combat strength was not in the Elders' Council, it would not be a big problem. He could even farm for a wave of evolution crystals. After thinking about the strategy, Feng Heng waved his hand and signaled for the vampires who were discussing in the hall to be quiet. Everyone, after leaving the dark prison of blood, we will immediately launch a surprise attack on the Elders' Council and occupy the teleportation hall. The vampires were silent for a moment and looked at each other. There were two ways to leave the Elders' Council. The first was to rush out directly, and the second was to use the teleportation passage to leave. The latter was more difficult. Chapter 846, Alert. Unlike the Dark Prison of Blood, the Elders' Council's teleportation hall was an internal central building. It was built in the central area of the Elders' Council, where a large number of high-tier vampires gathered. This meant that they would be under great pressure on the way to the teleportation passage. The longer they stayed in the Elders' Council, the more dangerous it would be. Similarly, they would encounter a large number of vampires in the teleportation hall. 18 reminded, Master, the Elders' Council has a high-intensity alarm system. Once we leave the Dark Prison of Blood, the alarm will be triggered. It will be very difficult to invade the central teleportation hall. Yes, I have considered this. I have an idea. Everyone, get ready. We will attack in an hour and a half. Feng Heng opened the character panel and looked at the time. The zombie clones would be resurrected in more than an hour and a half. Then, he would have a good fight with the Elders' Council. It wouldn't be the first time he fought with the Elders' Council anyway. As long as he calculated the time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to use the strength of the zombie clones to break into the central teleportation hall. The three elders of the vampires still had doubts about this. However, seeing that Feng Heng had already decided on this matter, they didn't continue the discussion. They immediately deployed the best battle preparation for the Tremere clan. Pallet glanced at 18 beside him and whispered, he looks very conceited. 18. It's confidence. 18 had seen Feng Heng's strength and also believed that Feng Heng was not a normal boorish person. She nodded and said, just wait and see, Pallet. He will give you a surprise. Oh? Pallet looked at Feng Heng and became even more curious. Elders' Council of Vampires Underground Area. Prisoner number F3998, Elders' Council Emergency Interrogation. The blood crystal slowly rotated. The orange-red passage of the dark prison of blood slowly appeared in the center of the hall. Nate stood at the bronze door of the entrance of the hall not far away. Under Moji Aoi's instructions, he, who had been shamelessly asking for information about the prince in the teleportation passage, hurriedly returned to the outside of the dark prison of blood to try and rescue Feng Heng from the prison. He was in a hurry, but Nate vaguely felt that something was not right. Ever since he learned that the Prince of Vampires had gone to the spatial rift, he had felt that Feng Heng and Moji Aoi were not quite right. They seemed to be making some evil plans. That demon hunter Mo even told him to be prepared to make a move. Make a move? Make a move in the Elders' Council? What exactly were they planning to do? Didn't they say before they came that they were only here to meet 18? Nate couldn't explain why, but his heart also became nervous, as if something big was about to happen. A moment later, a ripple appeared on the light screen of the orange-red teleportation passage. Feng Heng stepped out of the teleportation door. Nate immediately looked at Feng Heng. He saw that Feng Heng was also looking at him. The two quickly exchanged glances. What was going on? What should he do? Nate was at a loss. He had only known Feng Heng for less than a night, so he did not receive the signal in Feng Heng's eyes. In the next second, Feng Heng used actual actions to tell Nate the meaning of this look. Bang! The moment Feng Heng stepped out of the door, the wrist guards on his hands to imprison him instantly exploded. Then, with a flip of his wrist, a demon hunter beheading broadsword appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the two high-tier vampires closest to him. Whoosh! The two high-tier vampires immediately raised their hands to dodge the attack, but they were instantly knocked away by the beheading broadsword, and the blood in their bodies went in a frenzy. Bang! Bang! Under the terrified gazes of the many vampires, the two vampires who were knocked away were blasted into two balls of blood in the air. Behind them, the dark prison of blood's teleportation gate once again showed faint ripples. 18 and Pallet, the two vampire dukes, flashed out of the teleportation gate one after the other. Nate was shocked. Damn. Did they start fighting already? Didn't they say that they would only meet? Was he going to force them? Nate felt like he had gotten into a black car. At this moment, he could no longer get out of the car. Seeing that Feng Heng and 18, who had appeared from the portal, had already made their move. Nate could not think too much. He cast a blood curse and attacked the two high-tier vampires beside him. He turned around and closed the bronze door behind him tightly. He tried his best to delay the incoming vampires. The guards had never encountered such a situation before. It was a surprise attack. The guards inside and outside the dark prison of blood were not strict. In fact, for tens of thousands of years, the guarding of the dark prison of blood was mainly managed by the Tremere clan from the inside. Under the suppression of the Tremere clan, none of the vampires dared to make a move. The vampires in charge of guarding the prison were completely confused. What was the situation with the Tremere clan? They had been well behaved for tens of thousands of years. Why did they suddenly let out two marquises today? Sound the alarm and close the passage. The two high-tier vampires in charge of guarding the dark prison of blood shouted, and the alarm in the entire vampires was instantly sounded. Feng Hang took a step forward and extended his left hand, piercing through the heart of the high-tier vampire who gave the order. Ding! You have killed a high-tier vampire guard. You have obtained 1 Tier 1 evolution crystal and 21 survival points. After losing the nourishment of Angitas for a long period of time, the abilities of the vampires in this world had been greatly reduced. They were weaker than the ones they had encountered before. A great opportunity to farm for crystals. Everything happened in a split second. The guards had already quickly made emergency arrangements, but it would still take a few seconds for the dozen or so vampires who were controlling the blood crystal to close the passage. Before the passage was completely sealed, another 7 high-tier vampires from the Tremere clan stepped out of the portal. Feng Hang cooperated with the two marquises of the vampires, Aetna and Pallet, to completely wipe out the hall. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall of the dark prison of blood was completely wiped out by Feng Hang and the others. Feng Hang nodded at the two of them. Aetna immediately walked forward and checked the condition of the blood crystal. The crystal is intact. Aetna heaved a sigh of relief and shifted her gaze to the few high-tier vampires of the Tremere clan behind her. Help me to reactivate the blood crystal and reopen the dark prison of blood's passage. Yes. Marquis. Under Aetna's guidance, the few vampires sat in front of the magic array and reopened the dark prison of blood's teleportation passage. In the hall, the sirens were buzzing non-stop. Feng Hang was annoyed. He turned his head to look at Nate and asked, "It's very noisy. Is there any way to turn off the alarm?" Nate wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and wondered who was to blame. He calmed himself down and said, "The alarm is restricted to the central area of the Elders' Council. The alarm has been triggered here. They should send someone to check it out soon. We have 5 minutes at most." Feng Hang shrugged helplessly. Forget it. It would be a waste of time to go to the central area and turn off the alarm. 5 minutes was enough time. Is the prince doing well? He won't come back so soon, will he? Chapter 847, Bloodpath. Nate did not dare to make any promises and could only shake his head and said, "In theory, it won't be, but we can't rule out the possibility that our luck is extremely bad." The prince just happened to encounter a special situation and suddenly returned from the spatial rift ahead of time. As he spoke, the blood crystal was activated once again, and the orange-red teleportation passage appeared once again in the middle of the hall. One by one, the Tremere clan's vampires walked out of the teleportation passage. Seeing the last 3 Tremere clan elders walk out of the passage, Nate could not help but suck in a cold breath. What was going on? It was actually the 3 Tremere clan's grand elders? Nate had heard of the Tremere clan's story, but he did not expect to see it with his own eyes today. Wait a minute. Looking at them, Nate suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Feng Hang, his eyes full of shock. Feng Hang had just entered the dark prison of blood, but when he came out, he had convinced so many people to rebel together. Feng Hang was not aware of Nate's expression at all. He looked at Aetna and asked, "How long will it take to obtain the blood crystal?" Aetna estimated the time. Without damaging the blood crystal, it will take at least 3 hours. Feng Hang made a prompt decision. Forget it. We will talk about the blood crystal later. According to the plan, we will go to the teleportation hall first. Let's go. Pallet walked in front of the team and opened the bronze door of the hall. Seeing the scene outside the bronze door, the faces of the vampires darkened. At the end of the passage ahead, a dark mass of vampires was rushing towards the hall. They had come. This was the most difficult battle. Vampires. Even though they had lost the support of Angita's strength, their strength was still not to be underestimated. An elder of the Tremere clan raised his hand when he saw this. His expression was solemn. "Warriors of the clan, we have been preparing for thousands of years for today. The time has come to test us. Prepare to fight to the death." The expressions of the Tremere clan's vampires were similarly solemn. There was no other way at this step. They could only rely on their strength to charge out a bloody path. Nate was extremely nervous. What they were facing now was the strength of the entire vampire clan. Even with the help of the Tremere clan, it would be very difficult. He had already mentioned it to Feng Heng a long time ago. If they fought head-on, there would be no good results. Nate's mind was currently spinning rapidly. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to save his life. He leaned over and whispered into Feng Heng's ear, "The vampires are here." Feng Heng stopped Nate from continuing. His gaze swept across the elders of the Tremere clan. A battle to the death? Not to the extent of. Leave this place to me. All of you follow behind me. When the vampires heard this, they were confused. He wanted to deal with so many vampires alone? Feng Heng walked to the front and raised his hand to signal for everyone to retreat. Then, he walked out of the hall alone and stood at the passage opening. It was just as he had planned. Zombie clones resurrection time countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the moment when the countdown was over, a magic array of different sizes appeared under Feng Heng's feet. Kai. Kai kai kai. The lickers were the first to dash out from the rapidly rotating red magic array. They immediately pounced on the vampires in front of them. Pounce. The vampires and lickers started to attack each other. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Following that, another 3 tall figures rose from the 3 giant-sized magic array beside Feng Heng. Fusion tyrant forms. The 3-meter-tall fusion tyrant forms emerged from the magic array. As the newly revived fusion tyrant forms were not equipped with any weapons, they could only choose to act recklessly. They immediately took a step forward, raised their fists, and charged toward the vampires in the passage ahead. Boom. The fusion tyrant form itself had a high strength attribute. In addition to enjoying Feng Heng's high attribute gains, if they were hit head-on, they could be instantly killed. If one was unlucky, one would also fall into a state of shock. Feng Heng's vision began to quickly refresh. Ding, your zombie clone, Licker, has killed the mid-level vampire. You have received 18 survival points. Ding, your zombie clone, Fusion Tyrant Form, has killed a high-tier vampire. You have received Tier 1 Evolution Crystal 1 piece. You have received 22 survival points. When Nate saw the zombie team fighting with the vampires, he was extremely shocked. He could not help but turn his head to look at Feng Heng. What were these things? Summoned creatures? Nate's eyes were filled with fear. He had thought that Feng Heng's strength was already very strong. He did not expect that he had only seen a small part of it. The fusion tyrant forms and the lickers were very strong. In addition, the enhancement effect of the undying body was enough to deal with a large number of high-tier vampires. Moreover, in the near future, the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires provided Feng Heng with a large number of basic attribute bonuses due to the increase in level and bloodline. These bonuses also increased the fusion tyrant form's battle strength. At this moment, the vampires in District 6 were weakened due to the loss of the Angitis effect, and their strength was greatly reduced. The fusion tyrant forms were unstoppable. The Tremere clan's vampires watched as the lickers and the fusion tyrant forms charged forward together and forcefully opened up a bloody path for the vampires in front. Originally, the Tremere clan was already prepared to fight to the death and pay a huge price to escape from this place. With a strong sense of conviction, they were prepared to have a great battle with the attacking vampires. However, they suddenly realized that they didn't need to fight so hard. The new leader had a powerful summoning ability. He didn't need their help to crush them with his own strength. The 3 elders of the Tremere clan had heard from Aizen and the other vampires that Feng Heng had a special ability to control zombie creatures. However, they were still surprised to see it with their own eyes. After the initial confusion, the vampires of the Tremere clan were approaching the teleportation hall again. With the help of their summoned creatures, they definitely had the ability to reach the teleportation hall. Let's go. Seeing that a path was cleared ahead, Feng Heng waved his hand and stepped forward, leading the vampires toward the teleportation passage. The entire vampires were greatly weakened after losing Angitas. The prince of the vampires was not in the Elders' Council, and Duke Bellamy was nowhere to be found. The cool-down time of his ultimate skill, the Everlasting Moon, was also over, which could prevent accidents from happening. Feng Heng smiled. He did not even know how to lose this round. Inside the Elders' Council, alarms were blaring loudly. Li Qing, one of the arbitration elders of the Elders' Council in District 6 of the Vampire's World, who was also one of the World Lords, received the news from the game in his sleep. He was so scared that he hurriedly got up and returned to the game world. Just as he entered the game, the consecutive game hints made his heart jump to his throat. The Dark Prison of Blood had been attacked? The Tremere clan had rebelled and even charged into the teleportation hall? How could this be? Chapter 848, Hall. Under the support of the 12 corporations, Li Qing had gone through many trials and tribulations to reach his current position. He had never been so caught off guard as today. The incident happened within a few hours of his sleep. It was completely out of his control. In the past, He had followed the various hints given by the 12 corporations and completed the mission line step by step. Even though the final main storyline mission rating was only B level and the final reward was nothing other than King of Gods points, at least he had obtained the World Lord qualification and controlled the entire Vampires District 6. After becoming a World Lord, Li Qing did not have any other intentions. He had always been manipulated by the higher-ups of the 12 corporations. He was like a puppet to them. When he encountered trouble, Li Qing's first reaction was to immediately inform the higher-ups of the 12 corporations that something had happened in District 6. A high-tier vampire rushed forward to report to Li Qing. Elder, the Tremere clan led their subordinate clans to rebel and have invaded the teleportation hall of the Elders' Council. We believe that they may be planning to use the teleportation passage to leave. In addition, we have discovered that the Tremere clan can control a large number of special creatures. We suspect that they are the lickers and fusion tyrant forms that we met during the zombie apocalypse. Zombies. Li Qing's pupils constricted when he heard that. Zombie apocalypse? Their world had been invaded? That's not right. If a large number of creatures had invaded, why didn't he receive any hint from the game? Li Qing was extremely confused for a moment. He reconfirmed the state of the world. A few elders have already gone to the teleportation hall to provide support. They are preparing to take down the Tremere clan completely. Take everyone with you. We must not let them escape. Li Qing was extremely uneasy. The message for help had already been sent to the upper echelons of the 12 corporations. He only needed to stabilize the situation. Li Qing comforted himself. He was just about to follow them to the teleportation hall to take a look when, just as he took a step forward, a few game hints refreshed on his retina. Ding! Player-controlled World Vampire Apocalypse, District 6, has been invaded. The teleportation passage will be completed in 5 minutes. Ding! Coordinates of invasion determined, 278,155, 231,782, ding! Current world has been invaded anonymously, number of players, 2, ding! Source of invasion Zombie Apocalypse, District 8, District 6 has been invaded. Zombie Apocalypse, District 8. It's Feng Heng? Li Qing saw the game hint and this name immediately appeared in his mind. It was this person. The reason why District 6 was in this state was because of him. He did not personally participate in the battle to invade Zombie Apocalypse, District 7, but he remembered Feng Heng's name and appearance. This name had become his nightmare during this period of time. He could see the coordinates of the invasion clearly. Wasn't it the teleportation hall of the Elders' Council of the Vampires? What clan rebellion? The rebellion was fake, but the invasion was real. The previous plan of District 7 was clearly about to be completed, but it was interrupted by Feng Heng. This time, they actually came into the headquarters. Li Qing's face was pale. He did not expect Feng Heng to be so bold as to invade District 6 openly. Was District 6 just a pushover? Li Qing immediately gave orders to his subordinates, quick. Immediately recall the Prince of Vampires in the spatial gap. Elder, the teleportation area has been occupied by the rebelling Tremere clan. We have no time to issue a warning and retreat. What a useless piece of trash. Li Qing complained about the useless vampires and became even more flustered. He shouted, then go and find Duke Bellamy. Go quickly. Get all the vampires to go to the teleportation hall to provide support. Quick. Don't let them open the teleportation passage. Once the passage was opened and District 6 was invaded, he would be completely finished. Yes. Elder. On the other side, Feng Heng led the vampires and charged into the teleportation hall of vampires. He spent a little effort cleaning up the vampires defending the hall and successfully occupied the place. Feng Heng controlled the zombie clones to block the entrance and immediately controlled the teleportation passage to cut off the passage leading to the spatial gap, directly sealing the Prince of Vampires on the other side. After completing this step, Feng Heng breathed a sigh of relief. He turned on the survival radio and found the coordinates of the time passage's anchor point that Mojai had sent him. Then, he began to control the space-tearing device to receive the passage signals from the outside world and build a link with District 8 of the Zombie Apocalypse. As the large-scale space-tearing device in the Elders' Council of the Vampires had been upgraded before and connected to District 7 of the Zombie Apocalypse, Feng Heng did not need to spend time to upgrade it. He directly opened the link to the teleportation anchor point. Ding! Player is currently constructing a passage. Estimated time required for construction, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. Ding! Player is currently attempting to construct a bridge to a passage. Player's identity as an anonymous infiltrator has been discovered by the World Lord. Feng Heng glanced at the hint and nodded to the vampires beside him. Constructing a passage will take 5 minutes. The three elders of the Tremere clan looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Building a teleportation passage? They had thought that Fang Heng had come to the teleportation hall to use the teleportation passage to escape from the vampire's headquarters. Now, it seemed that Fang Heng had other plans. He would directly open the passage leading to the zombie apocalypse and bring them directly to the world where Anjitas was located. The three elders looked serious. Having seen Fang Heng's ability to summon a creature, they had a lot of trust in Fang Heng. They all nodded and turned their eyes to the entrance of the teleportation hall. In the beginning, Fang Heng caught the elders' council of the vampires off guard. He pushed his way over and successfully occupied the teleportation hall of the vampires. Soon after, more and more vampires rushed over from the four passage entrances of the central teleportation hall. The vampires also realized that normal physical damage could not completely kill the lickers. They began to use blood magic to kill them from afar. The dense bloody mist kept exploding in the passage. Behind them, the vampires' high-tier blood puppets also stepped into the battlefield. Fang Heng felt that he had been a little too arrogant this time. The vampires still had some strength. The key point was that he had not expected this wave to come to District 6 so quickly and directly fight head-on. He did not bring many zombie clones in the early stage, and also lacked 3 times the proliferators. As a result, quite a number of zombie clones were crushed by the vampires. The elites of the vampires in the Elders' Council were all out, trying their best to take back control of the headquarters. Under the continuous bombardment of blood magic, the number of lickers gradually decreased. The geographical position of the teleportation hall wasn't very good. There were 4 entrances and exits, which were easy to attack but hard to defend. 3 fusion tyrant forms blocked the 3 entrances and exits respectively, leaving a large number of lickers blocking the last passage. Even so, there were still a large number of vampires entering the hall through the gaps left by the fusion tyrant forms. Vampires began to break through the passage opening blocked by the zombie clones and a small number of them entered the area. Chapter 849, Connecting Protect the space-tearing device and stop them. Fang Heng saw that the situation was not good, so he raised the beheading broadsword in his hand and slashed at the attacking vampires. Warriors of the clan, prepare for battle. The 3 elders of the Tremere clan had always been tough. Seeing the situation, they led their clan to surround the large-scale space-tearing device and protect it. With the demon hunter broadsword in hand, Fang Heng transformed into a slaughtering machine, constantly triggering the blood of the nearby vampires to self-destruct. The remaining members of the Tremere clan surrounded the large-scale space-tearing device, firmly protecting it in the center. At first, the vampires did not realize that Fang Heng was trying to control the space-tearing device to open another passage. They did not think of taking the initiative to destroy the device. In this way, it bought Fang Heng quite a bit of time, until a voice rang out. Quickly attack the space-tearing device. Don't care about anything else. Don't let them open the time passage. Li Qing followed a team of vampires to the teleportation hall. When he saw the scene in the hall, his face turned even paler. He immediately shouted loudly. The few elders from the Elders' Council finally realized what had happened when they heard this. They had been tricked. No wonder the people of the Tremere clan had gathered and refused to leave. It turned out that they wanted to open a higher-tier teleportation passage and completely leave this world. How could they let them succeed? The vampires heard the order and were ready to take action. Buzz. At the same time, the large-scale space-tearing device in the center of the teleportation hall let out a roar. A blue light wave spread out. It was here. The time for the passage to be connected was completed, and a game hint appeared in Fang Heng's vision again. Ding, player's current passage is completed. The current passage belongs to the receiver. The current energy consumption rate is 100%, ding. The current world of the vampires, District 6, has entered a state of a full invasion. District 8 of the zombie apocalypse, which occupies more than 90% of the world, has successfully invaded. Invasion of the world? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean? If the invasion was successful, would he end up with District 6 as well? Buzz. A pale blue light flashed on the large-scale space-tearing device. The space-tearing device condensed into a huge pale blue space ripple in front of it. It's done. Seeing this, the morale of the Tremere clan was greatly boosted. Meanwhile, Li Qing's expression changed greatly. The game hint of being invaded by District 8 of the zombie apocalypse also appeared on his retina. Oh no. They were a step too late. They had already opened the time passage. The connection between District 6 of the vampire apocalypse and District 8 of the zombie apocalypse had been completed. Li Qing was extremely nervous. He immediately pointed at the large-scale space-tearing device in the middle and shouted, "Quick! Destroy it! Destroy the teleportation passage!" The only way to survive now was to completely destroy the teleportation passage. This high-tier space-tearing device was something he had spent a lot of effort to create. Now, he wanted to destroy it with his own hands. He even hoped that it would be destroyed as soon as possible. Li Qing's heart was bleeding. Boom. 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 When the high-tier vampires heard this, they immediately aimed at a large-scale space-tearing device in the middle and used blood magic to bombard it from afar. Feng Heng also noticed the player who was giving orders not far away. Li Qing. Feng Heng recognized him. He had seen him before in the information photo provided by Mojai. Glancing at Li Qing, who was commanding at the end of the passage, Feng Heng suddenly opened his arms in front of the incoming blood magic. Buzz. The additional skill of the holy weapon of the vampire's blood barrier. A circular blood-colored barrier spread out rapidly with Feng Heng as the center, blocking the long-range attacks from all directions. Boom. Boom boom boom. The blood magic landed on the blood barrier and exploded. Feng Heng frowned. The absorption efficiency of the barrier was related to his blood affinity and his various basic attributes. Under the bombardment of a large number of skills, his mental strength dropped tons and tons. Help me. The three elders of the Tremor clan saw the situation and immediately put their hands on Feng Heng's shoulders, pouring their strength into the holy weapon of the vampires in Feng Heng's hands. Buzz. The light of the barrier shone brightly again, blocking the attacks from the outside world. Seeing this, Nate went to Feng Heng's side. He waited for Feng Heng to give the order to retreat. This was strange. The blood barrier could not hold on for too long. He should take the opportunity to escape through the teleportation passage. However, Feng Heng did not move. If this dragged on, Pallet, who was fighting the vampires, was also very nervous. He glanced at Feng Heng from time to time, waiting for him to give the order to retreat. As for Athena, she was guarding Feng Heng, blocking the surrounding vampires with an expressionless face. The three elders of the clan cooperated with Feng Heng to cast the blood barrier. Apparently, they didn't have time to care about anything else. Nate couldn't help it. He was about to ask Feng Heng when he was suddenly stunned. Swish. 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 In the blue light screen behind them, several red shadows continuously shot out from the blue ripples created by the space-tearing device behind them and charged into the group in front. Lickers. Reinforcements. The Lickers who had joined the battlefield made Nate happy. That's right. After the two-way teleportation passage was opened, the zombie apocalypse could also send reinforcements. They would use the zombies to block the vampires' attack and then take the opportunity to escape. So that was Boss's plan. It was because his vision was too narrow. Nate gave Feng Heng a thumbs up in his heart. He thought to himself, as expected of a big shot who could trek the entire Tremor clan. He was still very steady in his work. When the vampires on the Elders' Council side saw the endless stream of scarlet liquors coming out from the teleportation passage, their expressions became even gloomier. Li Qing's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ignore them. Destroy that barrier." What else could he do? Li Qing could see clearly that he could only bear the heavy casualties and destroy the space-tearing device to stop the passage from continuing. Otherwise, the endless stream of zombies from District 8 would only cause them to die slowly. Eh? What's that? Li Qing noticed a large wooden box appearing on the light screen of the teleportation passage. There were wheels underneath the wooden box. A few zombies struggled to push the wooden box out of the teleportation passage. Box? What the hell was that? Li Qing was stunned. 7 or 8 wooden boxes were pushed forward by the zombies one after another. Bang. Bang bang. One by one, the wooden boxes exploded one after another. One by one, the shadows that were crouched together were reflected in Li Qing's vision. Li Qing's pupils constricted, and his eyes were instantly filled with shock. That was. The tall figure stood up straight from the broken wooden box. Fusion Tyrant form. It was over, they were finished. The previous 3 Fusion Tyrant forms were already hard enough to deal with, and now they were still coming? Dong. The Fusion Tyrant form stood up straight and with a punch, it smashed open another wooden box beside it. Its right hand suddenly transformed into dense tentacles that shot forward, and it lifted up the large-scale revolving machine gun in the box, which looked extremely exaggerated, and fixed it firmly on the right side of its body. This. Chapter 850, Shooting. Li Qing looked at this scene and felt extremely nervous. Feng Heng looked at the Fusion Tyrant form that walked out of the wooden box with satisfaction. It was his strongest zombie clone at the moment. Due to the Fusion Tyrant form being too big, he was unable to directly transport them through the teleportation passage. In order to ensure that the space-tearing device would not be damaged during the teleportation, it was forcefully stuffed into the wooden box to be transported. There was another piece of good news. The Fusion Tyrant form that had been teleported from District 8 was equipped with a full set of equipment customized by Dr. Ding Minutes. Unlike Kaiyu Yokang, Ding Minutes also liked to research guns in addition to beauty care. According to the people from the scavenger army, one of Ding Minutes' hobbies before the apocalypse was gunfighting movies, the serious kind. The Fusion Tyrant form held a heavy revolving machine gun in its right hand. The tentacles that extended from its back locked the huge ammunition box on the fusion tyrant form's back. The fusion tyrant form stood up straight and took 2 steps forward. They raised the super large caliber revolving machine gun in their hands and aimed it at the densely packed vampires in the passage ahead. Clack 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 clack. The muzzle of the revolving machine gun spun rapidly, and dense large caliber bullets shot out from the muzzle of the machine gun. Dong 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 dong. The earth trembled. The vampires in the path of the bullets were instantly blasted into mincemeat by the large caliber bullets. The vampires had never seen such a violent and terrifying killing machine before, so they immediately flew to dodge it. Ding, your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has eliminated a mid-level vampire. You have obtained 17 survival points. Ding, your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has eliminated a high-tier vampire. You have obtained 27 survival points. You have obtained 1 piece of Tier 1 evolution crystal. The game hint in Fang Heng's vision refreshed crazily once again. Such a terrifying monster grinding efficiency. It was awesome. A large number of vampires were blasted into pieces by the gunfire. One by one, wooden boxes containing the fusion tyrant form and special equipment were pushed out from the teleportation light screen. More fusion tyrant forms joined the battlefield. They also raised the custom-made revolving machine guns and fired wildly at the other 3 entrances of the vampires. In less than 30 seconds, the offensive and the defensive situation in the entire hall had completely reversed. More than a dozen fusion tyrant forms with revolving machine guns fired wildly at the vampires. Back off. Quickly back off. Li Qing, who was following behind the team, quickly backed off as well. His shouts were drowned out by the sound of guns firing. The enemy's firepower was too fierce. Li Qing was panicking, but at the same time, there was a faint trace of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had arrived late and did not go deep into the passage. Otherwise, he would definitely have died there. His relief was short-lived as Li Qing was once again enraged. Sneak attack. The dog from District 8 had actually taken advantage of the time when the prince was heading towards the spatial rift to sneak attack their District 6. However, Li Qing could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Clearly, the upper echelons of the 12 corporations had already confirmed that the current zombie apocalypse, District 8's world lord, Fang Heng, was still trapped outside the game. How could he suddenly attack? He also did not expect District 8's combat strength to be so terrifying. The Elders' Council's defenses against the teleportation hall were like paper. In less than 10 minutes, they were completely crushed by the other party's sneak attack team. The other party only had 2 people who sneaked into District 6 anonymously. How could they cause such chaos? Li Qing gritted his teeth. He had no time to think about these questions. He quickly exchanged glances with the 2 elders behind him, seeking a final desperate fight. It's a modified life form from the zombie world, the fusion tyrant form. Its strength is at Tier 5. Li Qing said in a deep voice, their firepower is very strong, but they don't have much ammunition. The muzzle of their guns will easily overheat. We still have one more chance. Take advantage of the gap between their attacks to rush over. We must destroy the teleportation passage in one shot. The 2 elders of the Elders' Council of Vampires nodded in agreement. They immediately gave the order to hide behind the corner of the passage with the rest of the vampires, waiting for an opportunity. However, 30 seconds had passed, and the bullets were still firing. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Looking at the vampires falling one after another, Fang Heng was exhilarated. Needless to say, he felt relieved. The vacation in the wasteland apocalypse was still worth it. Dr. Ding Minix had developed a new type of material through the special ore that she obtained from the wasteland world. She had made further improvements to the fusion tyrant's revolving machine gun. She had greatly increased the firing speed and slightly increased the caliber of the bullets. Under Moji Aoi's suggestion, every bullet was added with a small amount of mithril during the manufacturing process to increase the damage to the high-tier vampires. After the production was completed, they would be engraved with a low-tier rune that was effective against vampires. The manufacturing process was a little troublesome, but in this way, the bullets could also cause sufficient damage to the high-tier vampires. There was also the improved new material obtained from the wasteland world that greatly improved the problem of the muzzle overheating. In theory, as long as there were enough bullets, it would not be a problem even if the bullets were fired continuously for half an hour. The Tremere clan was also shocked by the powerful combat strength of the world that Fang Heng belonged to. They asked themselves if they were to face these large-scale creatures, would they still have a job? Seeing that the fusion tyrant forms were slaughtering everyone in all directions, the rest of the vampires from the Tremere clan gathered around Fang Heng, guarding the large-scale space-tearing device. In a short moment, the 4 passage entrances of the teleportation hall had even accumulated a thick layer of evolution crystals on the ground. Nate turned his head, looking at Fang Heng with a hint of fear in his eyes. Who the fuck could withstand such powerful firepower? The output of the fusion tyrant form was so powerful that it was unreasonable. The vampires could not resist at all with their bodies. High-tier vampires could not withstand the barrage of bullets either. After a few hits, they were blasted into minced meat. The blood puppets that could withstand the firepower were also surrounded and killed by the remaining lickers. The vampires fell one by one. At the back of the corner, Li Cheng's eyes were red. After 3 minutes of shooting, the gunshots finally stopped. The fusion tyrant forms threw away the empty ammo box behind him and started to switch ammo boxes. Feng Heng looked around. The 4 entrances and corridors around the hall were empty. All the vampires obediently retreated to the back of the corner to hide. The vampires who didn't have time to retreat had already become evolution crystals on the ground. Feng Heng raised his hand toward the ground. A thick layer of evolution crystals on the floor was sucked into the palm of his hand and fused into the imprint on the back of his hand. Ding! Player has obtained 13,871 pieces of evolution crystals, 9,891 pieces of complete evolution crystals, 3,221 pieces of Tier 1 evolution crystals, 472 pieces of Tier 2 evolution crystals. All the vampires turned to look at Feng Heng, waiting for him to give the order. Nate also looked at Feng Heng with a questioning gaze. Now was a great opportunity. Why didn't he retreat? What was he waiting for? Could it be that there was a follow-up plan? Now that Nate was convinced about Feng Heng's ability, he thought that Feng Heng had a follow-up plan. Chapter 851, Cast Do It. Li Cheng finally got his chance and shouted. The vampires hiding behind the corner of the passage opened the 4 passage openings once again. The lickers entrenched in the hall immediately rushed up to the vampires, blocking them out of the passage. Feng Heng controlled the fusion tyrant forms to continue switching the magazine. Normal modified tyrant forms also strode out of the teleportation passage one by one, joining the battle. Seeing this, Li Cheng gritted his teeth. What kind of monster existed in Zombie Apocalypse's District 8? Where did they get so many high-tier modified zombie corpses? Their vitality was ridiculously high. This level of strength did not seem like an elementary game at all. Long-range attack. Use long-range attack. Destroy the teleportation passage first. Blocked by a large number of zombies at the passage opening, the vampires could only forcefully use blood magic to attack the space-tearing device in the teleportation hall. Since they were too far away, their attack accuracy was naturally not very good. Most of the attacks landed in the air. The rest of the attacks were blocked by the zombie clone's body of flesh and blood in advance. The more than 10 normal tyrant forms who had just joined the battlefield took a step forward and surrounded the space-tearing device, using their huge bodies as meat shields. Li Cheng had just followed them into the passage opening when his heart gradually sank to the bottom. He looked at the fusion tyrant form that was about to finish reloading its ammunition not far away. It's over. The previous scene was going to repeat itself. They could not break through the passage at all. If they could not, they would run first. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills last, there will always be wood to burn. They would preserve their lives first before thinking about what to do next. Li Cheng knew that running away was a slow death, but if he didn't run, he would die immediately. Just as he was making a choice, a familiar female voice suddenly rang in his ear. Sigh, this is really ugly. You're the worst elder from the Elders' Council I've ever met. Hearing this slightly mocking female voice, Li Cheng was delighted and hurriedly turned his head to the side. He saw a familiar face. It was Bellamy. Seeing the Duke of Vampires, Bellamy, Li Cheng suddenly felt a sense of hope for a comeback. Duke Bellamy, where did you go? Quick, help me kill him. They are. A black shadow flashed in front of Li Cheng's eyes, and his pupils dilated countless times. The second half of his sentence was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it anymore. Li Cheng lowered his head and looked at his heart, which had been pierced through by Bellamy's hand. Bellamy licked her lips slightly, and a hint of cruelty appeared in her eyes. Accept your fate. The weak can only be eliminated. A vampire elder looked at Duke Bellamy in shock. Bellamy. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Bellamy's style had always been unconventional. The Elders' Council and the Prince often did not give her face, but... Hiss. Bellamy pulled her hand out of Li Cheng's body. With a few changes in her body, she instantly finished harvesting the lives of the 2 Elders' Council's arbitration elders beside Li Cheng. The Elders' Council has already rotted. Forgive me for being blunt, but we need a new beginning, a new ruler. Bellamy looked at the shocked vampires around her. Under the astonished gazes of the vampires, Bellamy walked toward Feng Heng step by step. Feng Heng also stared at Bellamy, who was slowly walking toward him. He felt that something was not right. Bellamy knelt down on one knee toward Feng Heng. Bellamy, on behalf of the clan, swears allegiance to the new king. Ding, Bellamy swears allegiance to you. Will you accept? What was going on? He won without doing anything? Fang Heng saw the game hint and was baffled. What was Bellamy up to this time? When he saw Bellamy appear, he thought to himself that he was unlucky and had to fight with a Tier 6 life form. With the strength of a Tier 6 life form, one careless mistake during a fight would destroy the space-tearing device. Who would have thought that Bellamy would surrender? There was such a good thing? Fang Heng stared at Bellamy and thought quickly. Who cares? After thinking, Fang Heng felt that regardless of whether there was a trap or not, he had to agree first. Ding. You have accepted the loyalty of the Duke of Vampires, Bellamy, and her clan. Ding. You have triggered the mission Bellamy's worries. Mission, Bellamy's worries. Mission description, Bellamy has met with a great deal of trouble. Please look for Bellamy in private. Punishment for mission failure, Bellamy dies. Fang Heng saw the game hint that appeared and could not help but glance at Bellamy in the distance. Sure enough, there was a problem. Bellamy's defection made the remaining vampires lose their direction. The arbitration elders of the Elders' Council were all wiped out. The Prince of Vampires was still trapped in the time gap. In theory, Duke Bellamy had the most authority in the entire vampires, enough to lead the entire vampires. But she was the one who killed the 3 arbitration elders of the Elders' Council. She even led everyone to surrender? All the vampires looked at each other. They couldn't do it anymore. While he was at a loss, Aitina turned sideways and knelt down on one knee to Fang Heng. Aitina, swear allegiance to the new king on behalf of the Gretel clan. Ah, this. Nate and Pallet had never expected such a magical scene. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Fang Heng, who was standing calmly on the side. It seemed that Fang Heng was calm and composed from the beginning to the end, as if everything was in his plan. When did Fang Heng get in touch with Duke Bellamy and get her help? Nate was even more confused. Didn't they say that they would directly control the central teleportation hall and run away? How did it become taking over the entire vampires in the blink of an eye? Was this part of Fang Heng's plan? Nate thought to himself as he was pulled aside by Pallet. The two of them quickly looked at each other and knelt down on one knee towards Fang Heng. Pled allegiance to the new king on behalf of the clan. Everyone thought that Duke Bellamy's rebellion was Fang Heng's plan in advance. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? The Tremere clan had long been determined to follow Fang Heng. Seeing this, the 3 elders did not hesitate to kneel down on one knee beside Fang Heng. The Tremere clan pledges their loyalty to the new king for the glory and future of the vampires. Clack 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 clack. The bullets for the fusion tyrant form were fully loaded. Once again, they raised the revolving machine gun and aimed it at a group of vampires at the passage opening. It was unknown who was the leader. The vampires who were surrounding the central hall all knelt down on one knee. Pledge allegiance to the new king. This. Fang Heng looked at the surrounding vampires who were kneeling on one knee. It seemed to be too smooth. Fang Heng did not think of running away at first. He wanted to use the teleportation passage that had been opened to use the strength of the fusion tyrant form to farm for evolution crystals. He wanted to think about whether he could use this wave to directly level up to level 25. After all, District 6 had been greatly weakened, so it was difficult to find an opportunity. Master, please give the order. Chapter 852, Control. Fang Heng looked at Aitina, who was winking at him. Being forced into a corner? This was a big step. He wasn't mentally prepared. Forget it. Get up. Fang Heng raised his hand. The Elders' Council is being rebuilt by the clan leader of the Tremere clan. The rest of the clan leaders will stay behind. The rest of you will leave first. What happened today is strictly kept a secret from the public. No information is allowed to be leaked. Do you understand? Yes. The group of vampires stood up and slowly retreated. A row of game hints appeared. Ding. Player has successfully obtained the loyalty of the vampires of District 6. Ding. Player's current comprehensive score for the control of the vampires, 35. Extremely dangerous. There is a high probability of the vampires rebelling. There are still a large number of areas of the vampires that are not under your control because some of the clans are not under your control in the current state. A large number of clans have a higher risk of splitting up. Ding. Player can increase control over the vampires by improving friendships among vampires, clans, elders, etc. Ding. Currently, the world of vampires lacks the power supply of Angetas. The player's control of vampires will decrease by 1 point per day, and the degree of friendship between clans will also decrease by 1 point per day. The reputation of the leader of vampires is reduced by 10% per day. Ding. It is determined that the player currently has control of 42% of the world area of District 6. Fang Heng quickly browsed through the game hints. He was not interested in taking over or controlling District 6 of the vampire apocalypse. His attention was now focused on the realm mission in the land of origin. The inheritance of the vampire king. That thing sounded very powerful. It had to be done step by step. First, he had to think of a way to wake up Angetas. Fang Heng looked at the patriarch of the Tremere clan, Hayes. Hayes nodded at Fang Heng. His eyes were filled with respect, and there was no longer the slightest bit of doubt from before. Along the way, Fang Heng used his ability to completely conquer the Tremere clan. At first, Hayes thought that Fang Heng's move was a bit risky. In the end, it seemed that they were too ignorant. Fang Heng had only been out of the dark prison of blood for only an hour, but he had already gained control of the entire vampires at lightning speed. He had never dreamed that he would be so efficient. Hayes, like the other two elders of the clan, had a hint of excitement in his eyes. At this moment, the entire Tremere had already decided that Fang Heng was the new king of the vampires. He would lead the vampires back to glory. 18 looked at Fang Heng with a burning gaze, completely convinced. Fang Heng did not notice the burning gazes of the vampires. His attention was now focused on the game option regarding the vampire faction in the character attribute panel. After taking control of a faction or world, the first thing to do was to deal with the traitor. Fang Heng had a lot of experience in this aspect. Through the management of the vampires' branches, he could perform most of the operations on the vampires, such as recruiting, expelling, increasing the distribution of missions, and so on. However, these operations would reduce the loyalty of the corresponding clan. Fang Heng did not care about that. With one click, he selected and expelled all the members whose loyalty showed unknown from the vampire faction. Without exception, these were all players. In District 6, most of the players who chose to join the faction of vampires were from the 12 corporations and the Federation. There were also a few ordinary players who were wrongly accused. Fang Heng did not have the time to differentiate them one by one. He could only apologize and eliminate them all. At this time, the players from the vampire faction in District 6 who were still in the game in the middle of the night were rushing toward the Elders' Council of Vampires. They had received instructions from the higher-ups of the Federation that District 6 had been invaded, so they immediately went online to support the Elders' Council. Almost at the same time, they received a hint that suddenly appeared in the game. Ding! Your clan has pledged allegiance to the unknown new leader of the vampires. This inexplicable hint in the game stunned the players. The original regime of the vampires had been overthrown? District 8? The vampires had fallen so quickly? While they were still in shock, another game hint appeared. Ding! You have been expelled from the vampire faction by the new leader. You are currently in a non-faction state, expelled from the vampire faction? The Federation players who belonged to District 6 were even more baffled. What was going on? After joining the vampires and obtaining their bloodlines, they spent a lot of time obtaining contribution points from the faction. They had spent so much effort to get to where they were today, yet they were expelled by the faction just like that. After that, it would be even more difficult to raise their vampire bloodline. Half an hour later, through the space-tearing passage, Fang Heng brought the 3 elders of the Tremere clan and more than 10 leaders of the vampires to the Angitas cave at the bottom of the prison of District 8 of the zombie apocalypse. Seeing the sleeping Angitas, all the vampires were excited and knelt down on one knee. Mojai followed Fang Heng. Previously, he didn't have the chance to sneak into the Elders' Council of the Vampires. He was only aware of things that happened 2 hours ago. At that time, Fang Heng told him that he was only going to the Dark Prison of Blood to check on 18's situation. Why did he bring the entire upper echelon of the vampires back a few hours later? It seemed like he had the entire vampires under his control. Mojai finally had the chance to ask Fang Heng in a low voice, "Big brother, let me ask you, what happened just now?" Ahem. Fang Heng coughed lightly and glanced at 18 beside him. He didn't expect things to develop like this, and it was indeed a little rushed. This operation had indeed been a forced attempt. Fang Heng replied softly, "There was a small accident, I will talk to you later." Mojai nodded thoughtfully. A moment later, Hayes stood up and walked in front of Angitas, trying to sense Angitas' state. Angitas' strength is still slowly flowing with time. Once it reaches a certain level, Angitas will be completely dead, Hayes said and turned to look at the vampires. Hibernation mode is Angitas' protection for itself. Angitas will not be in danger for a short period of time. We still have plenty of time. Hayes said and looked at Fang Heng. "Master, I suggest that we carry out the procedure to awaken the Prince of the Vampires as soon as possible. Awakening requires the Book of Enoch and the Blood Essence. The Book of Enoch should still be in the Elders' Council. The Blood Essence also needs a large amount of blood to be condensed. Only after we find these 2 key items can we carry out the ritual to awaken Angitas." Fang Heng nodded. Vampires' blood couldn't condense blood essence. Thus, killing humans in large numbers to obtain blood essence was undoubtedly the fastest and most efficient way. However, Fang Heng didn't want to kill his own kind unless it was absolutely necessary. So it was best to change the method. How should he do it? Right. The Wasteland World. The blood of mutated beasts. There were a large number of mutated forms in Wasteland World District 11. The blood of high-tier mutated forms also contained powerful strength and could also condense the essence of blood. It was nothing more than spending more time. Chapter 853, The Reason in a Wasteland World. Fang Heng could use the Ark Company to directly purchase the blood of the mutated forms. Since he still had a lot of survival points, he could directly use them to purchase the blood. The strength of the player community was enormous. Once the news was released, a large amount of blood could be collected quickly. The blood of high-tier mutated forms contained powerful strength. The efficiency of condensing the blood essence wouldn't be much slower than slaughtering normal humans. Fang Heng calculated in his heart and looked at Mojai Oi. We will go to District 11 to purchase the blood of mutated forms and directly condense the blood essence there. Understood. Mojai Oi nodded in understanding. I will do it right away. Leave it to me. Athena walked out from the side. She nodded at Fang Heng and said, Master, we've completely controlled the entire core of the Elders' Council. We've found the original copy of the Book of Enoch in the Temple of the Elders' Council, and we've found the ancient stone slab in the coffin where the prince was sleeping in the land of hibernation. Thank you for your hard work, Athena. Fang Heng nodded slightly. The stone slab, entities and the 13 holy artifacts of the vampires, with these 3 items, he would be able to find the way to the land of origin. Fang Heng looked at Hayes and said, Hayes, start preparing for the awakening as soon as possible. I will prepare the blood essence. Yes, Master. It does take some time to prepare for the ritual. In addition, I also need some things to be transported from the primeval world. Hayes nodded and began to discuss with the 2 elders of the Tremere clan how to set up the ritual to awaken entities. Soon, the simple discussion ended. As the vampires left one by one, Fang Heng was the only one left in the cave. Fang Heng stared at entities in front of him. Bellamy, there are no outsiders here now. You can come out now. On a protruding rock at the back of the cave, a grayish-brown protruding object squirmed rapidly and gradually condensed into a human shape. You are so cold-hearted. I just helped you a lot and you didn't even thank me. Bellamy shook her head and sighed, walking slowly toward Fang Heng. Fang Heng turned to look at Bellamy, still holding a lot of wariness in his heart. Say, what kind of reward do you want for helping me? You are still so detached. Seeing that Fang Heng was unmoved, Bellamy shrugged helplessly and said, All right. I am really afraid of you. I want to live. Fang Heng frowned. He was puzzled and asked, Live? Bellamy raised her right hand forward. Starting from her forearm, the cells in her skin continued to twist and squirm. Kai. Countless tiny light purple tentacles extended out from under her skin, expanding at an extremely fast speed. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows, a strange expression on his face. Hyla's tissue. I remember you calling it that. Bellamy's forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that she was still trying her best to resist the corrosion of Hyla's tissue in her body. I injected a small part of it into my body. I wanted to use its powerful self-healing ability and vitality to resist the curse of the vampires. I didn't expect her strength. As she spoke, Bellamy's right hand exploded in front of Fang Heng, forming a strained human face. Kai. Bellamy raised her left hand suddenly, and drew a bloody on, cutting off the entire right hand. Pa. Her right hand landed on the ground and started to squirm and disintegrate. A life form was rapidly growing inside her body. Bang. Bellamy stepped forward and crushed the squirming disintegrated flesh on the ground. Kai. The new right hand grew rapidly from the cross-section of Bellamy's wound. Fang Heng looked at Bellamy in surprise. You want to fuse with her strength? Yes, but I failed. Bellamy's face was pale. She forced a smile and said, after a period of research, I found that it has quietened down. I didn't expect her strength to be so hard to control. I underestimated her. Only then did Fang Heng realize that Bellamy's facial meridians were squirming uncontrollably. After absorbing its strength, on the surface, it seems that I already have the ability to recover quickly. However, this kind of strength is not under my control. I can feel a kind of strength growing in my body. It is constantly absorbing my strength and growing. I need to control it at all times. Once I stop controlling it, its strength will quickly corrode my body. I can feel that Hyla will use my body to resurrect and turn me into a puppet. Bellamy gave a self-deprecating smile and revealed a tired look. I guess I am just unlucky. I know that you know Hyla the best. You can help me. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and pondered. Then, he raised his head to look at Bellamy. So that was the case. Back in District 7 of the zombie apocalypse, Fang Heng had resurrected Hyla to resist the vampires and the Prince of the Vampires. After the Great War, Bellamy had obtained the remaining Hyla's tissue. Bellamy had accidentally fallen into Hyla's trap during the subsequent experiments. That was why she had come back to seek his help. Bellamy. She was a Duke level tier 6 NPC. If she could successfully fuse with Hyla's tissue sample, her strength would increase greatly. She would definitely be a powerful fighter. That was not all. Through Bellamy, Hyla's mission line might have more to explore. When he had completed Hyla's mission line, Fang Heng had felt that Hyla's story was not that simple. He had originally planned to go to other regions after the elementary game world was over and try to get a sample to study. Fang Heng quickly made an assessment in his heart and came to a conclusion. He had to save her. Ding. Player's follow-up mission triggered remaining Hyla's tissue. Mission name, remaining Hyla's tissue. Mission requirements, assist Bellamy in the perfect fusion, elimination, of the Hyla's tissue in her body. Mission failure penalty, Bellamy's death. I understand. Follow me. Fang Heng glanced at the mission hint and said, I will get my research team to start studying the tissue sample immediately. Seeing that Fang Heng agreed, Bellamy's expression relaxed a little. She said, I can't wait anymore, Fang Heng. I feel that I can suppress the mutation in my body for at most 1 week. 1 week? Fang Heng looked at Bellamy and pondered in his heart. 1 week is impossible. Studying the tissue sample of Hyla was a long-term task. They would not make it in time. Moreover, he had too many things to research at the moment. He was currently rushing to transform the fusion tyrant form. It was said that it would be completed very soon. That's impossible. Even we haven't studied Hyla thoroughly. We can't find a way to completely remove the tissue sample in your body in a short period of time. Bellamy's heart sank when she heard that. It wasn't easy to find Fang Heng, but even he couldn't do anything about it. But Fang Heng changed the topic and looked at Bellamy, saying, I do have a way to treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Are you interested in giving it a try? What way? There's no rush. You will find out soon. In exchange, I need your loyalty. Chapter 854, Revival Imperial City Building, Remote Projection Meeting Room. After learning that District 6 of the World of Vampires had been taken over by District 8 of the Zombie Apocalypse, the 12 corporations immediately called for the higher-ups to hold a projection meeting to discuss. Neat Hongming explained to the higher-ups via the projection screen, currently, it has been confirmed that District 6 of the World of Vampires has been invaded. World Lord Li Cheng unfortunately died in the process of resisting the invasion. It has been confirmed that the invasion came from District 8 of the Zombie Apocalypse. The Elders' Council of the Vampires has been attacked by a large number of lickers and mutated tyrant forms. The current situation is very bad. A woman frowned and said, Impossible. We have just confirmed that the World Lord of District 8, Fang Heng, is now inside the Fallen Corridor. It is impossible for him to appear in the game at the same time, let alone lead the people of District 8 to attack the vampire apocalypse. The truth is right before our eyes. District 6 of the World of Vampires has been completely invaded by District 8 of the Zombie Apocalypse. We've already lost control of District 6. The higher-ups of the 12 corporations were deep in thought. Could it be that the Necromancer Association had built several game cabins in the Fallen Corridor? Such a statement sounded ridiculous. It wasn't right to be forcefully dragged into the game. They were sure that Fang Heng still had a lot of time to stay out of the game. The game would only drag the player directly into the game under special circumstances. Taking the initiative to attack other worlds was definitely not within the scope of such special circumstances. So the speculation is that Fang Heng is just a puppet of some organization on the surface, and someone is controlling his actions behind the scenes. Neat Hongming pondered and continued, if someone really knew about our plan in advance and intervened to think of a way to get Tangitas, at the same time, considering that he is controlling Fang Heng from behind the scenes. A middle-aged man who was stroking a cat asked, is it North River Heavy Industry? Their relationship with Fang Heng is not ordinary, and they have some understanding of our plan. Everyone was silent for a moment. North River Heavy Industry had always been an unstable bomb. The plan had already progressed to this point, and it was already at the final step. As a result, everyone present felt more and more uneasy. They were at the final step of the plan, and if someone were to intervene, the entire 12 corporations would be finished. I've already said that North River Heavy Industry is a problem. We should have gotten rid of them earlier. What's the use of saying all this now? The plan has already started. It's futile to be regretful. Let's discuss how to solve the issue. What did Mr. Jian say? Neat Hongming nodded and said, Mr. Jian is making arrangements in the real world. Everything is going as usual. The breach point in the outside world is expected to be fully prepared by tonight. Without the spatial dust in District 6, it will have some effect on the opening of the spatial breach. We need to think of ways to collect it from other regions. By the way, what about Ziyangzi? Is there any chance to get the Shrine of Bones? We are already trying. The Necromancer Association has a very strict design. It will be very difficult to get the Shrine of Bones. Alright, everyone. Although District 6 has encountered some trouble, There is nothing wrong with the overall plan. We have been moving steadily in the right direction. I suggest that we continue, but we can speed up. We can't delay any longer. Tell Xiangzi to give up the Shrine of Bones and start the plan immediately. Everyone fell into silence once again. Seeing that no one spoke, Ni Tongming looked around at everyone and said, as always, let's raise our hands to vote on whether or not to start the plan immediately. After a moment, the 12 people inside raised their hands in unison. The vote has been passed. We will give up the Shrine of Bones. I will tell Xiangzi to start the plan immediately. We will try to open the aura of vampires and start the spatial breach when the Necromancer Association's Death Realm crevice explodes. Just as Feng Heng had expected, the blood of the mutated beasts in the wasteland world could also be used to condense the blood essence. However, it would take a longer time. According to Hayes's explanation, the blood of the beasts was far less pure than that of humans. It contained more impurities, and the process of removing the impurities was more complicated. Under the leadership of the Tremere clan, the vampires worked together to wake up Angitas. Not long after, Feng Heng accompanied the Necromancer Association's players to hang out in the Fallen Corridor for a day. When he returned to Angita's cave the next night, everything was ready. In the underground cave, the high-tier vampires gathered around Angitas. They knelt on one knee and chanted devoutly. Hayes held the original Book of Enoch in his hand. The blood essence that he had spent a lot of effort to condense was only half the size of a palm. With the activation of the prayer, it emitted a weak light and gradually floated into the air. Ding! Player is currently awakening Angitas. Current success rate of awakening, 79%. Player participates in the ritual and increases the success rate of the ritual by an additional 10%. Ding! Player can cancel the ritual within 10 seconds. Feng Heng glanced at Mojai Oi, who was watching from the side. With him by his side, this wave was stable. Continue the ritual. The blood essence gradually floated upwards. When it was about to reach the top of the cave, it shattered with a bang. Bits and pieces of debris fell from the sky, and onto Angita's withered tree crown. The slumbering Angitas gradually reacted as the falling bits and pieces were absorbed by it. The originally withered branches gradually grew new leaves. The roots extended into the depths of the soil and fixed the entire giant tree. The dormant Angitas gradually bloomed with life force, and more debris around it was absorbed by it. Feng Heng felt a kind of summoned strength and he raised his hand forward. Blood-red light shone and enveloped him. Hints of the game appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! Player has completed Angita's revival. Ding! Player has obtained Angita's ownership. Player's soul binding to the sacred tree Angitas. Ding! Player's friendship with the current vampires has increased. Player's loyalty to the current vampires has increased. Ding! Player's current zombie apocalypse score has increased. Ding! Player has zombie apocalypse 8th world rating, level 8. Ding! Player's current world rating for the survival of vampires has increased to the maximum. Ding! Player's current world has been fused with the world of the vampires. Ding! After the fusion of the worlds, the upper limit of the current world's creatures tier has been unlocked. The current world's creature has the probability of giving birth, fusion, transformation, evolution, etc., to an even more powerful life form. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. The world's evaluation of this level was initially at level 5. During this period of time, he had collected a lot of things, and now it had been raised to level 8. From the description, it seemed that this world could already break through the peak of the highest tier 6 creature. He would put this aside for now as there were more important things. Feng Heng opened the world attribute panel and found the related attribute of Angitas. Chapter 855, Land of Origin, Sacred Tree of the Vampires Angitas, Bound World, Zombie Apocalypse District 8. Bound Player, Feng Heng. Type, Elementary Miracle, able to grow. Current tier, level 9. Current health point, 9%, recovering. Current remaining energy, 10%, slowly recovering. Additional ability Miracle, increases the basic growth of the world, provides world support, increases the adaptability of the world, region, to vampires. Additional ability Blood Ancestor Tree, consumes energy, can summon vampires through Angitas, randomly generated, currently the highest tier is mid-level vampires. Additional ability Draw Blood, Angitas can draw energy from the blood, drawing energy can increase Angitas level, recover its energy, and recover its health point. Additional ability Blood Pool, level 9, Angitas can condense a blood pool through its Rajan power, and obtain an additional structure Blood Pool. Blood Pool can provide vampires with the ability to temper their blood, and increase the strength of vampires. Raising Angita's level can raise the level of Blood Pool, and obtain more Blood Pools. Additional ability Condensation of Blood, level 9, pulls back the dead souls of vampires, rebirth through the strength of the sacred tree. Player's current soul has been bound to the sacred tree. After death, it can be reborn in this world. Current number of vampires that can be bounded, 18 current tier is only effective on the life form of this world. After level 50, it can cross realms. Additional ability Blood Puppet, consumes energy to nurture a blood puppet in a blood pool. Maintaining a blood puppet requires energy. The blood puppet's attribute level is related to the level of the sacred tree. Additional ability Blood Realm, allows the current world to build and open the blood realm. Additional ability Boundary Strength, increases the basic attribute of all vampires in the current world. Following the revival of Angitas, the vampires all knelt down on one knee, sensing the fading strength in their bodies gradually recovering. Feng Heng carefully observed Angitas' attributes. After the awakening, Angitas could provide protection to the vampires in the current world, provide high-tier vampires with the resurrection ability, and summon blood pools and blood puppets. Unfortunately, at the current level, the resurrection ability was only effective in the current world. In other words, if he moved Angitas to another world, the resurrection ability was almost useless. The best news was that apart from the zombie clone, he could officially set up a vampire base in District 8 and summon the vampires to fight for him. When the world's teleportation passage was opened again in the future, the vampires could also become a wave of extraordinary combat strength. Yes, vampires were not just normal combat strength. With blood magic, they could do more things. As for the blood realm, Feng Heng was puzzled. He turned to look at Hayes. What's the blood realm? Hayes also shook his head, looking puzzled. I've never heard of it. The blood ancestor once left his race in many worlds. Through the blood realm, we can communicate with the vampires in the different worlds. The blood realm is a special ability that the Elders' Council activated more than 10 years ago. At that time, the person who discovered this ability was Li Qing. Athena was more familiar with this and explained, after the Elders' Council entered the blood realm and communicated with the other world of the vampires, they decided to attack District 7 of the zombie apocalypse together. Feng Heng frowned and asked, there must be a leader. Do you know who it is? I am not sure. At that time, the communication was carried out by the Elders' Council. The Elders' Council announced to the public that the war was to obtain the inheritance of the Vampire King and to continue the glory of the vampires. Athena paused, then she continued, after the failure of the last plan, our world has lesser speaking authority in the blood realm. In order to obtain the strength of the other worlds, the races were forced to take a great risk to collect the spatial gap's dust. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. All along, most of the vampire apocalypse in the elementary game world had been controlled by the Western Federation. The 12 corporations had been secretly controlling and influencing the Western Federation. From this, it could be inferred that the 12 corporations were the masterminds. This was consistent with the information Old Black had leaked. If that was the case, it was very likely that the 12 corporations had already gone to the land of origin. They had already received the final reward? Something was not right. It should not be that simple. Feng Heng had a very strong premonition. Going to the land of origin was only a part of the mission. Feng Heng pondered. At the passage opening of the cave, 2 high-tier vampires entered the cave with a thick and heavy stone slab. Hayes walked to Feng Heng's side and nodded. Master, Angitas has been awakened and the ancient stone slab has been prepared. We can go to the land of origin at any time. Ding, player has unlocked the 13 holy artifacts of vampires, Angitas, and the ancient stone slab. Ding, player can choose to open the ancient passage. Ding, only the ancient stone slab can enter the land of origin when protected. Feng Heng raised his head. He decided to go to the land of origin and take a look. Everything will be clear by then. Okay, let's begin. The 13 holy artifacts of vampires were placed in order. They all floated and formed a circle in midair, then they started to rotate slowly. A red light bloomed from the 13 holy artifacts, enveloping the entire underground cave. Entities also flickered. In a moment, a blood-colored vortex formed in the middle of the 13 holy artifacts of vampires that were rotating in circles. Ding, player has located the time beacon. Ding, Angitas has opened the time passage. Ding, please enter the passage under the protection of the ancient stone slab. The stone slab slowly floated up into the air and floated towards the vortex passage. Hayes could not help but feel a little excited. After being trapped in the dark prison of blood for so many years, he did not expect that he would be able to witness the inheritance of the Vampire King and the revival of the vampires in his lifetime. Master, our judgment is correct. The passage will lead you to the sleeping place of the Vampire King and receive his inheritance. Feng Heng nodded and transformed into the form of a bat, flying into the sky with the stone slab. As soon as he touched the red vortex, an irresistible strength wrapped around Feng Heng and sucked him into it. A moment of chaos appeared in front of his eyes. Ding, player has entered the land of origin. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes. It was a dark world. Beneath his feet was a stretch of sand. There was no life form in sight, only scattered withered trees decorated the place. The entire space that had been split apart had a radius of less than 1,000 meters. Outside the area was a stretch of black chaos. In the middle of the sandy space, a blood-red stone coffin was extremely eye-catching. The inheritance of the vampires was in this stone coffin? Feng Heng stared at the stone coffin and slowly walked forward. Ka, ka ka ka. Before he reached the coffin, the originally flat coffin let out a weak sound and slowly stood up. A blood-red human figure walked out from the tightly shut coffin. Young descendant. Chapter 856, Judgment. Feng Heng stared at the phantom in front of him. The phantom didn't seem to be real. I've been waiting for your arrival. My successor, what you're seeing now is my remnant image. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was hunted down by the Holy Realm. 13 divine judges of the Holy Realm sacrificed themselves to completely seal me. They even left a curse in my bloodline. Find my sealed body and use my blood to build an altar to awaken their slumbering strength. At that time, you can receive my strength inheritance and obtain a powerful strength that can change the entire world. You can break the curse and lead my race. The phantom's voice became weaker and weaker until it shattered before Feng Heng's eyes. In the next moment, strange scenes appeared in Feng Heng's eyes. Under the illumination of the holy light, the young vampire king was bound in midair. His body was suppressed by the holy power and could not move. The holy long blade fell from the sky and cut the vampire king's body into 9 parts. Dark golden runes covered the 9 severed parts. Boom. The 9 parts shot out in all directions. The images in front of Feng Heng were also cut into 9 parts. The 9 images corresponded to the 9 body parts of the vampire king who had lost their strength and were completely sealed. They flew into the distance and scattered in every corner of the world, mountains, plains, rivers, canyons, the bottom of the sea. As time passed, the 9 images moved forward rapidly. Feng Heng saw the birth and destruction of countless life forms. The changing scenes gradually came to a stop. That world was. Feng Heng's heart thumped. The real world. The real world was the place where the vampire king was sealed. Find my body, wake them up, and receive my inheritance. The voices in Feng Heng's ears gradually stopped. 9 different images suddenly shattered before his eyes. Feng Heng felt a large amount of mixed information instantly surge into his brain. Opening his eyes again, the game hint refreshed once again. Ding. Player acquires skill Space Fusion Crystal, Special Building Vampire's Altar, Ritual Blood Awakening, Special Alchemy Magic Array Space Destruction, Vampires, Special Alchemy Magic Array Space Fusion, Vampires, Coordinates of Space Gap Anchor Points, Ding. Player acquires Skill Basic Alchemy Magic Array, Level 1, Skill Basic Alchemy Magic Array. Skill Description, the foundation of building an alchemy magic array. Ding. Player's Realm Mission Update. Find the inheritance of the Vampire King. Mission Name, find the inheritance of the Vampire King. Type of mission, Realm Mission. Mission Difficulty, SSS. Mission Description, you have arrived at the Land of Origin. You have seen the afterimage and some images left behind by the Vampire King. You have obtained clues about the Vampire King being sealed. Mission Requirements, player is requested to explore on his own. Mission Reward, unknown. Description, this mission is a special realm mission. It is shared by all realms. Player can try to complete this mission in all of the worlds of the vampires. Player can voluntarily share this mission with other players. Looking at the game hint on his retina, Feng Heng's lips moved slightly. He stood still for a full 10 minutes. When he came back to his senses, Feng Heng found that many things had been forced into his brain. There were things about how to set up a ritual to unseal the body of the Vampire King, how to establish a passage between the real world and the realm of the vampires, and how to summon the Land of Origin to fuse the worlds. Feng Heng lowered his head and pondered. It took him some time to completely digest the information he had obtained from the mission. At this moment, Feng Heng finally completely understood. Night Owl. From the moment they entered the zombie apocalypse, Night Owl had been trying to seize the spatial crystals of the 3 elementary game worlds. Gathering 3 different types of spatial crystals, in addition to the special fusion crystal that they had gathered from the spatial rift, they wanted to open a passage to the real world. Night Owl might only be thinking of simply entering the real world to destroy it, and behind the scenes, the Night Owl organization was just a chess piece used by the 12 corporations. The 12 corporations' goal was not so simple. They wanted to awaken the Vampire King and obtain the inheritance of the king's strength. In order to awaken the 9 sealed body parts of the Vampire King, they had to use the blood of the living beings in the real world as a sacrifice. They had to build a blood altar and condense a blood pool. They had to awaken the king's strength that was sealed by the holy light. The 12 corporations were controlling the Western Federation from behind, so it was inconvenient for them to appear directly. Therefore, they chose to control the anti-federal organization, Night Owl, as a chess piece on the surface. The real world and the anti-federal organization had the same goal. They both wanted to destroy the real world, so they naturally hit it off. After thinking through the whole matter, Feng Heng had a feeling that he was suddenly enlightened. He never thought that the 12 corporations would be so crazy. In order to obtain the Vampire King's inheritance, they actually did not hesitate to pull the flames of war in the game directly into the real world. Building the blood altar required a large amount of blood. Obviously, the 12 corporations would take materials locally and start a massacre in the real world. Boom. A loud sound interrupted Feng Heng's thoughts. Raising his head, the red coffin in front of him fell heavily. In the narrow space, everything returned to normal. Feng Heng took another step forward and looked at the coffin again. When he turned around to look at the mission description was also a little strange. The mission requirement was to explore on your own. Explore what? The coffin? What he saw just now was an illusion. Then what was sealed inside the coffin? Feng Heng became more and more curious, and he took another step forward. Kai. A thick bloody mist spread out from the gap of the closed coffin. As if he had realized the threat coming from Feng Heng, his aura condensed into more than 10 bloody figures. The figure faced Feng Heng, firmly protecting the coffin in the center. The figure standing at the front facing Feng Heng slowly opened its mouth. Find my body. Roar. Feng Heng felt a wave of heat coming from the front, and his body flew backward uncontrollably, crashing into the teleportation vortex. Entity's Cave. Feng Heng slowly descended from the vortex in the air along with the ancient stone slab. The 13 holy artifacts of vampires that were hovering in the air also fell down and flew back into Feng Heng's hands. Seeing the strange expression on Feng Heng's face, Mojai Aoi walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "Is there a problem?" "Yes, there's a big problem," Feng Heng replied in a low voice. The surrounding high-tier vampires looked at Feng Heng with expectant eyes. They wanted to know if Feng Heng had already received the king's inheritance. "I've found the sleeping place of the Vampire King and received some inspiration. As for the inheritance, it's not that easy. Let's disperse first." Feng Heng waved his hand and signaled the vampires to leave. Apart from leaving the necessary guards, Feng Heng brought a few core members to the meeting room in the second basement. After listening to Feng Heng's story, everyone fell into a short silence. Mojai Aoi was shocked at first, but then he immediately reacted. "Fuck, that means the 12 corporations triggered the mission earlier than us. They want to inherit the strength of the Vampire King, so they've been preparing to attack the real world." Chapter 857, Shattered. Feng Heng nodded. "Yes, I am guessing the same as you. The real world was involved, after all." The situation was getting out of hand, and Mojai Aoi had no idea what to do. "Then what should we do? Should we inform the Federation about this? We should think of a way to let the Federation handle this, right?" "Yes, go find Chen Yu and think of a way to tell him about this matter. Tell him that it's a secret intelligence that we obtained." Feng Heng also really wanted to obtain the strength of the Vampire King. However, in exchange for massacring a large number of his own kind in the real world, he felt that he could not do such a crazy thing. Moreover, there was something strange about this mission. He felt that it was not that simple. TSK. Mojai Aoi smacked his lips. He suddenly realized something and said, "Feng Heng, our family has been secretly developing in the world of the vampires. We've always been sneaky. My uncles definitely know something. I will go and tell him everything. I will ask him what he is hiding from me." After saying that, Mojai Aoi hurriedly went offline. Bellamy and Atina exchanged a look. "Master, the inheritance of the king is related to the real world that you mentioned. Then, should we also be prepared to enter the spatial rift to collect some spatial dust?" Feng Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. Spatial dust was the intermediate material for fusion of 3 types of spatial crystals. It could only be obtained in the spatial rift. Atina continued, "After we occupied the Elders' Council, we re-examined it. A portion of the spatial dust that we obtained from the spatial rift is still stored in the warehouse. There isn't much of it. According to your request, we have already transported them to the prison warehouse." "That's right." Feng Heng also remembered at this moment and asked, "The prince is also in the spatial rift. Is he also looking for the spatial dust?" Bellamy nodded. "Ever since District 6's Anjita's was seized by you, District 6 lost the support of Anjita's strength. They could only rely on the strength of other regions to survive. In exchange, the clan risked their lives to go to the spatial rift to look for the spatial dust. This cooperation was originally achieved under the urging of the Elders' Council of the Vampires, Li Qing. He had almost forgotten that there was also the World Lord of District 6, Li Qing. Feng Heng felt that Li Qing had something to do with the inheritance of the Vampire King. If the Federation was reliable, they could capture Li Qing directly and probably get a lot out of him. However, The Western Federation was already tightly controlled by the 12 corporations. Hence, it was not reliable. Also, he had gathered 13 holy artifacts of vampires and obtained control of Angitas before he could enter the land of origin. During the process, he encountered great dangers several times. And before him, someone from the 12 corporations had entered the Blood Realm one step ahead of him and triggered the mission to awaken the king just like him. The other party must be very strong too. Aitina looked at Feng Hang, who was deep in thought. She did not understand why Feng Hang was still hesitating. The inheritance of the Vampire King could only be owned by the Master. It must not be touched by others. Aitina continued to suggest, Master, I suggest that we should also make preparations to enter the real world in advance and seize the inheritance of the king from the enemy. Feng Hang nodded in agreement. Indeed, opening the passage to the real world was very important. Regardless of the feedback from North River Heavy Industry and the Federation, whether or not they could destroy the plans of the 12 corporations in the future, the initiative to freely enter and exit the real world must be firmly grasped in their hands. Moreover, opening the passage also had its benefits. Once the passage was completed, did this mean that he could control the fusion tyrant form in the real world? Feng Hang began to ponder again. Forget it, forget it. That thing was too ostentatious, and it would be easy to become a target of the Federation. It was better to be obscure. Feng Hang was somewhat apprehensive and said, now that the prince is trapped in the spatial rift, we will reopen the entrance to the spatial rift. If we meet the prince, it might be very troublesome. Aitina nodded and said, the space inside the spatial rift is almost infinite, and there are numerous exits. In terms of probability, the probability of the prince finding another exit and escaping is about 0. He will be trapped in there forever. Affected by the curse in his body, his strength will gradually weaken until he dies. Feng Hang shivered, thinking that the prince was a little unlucky. His home had been stolen, and he was still trapped in the spatial rift. Bellamy continued, we can build another passage and open another entrance to the spatial rift. The probability of 2 entrances being adjacent is almost equal to 0. This was a good idea. Feng Hang nodded. Alright, let's start immediately. The real world. In the eastern region of the Federation, there was already a huge uproar on the internet, and there was a heated discussion going on. As early as a few days ago, the large-scale evacuation of people outside the Necromancer Association's area had already caused a wide discussion among the masses. The Federation had never given a clear answer, allowing all sorts of speculations to spread in the forums. The people became more and more curious and fearful. Until this afternoon, when the Federation issued a Level 1 warning, the originally designated evacuation area spread outward again. Immediately after, a large number of videos appeared in the forum. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Countless skeleton creatures were resurrected from the underground. Skeletons and souls were wandering on the empty streets. In the video, the player even saw the Federation's defensive line at the periphery, defeating the wandering skeleton creatures. The location of the video was quickly recognized by others. It was the evacuation zone that the Federation had set up for the past few days. Game invasion. The world and the game had been fused for many years, but such a terrifying scene had never happened before. The citizens of the Federation in the eastern region immediately fell into panic. The entire world was paying attention to the development of the situation. The Federation's emergency notice was also sent out one by one. Affected by the outbreak of the undead life form, all relevant areas were evacuated. It was suggested that all the people outside the area stay at home. At this moment, in the Necromancer Association, the aura of death shrouded the entire association. The black clouds that blotted out the sun rapidly spread out in all directions from the top of the main building of the Necromancer Association. The wails of the undead echoed across the vast land. White bones were constantly being resurrected from the muddy ground. Su Shaojian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out with a solemn expression. At 13:20 p.m., the patrolling personnel discovered that the seal inside the Death Realm had been destroyed by someone. The aura of the Death Realm was spreading. The Federation had already issued an emergency transfer order and an evacuation order at the first possible moment. Large amounts of reinforcements are rushing over. The seal has been confirmed to have been destroyed from the outside. The aura of the Death Realm has been greatly leaked. The Necromancer Association has already reacted immediately and is trying to repair a seal. The unrelated people have already been completely dispelled. In addition, there's also a problem with the seal in the Fallen Corridor. We've just learned that Puji encountered danger when he was investigating the situation inside the Fallen Corridor. We've temporarily lost contact with him, and there's a high chance that he's already dead. Su Shaojian nodded, and he said in a deep voice, looks like they've made their move. The purge plan has officially begun. Remember what we have to do. Closely monitor the movements of all the people on the list. Find the person behind all these. If there's any movement, immediately arrest him. Yes. Su Shaojiang looked into the distance. Sacrifice was necessary. He only hoped that the price would not be too painful. Chapter 858, Accident within the Fallen Corridor. Instructor Pushi and the players had been using the strength of the sealing stone for the past few days to absorb the aura of death from the central sealed area. Feng Heng figured that he wouldn't be of much help if he went there now anyway. Therefore, he went offline and hid in the tent to rest under the excuse of cultivating the sacred study. Boss Feng. Something's happened. Feng Heng? Are you there? Outside the tent, Li Shouqian rushed back in a hurry and rushed into Feng Heng's tent while shouting. Sir. Something big has happened. Feng Heng had just laid down and was still in a daze. He looked up and saw Li Shouqian who had barged in. He was caught in an awkward situation. When he saw Feng Heng sitting on the bed, Li Shouqian didn't think much of it and rushed forward. Feng Heng, don't sleep anymore. Something happened in the central sealed area. Go and take a look. Feng Heng instantly woke up. Central sealed area? Li Shouqian added, Teacher Pushi is in trouble. Big brother is in trouble? When Feng Heng saw that Li Shouqian's expression was extremely anxious and did not look like he was lying, he quickly got up from the bed and said, Don't be anxious. Bring me there with you. Let's talk slowly. Okay. Li Shouqian calmed himself down. Teacher Pushi encountered danger in the central area. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Li Qinggren's ability and experience were not enough to command the entire team. The whole player team did not have a leader and became very chaotic. Li Shouqian saw that the situation was not good and quickly came back to look for Feng Heng. The two of them sped up and rushed to the central area of the Fallen Corridor. Li Shouqian explained the general situation to Feng Heng as succinctly as possible. Previously, we were absorbing and transferring the aura of death in the central hall through necromancy. When it was almost noon, Teacher Pushi suddenly brought us into the central area to check it out. I didn't expect the aura of the death realm in the hall to suddenly erupt on a large scale. The King Guard regained consciousness and entered battle stance, launching an attack on us. At that time, Teacher Pushi told us to leave the central area of the seal first and stay behind to delay the King Guard. Feng Heng frowned and realized that something was wrong. And then? When we left the central area, the aura of the undead in the entire central area erupted once again. Teacher Pushi was still trapped alone in the central area. Li Shouqian's expression was solemn. He recalled the aura of the undead that suddenly erupted just now, and he was still extremely afraid. Feng Heng, Li Qinggren told us that she could no longer sense Teacher Pushi's aura. She couldn't even sense his aura? This was going to be troublesome. Feng Heng secretly thought that things were not looking good. In the central area of the Fallen Corridor, the thick aura of the Death Realm continuously seeped out from the cracks in the ground and walls. The surroundings were filled with undead life forms that were rapidly condensing. The players had no choice but to gather at the same spot and form a circle to protect the central area from the invasion of the undead creatures from the outside world. The sudden explosion of the aura of the Death Realm caused the players of the Necromancer Association to lose their bearings for a moment. They could not come to a consensus even after arguing for a long time. We can't go back anymore. We have to go back and find Teacher Pushi. We can't just leave Teacher Pushi in there and ignore him. That's easy for you to say. How do we go back? It's not like you haven't seen the situation in there before. Another high-tier player frowned. We managed to escape with great difficulty, and now we're going in to die? Even if we're going to die, we have to go. If something happens to Teacher Pushi, where can we run to? Are we still going to go back and wait for death? We can wait for rescue. Don't make me laugh. The central sealed area has clearly been completely corroded, and the aura of the Death Realm has leaked out. The Necromancer Association will very likely choose to directly seal off the Fallen Corridor. If we wait any longer, we will only be buried here with them. Rescue doesn't exist at all, okay? Listening to everyone's discussion, Li Qinggren was anxious. Teacher Pushi was trapped in the central sealed area, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The players were currently divided into two factions, arguing endlessly. One faction supported leaving the central sealed area and waiting for rescue. The other faction insisted on returning to the central sealed area to rescue Teacher Pushi. Another faction retorted that there was a high probability that Teacher Pushi was already dead, and there was no use going back. The other faction retorted once more. If they ran back now, they would only die slowly, and there was still a chance of survival if they went back and risked their lives. Neither side was able to convince the other, and it was a stalemate. Li Qinggren tried to control the situation, but it was ineffective. The words she wanted to say were constantly interrupted by the other excited players. Under the influence of the aura from the Death Realm, more and more undead creatures began to gather in the Fallen Corridor. It would not affect them much for a while, but as time dragged on, the aura of the Death Realm in the central area exploded out of a sudden. The players were panicking, and the team was extremely scattered. Lee Kinggren had been trying, but it was still difficult to convince the players of the Necromancer Association to listen to her commands. In the crowd, Keon Yeon stood at the back of the player and remained silent. He was a nail that the 12 corporations had buried in the Necromancer Association. He had been lurking in the association for nearly 20 years. This time, he was entrusted with an important task by the 12 corporations. As he had prepared beforehand to sneak into the Fallen Corridor, he carried a special tool called Future Revelation with him. Through this tool, he could communicate with the outside world. The communication effect of the special tool was not very good. Within 24 hours, he could only communicate once with the outside world using a maximum of 50 words. About 3 hours ago, Keon Yeon received an urgent message from the 12 corporations. His mission target had changed. The higher-ups of the 12 corporations hoped that Keon Yeon would give up on the Shrine of Bones and immediately find an opportunity to destroy the magic array in the center of the Fallen Corridor, trapping Feng Heng in it. Almost at the same time, Pushi seemed to have noticed something and led the player team into the central area of the Fallen Corridor for inspection. While Instructor Pushi was inspecting the magic array, Keon Yeon took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and secretly found an opportunity to tamper with it, causing the Shrine of Bones in the central area to riot. In coordination with the destruction and loosening of the seal on the Death Realm, the aura of the Death Realm in the central area of the Fallen Corridor suddenly erupted, and the King Guard was forcefully awakened. The King Guard immediately attacked the players. Pushi chose to stall the King Guard alone to protect the players. From then on, Keon Yeon hid in the player group and retreated with the players. The mission was completed. The magic array that sealed the Death Realm was destroyed. No one would came to save these people. Keon Yeon thought to himself. Everyone would die here. They would just struggle helplessly. Keon Yeon was already prepared to die. He was seriously ill and would not be able to live for long. If he died, his family members who were still alive would receive the best resources and care. As he was thinking, Keon Yeon noticed that the originally noisy surroundings had gradually become quiet. He looked up and saw that a small path had opened up in front of him from the crowd. Feng Heng walked in from the crowd. Seeing Feng Heng, Keon Yeon had a rather ominous feeling in his heart. It's him again. Chapter 859, Fall Feng Heng, you came at the right time. Seeing Feng Heng's arrival, the Necromancer Association's player team, who had been arguing, stopped arguing. Everyone looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, tell us, what should we do? Feng Heng had left a deep impression on the Necromancer Association's player group during the time they had been locked up in the Fallen Corridor. Almost all of the players here had spent more time studying necromancy than Feng Heng. In terms of knowledge, most of them were more knowledgeable than Feng Heng, and they were many times more experienced than Feng Heng. However, it was very strange. When they saw Feng Heng coming over, they actually felt like they had found their backbone. They all stopped arguing and looked at Feng Heng, waiting for him to give them an idea. Yeah, I've roughly heard about the matter. When Feng Heng arrived, he had already heard the players' arguments from afar. He walked to the middle of the crowd and did not choose to stand on any side of the argument. Instead, he turned his head to look at the two necromancy attendants who had been following behind the crowd. I think it's better to let them speak. The players all looked in the direction that Feng Heng pointed to. He was pointing at two necromancy attendants in gray robes. The players were confused. The two necromancy attendants looked at each other and were equally confused. Feng Heng looked at the two and said, tell us what happened outside the Fallen Corridor. Why did Teacher Pushi suddenly take such a big risk to enter the center of the Fallen Corridor to investigate? Is there a problem outside? Seeing the inquisitive gazes from the players, the two necromancy attendants exchanged a look. All along, under Pushi's instructions, they had been in and out of the game extremely stealthily. How did Feng Heng know about them? One of the necromancy attendants said, about 3 hours ago, the Necromancy Association was attacked from an unknown source. The magic array that sealed the Death Realm was greatly damaged, and the efficiency of its operation was greatly reduced. A large amount of the aura of the Death Realm was released from the Death Realm crevice to the outside world. The expressions of the Necromancer Association's players changed when they heard this. A veteran necromancy player asked in disbelief, you're saying that the seal on the Death Realm has been broken and the aura of the Death Realm has leaked out? Now, the outside world has already fallen? Yes. Currently, the spreading effect of the aura of the Death Realm has already caused a great impact on the world. A large number of undead creatures have resurrected. A few days ago, the Federation cooperated with the Necromancer Association to evacuate all the citizens in the periphery of the association. The Federation has set up a defense net in the periphery to defend against the undead creatures that have been resurrected. The Necromancer Association is also carrying out the repair of the magic array. The necromancy attendant nodded and continued to say, after Mr. Pushi received the news, he immediately led a team to enter the central region to investigate. He wanted to cooperate with the outside world to stabilize the seal within the fallen corridor. During the investigation process, the aura of the Death Realm was stimulated by something and suddenly exploded. Everyone had already seen what happened after that. The necromancy attendant did not elaborate further. He continued, "Now, my companions have entered the game world and are communicating with the outside world. They are receiving the latest instructions from the Necromancer Association." Hearing this, the players of the Necromancer Association all had strange expressions on their faces. The players were a little confused. For a moment, they were silent as they digested the news brought by the necromancy attendants. So the necromancy attendants could enter the game world at any time, and they could also communicate with the outside world? Now, not only the inner area of the fallen corridor, even the seal of the Death Realm in the outside world had been destroyed. The aura was leaked, and the entire eastern region of the Federation was in chaos. When Feng Heng heard this, he also frowned. This was not good. Feng Heng, Qian Yaoyan looked at Feng Heng when he saw that everyone was hesitating. He asked, "Do you believe what they said?" Everyone also looked at Feng Heng inquisitively. Feng Heng looked at Qian Yaoyan and nodded slightly. "It should be reliable. I can testify this. The 8 necromancy attendants who came with Teacher Pushi all have the ability to enter the game. For some reason, Teacher Pushi did not reveal it to the public at that time. Li Qingren did not know how Feng Heng had gotten this information. Seeing that Feng Heng had returned, Li Qingren felt even more confident and stepped forward to help Feng Heng explain. The holy equipment on Feng Heng's body was also brought into the fallen corridor by the necromancy attendants. These are all the secrets of the Necromancer Association. Please keep them a secret." Everyone nodded. They had no doubt about the necromancy attendant's words. Feng Heng looked at the necromancy attendant and asked, "There's a change in the magic array sealing the Death Realm in the outside world. It's being attacked for unknown reasons. Teacher Pushi's whereabouts are also unknown. I want to know what will happen if the fallen corridor loses control. What will the Necromancy Association do?" The grey-robed necromancy attendant thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "The Necromancer Association does not have spare time to worry about the fallen corridor. In order to prevent the crevice in the Death Realm from affecting the world, the Necromancer Association may completely seal and remove the fallen corridor, reducing the pressure of the aura of the Death Realm leaking out." Hearing this, the players fell into silence once again. Feng Heng's brows were tightly knitted, and he quickly exchanged glances with Li Qingren beside him. Who would have thought that things would deteriorate to such an extent so quickly? He was still sleeping half an hour ago. "Everyone, we don't have any more options. If we want to survive, we have to re-enter the central region and find Teacher Pushi. I think this is our only choice at the moment." During this period of time, the players had seen Feng Heng in a joking manner. He had never been as serious as today. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Feng Heng nodded and continued, "Senior Qingren, what's the current situation in the central region?" Li Qingren was extremely impressed by Feng Heng. She had spent a lot of effort managing the team, but Feng Heng had easily controlled the situation with just a few words. He had the entire team in a tight line. "When we came out, the seal in the center had already been greatly damaged. A large amount of death aura burst out, and the King Guard was stimulated by the unstable aura and entered a berserk state. There must be a large number of high-tier undead creatures in the center. It has been more than half an hour since the explosion just now. The initial death aura burst in the Shrine of Bones has already ended, but the death aura is continuously spreading out from the center through the crevice. The spreading aura of the Death Realm will lead to the revival of a large number of undead creatures and the gradual improvement of their abilities." The more Li Qingren analyzed, the more pessimistic she felt. Under such circumstances, even if they desperately returned to find Teacher Pushi, the success rate was still frighteningly low. Li Qingren gently bit her lips, then raised her head and continued, "With our current abilities, it will be very difficult to deal with a large number of undead creatures that are enhanced by the aura of the Death Realm." Chapter 860, Method. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. "Very difficult? It shouldn't be possible at all, right? The aura of the Death Realm overflowed, and the situation in the fallen corridor would only get worse. They couldn't drag it out, but they couldn't beat it even if they fought forcefully." Most of the players knew this in their hearts, but they didn't say anything, afraid that it would affect the team's morale, which had already fallen to the bottom. "All right, I got it." Feng Heng nodded and said, "Let's make our move first. We will start by exploring the inner area and think of a way to understand the situation inside the central area. Perhaps it's not as bad as we thought." All right. The players from the Necromancer Association immediately gathered together again and reorganized their formation, ready to charge back into the central area. After walking for 100 meters, the party had no choice but to stop. At this moment, The players suddenly discovered that the passage in front of them had already been completely enveloped by a dense black aura. A large amount of black aura that could be seen with the naked eye gradually spread towards the party from the front of the passage. A large number of vengeful spirit life forms wailed as they surged out from the dense black aura, pouncing towards the player team. The number of resurrected undead life forms was terrifying. It almost filled up the entire passage. Li Shouqian felt a chill down his spine when he saw this. He whispered in Fang Heng's ear, "Fang Heng, be careful. They're not easy to deal with. You be careful too." Weapon blessing. Fang Heng was wearing a full set of support equipment. As he spoke, he waved his hand and cast the weapon blessing to give the players a positive buff. "Cover me." Fang Heng called out and raised the holy spear of purification as he charged forward. The other players were a little hesitant when they saw the incoming sea of undead creatures. When they saw that Fang Heng had already charged forward, they gritted their teeth and followed to assist. Kai. Together with the holy weapon of vampires, the blood shadows attack effect, the weapon purification effect in Fang Heng's hand was repeatedly triggered. The holy light that kept flashing and shining slightly dispersed the surrounding darkness, and also somewhat boosted the morale of the team. However, the effect only lasted for a short while. The black fog in the passage ahead gradually pushed forward, and high-tier vengeful spirits continuously emerged. Fang Heng cooperated with the team to forcefully kill the vengeful spirits for a while and found that they had only walked more than 10 meters forward. Defending this area was already their limit. It was impossible for them to continue pushing forward. How much longer until we reach the central area? At least 500 meters. Li Qingren estimated the distance from the entrance of the central sealed area. A distance of 500 meters was like a chasm to the player team. They had wasted too much time before. Now, they could not even enter the central area. When everyone heard Li Qingren's answer, they fell silent for a moment. It was too difficult. Even with Fang Heng around, it was impossible to force their way through. Fang Heng stared at the black fog in front of him and could not help but sigh in his heart. Forget it, don't fight it head-on. Let's retreat first. Li Qingren looked at the black fog in front of her with some worry. That dense black fog seemed to be able to devour everything. The players listened to Fang Heng's command and began to retreat in unison. In the team, other than raising some doubts about the necromancy attendant at the beginning, Qian Yeoyan's performance was mediocre. He had been carefully observing Fang Heng in the dark. The 12 corporations also paid a lot of attention to Fang Heng. They had repeatedly asked him to confirm Fang Heng's situation in the corridor. It's useless. Qian Yeoyan sighed in his heart as he looked at the players who still chose to fight with all their might. As an enemy, he was very impressed by Fang Heng's ability. Ever since they entered the Fallen Corridor, Fang Heng's sacred study had played an extremely important role in the team. It could be said that Fang Heng's individual strength had directly increased the team's combat ability by several times. Qian Yeoyan even suspected that Fang Heng had already known about the internal plans of the 12 corporations in advance. As of now, it was unknown whether Teacher Pushi was still alive or not. Faced with such a crisis, Fang Heng was able to reunite and lead the entire team that had fallen apart in such a short period of time. But, speaking of which, what could he do? There was a huge disparity in strength. The black aura that originated from the Death Realm was too powerful. With the current Necromancer Association's team's ability, they would definitely not be able to get close to the central region's entrance. Fang Heng was not sure if there was a mole in the team, so he led the team to retreat. The black fog was still slowly spreading outwards. What should he do? Fang Heng focused his thoughts. The biggest obstacle was this black fog, the aura of the Death Realm. He had to think of a way to purify or get rid of it. The sealing stone could indeed absorb a large amount of the aura of death, but the effect was not good. It was obvious that such a large amount of aura could not be absorbed. The amount of aura that was currently overflowing from the Death Realm was far greater than the absorption limit of the sealing stone. Unfortunately, it would be great if the zombie clones could be used in the real world. Directly summoning the zombie clones to absorb the aura might have some effect. This was not feasible because the zombie clones could not be brought out of the game world at all. Fang Heng shook his head and tossed this unrealistic idea out of his mind. Wait a minute, maybe. Fang Heng suddenly realized something and had a flash of inspiration. Right, the world passage. When he entered the land of origin, he had already engraved the method to break the passage between the game and the real world in his mind. It was not difficult to set it up in the real world. He only needed to set up a more complicated alchemy magic array passage node to complete it. If he could open a passage to the game world inside the Fallen Corridor. Fang Heng raised his head and looked around. He continued to think along this line of thought. He had already obtained the 3 types of spatial crystals needed to open the passage. The amount of spatial dust he had collected from the Elders' Council of District 6 of the World of Vampires was not much, and the completed fusion spatial crystals could only open a very small spatial rift. It could not be maintained for too long. This was not the point. More importantly, just opening a very small rift was enough to complete the plan. Almost in an instant, a simple plan was quickly constructed in Fang Heng's mind. Fang Heng could not determine the success rate of this plan, but this was the only method he could think of at the moment. Everyone, I have an idea. Fang Heng suddenly stopped as he followed the team back. Faced with the player's gaze, Fang Heng said, I have an idea that might be able to help us. If everyone trusts me, I need everyone's help. The Necromancer Association's players nodded without even thinking. What help? Just say it. At this point in time, what was there to talk about trust? Of course, they were betting their lives on Fang Heng. Ever since they were trapped in the fallen corridor, everyone had witnessed Fang Heng's performance. Fang Heng was able to find a way to solve many of the big problems that even Teacher Pushi could not solve. They were already in a desperate situation. Other than Fang Heng, who else could solve it? Chapter 861, Breach Brother, stop talking. My life depends on you. If there's anything you want us to do, just let us know. As long as we can survive, we have to give it our all. The other players also had the same attitude. Fang Heng, you're the captain now. Hurry up, don't keep us in suspense. We don't have much time. Fang Heng, just say it. We will cooperate fully. Okay, I hope that everyone can keep this matter a secret. Fang Heng's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, we will retreat to the inner layer of the corridor and the middle layer of the connecting area to guard the entrance. We must guard the entrance firmly. I will go back to the temporary camp to make some things. I need a few people who know how to set up an alchemy magic array to go back with me to help. As Fang Heng spoke, he looked at the crowd and raised his voice, everyone. Basic alchemy or magic arrays elite level will do. Of course, the higher the tier, the better. I know a little. I will help too. Intermediate alchemy level 6, I will do it. Hearing Fang Heng's words, 7 to 8 players quickly walked out of the crowd. That's enough. Fang Heng looked at Li Shouqiang again. Bring a few low-level melee players with you. There are still things that need to be moved later. We will go together. Thank you for your hard work. You must guard this place. I will come back immediately after I finish creating it. Senior Kingren, I will leave this place to you. Li Kingren nodded. Okay, leave this place to us. Don't worry. At this critical moment, the players of the Necromancer Association were united like never before. Leave it to us. Fang Heng, hurry up and come back. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will defend this damned place for you. Okay. Fang Heng did not say anything more. He replied and led Li Shouqiang and the Necromancer Association's player team back. As the level of the player increased, along with the increase in bloodline level and the bonus of the attribute points from gathering 13 holy artifacts of the vampires, Fang Heng's current attribute experienced another explosive increase. His movement speed also increased greatly. Under the state of running with all his might, he quickly pulled away from Li Shouqiang and the others behind him. Li Shouqiang gritted his teeth and ran with all his might, but he still found that he gradually lost sight of Fang Heng. He only heard Fang Heng's shout coming from afar. I will go first, we will meet at the camp. What the hell? Just how high was his basic attribute? Li Shouqiang's physique-related attribute was not low, but he realized that he could not catch up to Fang Heng's running speed at all. He had no choice but to stop and catch his breath a few times. The other Necromancer Association players who followed him also realized that there was no hope in chasing him, so they all stopped to catch their breath. They looked in the direction where Fang Heng left with a puzzled and envious expression as if they were looking at a freak. Fang Heng ran even faster than a mad dog. One had to know that Fang Heng was also wearing the thick holy type buff set. Fang Heng was doing this on purpose. Realizing that he had completely shaken off Li Shouqiang and the others who were chasing him, he immediately flashed into the passage at the side. Closing his eyes, the magic array under Fang Heng's feet spun rapidly, and he entered the game world once again. In the underground teleportation hall of the prison of District 8, the teleportation gate was still open. Resources that had been accumulated for thousands of years by the Elders' Council of District 6 of the World of the Vampires were being sent to the headquarters of the prison of the zombie apocalypse through the teleportation passage to be stored. Fang Heng walked around the prison but couldn't find Mojai Oi. He sent him a message through the survival radio but it didn't respond, so he rushed to the teleportation hall. Master. Atina was commanding the vampires to move the materials. Seeing Fang Heng, she walked to Fang Heng and asked respectfully, what do you want? Gather people and tell Hayes that I need to condense the fusion spatial crystal immediately and open the opening to the world as soon as possible. Now. Why so urgent all of a sudden? 18 asked in surprise, then nodded and said, "Yes, Master. Currently, there isn't much spatial dust left in District 6. We can't open a complete passage. Even if we forcefully open it, we can only open a small breach. Only very small life forms can pass through. Yes, a small breach is enough. Set the entrance passage in the world of the vampires. Find a quiet place and disperse the crowd in advance. Keep it a secret. I can't leave. If you encounter a problem, discuss it with the Elders' Council and make a decision. You have to be quick." The prison shelter was the base camp. Feng Heng thought that if he broke through the space breach in the real world and the aura of the Death Realm invaded the game world, it would be awkward if the prison was destroyed. For safety reasons, Feng Heng decided to set the other end of the passage in District 6 of the Vampire Apocalypse. Even if he accidentally encountered trouble, the unlucky ones would be the vampires in District 6. The damage caused would be limited. "Yes, Master." 18 realized the seriousness of the matter. She wondered if Feng Heng had some kind of plan ahead of time. She didn't dare to delay and immediately returned to the world of the vampires through the teleportation passage to look for Hayes. She was going to use the strength of the Tremor clan to refine and configure the spatial crystals for fusion. Feng Heng opened the game character panel and began to control a large number of zombie clones to go to the vampire apocalypse. The plan was like this. Feng Heng felt that the inside of the fallen corridor was like a balloon. The aura of the Death Realm kept seeping out from the crack in the Death Realm and filled the entire corridor. The higher the concentration of the aura of the Death Realm in the balloon, the faster and stronger the resurrection speed of the undead creature, and the more difficult it would be for the players to deal with it. Now, he opened a passage between the game and reality. It was equivalent to opening a hole in the balloon and channeling the aura from the fallen corridor into the game world. In the game world, Feng Heng planned to use the zombie clones to absorb the aura of the Dead Realm. There were many problems with the plan that he had made in a hurry. For example, the passage might not be able to absorb a large amount of the aura of the Death Realm, or the speed at which the zombie clones could absorb the aura of the Death Realm might not be as fast as the speed at which the aura of the Death Realm could escape. Whether it worked or not, Feng Heng only thought of this plan to solve the current predicament. He gathered the zombie clones in a row and teleported to the world of the vampires. In the real world, Feng Heng hurried back to the container beside the temporary camp. The container still contained the goods that he had stolen from the headquarters of the vampire apocalypse. The plan seemed simple and easy. However, it was not easy to complete the gap between the game and the real world. In addition to the difficulty of obtaining the fusion spatial crystal, Feng Heng also needed to make a mark in the real world as the exit point of the passage. The mark needed to be set up with a special alchemy magic array. The larger the exit, the larger the magic array needed. Lacking the spatial dust as the fusion material, Feng Heng planned to open a very small spatial breach this time, but he also needed to draw an extremely troublesome magic array. Currently, his magic array skill level was only at level 1. It would be very difficult to complete the magic array on his own. It would take a long time, and the failure rate would also be high. Thus, he could only rely on the assistance of the Necromancer Association's players. Chapter 862, Making Preparations. While he was thinking, Feng Heng walked into the depths of the container, his eyes wandering among the many holy court artwork in the container. Found it. It was it. There was a huge stone slab in the corner of the container, and it was emitting a faint aura of holy light. Feng Heng had found it not long ago when he was ransacking the holy court's headquarters. The prayer of the revelation of the holy court was engraved on it. It was a very rare decorative item. Placing it in the Temple of Zeus could greatly increase the level and experience points of the Temple of Zeus. The stone slab that was engraved with the prayer was shaped like a cube about 3 meters long and was very valuable. It was made of a relatively rare special material that could preserve a magic array. It was rare to see such a large and complete piece. Since the situation was critical, it was time to use it. Feng Heng stepped forward and turned the stone slab over, revealing the smooth back of the stone slab. It should be enough. Feng Heng closed his eyes and visualized a magic array in his mind. After a rough estimation, he took out the special materials needed to engrave the magic array in the warp backpack slot and placed them in the corner of the warehouse. All done. Next, I will start drawing the magic array, Feng Heng said to himself. Then, he took out a pen and paper and began to draw the magic array on the paper. After he finished drawing the magic array, Li Shouqian rushed back to the temporary camp with the Necromancer Association's players behind him and shouted Feng Heng's name. Boss Feng. We're back. Where are you? Boss Feng? Here. Feng Heng jumped out of the container and waved to the players. Here, help me move it. This stone slab is a bit heavy, and this is the only one. Be careful not to break it. Li Shouqian took a few deep breaths on the spot and exhaled heavily from his lungs. He nodded and waved to the coolies behind him. Let's go and help unload the goods. The players who had followed him all the way here did not have the time to catch their breath. They followed him into the warehouse. More than 10 players worked together to move the heavy stone slab out of the container. Li Shouqian felt like he had seen a ghost. He did not know what material this stone slab was made of. How could it be so heavy? How had this thing been moved into the fallen corridor earlier? When the other high-tier players who had studied magicry and alchemy saw the stone slab, they looked at each other and cast puzzled gazes at Feng Heng. They all recognized the special dazzling stone slab that Li Shouqian and the others were moving. It was true that such a large dazzling stone slab was relatively rare, but it was not difficult to obtain it. To players, once the magic array was engraved on the dazzling stone slab, the magic array could move freely along with the stone slab. There was no need to set up the magic array many times. The bad news was that due to movement, the marks on the magic array were easy to wear and tear. Moreover, inscribing the magic array on a stone slab was even more laborious and required even more materials. In addition, the stone slab was very heavy and moving it was very troublesome. The larger the magic array, the greater the impact of the slightest wear and tear. If one was not careful, the entire magic array would explode. Hence, the practicality of large-scale magic array stone slabs was not high. A small-scale magic array did not need a slab, so it was more convenient for the player to customize the magic array on the spot. Hence, the current view of the players in the world was that a magic array slab was a relatively useless thing. It was indeed very strange that it appeared in this place. However, combining this with Feng Heng's previous search for an alchemist and an elite player who knew magic array, everyone already had a guess. One of the players who was proficient in magic array raised his head and asked, "Feng Heng, do you want to carve a magic array on this?" "Yes." Feng Heng nodded. The players felt even more confused. Good heavens, the fallen corridor had already reached such a dangerous stage. Could it be that there was still a magic array that could deal with this situation? The bigger the magic array, the longer the time it would take to set up a high-tier magic array. Now that they were on the brink of fire, did they still have time to make a magic array? "Brother, this is the layout of the magic array that I spent a lot of effort to get in the game. Time is very tight. Everyone, let's work together to complete the recording of the magic array. We only have one stone slab. We must not make any mistakes. Please, everyone." As Feng Heng spoke, he displayed the magic array on the paper in front of the player. Regardless of whether the players understood or did not understand the magic array, they all gathered around curiously to watch. A few players proficient in magic array inspected the magic array, the confusion on their faces intensifying. An extremely strange magic array. Although the difficulty of drawing a magic array wasn't high, it was extremely complex. It could only be considered a very difficult low-tier magic array. Strangely, they had never seen a similar magic array before. There were many patterns on the magic array that they had never seen before. Let's begin. Alright. Everyone roughly took a look. There were no problems with the magic array's layout that Feng Heng had given them. The current situation was critical, so it was not the time to ask questions. Most of the players present had been proficient in magic arrays for many years, so it was not difficult for them to memorize the magic array. After memorizing it, they immediately surrounded the stone slab and began to draw it. The 3-meter-long square stone slab could be carved by 4 people at the same time. If they used up too much mental strength, they would immediately replace the person. While everyone was focused on carving the magic array, Feng Heng and Li Shouqian gave a command. Then, they quietly retreated into the darkness and returned to the game world. After returning to the game world, Feng Heng immediately entered District 6 of the vampires through the teleportation passage. The teleportation hall was densely packed with zombie clones. 18 had been guarding the entrance, waiting for Feng Heng's arrival. Not long ago, she had immediately communicated with the Elders' Council, Hayes, and immediately began to perform the fusion of the spatial dust and set up a teleportation hole. "Master, the fusion spatial crystal has been successfully created and can be used at any time. Besides, time is too tight. The Elders' Council has chosen to build the teleportation point in the northern Barren Land. Elder Hayes is leading the vampires to set up the magic array passage in the Barren Land. It is estimated that it will take about 30 minutes to complete the construction of the magic array. Well done." The area of the Barren Land was sparsely populated. It was also very spacious, which was suitable for the spread of the aura of death. Feng Heng nodded and waved his hand gently. A large group of zombie clones squeezed into the teleportation hall and began to enter the Barren Land through the teleportation passage. Feng Heng nodded to 18 and said, "Tell them to cut off the connection with District 6 immediately if they run into an uncontrollable crisis. All of them should retreat to District 8. You can do whatever you want while I am away." "Yes, Master." 18 nodded and respectfully took her leave. Feng Heng opened the game log again to check. It was strange. It had been a few hours, but Mojai still hadn't gone online to reply to his survival radio. It was very abnormal. Could it be that something had happened in the real world on his side? Chapter 863, Reliable in the Fallen Quarter. After a few relays, the players had almost finished engraving the magic array. Feng Heng had returned to the real world and he quietly followed and waited at the side. It's done. After the last step was completed, the players moved aside and looked at Feng Heng. Thank you for your hard work. Feng Heng walked forward and took out a sharp knife. Kai. His left hand gently cut a long and narrow wound on his right wrist. Blood splashed out along his wrist. Before the wound healed, Feng Heng quickly drew the blood onto the stone and fused it into the stone. The stone absorbed Feng Heng's blood and emitted a weak light. Activating the magic array required one's own blood as a medium, so Feng Heng was not worried about the layout of the magic array being leaked. Even if they were really memorized and brought out, they would not be able to take effect even if they made a new copy. Feng Heng stared at the stone slab. When the stone slab was completely red, he looked up at the crowd. Okay, that's enough. Help me. Let's pour in our mental strength to activate the magic array. Now. They hadn't even entered the battlefield yet, and they were going to activate it already? A few players who were proficient in alchemy magic array hesitated. Yes. Okay. Out of Feng Heng's trust, the players all reached out and pressed their hands on the slate. They were all high-tier players of necromancy, so their mental strength recovery speed was very fast. Clack, clack, clack. Under the infusion of mental strength, the stone slab began to tremble slightly. Li Shoqian and the other players around him saw this and rushed forward. They immediately pressed the stone slab to the ground together so that the stone slab would not be damaged by the shaking. Kai. There was a soft sound. Li Shoqian's heart jumped, and he immediately became nervous. The stone slab had shattered? He could not help but look in the direction of the sound. What was that? The space directly above the stone slab actually had an extremely fine crack. Could it be a spatial-type magic array? Ka. The cracks in the space gradually became denser. Not only Li Shoqian, but the other players also had strange expressions on their faces. It was too strange. Spatial-type magic arrays were all considered high-tier magic arrays. How could a low-tier magic array affect space? PFFT. Just as they were surprised, another extremely soft sound was heard. The space above the stone slab finally collapsed and exploded. A thumb-sized hole in the black space appeared about half a meter above the stone slab. Shush. What was that thing? The players were extremely confused and looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, on the other hand, stared at the space hole expressionlessly. During the layout, many players could see that part of the magic array's layout was related to a special bloodline. However, after combining various runes and imprints, the final effect was impossible to judge. Who would have thought that the final effect would be to tear open a spatial rift? This didn't make sense. Tearing open a spatial rift required a lot of energy, and it was far from what the few of them could provide. If one looked carefully, the spatial rift was absorbing the aura. The aura of the death realm that had sunk into the corridor was being continuously absorbed by the spatial rift. Even though it was very weak, it was still a success. The passage connecting to the rift was successful. On the side, Feng Heng clenched his fist lightly when he saw this. After the magic array was activated, a large amount of energy was needed to operate continuously. This energy was provided by the Elders' Council of the Vampires in the game world on the other side. The Elders' Council on the other side was also responsible for the energy needed to break the space. Over there, thousands of high-tier vampires gathered. At the same time, gathering the mental strength of thousands of high-tier vampires together with the spatial strength released by the fusion of the spatial crystals was enough to create a space breach. As for the end of the fallen corridor, the high-tier players' mental strength was very high. They only needed to charge the magic array on a stone slab once in a while to maintain the operation of the magic array at the exit. Feng Heng didn't explain these things to the others. A player who was proficient in magic array hesitated for a moment before walking up and asking, Feng Heng, are you trying to absorb it through the breach? Yes. Seeing that the plan had succeeded halfway, Feng Heng turned around and looked at Li Shoqian and the others. Hurry up and put it on the cart together. Be careful. After you're done, go and support the central area immediately. Okay. Li Shoqian came back to his senses and answered excitedly. He thought, damn it. Boss Feng still has a way. Although he didn't know what method it was most likely successful. Li Shoqian immediately called the players behind him who were doing physical work to put the large stone slabs on the three carts side by side. The players gathered the carts in the middle and carefully pushed them back to the central area together. In the beginning, everyone was only guessing. They were not sure what Feng Heng's final plan was. After entering the middle area of the fallen corridor, the player finally confirmed the use of the stone slab. Absorb the aura of the Death Realm. The breach above the continuously operating magic array let out a sizzling sound. As the players gradually entered the center of the fallen corridor, the aura of the Death Realm around them became denser. The speed at which the aura of death was being absorbed by the black space increased, and a weak black vortex actually condensed above the stone slab. A large amount of the aura of the Death Realm was being absorbed by the vortex. Seeing this, the players from the Necromancer Association were greatly astonished. This thing could actually absorb aura? Fang Heng, what exactly is that magic array? Li Xiao could not help but ask. The other players also cast probing gazes at Fang Heng, especially the players who did not understand the magic array. All of them had blank looks on their faces as if they did not understand the situation. It's a special space. Fang Heng nodded and explained the principle to everyone. I am trying to break open a special space and guide the aura of the Death Realm into the space. It's a secret that I found in the game. Please keep it a secret for me. Fang Heng didn't lie. He just ignored a lot of key points. As expected. It was a special magic array that could break through space. The players who understood the magic array had such expressions on their faces as expected. They were shocked by the exquisiteness of the magic array. The players who did not understand the magic array were even more surprised. They did not quite understand the process, but they understood the conclusion. In that case, with the passage opening that could absorb the aura of the Death Realm, could they really have a way to enter the central area of the Fallen Corridor? The few elite players who were studying the magic array initially wanted to find out more about this magic array, but when they heard Fang Heng say that it was his secret, they were too embarrassed to ask further. Thinking of Fang Heng's identity as the World Lord, everyone had some guesses in their hearts. It was most likely the special ability of a World Lord. As expected, they believed that Fang Heng was right. Under such circumstances, only he could be relied on. Everyone was in high spirits and sped toward the center of the Fallen Corridor. Chapter 864, The more you fight, the braver you become in the Fallen Corridor, Central Region. Li Qingren and the other players who had stayed behind were gradually in a predicament. As the aura of death leaked out rapidly, the dense black fog gradually pushed forward. The density of the aura of death in the entire Fallen Corridor also increased rapidly. More and more undead revived at a faster rate, and the strength of the undead also began to slowly increase. Everyone resisted with all their might and retreated all the way. Without the buff from Fang Heng, the team's combat strength was reduced by more than half. Everyone, hold on for a little longer. Fang Heng will be back soon. Li Qingren encouraged the team to increase their morale. Don't worry, we can still hold on. We have to. Otherwise, when Fang Heng comes back, we will be a joke, saying that we can't do it without him. Hey, that spy sent by the Holy Faction. We can't let him underestimate us. Seeing that the players were still in the mood to joke around, Li Qingren heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the situation was still under control. Just as Li Qingren was thinking, her pupils suddenly constricted. In the passage ahead, the aura in the Fallen Corridor suddenly seemed to have been stimulated by something and accelerated toward the player. What was going on? Could it be that there was another change? The player at the front who was holding on realized that something was wrong and raised his hand to signal, retreat. The players' expressions changed slightly and they had no choice but to retreat again. Li Qingren cried out in her heart. How could this be? Could it be that there was another mutation in the Fallen Corridor? Fang Heng. Li Qingren's eyes lit up when she heard a player's shout and immediately looked back. Fang Heng was back? The other players were also shocked when they heard the shout. Behind them, Fang Heng, who was wearing a full set of holy equipment and looking extremely bloated, waved at everyone. Quick! Get back here! Fang Heng walked to the front of the support team. He had just entered the inner layer of the Fallen Corridor. When he saw that the team was still there, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and shouted at the players in front of him while casting Weapon Blessing to add a buff effect to the team. With the enhancement effect of Weapon Blessing, the players felt as if they were given a booster shot. Their combat power instantly exploded to several levels. They covered the way and retreated, reuniting with Fang Heng and the others who had rushed over from behind. Fang Heng, how are things on your side? Seeing that Fang Heng had returned, Li Qingren felt much more at ease and hurriedly went forward to ask. Fang Heng held the Book of Creation in his left hand and raised his right hand. A regional weapon blessing was sprinkled on the crowd of players. At the same time, he said, "It's done. Everyone, follow me and retreat." The players gathered one after another and followed Fang Heng back to the original path. After walking for a few minutes, the players noticed that a giant-sized black vortex had suddenly appeared behind them. The giant vortex had practically occupied the entire passage opening. What was even more astonishing was that the vortex was actually still moving and it was rapidly approaching them. The players had never seen such a scene before, and they were greatly shocked. They immediately assumed a battle stance and prepared to fight. Don't worry, calm down, we're on the same side. Huh? Hearing Feng Heng's words, everyone was stunned and their expressions became interesting. What the hell? On the same side? This damn thing was on the same side? Forcing themselves to calm down, the players looked carefully in the direction of the vortex. The black vortex was crazily absorbing the aura of death nearby, and beneath the vortex was a large stone slab. Magicare stone slab? Behind the large black vortex, Li Shouqian and a few other players were pushing the stone slab forward quickly. So, this seemingly terrifying vortex was really created by Feng Heng? The surrounding Necromancer Association players cast a shocked gaze at Feng Heng. How did he do it? Qian Yaoyan was even more astonished when he saw this. A stone slab? What was the origin of that stone slab? It could actually absorb such a large amount of aura of death? Qian Yaoyan was ignorant of magic arrays, so he could not understand the situation at all. The black vortex rapidly absorbed the aura of death, and the density of the aura of death in the surroundings also decreased significantly. Li Shouqian and the others carefully pushed the cart forward to meet up with the remaining players. Feng Heng saw the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces. He nodded and explained, "It's a special magic array. Let's return to the central area first. We will explain after we get out." Swoosh. Swoosh. Just as he finished speaking, two vengeful spirits attacked from the darkness in front of the passage. The vortex could absorb the black aura of death, but it could not absorb the vengeful spirits. A large amount of the aura of death leaked out, causing the revived vengeful spirits to attack once again. "Protect the stone slab," Feng Heng said as he lifted the holy spear of purification and rushed toward the two vengeful spirits in a flash. Kai. The spear pierced into the body of the vengeful spirits and triggered the purification effect. A ray of holy light suddenly bloomed in the passage. "Brothers. Go." Seeing that Feng Heng had created such a great weapon that could absorb the aura of death, the morale of the team members was greatly boosted. Other than Qian Yaoyan, who was full of doubts, the other players were not in the mood to know how Feng Heng did it. It was already a life and death crisis. As long as their teammates were reliable and strong enough, it did not matter whether they had cheats or not. Anyway, it wasn't the first time Feng Heng had used such a strange tool. If it was anyone else, the players might have some doubts, but Feng Heng? The players felt that this was very normal. The players of the Necromancer Association followed Feng Heng to assist. After clearing out a wave of undead life forms, Feng Heng waved his hand. "Let's go. Let's go find our mentor." With the help of the Magicare stone slab, the vortex at the black hole continued to suck in the dense dark aura in front of them. The density of the black fog in front of them began to decrease. The players could finally start their counterattack and slowly push forward. Seeing that the situation was getting better, Qian Yaoyan, who was in the team, felt more and more uneasy. He never expected that this group of people could really find a way to survive in such a disadvantageous situation. Qian Yaoyan was somewhat anxious. Could it be that they were really allowed to enter the central sealed area again? The more the players fought, the braver they became. Under Feng Heng's lead, they pushed forward toward the central area. The further they advanced, the more abundant the aura of death in front of them was. The dense black aura was like turbid sewage. The black spatial rift had already formed a huge vortex, crazily absorbing the aura of death in the surroundings. Feng Heng had no choice but to slow down and deal with the various powerful vengeful spirits that appeared from the darkness. Although the vengeful spirits had just been resurrected and their numbers were huge, their strength had not been sufficiently increased and was still within the scope of control. At this moment, in the world of the vampire apocalypse, it was another scene. Thousands of high-tier vampires gathered together under the leadership of the new arbitration elder of the vampires, Hayes, to maintain the operation of the magic array. At the center of the magic array, a black aura of death overflowed from the crevice in the center of the magic array and soared into the sky. Chapter 865, Inject. They rushed into the vampire apocalypse through the spatial rift. At the periphery of the magic array, a large number of zombie clones absorbed and transformed the aura of death through the Book of the Dead. However, there were too many auras of the death realm. It was impossible for the zombie clones to absorb all of them. A large amount of aura of death spread out. Affected by the aura of death, the undead began to spread across the land. However, due to the vast area of the barren land and the lack of people, the density of the aura of death would not be very high for a short period of time. The resurrected creatures were only low-level skeletal creatures. Soon, they were easily killed by the vampires guarding the periphery. Dupe. A few high-tier vampires who were killing the resurrected undead in the periphery knelt down on one knee when they saw Duke Bellamy. Yes. Bellamy rushed over to check after she heard about the spatial rift. She looked at the aura of death that soared into the sky and felt its strength. She could not help but lick her lips, showing an interested expression. Is it the aura of death? Bellamy muttered to herself and turned to look at the vampires behind her. Isn't it a bit of a waste to let the aura of death escape just like that? Master will blame us for not doing our job properly. The few high-level vampires around them looked at each other with puzzled expressions. They didn't understand what she meant by that. Duke Bellamy had always been like this. Her thoughts were terrifyingly fast. No one could catch up with what she was thinking. Bellamy, what are you thinking about this time? One of the 3 elders of the Tremere clan, Longfellow, was responsible for guarding the periphery. When he saw Bellamy, he walked over. He had been imprisoned in the dark prison of blood for thousands of years. He had never seen Bellamy, but he had heard of her. Nothing. I just think that Master will be very angry if he knows that we wasted the aura of death that he worked so hard to get. Bellamy wore a faint smile. No one could figure out what she was thinking. Her life was now in Fang Heng's hands. Naturally, she wanted to show off more. Longfellow frowned. What do you mean? What is the aura of death? It's just the aura of death, a unique product of the death realm. I've read about it in the ancient records. Bellamy pointed at the spatial breach passage beside her and her expression became serious. These auras have great strength. It's too much of a pity to let them spread out like this. Longfellow shook his head and said, Don't act on your own, Bellamy. Master only wants us to be in charge of operating the Magickery. The situation is urgent. When the Master tells us to do something, we can't do it in every detail. We should be sharing Master's worries. As she said that, Bellamy turned to look at Athena. Don't you think so, Athena? Athena saw Bellamy from afar. She had just come over to greet her. Listening to the conversation between the two of them and suddenly being asked, Athena hesitated for a moment. She looked at Duke Bellamy, feeling extremely strange no matter how she looked at her. In the past, even if the vampires were about to be exterminated, Bellamy did not care much. Why was she suddenly so enthusiastic about working now? Being called by the Duke, Athena was at a loss for words for a moment. She nodded. Indeed. Master was in a hurry when he assigned the mission. He asked us to take charge of this matter. Duke, do you have any ideas? Longfellow frowned and said, Bellamy, tell me. What do you want to do? If it is beneficial to Master, our Elders' Council will naturally not object. Very good. The aura of death is extremely rare. Let's think of a way to collect it. Longfellow asked, how? Bellamy smiled again and said word by word, the dark prison of blood. Longfellow raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Athena. Athena also had a look of realization. That's right. The dark prison of blood. Bellamy licked her lips out of habit again. With a serious expression, she continued, I will control the aura of death to not leak out. The Elders' Council will control the dark prison of blood to absorb the aura. Longfellow immediately understood Bellamy's meaning. He raised his hand and gave an order to the vampires. The Elders' Council has ordered that everyone in the dark prison of blood be cleared immediately. Transfer them elsewhere for the time being. Bring the blood crystal here. Immediately. In the Fallen Quarter, Fang Heng led the Necromancer Association's team where they stopped and walked intermittently. It took them nearly an hour to cover a distance of more than 1,000 meters. In front of them, the door to the central area was open. A thick black aura was seeping out from the inside. It was continuously transmitted into the game world through the spatial breach created by the Magickery stone slab. The interior of the central area was still pitch black, making it difficult for people to see the situation inside clearly. A layer of red light was attached to Fang Heng's pupils as his gaze anxiously searched the interior of the central hall. Where was Teacher Pushi? Found him. Pushi leaned against the wall in the right corner of the hall and fell to the ground. He looked terrible. Fang Heng's heart sank. The vortex could absorb a large portion of the aura emitted from the death realm, but the absorption speed was still limited. Everyone waited for another 10 minutes at the entrance of the central hall. As the aura was gradually absorbed by the vortex, the player's vision became much clearer. Soon, someone saw Teacher Pushi leaning against the wall at the edge of the central hall. Teacher. Li Qingren looked anxious as she tried to shout from afar, wanting to wake up her teacher. Don't rush, wait a little longer. Through the darkness, Fang Heng looked inside the hall, trying to see more clearly. It still didn't work, he couldn't see clearly. The aura of death in the hall was too dense. The night vision ability provided by the vampires was still unable to penetrate the black fog formed by the aura of death. Fang Heng held the holy spear of purification in his hand and said in a deep voice, Everyone, help to absorb the aura of death. Guide them into the spatial rift and speed up the absorption of the aura. Okay. The players understood Fang Heng's battle plan immediately. It was the same as when they used the Book of the Dead to guide the aura of death into the sealing stone. However, the target had to be changed this time. They had to inject the aura of death directly into the spatial vortex. The players quickly split into two groups. One group covered everyone to defend against the resurrected vengeful spirits, while the other group began to guide the aura of death into the spatial rift. This operation quickly paid off. The originally dense aura in the central area was rapidly fading. As for what would happen if so much of the aura of death entered the world of the vampires, Feng Heng had no time to worry about it now. In front, as a large amount of the aura of death was absorbed, the player's vision became clearer and clearer. In the center of the hall, the King Guard, which had previously been in a berserk state, had now quietened down. It sat there quietly, slowly absorbing the aura of death that was seeping out of the Shrine of Bones. Affected by the density of the aura of death, the aura surrounding the King Guard became weaker and weaker. Very good. This move was effective. The players became even more excited when they saw this. They trusted Feng Heng more and more, using the Book of the Dead to channel the aura of death. Chapter 866, Fight. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the aura of death and the black vortex had reached a delicate balance. Most of the aura in the central hall had been dispersed. The King Guard sat in the center of the room as if it had no perception of what was happening in the outside world. Time was of the essence. There were not many fusion spatial crystals in the world of the vampires, and the spatial breach could not be maintained for too long. They had to act now. Feng Heng nodded to everyone and said softly, "You guys stay here and continue. I will go take a look alone and think of a way to rescue the mentor from inside first." Li Qingren instructed, "We will cover you. You have to be careful." "Okay." Feng Heng raised a holy spear of purification in his hand and stepped into the central area step by step. Behind him, the high-tier players of the Necromancer Association also raised the Book of the Dead and carefully covered Feng Heng, ensuring that he would not be attacked by the wandering vengeful spirits around him. Feng Heng carefully stepped forward. He stuck close to the wall and walked step by step toward Instructor Pushi's position, trying his best to stay as far away from King Guard as possible. The journey was stable. When he arrived in front of Instructor Pushi, Feng Heng squatted down to check his body's condition. There was no breathing. He could not sense his heartbeat either. Feng Heng's heart sank to the bottom. Holding on to his last glimmer of hope, Feng Heng tried to stretch out his hand to test Instructor Pushi's body. There was still no reaction. His touch on Instructor Pushi's body was cold. Under the corrosion of the aura of death, Pushi's body had already begun to stiffen. He had been dead for quite some time. Feng Heng looked at the players at the rear entrance of the central area and shook his head at them. When the players saw this, they all revealed disappointed expressions. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the Necromancer Association's player team. It was over. Even someone as strong as Teacher Pushi had died. Their last hope had been destroyed. No one could repair the Magicary and bring them out of here. They had spent so much effort to rush back here, but it was all for naught. In the end, they were still sentenced to death. The players' morale plummeted. "Feng Heng, what are you doing? Don't be rash. Come back first." Suddenly, the players who had fallen into dead silence heard Li Qingren shouting. Everyone was shocked and immediately looked in the direction of Li Qingren's gaze. In the hall, Feng Heng stretched out his hand and pointed at the Shrine of Bones in the middle, indicating to everyone that he was ready to attack the Shrine of Bones. Feng Heng had not given up yet. The Shrine of Bones was one of the key points to using the Magicary. Right, as long as they could destroy the Shrine of Bones, there might be a way to escape from here. Didn't Teacher Pushi have the same plan when he was here? Seeing Feng Heng's actions, for some reason, the players felt a sense of hope for a comeback. No matter what the situation was, Feng Heng had the ability to bring hope to everyone. The last hope. Yes. It was not the time to give up yet. Feng Heng was a spy from the sacred school, a guy who had repeatedly created miracles. Under such circumstances, only he had the means to create miracles. After giving the players a general indication of his plan, Feng Heng approached the central Shrine of Bones step by step. Whether it worked or not, he would try it first. Previously, they had planned to destroy the Shrine of Bones. Now that the entire Magicary had been destroyed, they did not know if it would be useful to destroy it now. Who cares? Player Qian Yeoan stared at Feng Heng's actions. What was he going to do? Destroy the Shrine of Bones? Qian Yeoan's heart sank. If the Shrine of Bones was destroyed, they could really escape from here. He had 3 missions this time. The first was to destroy the internal Magicary, the second was to find a way to get to the Shrine of Bones, and the third was to trap Feng Heng in the Fallen Corridor. The first mission had been completed, and the second mission had been cancelled. As for Feng Heng, he had to die here. He had to. Qian Yeoan gritted his teeth, flipped his wrist, and pulled out the black metal fragment hidden in his palm. Previously, he had used the same method to secretly plot against Pushi. Pushi was also dead, and Feng Heng would definitely not be able to escape. Zayu. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Feng Heng, Qian Yuan flicked his finger and quietly threw the black metal fragment into the hole. Boom. The moment the black iron sheet approached the Shrine of Bones in the center, the Shrine of Bones was immediately triggered by the effect. A large amount of the aura of death was activated crazily from the inside of the Shrine of Bones. At the same time, the black aura of death on the body of the King Guard also exploded abruptly. It's awake. The players were extremely nervous when they saw the situation, and they stared at Feng Heng's every move. The crisis that Puji had encountered before had happened again. Li Qinggren shouted anxiously, "Feng Heng! Quickly retreat!" Feng Heng was the closest to the King Guard that had erupted. He felt a strong sense of oppression coming at him. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Feng Heng's passive skills, bullet time, took effect and time slowed down. Almost instantly, Feng Heng made a judgment in his heart. Let's go all out. They had no time left. Feng Heng did not choose to retreat. Instead, he sped up and flew towards the Shrine of Bones in front of him. He only had one target, which was to destroy the Shrine of Bones. Whoosh! The skeletal King Guard's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Feng Heng. The black bone sword slashed in front of Feng Heng's eyes. Buzz! The aura of death from the tip of the long sword condensed into a black sword light. It blocked all of Feng Heng's attack routes and ruthlessly slashed at Feng Heng. Swoosh! A blood shadow flashed. Flash! Swoosh! Instead of retreating, he advanced. Relying on the ability of teleportation brought by the holy weapon of the vampires, Feng Heng flashed and appeared behind the King Guard on the right side. The high perception attribute made Feng Heng feel a great sense of danger coming from behind him again. It was too late. In the extreme distance, Feng Heng shook his wrist and thrust his holy spear at the Shrine of Bones in front of him. Crack! The moment the tip of the spear touched the shrine, Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Time seemed to have frozen. A strange illusion appeared in front of Feng Heng's eyes. He was surrounded by a desert. The aura of death shrouded the top of the desert. Countless huge bone dragons flew across the sky. A human-shaped shadow holding a staff stood on the back of the bone dragon. Feng Heng! Li Qinggren's shout pulled Feng Heng out of the illusion and back to reality. Feng Heng came back to his senses and felt something hit him hard on his back. Boom! A huge strength came at him. The durability of the two holy armor on Feng Heng's body instantly exploded and was directly shattered on the spot. Feng Heng felt that he had never received such a powerful impact before. It was as if his internal organs had all shifted, and his entire body was sent flying. His entire body was in intense pain as if it was falling apart. Feng Heng realized that he had completely lost control of his body, and was completely unable to make any counter moves. Being able to maintain his consciousness was already the best he could do. If he were in the game, he was sure that the game log would be filled with all sorts of negative states. The undead effect was still effective outside of the game. Chapter 867, Lich in the blink of an eye. Other than the intense pain that spread throughout his body, the negative state on Feng Heng's body was completely eliminated. His brain regained consciousness once again, and he gained control of his body. A sense of crisis struck him once again. Feng Heng took a deep breath and looked back while enduring the pain. Behind him, the King Guard raised its long sword again and rapidly approached him. Again? Feng Heng's brain was spinning rapidly. The King Guard was terrifyingly powerful. It only needed one strike to break the holy-type turtle shell. Who would be able to withstand another attack? Wasn't this risking his life? The plan failed. Activating the all-purpose backup plan. Escape. Feng Heng could no longer pay attention to the condition of the Shrine of Bones behind him. He quickly closed his eyes and prepared to return to the game to avoid this attack first. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, the Gate of Bones gradually appeared in front of Feng Heng. Feng Heng was controlling his consciousness to push open the door and enter the game when a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Feng Heng, kill him. Eh? Teacher Puji? This voice stunned Feng Heng, and he suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the King Guard stood there as if it were bounded. The King Guard held the long bone sword tightly with both hands and was about to swing it forward, but there were streams of dark aura on its body that were firmly binding it. Feng Heng revealed a surprised expression and looked behind the King Guard. Teacher Puji was actually not dead? Teacher Pushi's face was extremely pale. He held the Shrine of Bones in his left hand and extended his right hand forward. Countless materialized black auras condensed into black chains that extended out from his hand. He grabbed tightly onto the skeleton of the King Guardian and trapped it on the spot. Teacher? When the Necromancer Association players saw Teacher Pushi resurrect, they were instantly excited. Everything happened in a flash. First, Feng Heng attacked the Shrine of Bones with all his might and was faced with a crisis. Then, Teacher Pushi suddenly resurrected and controlled the King Guard. Too many things happened in a few seconds. It seemed as if the players were sitting on a roller coaster and their emotions were going up and down. Pushi said in a deep voice, "Fang Heng. Purify it." Understood. Fang Heng also did not know what had happened to Teacher Pushi. He had just confirmed that Teacher Pushi was not breathing at all. Who cares? Fang Heng did not think too much. With a look, he understood Teacher Pushi's intentions. He gripped the holy spear of purification in his hand tightly and rushed towards the king guard. Kai. The golden spear pierced into the king guard's skeletal body. Fang Heng knew very well that he could not deal any damage just by stabbing. The purification effect on the holy spear of purification was the source of the damage. The blood shadow attack and the blood blade effect of the holy weapon of the vampires were activated at the same time. Fang Heng gripped the spear in his hand tightly and continued to stab forward. Purify. Purify. Facing the king guard that was already controlled by Teacher Pushi, in addition to Fang Heng's holy light attribute equipment set that had just been destroyed by the king guard, Fang Heng's agility was increased to the maximum. Without the additional weakening effect of the redundant equipment, Fang Heng's agility was increased to the maximum. Fang Heng crazily waved the holy spear of purification in his hand. The long spear condensed into a shadow and continuously stabbed out. Stakes. The purification effect was repeatedly triggered and continuously exploded on the king guard. Every time the purifying aura of the holy light exploded, a large amount of death aura would be emitted from the king guard. Fang Heng could clearly feel that the strength of the king guard was rapidly weakening. Bang! The purifying effect was triggered again and Fang Heng's pupils constricted. The soul fire in the eyes of the king guard in front of him began to tremble violently. Boom! In the next moment, the king guard exploded in front of Fang Heng. A massive aura of death exploded out with an irresistible strength. Fuck! Fang Heng cursed in his heart. He immediately used both hands to block in front of him, controlling his body from being blasted away by the incoming aura. Eh? What was that thing? Fang Heng maintained his balance in midair. He could clearly see a dark light rapidly fusing into his right hand along with the exploding aura. When he landed, Fang Heng immediately raised his right hand to check. What the hell? Fine black lines quickly spread from his arm to his body. Curse? Special magic? Or mutation? It didn't seem good. Fang Heng's heart jumped. He raised his left hand to release the blood blade and was about to cut off his palm to stop the black lines from spreading. Just as he raised his hand, suddenly, an illusion flashed in front of Fang Heng's eyes again. Fang Heng was very clear that this was an illusion. He was surrounded by an endless desert. In the deepest part of the aura of death, a huge tomb stood there. The black aura covered the sand, and countless black king guards knelt on the ground devoutly. Bang! The illusion in front of Fang Heng exploded. A line of game hints appeared on his vision. Ding! Player has obtained the mark of the King Guard curse, player's strength plus 0.5, physique plus 0.5. Curse? Why could a curse increase one's attribute? Was it a good thing or a bad thing? Fang Heng was stunned. He looked at his arm again, and the black aura spread to more than 10 centimeters below the joint of his arm before it stopped. Then, it quickly darkened. Alright. It was useless to chop off his arm now. Fang Heng tried to shake his arm, but he found that there was no anomaly in his right arm. Right, Teacher Pushi should know what that thing was. Fang Heng frowned and looked up at Teacher Pushi. He saw that Pushi was staring at him. Pushi shook his head at him and then nodded. What was he doing? Fang Heng felt confused. He nodded and then shook his head. What was the meaning of this? At the entrance of the central hall, the player saw that the King Guard was easily eliminated by Fang Heng and Teacher Pushi. They were pleasantly surprised and walked into the hall one after another. Teacher Pushi. The players from the Necromancer Association gathered around. Li Qinggren saw Teacher Pushi and her eyes reddened slightly. He was a lich. She could tell at a glance that Teacher Pushi had completed the lich's evolution. Teacher, you. Now is not the time to talk about this. Pushi raised his hand to stop everyone from continuing. His gaze quickly swept over Fang Heng. Previously, the entire central region had undergone a mutation. At a critical moment, Pushi knew that he would die. He chose to forcefully evolve into a lich in an attempt to save his life. However, this was only to delay his death. The lich's evolution had a slim chance of survival. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to succeed. Unexpectedly, by chance, Fang Heng touched the Shrine of Bones and activated it, allowing Pushi to successfully absorb the strength of the Shrine of Bones and successfully complete the lich's evolution at the last moment. After advancing into a lich, the Necromancer could obtain a great increase in strength and almost eternal life in a short period of time. However, at the same time, the Necromancer's various abilities were also permanently solidified, losing the possibility of further advancement. Pushi didn't feel any regret. Being able to survive was already very good. Everything was because of Fang Heng. Pushi felt something again and turned to look at the stone slab at the entrance of the cave. What's that? Chapter 868, Aureola Spatial Rift can absorb the aura of death. Feng Heng walked forward and explained at the same time. He then added, but it can't absorb too much. It will be full soon. Since the players had stopped injecting the aura of death into the vortex, the speed of the vortex absorbing the aura of death had greatly decreased. In addition, in the world of the vampires on the other side, the concentration of the aura of death in the dark prison of blood had also increased rapidly. The speed of the vortex absorbing the aura of death had slowed down again. Pushi looked at the stone slab again, feeling that it was a pity. The absorption efficiency of the vortex was still too low, and it had an upper limit. Otherwise, he could still rely on this vortex to do something. Looking up, Pushi glanced at Feng Heng a few more times. He was very sure that Feng Heng was not an enemy of the Necromancer Association. If it were not for Feng Heng, everyone, including him, would have died here. However, there must be a mole in the team. The sudden resurrection of the King Guard was very abnormal. Unfortunately, now was not the time to look for a mole. Currently, the entire Necromancer Association in the outside world was facing a great threat. They needed to leave the Fallen Corridor as soon as possible. All of you have done well. Pushi sorted out his thoughts and said to everyone in a deep voice, the aura of death in the Fallen Corridor has already spread outwards. There is no point in continuing to seal it. Leave the stone slab here to slow down the aura of death from spreading outwards. We will open a special passage to leave the Fallen Corridor and return to the Necromancer Association. Yes. They could finally get out. After narrowly escaping death and receiving an affirmative answer from Teacher Pushi, the players could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Everyone, step back a little. Pushi walked into the hall alone to check. At the center of the magic array in the central hall, the aura of death continued to spread outwards through the cracks in the central floor. As the entire central magic array had been completely corroded and rendered ineffective, Pushi was unable to activate it through conventional means. Pushi carefully inspected it and carefully walked to the right corner of the hall. He crouched down and stretched out his hand to press on the corroded magic array, injecting his aura into it. Kai kai kai. The floor quickly corroded and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a kai kai sound. Very quickly, the floor melted and a huge hole was formed. He stuck his head out to look at the bottom of the hole, and a staircase leading to the bottom appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the exit. The players' faces were filled with joy. Let's go. Pushi said as he gestured for everyone to follow him into the underground passage. Feng Heng glanced at the stone slab left in the room. He deliberately stayed at the back of the team. When he left, he waved his hand at the stone slab. Eh? He couldn't fit it into his backpack. Was it because there was a magic array engraved on it? Forget it, he decided not to retrieve the stone slab since it was too heavy to carry. In a while, the energy stored in the stone slab will be exhausted, and the spatial breach will close by itself. Feng Heng could only leave the stone slab behind. They entered the emergency escape passage through the hole. The players didn't say a word and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. After being locked up for nearly a month, they could finally walk out of the Fallen Corridor, but the players' mood was still not very good. The situation outside was also extremely dangerous. More than half of the magic arrays that suppressed the Death Realm crevice had been destroyed, and the Fallen Corridor had also been destroyed. If it really exploded, perhaps the entire Necromancer Association would be destroyed along with it. Kion Yaoyan, who was with the team, was even more uneasy than the others. Bad news came one after another. Not only did Pushi not die, he had even successfully advanced into a lich and obtained the Shrine of Bones. There was also Feng Heng. He did not die in the Fallen Corridor as he had planned. Kion Yaoyan had always known that Feng Heng signified big trouble, but he did not expect him to be this troublesome. He had not expected things to develop to this stage. He found an opportunity to quickly send a message to the 12 corporations through his journal. Feng Heng followed behind the team. It was a matter of life and death just now, so he didn't have time to think too much. Now that the crisis was over, he also felt a little uneasy. The magic array of the Necromancer Association had been destroyed, and the aura of death had been leaked. The real world was definitely in chaos now. The real world was a great opportunity for the people of the 12 corporations to invade the real world. Chapter 869, Broken Shrine. What were you guys doing when we were trapped inside? You were making sarcastic remarks. That's why I've always hated the Federation. If we don't open the emergency passage, we will have to die inside. Other than the Federation, other people's lives are worthless, right? In fact, Instructor Pushi had always had a sour face. The players' favorability rating towards Instructor Pushi had always been very low, but this time, Instructor Pushi had risked his life to become a lich to save them from the Fallen Corridor. Moreover, in comparison, The various actions of the Central Federation were even more disgusting. When the players saw this, they all raised the books of the dead. Most of the players in the necromancy faction were Buddhists. However, after experiencing so many things in the Fallen Corridor just now, it was very rare for everyone to have a common enemy. If worst came to worst, they would just start fighting. Who was afraid of who? Seeing that the players were agitated, the Central Federation members behind Ziyangzi were also a little nervous. They raised their weapons and were on alert. We have no intention of causing a dispute. Everyone, please calm down. Ziyangzi took half a step forward and tried to stabilize the situation. Not long ago, the Federation received information from an unknown source. Pushi is related to the anti-Federation forces, Night Owl. The purpose of destroying the Fallen Corridor is to seize the Shrine of Bones. Everyone, please believe in the Federation. We are only conducting a routine investigation. We will not make things difficult for Mr. Pushi. We will announce the results of our investigation to the public. With just a few words, Pushi had already realized the problem. The Shrine of Bones. As Ziyangzi spoke, he once again focused his gaze on Pushi and asked in a deep voice, Pushi, you have the Shrine of Bones, right? So you are looking for this. As Pushi spoke, he flipped his hand and took out the Shrine of Bones that he had obtained in the central hall. The moment Ziyangzi saw the shrine, his eyes lit up and he could not suppress his excitement. This was it. It was the special item that the 12 corporations had been searching for. It was right in front of him. Right. Pushi sensed the greed in Ziyangzi's eyes and lightly exerted force with his right hand. Bang. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the shrine instantly exploded in Pushi's hand. The Shrine of Bones exploded into a cloud of dust. Ziyangzi's pupils constricted and anger rose in his heart. He stared at Pushi and said, What? Pushi, you know what you're doing. It's fake. Ziyangzi frowned and asked, What do you mean? The Shrine of Bones in the central region is fake. When I found it, it had already been replaced by someone else. Pushi shook his head and replied indifferently, That's fine. I also want to know what happened in the Fallen Corridor and who was behind it. If the Federation wants to investigate, I will naturally cooperate. We will go with you personally. Ziyangzi was a little dazed when he heard Pushi's words. The Shrine of Bones had been completely blown to pieces, leaving only dust on the ground. Was it fake? Impossible. How could the Shrine of Bones be fake? Did something go wrong in the plan? The higher-ups of the 12 corporations had already obtained the Shrine of Bones in advance, and they even made a fake one and placed it there? Or had someone already made a move on the Shrine of Bones before they did? Or was Pushi lying to him? He raised his head and looked at Keon Yaoyan, the player behind Pushi, wanting to confirm with him. Keon Yaoyan also had a shocked expression on his face. Fake? How could this be? Let's go. Let's go to the Necromancer Association. Pushi walked up to Ziyangzi and said, I also suspect that you have something to do with the anti-Federation forces. How did you know that we had left the Fallen Corridor in advance? Ziyangzi's expression darkened. Pushi, what do you mean? Pushi did not pay any attention to Ziyangzi. Instead, he looked at Feng Heng, who was in the other crowd. Feng Heng, go back and bring back the sacred prayer I gave you 2 days ago from the temporary camp to your teacher Dicky. Everyone else, come with me. Let's go and see if the Federation has any evidence to prove that we are related to the Night Owl organization. After saying that, Pushi looked at Ziyangzi expressionlessly. We can leave now. Ziyangzi gritted his teeth. Alright, let's go. Teacher Pushi left with the team of players. In the blink of an eye, only Feng Heng, Li Shouqiang and Tan Shuo remained where they were. Li Shouqiang's assets that he had accumulated for many years were all placed on Feng Heng. He thought that the books of the dead that he had collected during this period of time were all left in the Fallen Corridor, and he would stay on to discuss with Feng Heng how he could recover his health point. Tan Shuo had been following Li Shouqiang, so he also stayed behind. Feng Heng also stood in place and did not move. Looking at the group of people that Teacher Pushi left with, Feng Heng felt baffled. Feng Heng expressed that he did not understand. What did Teacher Pushi mean by asking him to return to the Fallen Corridor and take the sacred prayer? That lousy book? To be honest, Feng Heng was not too sure if there was a so-called sacred prayer in such a huge pile of books. Moreover, the aura of death was abundant in the Fallen Corridor. Even if he added 100 Tan Shuo and 1000 Li Shouqiang, it wouldn't be enough to kill. So, what was Teacher Pushi hinting at? Was he hinting at him to go back to the Fallen Corridor and take a look? Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Li Shouqiang and Tan Shuo couldn't figure it out either, but they also felt that something was wrong. They looked at each other and asked, Boss Feng, are we really going back to take a look? Me too. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows as he spoke. Suddenly, he heard a sizzling sound. Sizzling sizzling. Feng Heng's perception was extremely sharp. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. That was. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed into slits. He was surprised to find that the dust on the ground around him was emitting a faint aura of the undead. The dust left behind by the explosion of the Shrine of Bones? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He was familiar with the fluctuation of this strength, and he was sure that it was related to the Shrine of Bones. Hey, Boss Feng, what happened to your hand? Li Shoqian suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with Feng Heng's right hand. With a strange expression, he walked to Feng Heng's side and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Feng Heng could not help but raise his right hand to check. Only then did he notice that, at some point, the black stripes on his right arm had once again appeared clearly. Kai. With a raise of his hand, the scattered dust once again showed a weak reaction. Huh? Could it be that the fragments of the Shrine of Bones had sensed his hand? Feng Heng had a guess in his heart. He tried to raise his right hand and pour his mental strength into it. Kai. There it was. Under the influence of the strength of the rune on Feng Heng's right arm, the dust that was scattered on the ground quickly gathered forward. Li Shoqian and Tan Shao were surprised to find that countless pieces of dust quickly rose from the ground and gathered in front of Feng Heng's raised right hand. Kai. Under the guidance of Feng Heng's unknown strength, the dust quickly condensed into fragments of the Shrine of Bones. The fragments of the Shrine of Bones floated in the air and quickly condensed into the original appearance of the Shrine of Bones. Chapter 870, Leaked, Ding. Player has necromancy-related skills, player has Kingguard's curse, check successful, ding. Player has obtained an unknown artifact Shrine of Bones, damaged, item, Shrine of Bones, damaged. Type, artifact. Status, damaged. Usage requirement, necromancy mastery. Description, a support type holy artifact that can absorb and transform the aura of death. It possesses a lot of unknown strengths. Additional attribute 1, purification, it can absorb the aura of death, the aura of vengeful spirits, and the aura of non-binding, etc., and purify them into a high concentration of the aura of death. Additional attribute 2, container, it can absorb a soul and seal it. After a period of time, it can erase the sealed soul's consciousness and control it. Additional attribute 3, guarding the tomb, summons a Kingguard to fight for you, can also inject the aura of death into the Kingguard through the Shrine of Bones to increase its strength. The strength of the Kingguard is related to the player's current necromancy tier and basic attribute. Ding. Player lacks related skills. Player can upgrade related skills to obtain more unknown attribute descriptions and additional attribute abilities. Ding. Player has first come into contact with a holy artifact tool. This type of tool does not occupy the space of the backpack. All additional attributes will immediately take effect in the backpack. Shrine of Bones. Feng Heng muttered to himself. He held the Shrine of Bones in his hand and observed it, seemingly having an epiphany. The Shrine of Bones he had obtained from the Fallen Corridor was real. In order to prevent the Shrine of Bones from falling into the hands of outsiders, Instructor Pushi used a special method to temporarily destroy it. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he understood. Therefore, Instructor Pushi thought that there was something wrong with Xiangzi from the Central Federation, so he intentionally hinted for him to keep it and hand it over to him. That's right, that should be the case. Then, what should he do now? When Li Shoqian and Tan Shao saw this strange situation, they followed suit. Tan Shao asked, how did you do it? Do you know how to repair antiques? No, I don't know either. Feng Heng shook his head. He was equally baffled. From the game hint that flashed by just now, it should be related to the lines on his arm and the strange illusion he had seen earlier. Seeing that Feng Heng was not too sure, Tan Shao lowered his head and thought for a while, then he asked, Feng Heng, Teacher Pushi gave you the Shrine of Bones because he didn't believe Xiangzi and didn't want to give the Shrine of Bones to the Central Federation. He previously said that he wanted us to enter the Fallen Corridor and give the books to Teacher Dicky after we found them. Is he hinting that we should look for Teacher Dicky now? Yes. That made sense. Feng Heng nodded his head in agreement. Let's go and look for Teacher Dicky. The Necromancer Association was surrounded by enemies, so it was safer to look for Teacher Dicky and rely on him. Feng Heng and the other two left the Fallen Corridor together and immediately headed toward the central building of the association. Vampire Apocalypse, District 6. A huge blood-colored barrier opened up and locked the aura of death inside. Bellamy was in charge of the blood-red barrier inside. Behind her, thousands of vampires were constantly providing her with strength. Beside her, Longfellow of the Elders' Council used a special method to control the blood crystal and poured a large amount of the aura of death into the dark prison of blood. Seconds and minutes passed. In the center of the vampires, the spatial crack summoned by the giant-sized magic array gradually healed until it disappeared. Hayes, who was controlling the magic array, opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at the crowd and nodded. The real world on the other side of the passage has been closed. It seems that Master has finished the job. How are you guys doing? Very good. I believe that Master will be very satisfied. Bellamy nodded in satisfaction. The entire dark prison of blood had been sealed with a large amount of high concentration of the aura of death. As Bellamy spoke, she looked at Longfellow and nodded. We can begin to seal the dark prison of blood. In the real world, Feng Heng did not have the time to go back to the game to take a look. Together with Li Shouqiang and Tan Shao, they walked up the stairs leading to the first floor of the building. Chapter 871, Reality. Li Shouqiang was unwilling to give up. He continued to ask, can you help pass the message? We are here on Teacher Pushi's orders. Sorry, we can't. The few presidents are repairing the magic array. We can't be distracted. Even Dickie's students couldn't enter? Hearing this, Feng Heng and the other two quickly exchanged glances. Forcefully breaking in didn't seem too good, and there was no need for that. Feng Heng looked at the towering building in front of him. He quickly came to a conclusion. Run. Teacher Pushi had already successfully advanced to a lich, and his strength was tyrannical. Moreover, he had the Necromancer Association backing him up. It wouldn't be a big problem for him to go head-on with the Federation this time. Moreover, he had already obtained the Shrine of Bones, so the Federation couldn't do anything to Teacher Pushi. Since he could not see Teacher Dicky now, it was useless for him to stay here. It was even more impossible for him to seek protection from the Federation. That Zhai Yongzi looked very strange. He could ask Shen Yu about the situation on the Federation side. Unfortunately, this was the inner area of the Necromancer Association. There was also a large amount of aura of death. Normal communication was already completely blocked. There was nothing he could do even if he stayed. He might as well leave as soon as possible. After absorbing so much aura of death and entering the vampire apocalypse, he still didn't know if the vampire apocalypse would be in trouble. He still had to find an opportunity to go back and take a look. Other than these, Feng Heng still had one more thing that he urgently wanted to confirm. The vampire king that was sealed in the real world. If what he saw in the land of origin wasn't wrong, then after the vampire king was sealed, every part of his body was buried in the real world. If the 12 corporations really had planned ahead as he had guessed, then these spots might have already been controlled by the 12 corporations. He had to think of a way to go over and see the situation. Feng Heng thought for a moment. He nodded at the necromancy attendants and said, that's true. Staying here will only cause trouble. Let's go. Please tell Teacher Dicky and Teacher Pushi that we will temporarily leave the Necromancer Association and take refuge in other cities. Alright, respected scholar. We will pass on the message. Ah. We're leaving just like that? Li Shouqiang was shocked when he heard Feng Heng's words. They were already in such a situation. They were leaving just like that? Feng Heng shrugged. I want to go out and take a look. There's no way to contact the outside world here anyway. What do you guys think? Li Shouqiang hesitated for a moment. Since Feng Heng had left, there was no point for him and Dan Shao to stay here. It was better to follow Boss Feng to take a look outside and find a way to contact the higher-ups of the Federation. Okay. Li Shouqiang was still hoping to find a way to get the coffin back with Feng. He nodded immediately and said, okay. My car is parked in the parking lot behind the building. Let's go together. Okay. Feng Heng nodded and raised his spear again. They would kill their way out. An hour later, Li Shouqiang drove the car on the highway. A large number of wandering skeleton creatures appeared on the highway from time to time. They couldn't dodge it, so they had to crash into it. The entire car also stumbled along the way. Fortunately, Li Shouqiang's Land Rover was stronger, and the skeletons that had just been resurrected were more fragile. As they were far away from the Necromancer Association, most of the black clouds in the sky had dispersed. We have a signal. Tan Shao, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, had been holding his phone to test the internet connection. When he saw the hard-won signal, he cried out in surprise. Before Tan Shao could contact his immediate superiors, his phone suddenly jammed. Immediately after that, a flood of news pop-ups and chats quickly flooded the screen. Tan Shao quickly browsed through the most current messages with a strange expression. What did you see? Why do you look so miserable? Li Shouqiang saw that Tan Shao was depressed and did not speak. He could not help but turn his head to look at him and urged, the Necromancer Association is already in such a state, what else cannot be overcome? Tan Shao put down his phone and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He looked at Li Shouqiang and said word by word, vampires have invaded. Ah. Li Shouqiang was shocked and almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. What did you say? An hour ago, the Central Federation had officially announced that our world is being invaded by a large-scale game. A large number of vampires have entered the real world through unknown means. Vampires are extremely hostile towards humans. The number of casualties reported within an hour has increased tremendously. The eastern region has already declared a special emergency. The Federation has appealed to the people to enter the nearest refuge area of the Federation for protection. Feng Heng's heart thumped when he heard this. It was them. The 12 corporations had made their move. Hearing Tan Shao's words, Feng Heng immediately took out his phone to look for a signal. The real world has been invaded? Li Shouqian's expression changed when he heard that. He quickly realized that something was not right. He turned his head and said, "No, are you saying that the invasion came from the vampire apocalypse? When did the vampire apocalypse become so crazy?" Almost all the players had started from the elementary game world and fought their way up. Li Shouqian had also been in the vampire apocalypse before. After he advanced into the intermediate game, he came into contact with necromancy and gradually revealed his talent. He was also recruited by the Federation by chance. When he heard about the vampire apocalypse invasion, Li Shouqian was still a little confused. In his impression, the vampire apocalypse was more reasonable. Most vampires would not attack ordinary people for no reason. They belong to a simple world where as long as they were not too unlucky, they would not die if they did not seek death. It's different. The attacking vampires this time are very aggressive. They will search for human attacks everywhere. Tan Shao quickly swiped his phone screen to browse the relevant news. He nodded and said, "In addition, the latest media reports say that a large number of deaths have been reported around the world. The Western Federal District is the major disaster area of this attack. More than a dozen border towns have been completely wiped out by the vampires. It is estimated that more than 100,000 people have died in this disaster. Right now, people outside are panicking. The outside world is suspecting that this incident is related to the anti-federal organization, Night Owl." Feng Heng's brows were tightly knitted. After the signal was restored, he tried to call Mojai Ai's number to contact him, but the other party's phone was in a state where the signal was not acceptable. Fuck, what's wrong with that bunch of trash from the Intelligence Bureau and the Inspection Bureau? They don't even know that their homes have been stolen? Li Shao could not help but slam the steering wheel heavily as he cursed angrily. He had managed to escape from the fallen corridor with great difficulty, but then he realized that the entire world had changed. After calming himself down, Li Shao forced himself to ask again, "The Western Federation was the one who led the elementary-level vampire apocalypse, right? What did they say? Do they have any explanation for the situation?" "The Western Federation has yet to release any information to the public." Li Shouqian's anger rose again. "Hee, are you playing dead?" Tan Shao lowered his head and fiddled with his phone for a while before he raised his head and said, "I've contacted the captain. Currently, there's a high-tier vampire prince leading a large number of vampires to launch an attack on the city in Region B45. The Federation has requested emergency support from nearby personnel. In addition, the captain is currently in Region A42 to carry out a purge operation on the vampires." Chapter 872, Gathering Point. Apart from that, the Federation is trying to find a way to search for the spatial node that was broken through by the world of the vampires. Captain wants us to report to the nearby Federation's gathering point for support. The coordinates of the nearby gathering points have already been sent over. We need to return immediately. As he spoke, Tan Shao turned around and looked at Feng Heng in the back seat. He asked, "Feng Heng, what about you? Are you coming with us?" "Let me think about it." Feng Heng helplessly put away his phone. Not only did Mojai Ai not pick up the phone, but he also could not contact Chen Yu and Old Black. He felt like he had been abandoned by the world. He would forget about them for now. He had to take action too. Feng Heng closed his eyes and quickly thought about it. Li Shouqian could not figure out the reason for the invasion of the vampires, but he had already guessed the general reason. All kinds of signs indicated that the 12 corporations were behind all these. According to Tan Shao's intelligence, the invasion of the vampires was happening all over the real world almost at the same time. The world was being invaded and killed by vampires on a large scale. No matter how strong the mobility of the vampires was, it was impossible for them to spread all over the world so quickly. From this, it could be deduced that the vampires had not only opened 1 or 2 spatial breaches but there were also at least a dozen of them. This was the only way to cause such large-scale chaos. After so many years of pre-planning and preparation, the 12 corporations were indeed a force not to be reckoned with. The inheritance of the Vampire King was indeed attractive. It could make the 12 corporations put all their eggs in one basket. Feng Heng did not want to cause too much bloodshed in the real world. He could not do it, but he also did not want the people of the 12 corporations to get the inheritance. What if the 12 corporations got the Vampire King's inheritance? What if the vampires that he had taken in with great difficulty rebelled? Who was to blame for such a huge loss? Moreover, his relationship with the 12 corporations was not good. If the enemy was strong, he would be in trouble. He had to think of a way to stop the 12 corporations' plan. Of course, it would be best if he could get some benefits. But, how could he stop it? Feng Hang thought about it. If he could destroy 1 or 2 sealing points, could he stop them from obtaining the Vampire King's inheritance? He would give it a try. No matter how many openings the 12 corporations had created, the vampire's goal was the sealed body of the Vampire King. He would set off for the sealing point first. There was a high probability that the vampires would be there. After thinking through the key points, Feng Hang raised his head, his eyes showing a bit of calmness. In the real world, his strength was still a bit lacking. Other than the additional skills of the holy weapons of the vampires, he could not use the active skill. He could not even transform into the form of a vampire bat for flying. At most, he could only use the vampire's night vision ability as support. He also had to rely on external forces to deal with the 12 corporations. Chen Yu could not be contacted at the moment, so he could only rely on these 2 people to help contact the Federation. Feng Hang leaned his head in the middle of the front seat and said, "Brother, compared to meeting at the nearest gathering point of the Federation, I have a bigger plan." Li Shouqian and Tan Shao were a little confused when they heard this. They turned their heads to look at Feng Hang at the same time. Feng Hang continued, "How about we save this world that has been invaded by vampires together?" Li Shouqian was speechless. "Stop fooling around, Feng Hang. The situation is very dangerous now. Let's. I am not joking. I have a very reliable source of information. This incident is related to the 12 corporations behind the Southern Federation." Feng Hang's expression turned solemn as he spoke. He handed the phone in his hand forward and nodded. "Let's go to this place now. It's one of the target points for the vampires to invade the real world this time." The location displayed on the phone was one of the locations where he had previously confirmed through the illusion that the body of the Vampire King was sealed. It was the location closest to the Necromancer Association. "Inform the Federation that this location is one of the strongholds of the vampires. Send someone to check it out immediately." In order to avoid causing trouble, Feng Hang was prepared to be a warm-hearted citizen behind the scenes. He added, "Right, just say that it's the information that you guys have received. When the time comes, you might even be promoted." Li Shouqian could not help but believe it when he heard that Feng Hang was telling the truth. After all, Feng Hang's performance in the Fallen Corridor had been too good. He was a guy that could be clung to. Tan Shao, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, could not help but become serious. He took the phone that Feng Hang handed over and held it in his hand to take a look. Tan Shao was stunned when he saw the location marked on the top. He immediately picked up his cell phone and compared it with Feng Hang's. Tan Shao's expression became more and more strange. "What's wrong? Boss Feng has guaranteed it, but you still don't believe it? Hurry up and open the GPS." Li Shouqian, who was driving, couldn't help but urge Tan Shao when he saw that Tan Shao didn't move. "Okay." Tan Shao nodded and nodded at his cell phone. Soon, a pleasant female voice came from his hand. "Locating. The target location, Federation F-22 Emergency Gathering Point. Planning the route. The entire journey is 32 kilometers. The road is unobstructed. Estimated time required for the entire journey is 26 minutes. What the hell? The gathering point of vampires that Feng Hang mentioned was actually one of the emergency gathering points that the captain had given to the Federation? Li Shouqian was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked up at Feng Hang in the rearview mirror. "Boss Feng, you're not playing with us, are you?" "Huh?" Feng Hang was stunned as well. "What's wrong?" Tan Shao handed over the 2 cell phones in his hand. Feng Hang compared the locations shown on the 2 cell phones. This was strange. The location where the body of the Vampire King was recently sealed was actually the Federation's emergency gathering point. The 2 locations almost overlapped. This was very interesting. Feng Hang narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He nodded and said, "Don't panic. Everything is under control." Li Shouqian pursed his lips. He thought to himself, "I am not panicking. I just feel that you're messing with me." Feng Hang handed the phone over and asked, "What's the situation with that location? Do you have any specific information?" Tan Shao took back his phone and tapped on it a few times to search for information. The emergency gathering point was an emergency safe shelter that the Eastern Federation modified 4 days ago. It was set up to prevent the aura from the Necromancer Association's death realm from spreading outwards. It has a high level of military protection. The person in charge is Pan Xiangdong, one of the high-tier military officers of the Eastern Federation. He was once in charge of many high-tier Federation projects. His authority level is very high, so I can't find any more information. Feng Hang shrugged. "Alright then, let's go and look together." "Alright, hold on tight." Li Shouqian replied and sped toward the Federation's designated emergency gathering point. Half an hour later, the sky was gradually darkening. A temporarily converted military base appeared in front of the road. Feng Heng poked his head out of the car window and sized up the outside world. The military base was built at the foot of a mountain. About 20 Federation members were patrolling the tower outside the temporarily converted military base. Do you guys smell it? There's a very strong smell of blood. Is there? Tan Shao and Li Shouqian sniffed hard and shook their heads, indicating that they did not smell anything. Chapter 873, Sneak in alright, he said. It should be because of the improvement in his vampire bloodline that he was very sensitive to blood. Feng Heng was even more convinced that there was something wrong with this place. The vampires were quite good at playing tricks. Li Shouqian slowed down the car and slowly parked it outside the military base. Two well-equipped soldiers from the Federation who were on patrol outside the base walked up to him. Third-rank Federal Sergeant Li Shouqian and third-rank Sergeant Dan Shao, reporting for duty under orders from the higher-ups. The soldier checked Li Shouqian's identification and saluted after confirming their identities. Officers, please follow me. Feng Heng turned his head and looked at Li Shouqian in surprise. Sergeant? Ahem, Li Shouqian coughed and said. It's just a title, there's no real power to it. He was also considered a genius. He and Tan Shao were both extremely talented in necromancy. Furthermore, he was chosen by the Federation out of 10,000 people to be specially trained. Li Shouqian sighed in his heart. Unfortunately, after meeting Feng Heng, Li Shouqian felt more and more normal and average. Recently, he had the idea of working with Feng Heng to make a fortune and then retire. To add insult to injury, he had to encounter something as terrible as the Fallen Corridor. He lost so much that he almost sold his underpants. After entering the military base, the three of them were brought to a temporarily modified living room for the time being. Officers, the army commander is in the middle of a remote video conference. Please take a break. We will arrange a meeting for you after the conference. You can also lead a team to join the expedition team that's about to set off in 5 minutes. The mission objective is to clear out the undead life forms wandering within the Necromancer Association area and search for survivors along the way. You've worked hard. We will wait a little longer. You guys can go ahead. After watching the two soldiers leave, Dan Shao and Li Shouqian looked at Feng Heng. Boss Feng, what do you think? Feng Heng sniffed again. The smell of blood became even stronger. The smell seemed to be coming from the back of the military stronghold. Feng Heng looked at the two of them and said concisely, nodding his head, there's a problem here. What's the problem? We will know once we go and take a look. Feng Heng stood up and left the room. Li Shouqian and Tan Shao did not really understand Feng Heng's intentions, but they had always trusted Feng Heng, so they decided to go with him. Feng Heng walked out of the main building from the side door in the direction of the bloody smell and walked toward an old building on the other side of the square behind the base building. The entire military building was heavily guarded. On the way, Feng Heng encountered at least 3 groups of patrol teams, and there were also 2 patrol teams in the square. The sentry post was guarded by federal soldiers 24 hours a day. Stop. At the entrance of the old building, 2 armed federal soldiers stopped Feng Heng and the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "This is the arsenal area." The commander forbade anyone from entering. The 3 of them looked at each other and quickly communicated with their eyes. Feng Heng, there seems to be a problem inside. I have to go in and take a look. Tan Shao, now. I don't think it's a good idea to force our way in. Li Shouqian, don't be rash, guys. Let's find another way to sneak in. Ahem. Li Shao probably felt the killing intent gradually spreading from Feng Heng's body. He stretched out his hand and pulled Feng Heng. He nodded to the 2 guards and said, "It's okay. We're in the wrong place. We will leave now." Then, Dan Shao and Li Shouqian turned around and left. Feng Heng, however, stood still. The 2 guards stared at Feng Heng with more vigilance in their eyes. "What are you doing? Still not leaving?" Feng Heng turned to the side and pointed at the open space in the square not far away. He said with a puzzled expression, "Strange, what's that?" The sky had turned completely dark. The 2 guards subconsciously raised their flashlights and shone them in the direction pointed by Feng Heng. As the 2 of them shifted their gazes, Feng Heng suddenly retracted his left hand and put it behind his back. The Shrine of Bones appeared in his palm and he instantly injected his mental strength into the Shrine of Bones. Tan Shao let out a gasp. The aura of death? The black aura was condensing very quickly. A pitch-black alchemy magic array appeared on the ground where Feng Heng pointed. Chapter 874, Big Fish. Feng Heng frowned. With such a strong bloody smell, he was almost certain that the vampires were holding a special ritual to wake up the Prince of Vampires. Tan Shao also felt strange. This place was an important place for storing weapons. There were so many federal guards outside the building, but not a single guard could be seen inside. There was obviously a problem. Li Shouqian was more convinced about Feng Heng's judgment. He nodded and said, "Boss Feng, this place doesn't look like an arsenal." "Yes," Feng Heng nodded his head and answered. Following the smell of blood, the three of them walked past a few corners and followed the stairs to the basement. In the corridor ahead, 2 federal guards were blocking a door on the right. Seeing Feng Heng walking over, a hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the 2 guards. They were wondering why a stranger would come here. "Stop." The guards stared at Feng Heng and the other 2 and said in a deep voice, "This is the Federation's arsenal. How did you guys get in?" "No, we're here to check." Li Shouqian was about to open his mouth to answer him, but Feng Heng reached out his hand and stopped him. Feng Heng slowly walked toward the 2 guards. The 2 federal soldiers raised their guns at the same time and pointed the muzzles at Feng Heng. "Did you hear that? I told you to stop. Stop right there." Feng Heng stopped and flicked his wrist. He raised the holy weapon of the vampires, the spirit cane, high up and showed it to the 2 guards. The 2 federal guards were shocked when they saw the holy weapon of the vampires in Feng Heng's hand and looked at his face. Almost at the same time, Feng Heng's eyes were covered with a layer of red glow unique to the vampires. The 2 guards' hearts thumped rapidly. They could feel the blood in their bodies suddenly boiling. Bloodline suppression. Their expressions suddenly changed. They immediately recognized the identity of the person in front of them and knelt down on one knee. "Lord Marquis." What was this situation? Li Shouqian and Tan Shao were both dumbfounded. They looked at the 2 federal soldiers kneeling in front of Feng Heng in confusion. Something was not right. They were not soldiers of the Federation. They were actually vampires. The entire Federation's emergency gathering point had been completely infiltrated by the vampires. Almost instantly, Li Shouqian and Tan Shao regained their senses and their eyes were filled with disbelief. What Feng Heng said was right. This was actually a stronghold of the vampires. Feng Heng remained calm and waved his hand. "Get up. I will go in and have a look." "Yes, Lord Marquis." The 2 vampires didn't dare to stop him. They stood up respectfully and stepped aside. Feng Heng stepped into the passage at the back, but Li Shouqian and Tan Shao were stopped by 2 vampires. Feng Heng stopped and turned around to look at the 2 vampire guards. "Lord Marquis." The 2 vampires looked at Feng Heng carefully and nodded. "The prince has ordered that no human is allowed to enter the ritual area." "Prince? Would the Prince of Vampires personally lead the invasion this time?" Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The difficulty of the game has greatly increased again. He hoped that the Federation would be able to hold on. "Yes." On the surface, Feng Heng didn't move. He hummed softly and exchanged a look with Li Shouqian behind him. He said, "I will go in and take a look. You 2 stay outside and wait for the news." "All right," he said. Feng Heng continued to walk forward and entered the door guarded by 2 vampires. There were no lights behind the door, and it was pitch black. Feng Heng relied on the night vision ability of the vampires to look around. He walked to the stairs beside the aisle in front of him and continued to go down in the direction of the smell of blood. After making sure that no one was around, Feng Heng stopped. The area where the Vampire King was sealed should be right below. He should not rush in but plan first. Li Shouqian and the others would probably inform the Federation. The Federation's reinforcements would probably arrive soon, so there was no need to fight the vampires yet. He could disguise himself as a vampire first and figure out their specific plan so that he could get some benefits. Right. A higher-tier vampire might recognize him, and his identity might be exposed. Therefore, he decided to take some time to go back to the game and check on the situation at the vampire apocalypse. He would also take the opportunity to wear a skin mask. Feng Heng closed his eyes as he thought. A dark red magic ray appeared under Feng Heng's feet. The red blood rose up along the magic ray until it wrapped Feng Heng's entire body. On the other side, 2 vampires were blocking the entrance to the first floor. Li Shouqian and Tan Shao had helpless expressions on their faces as they turned around and left. They turned back and came to a corner of the wall. The 2 of them leaned against the wall and took 2 minutes to digest what they had just seen and heard. They couldn't help but look at each other. Things had gotten out of hand. Based on the current situation, what Feng Heng said was right. This was the nest of those problematic vampires. The entire temporary military base of the Federation was already under the control of the vampires. Who would have thought that the vampires would extend their power so far? Besides, to be able to make such an arrangement, the commanding officer of the base, Pan Xiangdong, was definitely involved in it. Contact the captain and ask him to send reinforcements. Yes. The 2 of them tested the cell phone signal and immediately asked the captain for help. At a summer camp not far from the Federation's temporary military base. At this moment, the camp had been urgently requisitioned by the Federation. All news related to the vampires in the eastern region of the Federation was sent to Sushaojiang as soon as possible. In just a few hours, The Federation's Inspection Bureau had already determined the location of 39 internal members of the Federation who were related to the 12 corporations, as well as more than 200 dangerous anti-Federation forces who had used this game invasion to cause trouble. The previously planned mission was still in progress. Combined with the 24-hour continuous investigation of several dangerous figures in the Federation and the investigation simulation of the movement of the vampires in the entire eastern region, Su Shaojian became aware of Pan Xiangdong, the target of the F-22's emergency gathering point. After confirming that Pan Xiangdong was extremely suspicious, Su Shaojian personally led the team over. However, he did not have much available manpower. If the Prince of Vampires were to lead a large number of vampires to attack the city, this would cause some trouble for the eastern region of the Federation. The inspection team's elites were sent there to support. Director, there are traces of the vampires at the Federation's F-22 emergency gathering point, but we haven't received any reports of the vampires at the F-22 gathering point. The Internal Affairs Department is still investigating and has not found any problems. Based on recent investigations, there are 5 suspicious people in the F-22 emergency gathering point, and 3 of them have been to the temporary military base. Reporting. A federal soldier looked excited and reported, Director, we've just received a situation report from Team 7 of Necromancers. 2 federal sergeants in their team entered Point F-22 half an hour ago and accidentally discovered the movement of vampires inside the point. They suspect that there's a huge problem at the gathering point and are seeking reinforcements. Hey, big fish, a look of contempt flashed across Su Shaojian's face and he gave the command, everyone, move. Yes, sir. Chapter 875. The Altar Vampire Apocalypse District 6. Tina knelt down on one knee and reported respectfully, yes, according to Duke Bellamy's suggestion, we've temporarily sealed the aura of death within the dark prison of blood. We hope that the aura we've collected will be of help to Master. The aura of death had been secretly collected by the vampires? And it was stored in the dark prison of blood? After entering the game, Feng Heng was stunned for a moment when he heard Tina's report. Then, he became overjoyed. Good. Why didn't he think of this in the beginning? The dark prison of blood was the most suitable place to store the aura of death. Originally, the aura of death wasn't very useful. It could only speed up the efficiency of increasing the experience points of necromancy. With his clones, Feng Heng had always been dissatisfied with the efficiency of leveling up in necromancy. It was just that he was unable to make a breakthrough. However, things were different now. He had obtained the Shrine of Bones. The initial strength of the King Guard summoned by the Shrine of Bones was not high, but it could be enhanced by the power of the Aura of Death. This was exactly what he needed now. Feng Heng couldn't be more satisfied with the performance of the vampires. Yes, you've done very well. I am very satisfied. Vampires were still more useful than zombies in some ways. After all, they knew how to use their brains. Tina's heart was filled with joy. She obediently lowered her head and said, it's our duty to share Master's woes. Feng Heng thought for a while and continued, there's a big problem in the real world. I need you guys to be on standby. Also, once Mojai Ai comes online, tell him that I've left the Fallen Quarter and ask him to find a way to contact me. Yes, Master. After making sure that the vampire apocalypse was not affected by the aura of death, Feng Heng used his skill to switch to the academic form of the vampires. At the same time, he transferred a human-skinned mask into his space-time jump backpack and immediately exited the game. The academic integration skill was still useful. It would still work after he entered the real world after switching to his vampire form. After returning to the real world, Feng Heng put on the human-skinned mask and changed some of the damaged parts of the holy equipment that he was wearing. He then walked toward the front of the passage again. Feng Heng followed the smell of blood all the way to the second basement. The inside of the passage ahead was still dark. More than a dozen vampires stayed at the end of the corridor, vigilantly watching Feng Heng, who was walking toward them step by step. Unlike just now, the vampires could clearly sense the aura of their own kind coming from Feng Heng's body from far away. When he got closer, Feng Heng raised the vampire's spirit cane again. The holy weapon of the vampires was a symbol of the vampire's glory. All the vampires knelt down on one knee and said, Lord Marquis. Yes, Feng Heng replied. He stepped forward and pushed open the metal door guarded by the vampires. To Feng Heng's surprise, behind the metal door was a large cave that had been half excavated by someone. After entering the cave, Feng Heng's eyelids twitched again. In the center of the cave, there was a round stone vampire's altar. A stone pillar about 3 meters tall stood in the middle of the altar. There were 12 vampires surrounding the altar. They pressed their hands on the ground and were performing a special ritual to awaken the king's body. Feng Heng's eyes were attracted by that towering stone at first sight. That's right, that stone should be the sealed body of the vampire king. Kai. Blood sprayed down from the sky, splashing onto the stone pillar and making a loud noise. So that's how it is. Feng Heng whispered. He looked up and saw a hidden entrance at the top of the cave. The faint moonlight shone through the hole. From time to time, vampires would fly in and out of the cave with fresh blood and spray the fresh blood on the stone pillar. The stone pillar absorbed some of the blood and would be awakened by the vampires who were holding the ritual below. Seeing Feng Heng entering the cave from the main entrance, many vampires in the cave cast an inquisitive look at him. After confirming Feng Heng's identity as a vampire, most of the vampires quickly looked away and continued to do their work. In the crowd, 3 vampire marquises who were guarding the central altar looked at each other with confusion. Who was he? From the aura he exuded, he should be a Marquis-level vampire without a doubt. Where did this Marquis of the vampires come from? According to the original plan set by the Elders' Council, the safety of this sealing point was the responsibility of the 3 marquises of the vampires. As for the higher-tier vampires such as the dukes and princes, they would also join the battlefield. However, they would choose to exterminate the humans in various parts of the world to attract the attention of the enemy. They had never heard of this foreign Marquis of the vampires who came to help. Mika, the youngest of the 3 marquises of the vampires, walked straight to Feng Heng. He stared at Feng Heng and asked, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Feng Heng gestured to the vampire spirit cane in his hand and nodded. "Nate, from the Asama clan. Due to some special reasons, I've always been active in this world. I just noticed that people from the Federation are heading here. You all might have been exposed, so I came to take a look. I suggest you move immediately." A vampire that lived in the real world? It sounded very strange. "Oh, really? You're saying that the Federation has already discovered this secret base?" Mika's tone was filled with unconcealed suspicion. He turned his head to look at the middle-aged man in the uniform of a federal officer. Yuan Zi said in a deep voice, "That's impossible. We've done it very discreetly this time. Moreover, we didn't get any intelligence information. It's impossible for the Federation to discover us." Mika looked at Feng Heng and said, "You heard that?" "I heard that. I am not deaf." Feng Heng glanced at Yuan Zi as he spoke. He didn't argue with them, giving them a look that said believe it or not. He walked forward step by step and looked at the huge stone in the center of the stone altar that was more than 3 meters tall. After the passage of time, the vampire's sealed body gradually petrified. It had completely integrated with the seal left on the earth and was unable to move, resulting in its current appearance. After absorbing the strength of the blood, the stone began to emit a faint red light. The seal was gradually being broken. Mika stood in front of Feng Heng, blocking his view. "How long will it take to unlock the seal?" asked Feng Heng. Mika waved his hand, signaling one of his subordinates to investigate Feng Heng's identity. "The first seal will be broken soon, and we will enter the second stage. Let's talk about you. Which region are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" "I've never seen you before either," Feng Heng said casually. "With so many races invading the world, it's normal that you haven't seen me before." Feng Heng quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. Originally, he had wanted to disguise himself and enter the vampire's inner circle to obtain some information from them and reap more benefits. In the past, this move had been very useful, but this time, he had encountered trouble. The vampires were extremely vigilant. Chapter 876, Loot a Burning House. Fortunately, neither Duke of the Vampires nor the Prince was here, so it was still within control. If he were to confront them directly, Feng Heng quickly assessed the combat ability of himself and his opponents. In the real world, his abilities were greatly weakened. With 3 marquises gathered together, would he be able to defeat them? He could try to trigger the blood in the opponent's bodies to speed up the circulation and affect them. Mika stared at Feng Heng, his suspicion of him growing stronger. He asked warily, "Really?" Feng Heng looked at Mika provocatively. "Hey, I don't like the way you look at me. Do you want to fight?" Mika looked like he was eager to try. "You asked for it." Boom. Just as the two of them were about to attack, a loud explosion suddenly came from the entrance of the cave, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. Immediately after, the alarm in the entire Federation's emergency gathering point suddenly rang. Yuan Zi's expression changed. Mika couldn't be bothered to fight with Feng Heng anymore. He turned to Yuan Zi and asked, "Yuan Zi, what's going on?" "I am not sure. Maybe the temporary base of the Federation was attacked by the outside world. Who else could attack the Federation other than the vampires?" A bad feeling rose in Yuan Zi's heart. Could it be that this vampire was right? He looked at the crowd and quickly said, "You guys stay here, I will go out and take a look. Don't act rashly." Seeing the people of the Federation running away in a hurry, the 3 marquises of the vampires also realized that something was not right. "You're not fighting anymore?" Feng Heng relaxed his fighting posture, shrugged his shoulders, and said, I've told you that the people of the Federation have noticed this place. It's not too late to think of a way to evacuate now. Even though he said that to them, Feng Heng also felt strange. Why would the Federation act so quickly this time? This did not seem like the Federation's style. Mika was still suspicious of Feng Heng. He didn't answer and turned to look at the high-tier vampire who was hosting the ritual. Reporting on the seal's situation. Lord Marquis, we are trying our best to unlock a layer of the seal, said the vampire elder who presided over the ritual and had sweat all over his forehead. He was trying his best to control the ritual. He continued, 95% of the seal has been unlocked. There is still one last bit to go. We still need time. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint gunshot outside the entrance. The noise was getting closer to the gate. A vampire flew down from the sky and reported, Lord Marquis, we have observed from a distance that a federal investigation team has broken into the periphery of the base. We have been discovered. The Federation should have already invaded the military base. TSK. The Federation. Mika was frustrated. He waved his hand and gave the command, fight. A large number of vampires descended from the cave's high entrance and landed on the ground in a spiral. They returned to their human forms and gathered in front of the entrance of the passage, ready to fight. Boom. In less than 2 minutes, the entrance door was blasted open. Bang bang bang. Dense cannon fire was fired from the inside of the passage. A number of vampires who were blocking the door immediately moved away. The gunshots continued for half a minute. Several figures flashed in from the other side of the passage. The three marquises led the vampires into the cave and immediately charged forward to attack. Suddenly, several players from the Federal Investigation Team were entangled with a large number of vampires. Feng Heng, who had been hiding in the back, raised his eyebrows when he saw the people from the Federation breaking in from the door. 5 people. It's the Federal Investigation Team. Ever since he had been invited by the Federal Investigation Team to assist in the investigation, Feng Heng had asked Mo Youngxiao about the investigation team in detail. In the real world, the Federation would publicly recruit a large number of internal personnel every year. After going through layers of identity and background checks, as well as strength tests, these people would be assigned to different departments according to their own characteristics. There were many types of personnel in the Federation. There were 2 types of departments. For example, Chen Yu's department focused on diverse tasks in the game and dealt with various crises in the real world outside of the game. The department was usually divided into different regions in the game. The other department was responsible for dealing with the real world, and there were more detailed divisions. One of the largest departments was the Unified Armed Operations Headquarters. Generally speaking, because the number of players in the current advanced game world was still relatively small, the main combat personnel of the Armed Operations Headquarters had generally gone through a long period of training in the game. Their attributes were 3 to 5 times stronger than the average person, and they were equipped with the Federation's standardized weapons, customized firearms and advanced skills of close combat. They were part of the Federation's large-scale combat army. During combat, they often used a human wave tactic and emphasized cooperation with each other. The Investigation Department was a special department that dealt with things outside of the game. They focused on intelligence gathering and investigation of anti-Federation forces to prevent any threats in the real world. In terms of individual strength, the investigation team was several levels higher than the ordinary members of the Federation's Operation Department. The combat style of the Investigation Department was also different. Most of them operated in groups of 1 to 6 people. Their combat style was strange and varied. Most of the missions they carried out were intelligence gathering and analysis, as well as high-difficulty decapitation missions. Feng Heng didn't want to get involved in the battle between the 2 sides. He retreated far away and carefully observed the situation of the battle. This time, the Investigation Department's elite team of 5 was sent to participate in the mission. The 4 combat personnel and 1 female combat personnel following behind the team did not join the battle for the time being. She looked like a support member. 4 against 3. Even though there was a large number of vampires in the cave to help, the 3 marquises of vampires were still forced to retreat. Feng Heng had always felt that the Federation was an extremely unsightly existence. That was not the case. The individual strength of the members of the Federation's investigation team was very high. They could suppress a vampire in a one-on-one battle, especially the big guy who was chasing Mecha and attacking him. The vampires couldn't hold on any longer. Feng Heng was tempted to fish for benefits. Taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Heng immediately scuttled toward a stone pillar at the side. He might as well get his hands on the Vampire King's body. Feng Heng was the best at looting a burning house. Don't let him touch the seal. Zhu Shu of the investigation team, who had not joined the battle, saw Feng Heng approaching the stone pillar quickly and immediately shouted to get attention. Feng Heng had a sudden thought. Did the Federation also know about the seal? Did Mojai Oi contact the Federation? The moment these thoughts flashed in his mind, a tall figure swooped down toward Fang Heng. "I am talking to you. Don't run." Li Hu stared at Fang Heng with his big eyes and then pounced on Fang Heng to punch him. Fang Heng dodged to the side immediately. Boom. The fist landed on the rock wall. Broken rocks flew everywhere, and a huge hole was formed in the wall. Li Hu turned around quickly and looked at Fang Heng. The muscles on his arms bulged and he rushed at Fang Heng again. "Vampires. It's your biggest mistake to cause trouble in our eastern region." Chapter 877, Remains. Fang Heng frowned slightly. The opponent was a strength-type player. It seemed that his strength attribute was not ordinary. Mika let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Li Hu, who had been chasing him all the time, had caught up with Fang Heng. Only God knew what he had just experienced. "Brother, be careful. He's very strong. Don't let him touch you." Fang Heng glanced at Mika coldly and thought, "Good fellow, now you know how to call me brother? Am I close to you?" Mika broke free and immediately rushed to the other marquee of the vampire who was being besieged. "Vampire, surrender. Don't even think about running away. We're watching your every move." Li Hu raised his fist, looking as if he could control Fang Heng and the others at will. In the battle just now, Li Hu believed that he had already figured out the strength of these vampires. It was just so-so. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and tried to trigger the lifeblood power in Li Hu's body. He found that Li Hu's lifeblood was frighteningly abundant and couldn't be triggered at all. "Don't you have any manners? I am talking to you." Li Hu didn't know why Fang Heng was still standing there in a daze. He raised his fist and punched Fang Heng again. "Kneel down." "Ho!" The fist created a strong wind before Fang Heng's eyes. Competing in strength attribute? Fang Heng's face turned serious. He raised his fist and smashed it toward Li Hu. Li Hu's eyes flashed with surprise. There was actually someone who dared to fight him head-on? Bang! It was a heavy blow. The audience felt a muffled sound in their eardrums. Almost everyone turned back to look at Fang Heng and Li Hu at the same time. As their fists collided, a glint of surprise flashed in Fang Heng's and Li Hu's eyes. Then, they were sent flying backward at the same time. Boom! Fang Heng's entire right arm was shattered in an instant. Fuck! What kind of monsters are they? Mika's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He was chased by Li Hu just now, so he knew how strong Li Hu was. He was only lightly brushed by Li Hu, but the right half of his body was still numb. And that kid actually dared to fight such a monster? And he didn't die? Fuck. That kid was very bad. It was a good thing he hadn't been tricked into fighting him. Mika wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. In the air, Fang Heng's eyes also flashed with surprise, and a thin layer of sweat also appeared on his forehead. What a powerful strength attribute. This was the first time he was at a disadvantage against a player. Under the impact just now, his entire right arm was completely shattered. Hee, the Federation. Fang Heng revealed a cold smile. They were so weak when dealing with Night Owl, but when it came to him, they were all out with heavy blows. Li Hu, who was sent flying, widened his eyes in anger. His entire right arm also went numb, followed by a huge pain. He lowered his head and saw that his entire right arm was bleeding. Boom! Li Hu's back hit the wall behind him. Seeing this, Zhu Shu immediately came forward to check on the wound. Upon closer inspection, Li Hu's entire right hand, including his arm, had long, slit-like wounds. Blood kept oozing out of the wounds, and his injury looked very serious. Zhu Shu observed the wounds and knitted her brows. Li Hu snorted and said in disdain, "I am fine. It's the cutting effect of the holy weapon of the vampires, the blood blade. The external injury is indeed not serious, but if it's not treated, it will continue to bleed. A simple dressing can solve it. The problem is your old injury." Zhu Shu raised her head and looked at Li Hu. "Your root bone hasn't fully recovered yet. If you force yourself to fight, your root bone will be torn again. This time, your battle ends here." After saying that, Zhu Shu lowered her head and started to treat Li Hu. She was extremely surprised to be able to quickly treat the injuries on Li Hu's arms and fists. Li Hu, who had the power of Earth talent, had entered the advanced game world to cultivate under the guidance of the Federation some time ago. He had accidentally been injured during the process. After more than 3 months, he had almost recovered. He just happened to encounter the invasion of the vampires. He had thought of bringing a team here to exercise his muscles, but he did not expect to encounter such a difficult opponent. Wasn't the world of vampires a low-tier game world? It did not seem to match with the strength of the vampires he was dealing with now. Previously, Zhu Shu thought that the minister was making a mountain out of a molehill by sending the entire team over. But now, it seemed like they had greatly underestimated the strength of the vampires. Humphrey. The despicable vampires only know how to use such underhanded methods. Li Hu snorted heavily. Although his hand had been cut, he had also crippled the other party's arm, making him lose his ability to fight. It was not considered a loss. It was a 3 versus 3 battle, so the remaining teams should be able to solve the problem. Li Hu raised his head again and looked at where Feng Heng was in the air. Li Hu's pupils suddenly shrank. Feng Heng, who was sent flying backward, hit the rock wall hard and made a thumping sound. Then, he quickly adjusted his body and landed on the ground steadily. His entire right arm, which had been shattered by his punch, had actually recovered in the blink of an eye. How did this happen? Li Hu's eyes widened. He saw that the vampire was still intact after being punched by him, and after landing, he jumped twice and was full of energy again. On the contrary, he was hiding at the side to treat his wounds, and it seemed as if he had lost. All of a sudden, Li Hu's blood surged and he shouted at Feng Heng, "Despicable vampire!" Again. "This time, do you dare to fight me face to face?" Li Hu gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but want to go up and beat up that vampire. As a result of his agitation, the blood on his right arm spurted out from the wound. "Don't move." Zhu grabbed Li Hu's shoulder as she glared at him angrily. She then raised her head and looked at Feng Heng. "There's a special clan among the vampire. They have a strong recovery ability and can quickly recover from injuries in a short period of time. I think that we have encountered this clan, but their ability can't be used multiple times in a short duration." Li Hu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Despicable vampire! Do you dare to come over?" On the other side, the effect of the undying body came into effect. Feng Heng's broken right arm recovered quickly and was almost fully restored to its peak state when he landed on the ground. Feng Heng already had sufficient experience of being beaten up in the Fallen Corridor. Although Li Hu was very strong, he was still weaker than the king guard that he had encountered in the Fallen Corridor. Feng Heng also heard Li Hu's shout and couldn't help rolling his eyes. "TSK, the boorish fellow from the Federation. I am sorry, this despicable vampire here has chosen not to accept your challenge." Feng Heng had already adjusted the angle of his landing when he punched Li Hu just now. He landed not far away from the altar in the center. With that, Feng Heng dashed in the direction of the altar. The vampire elder was still controlling the ritual to unlock the seal. Without saying anything, Feng Heng walked forward quickly and stepped half a step on the edge of the altar. He reached out and touched the stone statue in the center. In the next moment, several game prompts appeared on Feng Heng's retina. "Ding, you have discovered a sealed portion of the Vampire King's body. Ding, the first stage of unsealing the Vampire King's body remains is 98% complete. After the first stage of unsealing, it can be moved. Ding, the player's current mission has been updated. Mission title, The Sealed Body Remains. Mission description, through the guide that you found in the Land of Origin, you discovered the sealed body remains of the Vampire King. Mission requirement, mission reward." Chapter 878, Left arm. Feng Heng turned around and looked at the vampires who were hosting the ritual. He said sternly, "Hurry up." The vampire elder hosting the ritual had done his best. He looked bitter and said to Feng Heng, "My lord, there's not enough blood." "Not enough blood? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Feng Heng raised his eyebrows, raised his hand, and aimed at the center of the battlefield. Kai kai kai. The blood from Li Hu's wound that had spilled on the ground was drawn and quickly gathered toward Feng Heng. Then it condensed into a small ball the size of a thumb in the center of Feng Heng's hand. Swish. Feng Heng stretched out his hand and threw it at the stone pillar on the right. A small ball of blood fell on the stone pillar. Swish. Stimulated by the blood, the stone pillar glowed brightly. Feng Heng had already discovered that the blood in Li Hu's body was extremely abundant. One drop of his blood was equivalent to thousands of ordinary people. The few vampires in charge of hosting the ritual were stunned for a moment. It could be done like this? Hurry up. Feng Heng frowned and shouted. The vampires who were conducting the ritual immediately came to their senses. They realized that Li Hu's blood contained extremely abundant blood power, so they once again focused on performing the ritual to break the seal. Ha ha ha. Brother. You're awesome. I am convinced. Mika was fighting with the other two elites of the inspection team. He was shocked by Feng Heng's strange resurrection ability and saw Feng Heng using Li Hu's blood to break the seal. He couldn't help but pull out his hand and give Feng Heng a thumbs up. What the fuck? When Li Hu saw that his enemy was using his blood to carry out a strange ritual, he couldn't control his anger anymore. He stretched out his hand to shake off Shushu and rushed towards Feng Heng in big steps despite Shushu's objection. Your courage is commendable. Feng Heng chuckled and turned around to face Li Hu. From the previous clash of fists, he had a grasp of Li Hu's strength. He took a step forward and rushed towards Li Hu, his figure quickly splitting into two figures halfway. The additional skill of the holy weapon of the vampire's blood shadow clone. The two split figures attacked Li Hu from the left and right. Li Hu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this strange scene. An illusion-type skill? Li Hu didn't lack actual combat experience. He tried to quickly distinguish which one of the two figures was the real one. However, the two figures were almost identical in appearance and movement, and he could not tell them apart at all. Li Hu, that's the effect of the holy weapon of the vampires. Both of them are real. Zhu Shu saw through Fang Heng's physical clone and shouted, "Be careful. Despicable vampire. What other moves do you have? Come at me." Li Hu's eyes were red with anger. He let out a roar and raised his fist to smash the ground. Bang! The fist left a huge fist mark on the ground, and the cracks quickly spread out along the fist mark. Earth-splitting hell. Fang Heng's feet suddenly trembled violently and he felt a sense of danger. Bang! Bang bang! Sharp spikes continuously pierced out from the ground under his feet, and then countless sharp spikes pierced through Fang Heng's clone, who couldn't dodge in time. Li Hu retracted his fist and raised his head. Suddenly, his pupil shrank slightly. What about the other figure? Teleportation? Kai. Li Hu saw a shadow from the corner of his eye. He turned around and punched the shadow behind him. Boom. His fist landed on Fang Heng's shoulder with a hard impact, and Fang Heng was sent flying backward again. At the same time, Li Hu's shoulder was also hit by Fang Heng's fist. Li Hu clenched his teeth and took a few steps back. It was extremely unbearable. He had used 70% of his strength in this punch as he had rushed to meet the attack. The opponent's injury was not as serious as the first time. On the contrary, Fang Heng's blood blade had cut a bloody hole in his opponent's right shoulder. His entire right arm was numb, and a large amount of blood was oozing out of the wound caused by the explosion. What made Li Hu even more anxious was that the blood that was constantly oozing out of the bloody hole in his shoulder and arm was gathering in the direction of Fang Heng in the air. Fuck. Despicable vampire. Don't you dare. The veins on Li Hu's forehead bulged, and his feet trembled slightly. Don't move. Unknowingly, Zhu Shu appeared beside Li Hu. With a solemn expression, she raised her head and looked at Li Hu. Her eyes were filled with warning as she coldly said, "If you don't want to continue resting for another half a year, immediately stop your skill release." Li Hu gritted his teeth. If he wasn't still in the recovery stage, how could he be played like this by the vampires in the low-tier game world? PFFT. In the air, Fang Heng, who was sent flying again, spat out a mouthful of blood. His body, which had been severely injured, quickly recovered thanks to the undying effect. He felt much better after spitting out the clotted blood. It was a pity that the vampire's own blood was unable to help break the seal. Fang Heng touched the stone wall behind him with the tip of his toes and dashed toward the altar at a high speed. At the same time, he raised his hand and threw the fresh blood he had just obtained from Li Hu to the right. Pa! A large amount of blood he had plundered from Li Hu was once again thrown onto the altar. The entire altar bloomed with an even more intense red light. Fang Heng quickly landed on the ground and walked towards the altar, asking, "Is it done yet?" Fang Heng had already stretched out his hand and pressed it on the stone pillar while he was speaking. The vampire who performed the ritual took a deep breath and nodded to Fang Heng with difficulty. Success. Ding. The player has discovered the sealed body remains of the Vampire King. Ding. The first stage of the seal on the body remains has been removed. Ding. The player can choose to remove the second stage of the seal and restore part of the power of the king's body remains. Ding. The Vampire King's body is a special item. It cannot be placed in the backpack, nor can it access the space passage. Ding. The current mission has been updated. Mission name: The Remains of the King. Mission title: The Remains of the King. Mission description: through the guidance of the land of origin, you have obtained the remains of the king. However, the remains are still sealed. You may be able to break the seal or obtain the power of the remains through other means. Mission requirement: mission reward. The situation was critical. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the mission and didn't have time to think too much. He reached out to hold the center of the stone and exerted force. The stone in his palm suddenly emitted a blinding red light. A burning sensation came from his palm, and Fang Heng used all his strength to hold on to the stone pillar. Bang! Under tremendous pressure, the stone pillar exploded in Fang Heng's hand and fine gravel bounced off the stone pillar. The outer layer of gravel gradually peeled off, revealing a slightly curved stone about 1 meter long in the center of the stone pillar. The sealed arm of the Vampire King had already turned into a huge fossil. It was a little difficult to hold it with one hand since it was more than a meter long. Fang Heng picked up the fossil and tried to weigh it in his hand. It seemed to be the left arm of the sealed Vampire King, and it was extremely heavy in his hand. Chapter 879, Escape. So, what should he do next? He quickly left. Well done, Nat. Come over and help. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, Fang Heng heard someone shouting. Nat. Hurry up. Fang Heng then realized that Nat was a fake name that he had just said casually. He turned his head and saw that the Marquis of the Vampires Mika was approaching him quickly. The other elite from the Federal Inspection Team followed closely behind Mika. I will leave it to you. Mika was about to reach Fang Heng. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged to the right side very lightly. Fang Heng frowned. He picked up the left arm of the Vampire King and swung it forward. Fang Heng wasn't sure if the petrified left arm had any additional attributes, but it was extremely heavy and hard. Ho! The stone streaked through the air like a gust of wind. Xingchuan, a member of the Federal Inspection Team, saw that it was just a rock coming at him. He raised his hand and wanted to smash it with a punch. Xingchuan. Be careful of that stone. Hearing Zhu Shu's warning, he suddenly came back to his senses. Even the captain had suffered a loss because of that kid. This rock was definitely a trap. Xingchuan quickly raised his shield to block as he retreated. Thump. A huge force gushed through the shield. Xingchuan felt half of his body go numb from the impact. He almost dropped his shield and was sent flying backward. What the hell was that stone? Xingchuan was shocked. Fortunately, he didn't use his fist to hit it. Otherwise, he would have been crippled. He lowered his head and saw that the shield was already covered in cracks. Fang Heng felt relieved when he saw that the Vampire King's left arm could easily blast the Federation's people away. Sure enough, the people from the Federation didn't last for more than 2 seconds before they started falling down one by one. It seemed that the big guy was the only one who was more powerful in this small team, and the others were all ordinary. Hurry up. Nat. Follow me. Fang Heng looked over and saw Mika pressing his hand against the wall, waving at him. The mechanism on the rock wall creaked, revealing a dark entrance. There was actually a secret passage? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows, lifted the petrified sealed left arm of the Vampire King, and dashed toward Mika. Stop! Xingchuan shouted and wanted to give chase, but he was surrounded by high-tier vampires who were desperately sent as reinforcements to hold back Xingchuan and the others. Taking advantage of the gap created by the vampires, Fang Heng successfully slipped into the passage. Mika reached out and pressed the mechanism on the inner wall again, causing a rock wall to close down behind him. Boom! The stone door closed again, sealing the entrance of the passage. Mika chuckled and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to be so reliable. Let's go." "Yes." Fang Heng shrugged his shoulders and tried to wave the left arm of the Vampire King that he had just obtained. Needless to say, the more he used it, the better he was at maneuvering it. Mika led the way in front, running forward quickly with Fang Heng along the tunnel. Fang Heng sized Mika up and said, "Hey, you don't look good." Mika's forehead was covered with sweat. He turned his head and looked at Fang Heng, who seemed to be fine. Was there a need to say that? Did he think that everyone was like him? Mika had suffered a lot of injuries when he was being chased by Li He from the Federation, and his movements were still restricted. Mika forced himself to take a deep breath and slowed down. He said, "The enemy is very strong. Fortunately, you bought us some time. We managed to complete the mission and break the initial seal." Fang Heng nodded. The last time he fought with the Federation's inspection team, his strength was still relatively weak, so it was difficult to estimate the specific strength of the inspection team. After this incident, Fang Heng had some insight into the strength of the inspection team. He had thought that the elite players from advanced games were all powerful beings. Now, it seemed that he could still handle them. It wasn't as extreme as Fang Heng had imagined. Of the 5-man elite team, 3 of them were evenly matched with the ordinary marquises of the vampires. The last one was slightly stronger, but he only managed to tie with him. One of the king's remains was already in his hands, and one of the vampire's secret strongholds had been destroyed. Fang Heng was ready to follow Mika and check out the specific situation of the vampires. Chapter 880, Teleportation. At this moment, inside the cave, after everything in the cave was cleaned up, the high-ranking officer Ban Xiangdong and 37 related personnel who had been lurking in the Federation for decades were all killed. Su Shaojian then entered the vampire cave with his elite team. Oh? They took the Vampire King's body remains away? After listening to Zhu Shu's account of what had just happened, Su Shaojian rubbed his chin and his eyes revealed a flash of surprise. "I am sorry, Captain, I didn't stop them." Li Hu felt that he had failed in leading the team this time and was ashamed. "Yes, you haven't recovered from your old injuries. I don't blame you for this. I misjudged the strength of the enemy." Su Shaojian patted Li Hu's shoulder to comfort him. He had brought 3 teams with him. Su Shaojian personally led a team to catch Ban Xiangdong, Li Hu's team was to deal with the vampires, and the last team was to prevent Ban Xiangdong from escaping. In Su Shaojian's entire plan, capturing Ban Xiangdong was the most important. By capturing Ban Xiangdong and eliminating the spy who had been around for many years, they could still get a lot of information from him. The Vampire King's body remains could only be considered a bonus. However, what was strange was that this was a little different from the information they had received earlier. There were 3 marquises of the vampires guarding each point, but there was an extra one here, and his strength was very strange. A member of the Federation brought Li Shouqiang over and reported, "Captain, it was these two who provided us with the information." Su Shaojiang turned around and looked at Li Shouqiang and Danzō. He had a gentle smile on his face as he greeted them politely. "Thank you for providing the information to the inspection team. You have helped us a lot. When this matter is over, we will definitely pay you a visit to thank you." You're welcome, Chief Su. It's what we should be doing." Li Shouqiang and Danzō exchanged pleasantries, but their eyes kept on sizing up the inside of the cave and they had the same thought. "That's strange, where was Feng Heng? He said he would come in and scout around, but why did he disappear in the blink of an eye?" Under Su Shaojiang's questioning, the two of them roughly told him what had happened. He remembered that Feng Heng had told them not to expose his name, so he didn't mention it. "Captain," a young man in black walked up to Su Shaojiang and whispered, "We've confirmed that some of the vampires have broken through the outer defense line and left. What's our next step? Do we need to send people to chase after them?" "No need." Su Shaojiang waved his hand. "We have caught Pan Xiangdong. The mission has been achieved. Tell all the teams to catch him immediately." "But." "No buts." Su Shaojiang looked like he had everything under control. "Order the net to be closed immediately. Too many unnecessary sacrifices have been made during this invasion. Remember, our mission is to protect the people of the eastern region. As for the vampires, someone will help us deal with them." "Yes." On a small road in the suburbs, the high-tier vampires drove the car wildly on the empty road. In the back seat, Mika rolled down the window and looked back. "The Federation didn't come after us." Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders and suggested, "Maybe they're scared." It was quite strange. Feng Heng was originally prepared to deal with the Federation and had a hot-blooded pursuit. Mika felt that Feng Heng's train of thought was a little abnormal and asked, "Why do you sound a little disappointed?" "Is it? It's alright, I guess." Feng Heng answered casually. He pulled off his coat and tore it open, wrapping the king's sealed left hand, tying a knot, and hanging it behind him. After doing all this, Feng Heng patted the stone and asked, "Won't it be less conspicuous this way?" Mika looked at Feng Heng and shook his head, speechless. "No, it's even more conspicuous this way." After the battle with the inspection team of the Federation, Mika had completely let go his suspicions of Feng Heng. Soon, the car drove into a factory in the suburbs. The inside of the factory was pitch black, and it seemed like it had been shut down for some time. They entered the factory without any hiccups. Two security guards helped to open the warehouse door. Feng Heng followed Mika through the door and saw the scene inside the warehouse. He raised his eyebrows. It was indeed a teleportation passage, and it was a special passage built by the vampires. To be more precise, the teleportation passage was a type of alchemy magic array. The magic array could only accommodate one person at a time, and it required more than 10 vampires to activate the magic array at the same time. In addition to the consumption of mental strength, it also required human blood as a medium energy source, so it could not be used as a large-scale teleportation passage for the vampires. It could only transport 1 or 2 small teams at most. Ever since they had the technology of the space-tearing device, the vampires rarely used this extremely backward teleportation magic array. In the battlefield of the invasion of the real world, this primitive teleportation array had a role to play. "Let's go. We will meet up with Duke Zhaotai," Mika said as he stood in the center of the teleportation array. "A Duke of the Vampires?" Feng Heng had a thought. They stepped into the teleportation passage together. A red light flashed in front of Feng Heng's eyes. This was one of the headquarters of the vampires in the real world. Feng Heng opened his eyes again and looked around. On the dark brown rock wall, a group of vampires knelt on one knee respectfully around the teleportation array. An extremely pungent smell of blood entered his nose. "We're here, let's go." Mika walked to Feng Heng's side and said, "The plan has changed. We have to hurry. The Duke is still waiting for us." "Yes." Feng Heng looked around and asked, "Hey, what is this place?" Mika walked past Feng Heng and went straight ahead. "You don't seem to know much about our plan this time. I've told you before. I've been active in the real world and just happened to see the Federation make a move on you. I am reminding you as part of my good intentions, but who knew I would get into such big trouble? I was beaten up by the people from the Federation." Feng Heng ridiculed him in a relaxed manner. "This is one of the 3 strongholds that Mr. Jian has established in the real world." Mika explained to this unfortunate vampire patiently as he walked forward, "There are 3 seals on the king's body. The first seal is the outermost seal. When the seal is removed, it will become the stone in your hand. The good thing is that it can be moved. The second seal is to completely awaken the power of the vampire king's body remains. To complete this part, we will need more and more concentrated blood. The original plan was to settle the 2 parts of the seal in the previous stronghold, then head to the land of origin to unlock the last part of the seal and obtain the vampire king's inheritance. Upon hearing this, Feng Heng asked, "Inheritance?" "Yes, once we undo the third seal, we will be able to awaken the Vampire King's power and obtain his inheritance. At that time, the curse on our bodies will be completely removed." Mika's eyes were filled with passion. "Nat, we, the vampires, will take control of the world again." Chapter 881, Acquaintances. Was it really that simple? Feng Heng curled his lips and thought in his heart. He had never heard of the so-called third step of awakening the king's power. According to the information he had obtained from the land of origin, after completing the first two steps of the seal and bringing them to the land of origin, he should be able to obtain the inheritance of the Vampire King. Mika didn't know what Feng Heng was thinking and continued, "I didn't expect the people from the Federation to be so sharp and discovered the spies we have planted so quickly. We can only use the backup plan now." "What's the backup plan?" "The backup plan is the temporary stronghold we're currently in. We can also perform a large ritual here. If an accident occurs during the unsealing process, we will come here to carry out the second stage of the ritual, which will take more time." Mika chuckled and patted Feng Heng's shoulder. "Don't worry. This place is more hidden and obscure. The Federation won't find it." "As if I would believe you," Feng Heng thought as he followed Mika forward with a smile. Mika led Feng Heng through the passage and entered a huge central cave. A large number of vampires were entering and leaving the central cave, constantly pouring fresh blood into the man-made blood pool that had been excavated in the center of the cave. The thick smell of blood filled the entire cave. "Mika, you're back." An older vampire saw the two of them and walked toward Mika. He took a look at Feng Heng and said, "I heard that you're in trouble." "Yes, something happened to Pan Xiangdong. He was caught by the Federation." Mika felt annoyed when he mentioned this. He felt that something had gone wrong with the people deployed by the 12 corporations, causing him to flee in such a sorry state that he had almost lost the Vampire King's body remains. After explaining, Mika looked at the blood pool in the center and asked, "Elder Tao, what about you all? Is the situation all right?" "Yes, everything is going smoothly. The blood pool is complete, and fresh blood is being sent in from the front lines. The king's body that was awakened is about to complete the second round of unsealing." On one side, a female marquis of the vampires joined the discussion and nodded. She said, "It's rare for things to go so smoothly. I think Mr. Jian will be very happy." "I definitely will." Tao Feng looked at Feng Heng, who was standing beside Mika, and sized him up. "Your friend?" "Yes, it's all thanks to him. Otherwise, the Vampire King's body would have been taken away by the people from the Federation," Mika said and led Feng Heng to the altar. Feng Heng was also carefully observing the inside of the cave. The Elders' Council had set up a large seal removal ritual in the cave. The center of the ritual was an artificial blood pool. Under the command of the Elders' Council, 128 vampires were constantly pouring blood energy into the center of the blood pool. The center of the blood pool was bubbling. It seemed that the vampires had already found one of the Vampire King's remains and were currently soaking it in the blood pool to unseal it. Feng Heng squinted his eyes. "Where's the prince?" "I heard that the Eastern Federation has encountered a tough obstacle. One of the body remains of the king in the Eastern Federation has been taken away. The prince has personally led a team to retrieve the body remain." "The Eastern Federation again?" Mika frowned. "Yes, it doesn't seem to be the work of the Federation." Tao Feng paused and looked at the entrance on the other side of the cave. A group of people surrounded an old vampire and walked toward the people in the cave. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows when he saw them. It was strange that there were 4 people in the crowd, all dressed in black robes and wearing white masks. He couldn't sense their vampire aura. They were humans. Eh? It was Old Black. The 4 masked men followed behind Old Black. Old Black sensed Feng Heng's gaze and glanced at his face. Their eyes met briefly. "Lord Duke." When the vampires saw the Duke, they all knelt down on one knee. Duke Zhaotai raised his hand and motioned for everyone to stand up. "How's the ritual going?" He turned to look at Tao Feng, who was in charge of the ritual. "Everything is going well. The blood supply is sufficient. It is estimated that the seal will be undone in 10 minutes. "Very good," Zhaotai said and nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed a vampire he had never seen before standing in the crowd. Who was he? Mika stepped forward and explained, "Lord Duke, he's the Marquis of the Vampires, Nat, from another district. Our stronghold was attacked by the Federation earlier on, and he helped us buy time to seize the king's body remain and evacuate." "Is that so?" Zhaotai was still suspicious. He looked straight at Feng Heng. "It's strange. Why haven't I seen you before? Furthermore, I've never seen the name Nat on the list before." "Because I've been working in the dark." Feng Heng looked at Old Black, who was standing behind Zhaotai. "Old Black, aren't you going to help me out?" When Old Black saw Feng Heng for the first time, he felt that he was a little familiar. Now that Feng Heng mentioned it, He squinted his eyes and sized him up carefully. He realized that the person in front of him was probably a player, and he knew him. Even Old Black could clearly feel the marquee-level vampire bloodline. However, Old Black couldn't find the corresponding player in the database after searching through his memory. Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders and continued, "You've forgotten? Don't you remember the time when we worked together to build the space-tearing device during the apocalypse? Our cooperation has always been very pleasant. I also helped you send your people to the wasteland world. Will you turn your back on me?" Old Black's pupils shrank. Combined with the information given by the other party, in addition to his body size and tone, etc. Feng Heng? This Marquis of the Vampires was actually Feng Heng? Wasn't he in the Fallen Quarter? Old Black had been helping the vampires all this time. Due to the influence of the vampire's alchemy magic array on signal fluctuations, he was unable to contact the outside world most of the time. Old Black didn't know what was going on in the Fallen Quarter. Now, it seemed that Feng Heng had already escaped from the Fallen Quarter, and he even came here. The plan to deal with Feng Heng was led by the 12 corporations. Old Black didn't know about it at first, but when he learned about it, he had already drawn Feng Heng out of the game in his heart. Old Black still felt it was a pity. He didn't expect that Feng Heng would get involved again. Moreover, it had only been a month since they last met, and the aura of the vampire on Feng Heng's body had already become so strong. The speed of his growth was too terrifying, even the Fallen Corridor could not trap him. Ha 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 ha. More than 10 thoughts flashed through Old Black's mind in an instant. He laughed and walked forward, patting Feng Heng's shoulder warmly. "Of course, I remember Nat. We've been working together for many years. We're old acquaintances." Chapter 882, Water Mist. As he spoke, the old man turned to Zhao Tai and said, "He's someone that Mr. Jian arranged. He has a special mission to deal with." "Yes." Hearing Old Black's words, Duke Zhao Tai let go of his suspicions about Feng Heng. Old Black chuckled and changed the topic. "The southern region has just been sealed, and Mr. Jian has already started the space fusion of the land of origin. I came to take a look. By the way, have you prepared the sacrifices?" "Sacrifices?" Feng Heng was puzzled. "What was that?" "It's already been prepared." Tao Feng nodded and pointed at the 5 high-tier vampires on his right. They were carefully selected by the Elders' Council. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the vampires. Old Black walked up to the high-tier vampires. He walked to the high-tier vampire on the far left and observed him up close. He reached out and patted the high-tier vampire on the shoulder. He checked each and every one of them, and in the end, Old Black looked back at Tao Feng and nodded. "They are pretty good sacrifices. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Tao. It's what I should do. Everything is for the glory of the vampires." "Very good. I will personally escort the sacrifice back after the seal is lifted." Zhao Tai stood still and waited for the seal to be completed. The entire cave fell into a strange silence. Feng Heng quietly walked to Old Black's side. He wanted to talk to Old Black, but it was too quiet in the cave. The 4 men in black robes behind Old Black were too weird. They followed him closely, so Feng Heng had to give up. After a moment, the blood in the center of the blood pool started to bubble as if it was boiling. The surrounding vampires became excited when they noticed the changes in the blood pool. They stared nervously at the center of the stone-made blood pool. A piece of blood-red flesh rose from the blood pool and gradually floated above it. It was the Vampire King's heart. Thump. The heart suddenly contracted. Thump, thump. The heart seemed to have recovered its vitality, and it kept beating at a constant speed in the air. "Rio. It's your turn." "Yes." Under everyone's gaze, a vampire named Rio, who was called the Sacrifice, slowly walked forward. He walked to the blood pool and slowly reached out to the Vampire King's heart, which was suspended in the air, trying to touch the blood-colored flesh. Kai kai kai. The bloody piece of flesh immediately reacted, and extremely fine red tentacles extended from it. The tentacles wrapped around Rio's finger, and the heart quickly climbed up his arm to the vampire's body until it occupied the position of the heart. Kai kai kai. The fine tentacles pierced into Rio's heart. In an instant, Rio's face turned extremely pale, and his eyes were covered in a layer of scarlet red. The meridians all over his body exploded, and the scene was particularly terrifying. Vomit. Rio couldn't help but kneel on the ground, holding his throat and retching. Mika was excited. It was a success. The 2 Duke of the Vampires who had come with Zhao Tai immediately stepped forward and personally lifted Rio up from both sides. Old Black walked up, opened Rio's mouth, and poured some thick black medicine into his mouth. Rio's head tilted to the side and he fainted. Duke Zhao Tai nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. I will personally take him to Mr. Jian. You can continue to undo the next seal. I will be back soon." "Yes." Feng Heng's brows were tightly knitted and he was extremely puzzled. Even now, he still did not understand what was going on. In short, there was something wrong with this. The body remains of the Vampire King after the seal was broken were very odd. They seemed to have parasitized a vampire in a strange way. Feng Hang tilted his head and was about to ask Old Black, but suddenly noticed that Old Black had a strange smile on his face and was giving him a look. What did that mean? Feng Hang tried to receive the signal from Old Black's eyes. Then, he saw Old Black take half a step back behind the four black-robed men while the vampires were not paying attention. He took out a conch-shaped horn. What? In the next moment, Feng Hang seemed to hear deep horn sound in his ears. The sound of the horn was accompanied by the waves of the sea. The other vampires also heard the strange horn sound. The vampires looked around and instantly became vigilant. Feng Hang couldn't help but raise his guard and squint his eyes to observe the surroundings. The horn in Old Black's hand had already disappeared. It had only been a few seconds since the horn sounded, but a thick fog had appeared in the entire cave, greatly reducing the vampire's visual range. What was Old Black doing? Feng Hang wanted to get closer to Old Black, but just as he lifted his foot, he realized something was wrong. Bind? Feng Hang lowered his head and looked down. Unknowingly, there was a layer of tide under his feet. It was about 2 to 3 centimeters, covering the bottom of the shoes. There was a strange tension on the surface of the water, which wrapped around his feet. He needed to expend more energy to move in this state. The fog in the surroundings continued to increase, and the visibility was getting weaker and weaker. Be careful. Enemies. One of the vampires shouted. All of a sudden, Feng Hang saw a figure flashing through the fog in front of him. The figure quickly swept past a vampire. Ah! The vampire let out a blood-curdling screech as he fell into the water with a splash. Be alert. Enemy invasion. Zhao Tai's face was gloomy as he quickly looked around. He couldn't see the enemy, but he could feel that several forces were gathering in the thick fog. Suddenly, Zhao Tai realized that something was wrong. Not good. Protect the teleportation array. Protect the blood pool. The vampires immediately took action upon hearing this. The two marquises of the vampires who followed Zhao Tai quickly rushed toward the teleportation magic array in front of them. They cooperated with more than 20 high-tier vampires around the teleportation array to firmly protect it. Mika and the rest of the elders quickly gathered in the center of the blood pool. Is it the Federation? I am not sure. Be careful. Feng Hang's frown deepened. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, and even the night vision of vampires couldn't see through the thick fog. Feng Hang could feel it. Something was gathering in the strange mist. Kai kai kai. At Feng Hang's feet, the tide on the ground gradually rose and condensed into a human-shaped life form. Feng Hang suddenly turned his head, picked up the stone on his back, and swung it to the right. Bang! The humanoid water creature that had just condensed into a solid form was smashed into a puddle of water by the stone rod. Soon, the sounds of battle and shouting from the vampires could be heard. Almost a moment later, the cave was in great chaos. The vampires were fighting with the water creatures that constantly emerged from under their feet. TSK, TSK, TSK. Feng Hang, you don't seem to be in a good mood recently. Feng Hang turned his head and looked at the figure that was revealed amidst the thick fog. Chapter 883, Go 50-50 Long time no see. I heard you were trapped in the fallen corridor. I've been thinking about you. Old Black chuckled as usual. Feng Hang saw Old Black's smile and knew what he was up to. You did this? What are you thinking? Of course, it's to earn money. I've told you, Old Black said. Only the money in my pocket is real. Let's talk about the old days later. You can handle the Duke of the Vampires, right? Feng Hang looked in the direction where Old Black was pointing. Unfortunately, he could only see thick fog. My original plan only had a 30% chance of success, but with the two of us working together, we have a 100% chance of success. Old Black said gloomily, I won't forget you if there's something good. You don't have to kill him, just stall him for 5 minutes. You think too highly of me. That's a Duke of the Vampires. Feng Hang shook his head and started to bargain. He might not be able to beat them. Stalling for the time was not a problem. Once the Everlasting Moon was activated, it could easily delay the enemy for 5 minutes. However, Feng Hang didn't want to use his trump card here so quickly. My men will assist you. As long as you can stop the sacrifice beside him from entering the magic array, you should be able to do it. You only need 5 minutes. If that's the case, why don't you just destroy the magic array? Feng Hang looked at the Duke of the Vampires and the alchemy magic array in the distance and asked, I can make it simpler. Sure, if you can do it, there are quite a lot of people there. Old Black, your job isn't easy. There are a lot of people fighting to do the easy work, but it won't be us. Old Black shook his head. Everything is under control. The siren song can last for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the fog will disperse. We have to settle this in 20 minutes. TSK, Black-Hearted Merchant. Seeing that Feng Heng was still joking about it, Old Black threw a pendant to him and urged, "The people I brought aren't very reliable. Go and help. We will go 50-50 after it's done." Feng Heng reached out and took the pendant that Old Black threw. As soon as he held the pendant in his hand, the thick fog in front of him suddenly dispersed, and the tidal waves that were binding his feet also quickly dispersed. Feng Heng turned his head and looked into the distance. In the thick fog, the vampires were fighting with the aquatic creatures that were constantly condensing. In addition, the four masked men in black robes beside Old Black had already rushed forward and were attacking Zhao Tai. A large number of aquatic creatures gathered in front of Zhao Tai, blocking his way. Currently, Feng Heng and Old Black had the same goal. He didn't want the vampires to take away the Vampire King's body so easily. As for Old Black's little scheme. "Old Black, you have to pay more. You still don't believe me?" Old Black threw a mask to Feng Heng. "Put this on." Feng Heng took the mask and put it on his face. Then, he quickly rushed toward Duke Zhao Tai. Not far away, Duke Zhao Tai opened up a vampire barrier. The barrier separated the mist, but it could not block the tide that appeared under their feet. Beside him, the sacrifice Rio had completely lost consciousness and was lying on the ground. Zhao Tai dragged the sacrifice along the ground and quickly rushed toward the alchemy teleportation array. He didn't notice that Rio, who was at his feet, was currently facing the ground. The tide on the ground was slowly entering Rio's body through his nose and mouth. Where did the enemy come from? Zhao Tai was puzzled. He was sure that the people from the Federation didn't come after him. Who else could it be other than the Federation? What was more troublesome was that the thick fog in the cave affected his vision, and the thin layer of water under his feet also greatly affected his movement. If he was alone, he would not be afraid, but he had a sacrifice beside him. Humphrey. Zhao Tai snorted in his heart. He sensed that someone was ambushing him, and the blood-red long sword in his hand once again burst into a bloodlight and slashed to the right. Bang. The creatures were hit hard and retreated. The mercenaries who were attacking Zhao Tai were not in a good state. They were hired by Old Black. The employer's mission was for them to hold Duke Zhao Tai back for 5 minutes. However, the actual operation was very difficult. The Marquis of the Vampires couldn't see the scene beyond the thick fog, but he had an extremely powerful perception and could sense the direction of the mercenaries' attack in advance. After suffering a few losses, the mercenaries had to change their strategy and harass them from the outside. The most they could do was slow down Duke Zhao Tai's pace. Zhao Tai and the others were getting closer to the teleportation passage, and the mission was about to fail. Swish. Seeing Feng Heng, who had a pendant on his neck, rushing towards Duke Zhao Tai, they immediately realized that Feng Heng was a friend of their employer, Old Black. The leader of the team, Li Hao, said in a muffled voice, "Be careful, they are not easy to deal with." Feng Heng didn't answer. He raised the left arm of the Vampire King in his hand and smashed it toward the vampire's barrier in front of him. Zhao Tai, the Duke of the Vampires, instantly sensed the enemy's approach and raised his sword to counter the attack. Bang! Zhao Tai's expression changed. He didn't expect that this attack would be completely different from the previous harassment attacks that scattered after a touch. It was a powerful blow and his strength was shocking. The long sword in Zhao Tai's hand was knocked away and almost flew out of his hand. He even took a step back. Pa! His right foot left a shallow pit in the ground. Boom! The left arm of the sealed Vampire King smashed into the vampire's barrier. Ka. Dense cracks instantly appeared on the vampire's barrier. So fierce? The mercenaries behind him were stunned. Feng Heng also felt his wrist go numb and jumped back. You can't help but make a move? A cold smile appeared on Zhao Tai's face. He thought that the person in the dark had finally made his move. Zhao Tai's expression became serious. He raised his head, looked at the thick fog in front of him, and opened his palm. Kai. The blood-red long sword slashed forward and cut open his palm. Kai. Bright red blood kept spurting out of his palm. The blood-colored long sword absorbed the blood that flowed out of his palm and started to steam again. Zhao Tai's body was also covered in a layer of blood. Swish. The cracks on the blood-red barrier quickly healed, and it once again spread out a few meters. Feng Heng was about to lift the king's sealed left arm and attack again. Seeing this, he couldn't help but have a thought and quickly retreated. In an instant, Zhao Tai's lifeblood power increased by more than 10 times. His strength had increased by a terrifying amount. Feng Heng's heart suddenly sank. The strength of the Duke of the Vampires couldn't be underestimated, and it seemed difficult to hold him back with a frontal attack. Chapter 884, Entangled. While thinking, Feng Heng quickly glanced around the cave. Since they could not defeat the Duke of the Vampires, he could only attack from the other side of the magic array. In short, he was just causing trouble. Feng Heng was very familiar with this job. You guys hold him back. Fang Heng gave the command and then lifted the Vampire King's left arm and flew toward the teleportation array not far away. Huh? Did he leave? He pretended for a while and then left like that? The mercenaries that Old Black brought with him were stunned and started cursing in their hearts. Originally, the few of them could barely hold off the Duke of the Vampires for a while, and then he just ran off. Helplessly, everyone could only bite the bullet and continue to battle with the high-tier Duke of the Vampires. Not far away in the teleportation passage, the two Marquises of the Vampires were with a large number of high-tier vampires. The teleportation passage was extremely crucial, and everyone guarded it closely. In the thick fog, the vampires guarding the teleportation passage were also attacked by the endless stream of aquatic creatures that gathered around them. But the impact was not great. The aquatic creatures' attack power was limited, and they could be easily dealt with as long as they did it step by step. Bang! A high-tier vampire had just blasted an aquatic creature into water droplets when he suddenly saw a shadow flash through the thick fog in front of him. Oh! It was a rock. A huge rock emerged from the thick fog and crashed into him. The vampire couldn't dodge in time and felt a huge force hit his chest. Bang! His bones were crushed. The vampire let out a muffled sound and was swept away by a stone. What? The other high-tier vampire was also stunned when he saw his companion being blown away by something. Before he could clearly see who the attacker was, another staff shadow came out of the thick fog. Hulu. Ah! The vampire's lower abdomen was hit hard, and he let out a painful howl as he was also sent flying. In the thick fog, Fang Heng took advantage of the fact that the enemy could not see clearly and launched sneak attacks continuously. In any case, he was just taking advantage of the fact that the enemy couldn't see and had insufficient perception. He would pick up the left arm of the sealed Vampire King and strike down any single person that he found. One hit by one hit. The vampires quickly realized that there was a powerful enemy in the thick fog. They immediately became extremely tense and gathered even more tightly. It's coming. Block him. Help me. Bang. Bang bang bang. The Marquis of the Vampires could sense the threat in advance and barely block or dodge, but the general high-tier vampires could not resist at all. For a time, shouts could be heard from the teleportation passage. Not far away, Zhao Tai heard the shouts coming from the direction of the teleportation passage. He was a little anxious. The enemy had appeared out of nowhere, but he was clearly prepared. If the teleportation passage was destroyed, Zhao Tai looked at the sacrifice Rio who had fallen to the ground. He had to make a choice. He had to deal with the enemy at the teleportation array first. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth and threw Rio to the ground. He then pointed at Rio. Kai kai kai. Affected by the blood curse, a large amount of blood seeped out from Rio's skin. The blood water that was released from the wound around Rio firmly bound him on the spot. Humphrey, Zhao Tai snorted and left Rio on the spot, quickly rushing toward the teleportation passage. Old Black saw this from a distance, and a cruel smile appeared in his eyes. He took out the conch-shaped horn from his back again. Kai kai kai. Under Old Black's control, the water on the ground slowly climbed up Rio's body and entered his body. Whoosh. On the other side, Duke Zhao Tai didn't realize that Old Black was trying to control Rio. He quickly moved toward Fang Heng. Zhao Tai's attributes were greatly enhanced after he activated the burning blood state. His perception ability was greatly enhanced once again. He was able to lock onto Fang Heng's approximate location in the thick fog. Ho! Zhao Tai's blood-red long sword slashed forward, drawing a huge blood-red sword light in the air. The fog was even reflected with a layer of blood red. Fang Heng, who was attacking the magic array, realized the threat behind him. He turned around and his expression changed slightly. Such great hatred? Why did he have to target him? Zhao Tai's sword light covered a huge area, almost sealing off all his space to dodge. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and raised the Vampire King's arm to block in front of him. Boom! The blood-red sword light crashed into the Vampire King's left arm, producing a dull sound of impact. Boom! The stone in his hand let out a loud boom. Then, a dazzling blood-red sword light exploded in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng's entire body was affected by the burning blood effect and kept burning up. He stumbled and fell backward. While he was still in midair, the negative burning blood effect on him had already faded. Zhao Tai's eyes flashed with surprise. It was actually blocked. Even the burning blood long sword in its berserk state could not kill the other party. Oh. Interesting. Zhao Tai's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his right hand and pointed it in the direction of Fang Heng. Countless blood spikes condensed in the air. Fall. Kai 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 kai. The fine, blood-red spikes were like raindrops in the sky, attacking Fang Heng. Fang Heng quickly adjusted his body in midair. He had just broken free from the negative effects of burning blood through his undying body effect and his health point had recovered by more than half. He cursed in his heart when he saw the dense blood-red spikes coming from all directions. Damn. Feng Heng wasn't afraid of physical damage. What he was most afraid of was this kind of vampire curse damage. That was the thing that could really threaten his life. Feng Heng immediately brandished the left arm of the petrified vampire king, trying to block the densely packed blood spikes that were attacking from all directions. Boom. Boom boom boom. Who would have thought that the sharp blood spikes would not only cause average piercing damage but instead cause explosive damage? The blood spikes would instantly explode upon contact with anything. Feng Heng seemed to be waving a stone that was constantly exploding. What was more troublesome was that the king's arm couldn't block all the sharp spikes. A large number of sharp spikes hit Feng Heng through the gaps between the rocks. Boom boom. Boom. Feng Heng's entire body was constantly damaged by the explosions of blood spikes. In the blink of an eye, the skin all over his body festered and split open, looking extremely miserable. He was only able to hold on by relying on the super-strong undying body effect. The continuous explosions caused by the blood-red spikes allowed Duke Zhaotai to lock onto Feng Heng's position even more clearly. Duke Zhaotai grinned hideously and opened his arms again. More and more fine blood spikes condensed in the air and shot toward Feng Heng. Fuck. Seeing that the dense blood-red spikes did not stop but instead became more and more intense, Feng Heng simply used the king's petrified body remain to block in front of him, forcibly resisting the explosion to find cover, and quickly fled to the other side. Chapter 885, Absorbing Still Not Dead? Realizing that Feng Heng was still moving quickly, Zhaotai was once again surprised by his opponent's powerful defense. On the other hand, the four mercenaries who had accepted Old Black's mission saw Feng Heng's miserable state through the thick fog, and a layer of cold sweat covered their foreheads. That was close. Fortunately, they didn't provoke that Duke of the Vampires. Only that mysterious guy could withstand it. If it were any one of them, they would have died. Oh. In the eyes of outsiders, Feng Heng had already been blasted into a bloody man by the blood-colored spikes. Feng Heng forcibly withstood the dense attack of the sharp spikes and hid behind a rock with great difficulty. Before he could even catch his breath, the dense blood-red spikes directly shattered the large rock behind him. Fuck. That bastard Old Black. Feng Heng estimated that it was about time. The 5 minutes they had agreed on were almost over. Teleportation. With a flash of his body, Feng Heng approached the other side of the cave quickly. He could still hold on for a while. If he couldn't hold on, he would have to force his way into the game. I can still continue. Zhaotai and Feng Heng played a game of cat and mouse for a while, and he was already a little irritated. The other party had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and if this continued, there might be an accident. He was not playing anymore. He had to get rid of him. Zhaotai pulled out his burning blood-long sword and aimed it in Feng Heng's direction again, wanting to slash forward. Zhaotai suddenly sensed something. He stopped casting the blood curse and turned his head to look back, his eyes filled with surprise. Boom. In the next moment, a violent blood-red aura suddenly erupted in the cave. Feng Heng, who was running for his life, also felt his heart skip a beat. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the lifeblood explosion. It was the sacrifice. Boom. Boom boom boom. The violent smell of blood exploded from Ryo's body, and the burning lifeblood even directly dispersed a large area of thick fog around Ryo. Everyone in the cave felt the sudden explosion of lifeblood. Fuck, the sacrifice is out of control. Mika couldn't see clearly, but he saw the red and violent blood mist in the thick fog. He knew something was wrong and cursed softly. Ryo, who was enveloped by the burning lifeblood, stood up shakily. The blood-colored aura on his body continued to rise, and the Vampire King's heart, which was exposed on his chest, was beating rapidly. Ryo's head was lowered, and he still looked a little dazed. Zhaotai looked at Ryo with a serious expression. The state of the sacrifice that was possessed by the Vampire King was very unstable, so after the sacrifice was completed, it was necessary for him to be transported to the land of origin as soon as possible to complete the final step of the sacrificial ritual. In order to maintain the stability of the sacrifice as much as possible, the vampires had selected a number of candidates from their race in advance. In theory, these selected sacrifices were very stable. Even if he was left for 20 hours, he would not lose control. So it was that person who did it. How did he do it? Zhaotai looked into the darkness again and frowned. Oh no. He couldn't sense him. At the moment when the blood aura exploded, his attention had been drawn to Ryo, who had also dodged and disappeared with great agility. He had completely lost track of the enemy's aura. He turned around again. Ryo was walking towards the rock wall in front of him. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at the front of the cave. Thump. The rock wall made a loud noise, and the entire cave trembled. Boom. The rock wall shattered with a loud bang, and a hole was blasted out by the fist. Ryo's use of power was extremely brutal and violent. He was almost using all his strength to release his aura indiscriminately. He kept swinging his fists at the rock wall. He had forcefully opened up a passage in the rock wall. Damn it. If he continued to destroy the cave, the entire cave was at risk of collapsing. They had to control the sacrifice. Zhao Tai was helpless. He couldn't care about Fang Heng anymore. He put his hands together and controlled the blood curse to attack Ryo, trying to control him temporarily. Several blood-colored balls that were entrenched around him were blasted toward Ryo. Bang! 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 The ball hit Ryo's back. Ryo, who was constantly bombarding the rock wall, couldn't help but sway. He turned around, but he could not see the scene in the fog. Bang! Bang bang! One after another, blood curses emerged from the mist and hit him, forcing him to retreat and pushing him to the wall. Ryo's skin and flesh were torn open by the blood explosion, and blood kept flowing down his body. Roar! Ryo let out a roar towards the sky, and the blood-red aura that enveloped his body exploded once again. The blood-red balls that were coming at him exploded in midair. Ryo slowly raised his head and looked at Zhao Tai in the air. The aura was locked on. Ho! Shrouded in the blood-red aura, Ryo swooped down toward Zhao Tai. At the side, Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief and quickly slipped away. He quickly walked to Old Black and asked, "What's the situation? What's with the sacrifice?" In just a short while, the injuries that Fang Heng had sustained during the battle with Duke Zhao Tai had completely healed. He was full of energy and didn't look like he had just been attacked by the Duke of the Vampires. Old Black looked at Fang Heng with envy and replied in a low voice, "Nothing much. I just did something to the sacrifice and his medicine." "What is the role of the sacrifice?" Fang Heng continued to ask. After the second stage of unsealing the body remains of the Vampire King, it cannot directly pass through the teleportation passage. It needs a medium to carry it, and this medium is the sacrifice. The vampire's secret medicine can temporarily make the sacrifice who inherited the Vampire King's power unconscious, Old Black explained. It will be easier for us to transport him back to the land of origin. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that. He suddenly looked up at the Berserk Ryo and suddenly realized something. The power of the king's body remains can be directly inherited by the sacrifice. Yes, that's true, Old Black nodded. Inheriting the power of the king's body can greatly strengthen the abilities of the vampires in a very short time. But the negative effects are also very obvious. The first is power. If one's power is too weak, one will not be able to withstand the power of the king's body remains and explode to death. The second is the mind. Even if the body can withstand it, it will be affected by the will of the Vampire King and be led to the land of origin. Of course, the higher tier vampires can last longer. Old Black then shifted his gaze to Ryo and continued, "It's not possible for him. He has completely lost his self-awareness and is completely affected by the king's will. He is constantly searching for the land of origin and will destroy anything that stands in his way." Fang Heng looked at the vampires who were fighting with Zhao Tai not far away. He was quite envious. The power of the king. Good stuff. After being strengthened by the body remains of the Vampire King, the abilities of the high-tier vampires were greatly enhanced. They could even fight with Duke Zhao Tai for a while without being at a disadvantage. Chapter 886, The Siren Statue. It's quite powerful. Fang Heng was a little tempted. But it seems that I still can't beat Zhao Tai. That's because he can't control his own power. It will be a lot different if it's a duke. As he spoke, the 4 players that were hired by Old Black retreated. They quickly formed a circle around Old Black and Fang Heng. "Guys, we need to speed up," Old Black said. "Yes." The 4 players nodded in unison and surrounded the 4 points of the square. Each of them took out a white crystal statue that was more than half a meter tall from their arms. The face of the woman statue was enchanting and charming, but her eyes had a holy aura. What was even stranger was that her lower body was a murloc. A siren statue? Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. The crystal statues were placed in front of the 4 of them. Buzz. The white light spots flickered and quickly condensed into a pyramid-shaped shield, firmly wrapping Fang Heng and the others in it. Old Black reached out and pressed on the pendant on his chest. A light blue shield of light lit up, once again enveloping everyone in the center. Fang Heng turned around and looked at Old Black. "What is the meaning of this?" "I've drugged him. He's about to self-destruct." Old Black pouted at Ryo, who was fighting Zhao Tai, the Duke of the Vampires, with a calm expression. "The explosion won't be weak. You have a life-saving weapon too, right? Don't hide it." "Fuck. You're still the most sinister. Duke Zhao Tai would definitely suffer if he self-destructed at such a close distance." Fang Heng thought. Fang Zheng looked at Old Black and immediately activated the vampire's barrier that came with the holy weapon of the vampires. The vampire's barrier expanded outward, forming the outermost red barrier. For Fang Heng, the best way to save his life was to enter the game directly. Unless he was in a life-and-death situation, He naturally could not reveal this move in front of outsiders. Yes, this way, it will be safe. Old Black nodded in satisfaction when he saw the vampire's barrier cast by Feng Heng. He looked up at the sky again. Duke Zhaotai and Rio were engaged in a battle. After Rio had obtained the power of the Vampire King's body remains, all of his physical qualities experienced an explosive increase. Unfortunately, he had already lost most of his consciousness and was completely unable to unleash his various abilities. He could only rely on his instincts to continuously swing his fists and release the explosive lifeblood power to fight. Duke Zhaotai quickly took control of the situation. He moved around Rio and launched attacks. Soon, blood-red chains wrapped around Rio, imprisoning him in midair. Boom! Rio's eyes widened in anger, and the blood color bloomed around him again. The blood-red aura that radiated into the surroundings once again forced Duke Zhaotai to retreat. Zhaotai sighed in admiration. The Vampire King's body remains contained a terrifying amount of lifeblood. He was also very envious of that kind of power. Unfortunately, that power was destined to be unable to be controlled for a long time, and it was only a matter of time before one became a puppet of the king's will. Zhaotai waited until the wave of aura dissipated before he charged forward again. Rio's true form was only a high-tier vampire, so he couldn't withstand the power of the Vampire King for too long. How troublesome, he had to find a new sacrifice after he got rid of him. As Zhaotai was thinking, he suddenly realized that something was different this time. The Vampire King's heart in Rio's chest was beating rapidly as if it could explode at any moment. Suddenly, Zhaotai's eyelids twitched. Something's not right. This was. At the next moment, Zhaotai felt an extreme sense of danger. Buzz. Zhaotai quickly retreated and bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood gathered to form a red vampire's barrier around Zhaotai, and in the next moment, the blood-red aura exploded in front of him. Boom. The dazzling red color drowned Zhaotai's vision. Crack crack. The vampire's barrier was instantly covered in cracks. Bang. The barrier didn't last more than a second before it was shattered. Northern Federation. A bright red blood mist shot up from the ground, illuminating the entire night sky. Such eye-catching lifeblood attracted the attention of the nearby players. The Northern Federation had suffered a huge blow from the vampires this time. The players hiding in the nearby safe zones saw such a terrifying scene and fell into great fear again. Such supernatural power. Was the apocalypse coming? Behind the scenes, there were still many high-tier player organizations without government involvement in the Northern Federation who were secretly observing the development of the situation. Most of them were also shocked by the sudden explosion of lifeblood power. But soon, greed won over fear. With such a huge lifeblood outburst, was something wrong with the vampires? Could there be some treasure? Many players were blinded by greed, and they quickly rushed in the direction of the lifeblood. On the other hand, after the northern region of the Federation was attacked, the main forces of the Federation's operations department were focused on dealing with the Prince of Vampires in the city, and searching for and destroying the various teleportation passages in the northern region. Seeing the outbreak of lifeblood, the headquarters of the Northern Federation immediately dispatched people from the Inspection Bureau to investigate. For a time, a large number of high-tier players, both in the open and in the dark, were chasing after the altar where Feng Heng was once there before. At the altar, the surging lifeblood lasted for a few minutes before it slowly dispersed. Affected by the explosion, more than half of the vampire cave was crushed under large pieces of gravel. It was the same for Feng Heng and the others. They were buried deep underground. During the previous explosion, the outermost barrier cast by Feng Heng was broken in less than 3 seconds. After that, his vision was blocked by the falling gravel. After a few minutes, Feng Heng nodded to the crowd and said, "We can go out now, the aura has already dissipated." The second layer of the siren barrier that enveloped the 6 of them had long been covered in cracks and was on the verge of collapse. Old Black's eyes flashed with excitement, and he nodded. "Everything is going well. Quick, let's go out and take a look." "Understood." The 4 mercenaries' foreheads were covered in a layer of sweat. They nodded and replied, pouring the last bit of their mental strength into the siren statues. Boom. The siren barrier that was protecting everyone exploded, and even the surrounding gravel was blown away. Feng Heng was the first one to walk out of the rubble. In front of him, there was a huge pit on the ground, showing the intensity of the explosion. It was Zhaotai. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. Zhaotai was lying at the bottom of the pit. Half of his body had been swallowed by the violent lifeblood explosion, and more than half of his white bones were exposed. He was not dead yet. The Duke of the Vampire's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even at such a close distance, he was not killed by the explosion. His body was still twitching slightly. The wounds on his body were slowly healing, and the bleeding had stopped. If he was given another day or two, he could even regain his ability to move. Chapter 887, Explosion A. That one. Fang Heng looked to the side of Zhao Tai. Not far from Duke Zhao Tai, in the center of the pit, a blood-red heart was levitating in the air. The Vampire King's heart. The culprit of the bloody mist explosion. His heart was still beating weakly. Hey, our luck is pretty good. It seems that our plan has been completed. Old Black said slowly, taking out a pair of black gloves from his pocket and putting them on. He walked forward step by step. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn his head and look at Fang Heng who was beside him. Follow me. Old Black walked to the side of the hole and jumped down as he approached the Vampire King's heart. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately jumped down into the hole as well. He looked at Old Black and asked, in the end, your target is the body remains of the Vampire King? That's not exactly correct. The blood from the Vampire King's heart is a high-tier material. It's unique and can be sold for a very good price. After working so hard for so long, we will more or less get some benefits. However, the heart is only a small bonus. The real big one is yet to come. As he spoke, Old Black was already close to the Vampire King's heart. He slowed down on purpose and was very careful in his actions. The King's heart seemed to be wary of the glove that Old Black was wearing. The tentacles that extended from the heart quickly retracted as if they had met their natural enemy after touching the glove. Old Black carefully picked up the Vampire King's heart. Then, he shifted his gaze to Zhao Tai, the Duke of the Vampires. Zhao Tai suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Old Black, who was trying to get his hands on the Vampire King's heart, and instantly understood everything. It was Old Black. He had secretly done something to the sacrifice, which caused the sacrifice to wake up in advance and the strange explosion just now. It's you. Zhao Tai glared at Old Black as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Hee, it's me, but it's too late to know now. Old Black said as he threw the Vampire King's heart at Zhao Tai. Pa. The heart fell beside Duke Zhao Tai. Kai. The thin tendrils once again extended from the heart and immediately slithered toward Duke Zhao Tai's body. The entire heart climbed up onto Duke Zhao Tai's damaged body and made its way to his heart. Kai. The tentacles pierced into Duke Zhao Tai's heart. Duke Zhao Tai's pupils suddenly enlarged, and his eyes were bloodshot. The right half of his body that had been blasted away was healing and growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Old Black walked up and opened Zhao Tai's mouth, pouring a bottle of black medicine into his mouth. After that, Old Black took out a metal needle from somewhere. Kai. Old Black waved his hand and pierced the needle into the Vampire King's exposed heart. He extracted a tube of black blood the size of a thumb from the beating heart. After drawing 3 tubes of blood from the heart, Old Black took a few steps back and threw one of the tubes of black blood at Fang Heng. We will split it, 50-50. 1 bottle per person. The remaining bottle will be useful for our future plans. Consider it an investment. If you don't need it, I can buy it for 3,000 King of Gods points. This thing was so valuable? Fang Heng looked at the black blood in his hand and then it on his body. He re-examined the heart attached to Duke Zhao Tai's body and asked, just this? Did it end? Aren't you going to draw more? Fang Heng thought that Old Black was still too wary. This was just brushing the surface. In the past, when he took samples in a game, he was close to risking his life. No, I can't draw it out anymore. The explosion just now has almost exhausted the power of the heart. If I continue to draw it out, I am afraid that the heart will go into hibernation again. By then, I won't be able to complete my mission. I will still have to rely on it for the follow-up plan. Oh? Fang Heng became interested and looked at Old Black. What's your follow-up plan? Don't tell me you're also trying to get your hands on the Vampire King's inheritance? No, I am still very clear about my position. I am not that ambitious. Old Black shook his head and stepped back with Fang Heng. I just want to get more benefits. The inheritance of the Vampire King is too troublesome. I can't get it. If everything goes well, we can think of a way to steal the coffin of the Vampire King. There's still a secret hidden in it, he said. Fang Heng was listening to Old Black's long-winded speech, but his eyes were fixed on the floating heart. Ever since he heard that the Vampire King's body remains could be directly absorbed to obtain power, an alluring idea had been lingering in Fang Heng's mind. Since you don't need it, you don't mind giving me this heart, right? Old Black, who had been thinking, was suddenly stunned. He turned his head and looked at Fang Heng, his eyes revealing an inquisitive look. You? The Vampire King's heart possessed great power. Who didn't want it? Old Black had considered snatching it directly from the vampires countless times. Helplessly, he chose to give up after much consideration. It wasn't a question of whether he wanted it, but how he wanted it. This thing was a hot potato and not easy to get. It's very difficult. Fang Heng. Think about it carefully. It's true that the power of the Vampire King's body remains can increase your strength, but there's still a lot of uncertainty. The remnant will of the Vampire King will erode your will at all times. If you're not careful, you will become the puppet of the Vampire King. No, Feng Heng shook his head and walked forward to observe the unconscious Zhao Tai. Who say that I am going to take the risk? Eh? Not you? Old Black didn't understand what Feng Heng meant for a while. He furrowed his brows and continued, after the king's body remains are unsealed, the vampires will inherit a part of its power. In addition, there are a small number of specially made containers that can temporarily store it. The troublesome thing is that the vampires can sense the location of the king's body remains. Old Black explained to Feng Heng how difficult it was to get the body remains of the Vampire King. I spent a lot of money on this pair of gloves. It's very difficult to store the body for a long time. It's very difficult, Feng Heng. Seeing Feng Heng fall into silence, Old Black shook his head and said, the vampires will be here soon. Wait for us to enter the land of origin together. We will act according to the situation and think of a way to get the coffin. Same as before, we will split it 50-50 after we're done. Feng Heng slightly squinted his eyes. He raised his head and said, it's not difficult to get the king's body. Just like the vampires, we just need to find a sacrifice. It's not a good idea. Old Black raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Ordinary sacrifices can't withstand the power of the Vampire King. As for the powerful vampires, we can't control them. Old Black, do you know Tyrant? Chapter 888, Scheme Tyrant Form. Old Black was stunned and turned to look at Feng Heng. It was a powerful life form in the zombie apocalypse. How could he not know? However, Old Black never expected that Feng Heng would actually have this idea. Old Black had done a lot of research on Feng Heng in private before, and he knew very well that controlling the fusion tyrant form was Feng Heng's special ability. So, Feng Heng wanted to fuse the Vampire King's body with the fusion tyrant form? Then, he would try to control the fusion tyrant form, thus achieving the goal of controlling the Vampire King's power. Old Black could guess Feng Heng's thoughts in an instant. So you've been thinking about this? You're using the tyrant form as a medium to control the power of the Vampire King. Old Black was already very familiar with Feng Heng, so he could keep up with his thoughts. He thought quickly and said, the tyrant form's physical strength is enough, but as for the strength of the will, you should know better than me whether it will be easily affected by the will of the Vampire King, so I won't mention it. In addition to these 2 points, there is another fundamental problem in your hypothesis. What? Feng Heng was puzzled. Old Black raised his head and looked at Feng Heng. The power of the Vampire King's body remains can only be temporarily attached to the vampires. No other living being can inherit the Vampire King's power. It doesn't matter, I have a way. Feng Heng felt that this was a sure win. The biggest problem that Old Black was talking about wasn't even a problem to him. The academic integration skill, zombie clone, could also be shared. At that time, he could directly change his fusion tyrant form into the vampire form, and his zombie clone could also change into the vampire form. This problem could also be perfectly solved. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to control the Vampire King which had been fused with the tyrant form. Previously, Zhao Tai, the Duke of the Vampires, was unable to get rid of the high-tier vampires who had absorbed the power of the Vampire King's body remains in a short time. Now that he had used the tyrant form, his strength should be able to increase greatly. In addition, he was secretly controlling the tyrant form. It wasn't impossible for him to fight the Duke of the Vampires one-on-one. Feng Heng was a little excited at the thought of this. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. Seeing Feng Heng being so confident, Old Black was also stunned for a moment. He really had a way? Old Black's expression was serious as he asked, how confident are you? Originally, it was only 30%. With your help, it's naturally 100%. Ha ha ha. Old Black started laughing. Good, you are much greedier than me, but I like it. What are you going to do? I can handle the other aspects, but there's still the biggest problem. We have to find a way to get the tyrant form out of the game. Feng Heng spread out his hands and looked at Old Black. I will have to rely on you for this. Time is too tight. Give me more time. I can still think of a way to go outside and find some special props to help you get them. Old Black frowned. This was a difficult problem. Feng Heng was also vexed. Ordinary living creatures couldn't be put into backpacks. Even if they were forcibly put into backpacks after being sealed by layers of sealing spells, the sealed creature would die immediately when they were taken out. In addition, after the players opened the higher tier door, they could gradually master the skills in the game, including talent skills. Time was very tight now, and this path couldn't be taken. The only way Feng Heng could think of was to open the channel between the real world and the game world. After thinking about it, Feng Heng continued, we don't have time. I want to open a space passage between the game and the real world. How about this? Old Black raised a brow in surprise. He suddenly realized something and revealed an astonished expression. You've already been to the land of origin? Yes, Fang Heng nodded and continued. I've already found the spatial crystal. I will also be able to find a way to set up the spatial rift soon. The only thing I am lacking now is the spatial dust. It's too rushed. I don't have time to collect it. Old Black couldn't be more shocked. It turned out that Fang Heng had also come into contact with the land of origin. At first, when he first met Fang Heng, he only thought that Fang Heng was a potential partner. The more he delved into it, the more Old Black felt that Fang Heng's growth speed was amazing. Until now, Old Black even felt that Fang Heng had become a little unfathomable. There were rumors in the outside world, and even the internal members of the 12 corporations thought that Fang Heng was a chess piece of a large gaming faction. However, Old Black knew Fang Heng earlier than the others and he was sure that Fang Heng wasn't the one. All of this was achieved by him alone in the game. Seeing that Old Black was silent, Fang Heng couldn't help but urged, "How is it? Is there any way? Hurry up and say something. He's always giving me problems. The spatial dust can be found in the spatial gaps. If I go there now, I won't have enough time to collect it. It's also rarely sold in the outside world. Even if it's sold, the amount of spatial dust needed to open the space passage is extremely large." Old Black followed Fang Heng's train of thought and thought for a while, then raised his head and said, "Maybe." Fang Heng already had an answer in his heart. He nodded to Old Black and said, "You're very familiar with the vampire. Why don't you ask them to borrow some from the vampire's world?" Old Black's face was dark as he quickly thought of countermeasures and all the possible risks. There were even various consequences. Very quickly, Old Black's expression returned to normal. "Fang Heng, I am going to lose my old life. If anything goes wrong, my career will be ruined in your hands." Haggling, huh? As long as he didn't refuse, any difficulty raised was just for bargaining. Fang Heng looked at Old Black. "I remember someone once said that the greater the risk, the more you will earn. What do you want after it's done?" A favor." Old Black squinted his eyes and pointed a finger at Fang Heng. No one knew better than him how terrifying Fang Heng's growth was. The current Fang Heng was already a dual world lord, and he was certain that Fang Heng would improve even further in the future. Asking him for a favor would definitely be a huge investment. "Alright, I agree." Time was tight, and Fang Heng was concise. As long as Old Black didn't ask for too much, he would agree to any condition. The power of the Vampire King was simply too tempting. "Your world has the ability to access other elementary worlds. We will return to the game immediately. Later, you can go to the Elder's house in Vampire District 1. You should be able to do this with your identity as a vampire. I will wait for you there. As for the specific plan, I will have to think about it to make sure it's foolproof." "Yes." Fang Heng nodded his head quickly. As the two of them were discussing, the stones not far away began to loosen. A few high-tier vampires crawled out of the ruins with great effort. They all looked very miserable. When the explosion happened, Mecha and the others were far away from the ritual. They gathered everyone's power to activate the vampire's barrier to block the impact, so they all Chapter 889, Return. It took the vampires some time to get out of the ruins. "They're here." Fang Heng glanced at the vampires who were climbing out of the ruins not far away and asked, "How should we handle this? Since our goal has changed to seizing the Vampire King's body remains, we have to make corresponding changes to our plans." Old Black rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then nodded. He said, "Let me handle it." "Yes." Not far away, Mecha had just walked out from the ruins. When he saw the deep pit where Fang Heng and Old Black were, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately ran over. Then, he saw Duke Zhaotai, who was in a coma. What was going on? Mecha could clearly see the king's heart attached to Duke Zhaotai's body. Duke Zhaotai had been possessed by the Vampire King's heart? Mecha didn't know that Fang Heng and Old Black were the culprits behind the catastrophe. He had been dumbfounded since the fog had risen. Mecha still had no idea what had happened after the sacrifice went out of control and exploded, and even after he climbed out of the ruins, he was still in a daze. Mecha asked Fang Heng, "What happened? How did it become like this?" Duke Zhaotai tried to control the sacrifice, but unfortunately, it caused an explosion. Old Black looked at Mecha and sighed. Duke Zhaotai was injured and unconscious. The king's heart took the opportunity to possess him. Where's the attacker? Mecha asked. "He must have died in the explosion, right?" Fang Heng looked around and said, "I didn't see anyone else when I woke up." Old Black's story sounded reasonable. The only pitiful one was Duke Zhaotai. As they spoke, the remaining two surviving marquises of the vampires also followed. After hearing Old Black's description, the two marquises of the vampires had different expressions. It was clear that Zhaotai's current condition wasn't optimistic. Mecha lost his cool and didn't know what to do in this chaotic situation. "Do you know who the enemy is?" "I don't know." From the situation just now, I thought the enemy might be from the sea race. I didn't expect the sea race to interfere. Old Black's face turned serious and said, anyway, the altar's magic array has been destroyed, and the king's heart has attached itself to the Duke. All we can do now is to give up the Duke and turn him into a sacrifice. Ah, but once he became a sacrifice, it meant that he would. There's no time. This is the only thing we can do. We have to look at the big picture and for the revival and glory of the vampires. Mika gritted his teeth and nodded. Duke Zhaotai was beyond saving anyway, so he just had to give up on him. Also, we need to head to the new evacuation point immediately. The explosion just now would attract a lot of attention. Many forces, including the Federation, will rush over. This place is no longer safe. Another young vampire nodded and said, yes, we can immediately return to the land of origin to find Mr. Jian. No, it's too far away and it will be too late. We have to think of a way to hold a ritual to stabilize the Duke's condition. The previous explosion affected the king's heart and made it very unstable. He might fall into a deep sleep again. It will be even more difficult to wake him up. We need to go to the nearest backup ritual location. Mika looked at Duke Zhaotai who was lying on the ground. Indeed, the king's heart in Duke Zhaotai's chest was beating extremely slowly. It was so slow that it looked like it would stop beating at any moment. Good. We will head over now. Let's split up. I need to go back and report to Mr. Jian about the sea race. We will meet at the ceremony site in Zone G in just a few short sentences. Everyone had finished their discussion. In order to prevent the king's heart and Duke Zhaotai's body from entering into a deeper seal, everyone must immediately head to the nearest gathering point for the vampiric ritual. Fang Heng looked at Old Black, who was wrangling seriously, and Mika, who was being fooled innocently, and sighed in his heart. He thought to himself, you're really an old fox. There's no truth coming from your mouth. After that, Old Black walked to Fang Heng's side with a normal expression. I've prepared a minibus outside in advance. There's a game cabin in the minibus and we can enter the game from there. The king's sealing stone on you is very heavy, so you can't take it away. Leave it for them to take it to the ritual area in Area G. Fang Heng frowned. My people will help keep an eye on it. We will come back as soon as we get the spatial dust and end the battle as soon as possible. Alright. Fang Heng thought for a while and then nodded. It couldn't be helped. The Vampire King's body remains were special items and couldn't be directly brought into the game. As for whether the indirect teleportation using the sealing technique would work, it was another matter. The current situation was urgent, and there was no time to do the former. Hence, he gave an excuse to follow Old Black to report to Mr. Jian. Fang Heng handed the sealed left arm of the Vampire King to Mika for safekeeping. Mika's trust in Fang Heng increased greatly after hearing the news. With a solemn expression, he promised Fang Heng, Nate, don't worry. I will keep it safe. They had already given him the Vampire King's body remains, so how could he be a spy? Mika was convinced. Anyone could be the mole, but Nate was definitely not. Mika didn't have the time to think too much about it. He immediately gathered the remaining vampires and prepared to head to the nearest gathering point. After separating from the vampires, Fang Heng and Old Black boarded the bus that was parked by the roadside not far away. We will meet at the Elders' Council in 15 minutes. As they spoke, the two of them quickly entered the game cabin and returned to the game world. After entering the game world and according to the plan with Old Black, Fang Heng returned to the prison through the teleportation passage immediately and entered Zombie Apocalypse District 1 through the teleportation desk of the prison. Ding! Player has entered District 1 of the World of Vampires. Ding! Player has entered Vampire Apocalypse District 1. The current district already has a World Lord. Ding! The player can choose whether to spend 10 King of Gods points to use an anonymous intrusion state within 1 minute. Ding! Entering an anonymous state, the World Lord player will not receive any news of the invasion. Ding! Some special operations of the player will break the anonymous status. Ding! You can spend 10 King of Gods points to reset and return to the teleportation area. Ding! The current teleportation time is 24 hours. After entering District 1 of the Vampire Apocalypse, a row of game prompts quickly flashed across Fang Heng's retina. It was still alright. He was reborn in the city. Looking at the busy food street in the city center, Fang Heng heaved a sigh of relief. He was lucky that he didn't get randomly teleported to the borders. Otherwise, he would have wasted even more time. Chapter 890, Change. After locating the direction of the vampires building in the center of the city, Fang Heng transformed into a bat and dashed toward the building at high speed amidst the exclamations of the pedestrians. In the Vampire Apocalypse District 1, as a large number of high-tier vampires had entered the real world, there were no high-tier vampires guarding the areas around the city. With the identity of a high-tier vampire, Fang Heng successfully used the teleportation passage in the center of the city to enter the Elders' Council in District 1 of the World of the Vampires. Feng Heng had tried his best to move as fast as possible during the entire course of action. It took him less than 10 minutes. Feng Heng frowned as he walked out of the teleportation passage. In the hall, 5 teleportation devices were running at full power, and high-tier vampires from other worlds were constantly teleported into District 5. They then turned into bats and flew straight to the passage opening in the distance. Feng Heng looked around and found Old Black in the right corner. There were 2 marquises of the vampires standing behind Old Black. Old Black nodded at Feng Heng when he saw him walking out of the portal. "Follow me." As Old Black spoke, he called Feng Heng to another passage. The 2 marquises of the vampires led a group of blood slaves and followed behind the 2. G and Muzzy has opened up a special area in the back mountain behind the Elders' Council in District 1. He has constructed a large number of magic arrays in that area and opened a passage to the real world. Old Black acted just as quickly. He immediately formulated a battle plan as soon as he entered the game world and quickly communicated with Feng Heng before the plan was made. Now, high-tier vampires from all regions of the world of vampires are gathered at the back of the mountain and are constantly invading the real world. The prince is guarding that place. It's almost impossible for us to invade that place with our current strength. With my status, we can enter openly and steal a little spatial dust, but have you ever thought about a transportation problem? Feng Heng knitted his brows tightly after hearing that. Indeed, transportation was a big problem. Breaking the passage to the real world required a large amount of spatial dust. Spatial dust was a type of material item, so there was a limit to the number of materials a person could carry. He could not transport the materials by himself. Indeed, it's a problem, but this small problem can't hold you back, right? It's not that easy to take a favor from me. Feng Heng glanced at the vampires behind the 2 of them and asked in a low voice, "What's your plan?" "Don't make me sound so powerful. I am not omnipotent." Helping Feng Heng was an investment in advance for the future, and Old Black was going all out this time. "Here's the plan. I am going to find a way to open a teleportation passage and send over the tyrant from the zombie apocalypse world." "Teleport to this place?" "Yes, I've just asked around. Most of the spatial dust inside the vampires has fused into fusion spatial crystals. Even if you steal the ores, you won't be able to send them back to your world in a short time. So, you might as well give up the ores and use the vampire's passage to send the tyrant form into the real world." "Huh?" Feng Heng quickly weighed the second plan provided by Old Black. Compared to stealing the spatial dust, Old Black's plan was more direct and bold. It would save more time, and this could only be done with the help of Old Black. His alliance with Old Black was definitely worth it. Old Black continued, "District 1 is the first established world of the vampires. There's a spare branch teleportation point in the Elders' Council. We're on our way to the branch teleportation point. I've already arranged everything there. You will open the teleportation passage and set it up, then transport the tyrant form from the zombie world over. You must be fast." Feng Heng followed Old Black and walked forward. He quickly thought about Old Black's plan and nodded. "It's a good plan, but there's one problem." "Speak," Old Black said. "Once the passage is opened, the Vampire Apocalypse District 1 will be judged to have entered an invasion state. At that time, our actions will be discovered." "Not bad." Old Black nodded, his eyes full of approval. "That's why we need to hurry up. World Lord Jianmuzi of District 1 is still fusing with the land of origin. There will be a time gap between the time he learns of the invasion and the time when the vampires here react. We need to complete the teleportation of the tyrant form within this time." After saying that, Old Black looked at Feng Heng again. "I've already paved the road for you. As for whether you can succeed or not, it's up to you." "Huh, you don't say. It's quite exciting," Feng Heng chuckled and continued. "After it's done, we will put the blame for this invasion on the Federation?" Old Black chuckled. "Wasn't it done by the Federation? If the real world was invaded, wouldn't the Federation take action? Don't think of the people of the Federation as fools. Indeed, it is undeniable that the Federation's ability is limited in some regions, but most of them are just not bothered and are happy with their success." Feng Heng's eyelids twitched. From what Old Black said, the Federation seemed to know about the 12 corporations' plan, but they didn't interfere. "Let's go. Don't think too much about it. Let's stick to the plan first." "Yes." Feng Heng nodded and quickened his pace to catch up. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Feng Heng felt that Old Black's plan was not bad after listening to it. As expected of the old sneaky bastard who schemed against the Federation and the 12 corporations in secret. "Feng Heng, do you know that there are only a few players and NPCs who have mastered the blueprint and can control the space-tearing device? I've always been very envious of your luck." Old Black was glad too. In the beginning, the cooperation between him and Feng Heng started with the construction blueprint of the space-tearing device. He hoped to find a player who had the ability to build a space-tearing device as a partner, and coincidentally, he found Fang Heng. He didn't expect Fang Heng to complete the upgrade of the passage in just over half a month after getting the blueprint. Then, to Old Black's surprise, he got the World Lord title and even tinkered with the teleportation disc. The speed of his power's expansion was way beyond Old Black's expectations. The temporary plan that they had made now also had to rely on Fang Heng's ability to control the large-scale space-tearing device to modify and reset the passage anchor point of the space-tearing device. Otherwise, their plan would really be unable to proceed. The two of them quickened their pace and quickly arrived at the teleportation hall behind the Elders' Council. Old Black had sent the vampires away in advance. Fang Heng walked to the large control console and began to set up the teleportation passage. Fang Heng had already memorized the location of the time anchor point in Zombie Apocalypse District 8. After Fang Heng reinserted the anchor point, a line of game hints quickly appeared in front of him. Ding! The player is trying to connect to the passage to confirm the target location Zombie Apocalypse District 8. Ding! Player's current identity as a World Lord has been confirmed, and access to the passage link has been activated. Ding! The current player's anonymous identity has been exposed. Buzz. As Fang Heng pressed the last button, a light blue ripple was released from the large space-tearing device. A pale blue light screen gradually condensed in front of him. Fang Heng nodded to Old Black. I will go in first. I will be back soon. Chapter 891, Invasion the Land of Origin. Jian Muzzy stood quietly on the spot, concentrating on controlling the power of the Land of Origin. The Vampire King's right hand was slowly being sucked into the coffin. The coffin bloomed with a bright red color. With the power of his right arm, the boundary between the Land of Origin and the real world quickly expanded. Jian Muzzy had been planning for decades to execute today's plan. Sending vampires to invade the real world on a large scale was the best way he could think of. He knew very well that after the invasion, he would definitely suffer a backlash from the Federation and the major forces inside and outside the game. Jian Muzzy did not expect to obtain the body remains of the Vampire King. All he needed to do was to absorb a portion of the Vampire King's power, and he would be able to complete the inheritance of the Vampire King. Even an incomplete inheritance would do. Suddenly, Jian Muzzy, who was controlling the fusion of the Land of Origin, raised his eyebrows. A line of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! It has been detected that the world of the vampires in District 1 has been invaded. Click here for more information. District 1 was invaded? The Federation's people actually acted so quickly this time? Jian Muzzy was a little surprised. It shouldn't be a large-scale invasion. Otherwise, he would have received the news long ago. Was this a secret invasion operation by the Federation's Special Operations Force? This kind of invasion was extremely abnormal in Jian Muzzy's eyes. Jian Muzzy had thought of many possible problems, but the invasion of District 1 was not within his expectations. Go, tell Kirkle to keep an eye on it. Tell him that someone has invaded the world of the vampires and have him confirm the situation of the teleportation passage. Yes. A player not far away immediately nodded in response. Jian Muzzy shifted his gaze to the coffin at the side. Compared to the real world, the game world wasn't a big problem. Jian Muzzy had awakened the Prince of Vampires in advance in order to deal with such an unexpected situation. The Prince's combat power was enough to deal with anything. The problem was time. The Federation would find this place very soon. Other than the Federation, they must have sensed it as well and were on their way. They had to seize the time and hurry before. On the other side, at the spare teleportation point in Vampire Apocalypse District 1, the blood slaves carried large wooden coffins out of the blue portal. Under Fang Heng's control, the fusion tyrant form curled up into a ball and hid quietly inside the coffin. The two dukes of the vampires who had followed them didn't know what was inside. They only knew that this was Mr. Jian's special mission. It was a matter of great importance and had to be kept a secret. Before all the boxes were delivered, Old Black urged the blood slaves to carry the heavy boxes out of the Elders' Council and toward the barren mountain behind the Elders' Council. The passage to the real world was set up in the barren mountain area behind the Elders' Council. Seeing that, Fang Heng also followed them. Fang Heng followed the blood slaves to the back of the mountain. For a moment, he was really shocked. There were more than 30 huge red teleportation gates floating in the air of the desolate land behind the mountain. The red teleportation gates even dyed the sky a dark red. A steady stream of bat-shaped vampires gathered in the air, forming a torrent that invaded the real world through various teleportation gates. The 12 corporations were indeed powerful. Fang Heng gave a heavy sigh. He had spent so much effort, but he could only create a small hole that led to the real world. Just look at them. Old Black. Nan, a female duke with long hair, saw the blood slaves carrying so many coffins. She flew down and stopped in front of Old Black. What happened? You shouldn't be here. It's nothing. Just a small problem. I heard that the Federation seems to have found some of our teleportation points. Mr. Jian asked me to take a look at the operation. Duke Nan didn't doubt it. She nodded and said, Mr. Jian had set up a total of 48 special teleportation passages in advance. Now, 11 of them have been destroyed, and there are 37 left. Most of the destroyed teleportation passages are in the eastern region of the Federation. Other than the vampires, ordinary humans can't pass through the teleportation passage. According to Mr. Jian's request, we only opened the one-way teleportation passage to avoid accidents. The Federation can only destroy the other end of the teleportation passage at most. This place is fine. With the prince leading the team to guard it, there's nothing to worry about. You guys are good, but I am not so good. Feng Heng muttered to himself and looked around. The fusion spatial crystals were piled up in an empty space not far away. The blood slaves kept moving them to the operating spatial magic arrays to provide energy for the space passage. As for the guards, in addition to the continuous stream of vampires entering the teleportation passage, there were also a large number of high-tier vampires guarding the magic arrays. Above, the Prince of Vampires was suspended in the air, looking down at everything in the back mountain. He would definitely notice any unusual movements. It was not easy. Feng Heng couldn't help looking back at Old Black. That's good, Old Black nodded and continued, do we have enough spatial crystals? Because of Feng Heng, the vampires were prepared to open 68 passages to the real world in advance, but now they could only open 48 passages. We've already reduced the number of passages, and it's just barely enough for now, Nan said as she shifted her gaze to the blood slaves behind Old Black. Mr. Jian's request is that there's a batch of very important materials that need to be transported into the real world immediately, Old Black said. Materials? Nan asked in surprise. Yes, it's Mr. Jian's special plan. We need to use the teleportation passage to teleport them immediately. It won't take long. Which point do I need to teleport to? Old Black pointed and said, it's number 32. Teleportation point number 32 was the closest to their current location in the real world. In the real world, Old Black's underling was driving a bus to teleportation point number 32. Once the teleportation was completed, they would be able to rush over at the fastest speed to receive him. Alright, I will make the arrangements, Nan replied and stopped asking further. Old Black waved his hand at the barren mountain in the distance when he saw that the vampires did not suspect anything. The two marquises of the vampires saw the signal and led the blood slaves to transport the rows of coffins into the back mountain area. Feng Heng stood at the side and waited quietly, urging him in his heart. High up in the sky, Prince of Vampires Kurkle had also noticed that outsiders had entered the back mountain area. He frowned when he saw Old Black and the others. Then, a marquis of the vampires flew over and reported to him. When he heard that it was Jian Muzzy's request to use the teleportation passage to transport a batch of resources into the real world, Kurkle did not ask too much. Borrowing the passage to transport special materials was a small matter. The vampires trusted Old Black very much. But soon, another marquis of the vampires flew toward him. Chapter 892, Pursuit Your Highness, Mr. Jian informed us that we have encountered an invasion from the Federation. We need to immediately check the security of the internal teleportation passage in the Elders' Council. Kurkle sensed the problem and asked, was there a problem with the teleportation passage when you came? The Marquis of the Vampires shook his head. When he first heard the news, he also felt that it was strange. Had the teleportation passage been invaded? That's not right. No such thing, he had never heard of it. Let's go and check. Prince Kurkle felt that the situation was strange and nodded. He left two dukes to guard the teleportation passage and personally followed them back to the Elders' Council for an inspection. Seeing the prince leave with his men, Feng Heng couldn't help but look at Old Black. Old Black's plan was still sound. After the prince received the news of the invasion, he went back to the teleportation passage to check. Wasn't this just creating an empty space for them to transport the tyrant form? Old Black was expressionless. He was far from being as calm as he looked. He was so anxious that he didn't even have time to pay attention to Feng Heng's expression. The blood slaves weren't fast and efficient enough, and he did not expect them to take up so much time. He would be discovered. Old Black wanted to help the blood slaves move the coffins. It wasn't that the blood slaves were slacking off. It was just that the bodies of the fused tyrant forms and the ordinary tyrant forms in the coffins were huge and heavy. Moreover, Feng Heng had also equipped the tyrant forms with revolving machine guns and ammunition, greatly increasing their weight once again. After a long time, the blood slaves finally arrived at the teleportation array with the heavy boxes. Feng Heng and Old Black stood beside the teleportation passage and watched the blood slaves send the coffins into the real world. Finally, it was done. Looking at the coffins being transported out of the teleportation passage one by one, Feng Heng looked at Old Black and gave him a thumbs up with his eyes. But Old Black's expression changed. He received an emergency call from the survival radio. He looked at the message and immediately said, "We've been discovered. Retreat." Fuck. He was just about to praise him. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Players couldn't pass through the passage between the real world and the game, even if they had the vampire bloodline. This was what Old Black had told Feng Heng in advance. Feng Heng wasn't interested in trying it out. "Split up. I will see you outside the game," Old Black said in a deep voice as he crushed a ball in his hand, and then, a bubble-like ball appeared around Old Black, slowly wrapping him up. Burst. Old Black disappeared the moment the bubble burst. "You sure run easily." Feng Heng saw Old Black running away and also quickly walked in another direction. The vampires nearby saw Old Black suddenly disappear and didn't know what had happened. Everything was still going on in an orderly manner, while Feng Heng quickly left in the direction of the Elders' Council. Before they could leave the back mountain, Feng Heng sensed something and raised his head. From a distance, he saw two figures flying toward him. It was the Prince of Vampires, Kurkle, and another Marquis of the Vampires. Feng Heng's expression changed. They actually came back so quickly? Kurkle had just run to the interior of the teleportation passage to take a look and found that everything was normal. There were no signs of an enemy invasion. He asked out of caution. From the vampires, he learned that Old Black had just used the backup passage not long ago. Thinking that something was amiss, Kurkle then asked his subordinate to confirm the situation with Jian Muzzy. He then realized that Jian Muzzy didn't let Old Black transport the items into the real world. There was a problem with Old Black. In the air, Kurkle lowered his head and searched for Old Black's figure among the vampires in the back mountain. "Where's Old Black? Don't let him go." And boom boom noom. In the next moment, explosions were heard from below. The coffins that the blood slaves were transporting exploded one after another. Kurkle's attention was immediately drawn to the coffin that had exploded. Dong 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 dong. A few fusion tyrant forms emerged from the exploded coffins. They raised their spinning guns and fired at the teleportation passage magic array. "Protect the teleportation passage." Kurkle's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted as he charged down. A vampire's barrier was instantly opened and covered the magic rays. Bing bang. Bing bang. The blood-red barrier blocked all the incoming bullets. The remaining 30-plus tyrant forms that walked out of the coffins also quickly rushed forward, raising their fists and crazily bombarding the blood-colored barrier. Thump. Thump thump. The huge blood-colored barrier trembled violently under the punches of the tyrant forms. The surrounding vampires were first stunned by the sudden attack from the tyrant forms. Then, they immediately reacted and used a blood curse to attack the tyrant forms. Taking advantage of the chaos behind him, Feng Heng quickly ran in the direction of the Elders' Council. He had no interest in turning around to observe the tyrant form's battle situation. There were the prince and two dukes, as well as so many groups of vampires. It was impossible to defeat them with the fusion tyrant forms. Feng Heng knew his own limits. After making sure that all the vampires around were attracted to the back mountain, Feng Heng quickly returned to the Elders' Council and immediately asked the vampires to open the teleportation passage to return to the city in District 1. He found a human building that looked relatively safe in the city. Feng Heng hid in the basement, took out his sleeping bag, and went offline. In the teleportation area of the vampires' back mountain, the chaos lasted for more than 5 minutes. Kurkle led his vampires to suppress all the tyrant forms. "Reporting to your highness, Old Black and the Marquis of the Vampires he brought with him have left ahead of time." Kurkle's brows were tightly locked. What was Old Black doing? Was he an enemy? Old Black was deeply trusted by Jian Muzzy. He was even an indispensable part of the plan to revive the Vampire King. There were also zombie creatures hiding in the coffins. Were they all controlled by Old Black? The zombie creatures were very strange and had a strong life force. It was very difficult to kill them. Why did Old Black try to send those living things into the real world? Was it against the Federation? Or was it to deal with the vampires? Kurkle felt that the latter was more likely. "Reporting to your highness." A vampire from the Elders' Council flew up and interrupted Kurkle's thoughts once again. "The magic array has been checked. It has only suffered slight damage, and it will be repaired very soon." "Yes, immediately start repairing the magic array. Tell Mr. Jian what happened here and ask Mr. Jian to deal with it." "Yes." After some thought, Kurkle turned his head and looked at Duke Nan. "Nan, after the passage is repaired, go and trace Old Black." "You must find out what Old Black is doing," Kurkle said with a frown and waved his hand. "Forget it, just capture Old Black and bring him here." "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 893, Counterattack in the Real World. On the bus, Feng Heng opened the game cabin and got up. Old Black had just come out of the game cabin not long ago as well. He turned to Feng Heng and said, "There's trouble." "What do you mean?" "Half an hour ago, the Federation discovered the breach in the Vampire's number 32 teleportation passage. It is currently under attack by the Federation. Huh. Feng Heng was speechless. Was his luck really that bad? Feng Heng immediately closed his eyes and tried to sense the state of the tyrants through his mental strength. He could not observe the fusion tyrant form statuses through the game log outside of the game and could only control them remotely with his mental strength. They were too far away. Feng Heng could only vaguely sense their location and that they seemed to be fighting. Once attacked, the fusion tyrant form would react automatically and counterattack. They did not need to be controlled to do this. So, could it be that the fusion tyrant forms were already fighting with the Federation? The good news was that the 12 fusion tyrant forms that had entered the real world through the passage were not dead yet. Just in case, Feng Heng quickly issued a simple order to the zombie crowd: give up on the current attack and immediately gather. I suppose they've already started fighting. Feng Heng raised his head and said, let's speed up and head over to meet up with them. Alright. Due to the influence of the Vampire's invasion, the domain of the Northern Federation thus fell into great chaos. The North Federation immediately took countermeasures. With the operations department in the lead, the personals of all departments were mobilized. On the one hand, a large number of high-tier players from the Federation were fighting against the vampire princes and dukes who were wreaking havoc in the city. On the other hand, the Inspection Bureau was leading the search for spatial fluctuations, looking for broken space gates, and blocking the vampires' reinforcements. Domain HX45 was originally a playground, but at this moment, a red spatial gate was floating in the air. A dense crowd of vampires continuously poured out of the spatial gate and invaded the real world. After receiving the news from the Inspection Bureau, the North District's operations headquarters immediately went to provide reinforcements. As the main forces of the Federation were all on the main battlefield in the city, they could not spare more people to act as reinforcements. The team commander, Yang Yi, received orders from his superiors and immediately led the Federation's operations department team to launch a sneak attack from the back. They attacked in many directions with the goal to destroy the vampire's spatial gate and stop their reinforcements. In the face of the middle and high-tier vampires, the high-intensity beam weapons equipped by the Federation's operations department began to play a role. Together with the Federation's decent team combat ability, they slowly stabilized the situation on the front lines and moved forward. Commander, the spatial gate seems to have stopped moving. One of the players noticed something strange. The team commander, Yang Yi, took a pair of binoculars from his subordinate and looked in the direction of the spatial gate. Something was strange. The spatial gate did not stop working, but the vampires suddenly stopped pouring out. Was the attack over? The spatial gate remained silent for half a minute. Then, red coffins gradually appeared. Blood slaves worked together to carry the heavy coffins and transported them into the real world from the other side of the spatial gate. Yang Yi's heart sank. What were those? The strange coffins made him feel extremely uneasy. Commander, what should we do? Don't touch those coffins first. Yang Yi felt that there was something very wrong with these coffins. Send the relevant data back to the headquarters and let the intelligence department analyze them. In the face of the strange coffins, Yang Yi did not dare to act rashly. He ordered his team to concentrate their firepower on the many vampires around them. The blood slaves carried the coffins out one by one and placed them on the ground. As the vampires hadn't continued rushing out of the passage for the time being, the players on the Federation side seized the time to control the situation. Buzz. Just as Yang Yi was carefully thinking about how to deal with these coffins, the time passage in the air suddenly shook violently as red light ripples spread out. Bang. The time passage let out a muffled sound in the air before suddenly disappearing in midair. It stopped? Had the other end of the tunnel closed? Was the vampire's attack over? Could there even be such good news? Yang Yi was even more confused. Seeing this, the morale of the North District's Federation soldiers was greatly boosted. Never mind all that. Perhaps there was an internal problem with the vampires. Now was the best time. Yang Yi did not waste any more time thinking. He made a prompt decision and ordered the combat legion to attack. Without the continuous replenishment of vampires, the vampires were immediately at a disadvantage. Just as Yang Yi was about to charge forward and destroy the teleportation passage in one go, another series of explosions came from the front. Bang. 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 Looking in the direction of the sounds, the coffins that the blood slaves had just carried out of the time passage had exploded one after another. Tall black figures stood up from the broken coffins. What were those? When the players saw the fusion tyrant forms climb out of the coffin, they were stunned for a moment. Weren't those tyrants? Most players could recognize the terrifying creatures that belonged to the zombie apocalypse world. However, wasn't it the vampires who had invaded this time? Why were there zombies? The players' expressions changed. Compared to a vampire invasion, a zombie apocalypse invasion was more terrifying. The zombie virus was something that would make everyone's expression change drastically even at the sound of it. Once one was infected, the consequences would be unimaginable if it were to spread. The entire world might be completely destroyed and reach an apocalypse. Yang Yi suddenly felt his scalp go numb and a chill ran down his back. They were finished. It just had to be. The fusion tyrant forms that crawled out of the coffins all looked stupid as they simply stood still. They didn't attack, nor did they move. They just stood there in a daze. Attack. Yang Yi's expression was grave as he ordered again, don't let the zombies get close. The players from the Federation's operations department received the order and aimed their muzzles at the fusion tyrant forms. Bang, 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 bang. For a time, only gunshots were heard. In fact, the large number of high-tier vampires around them were also quite stunned when they saw the fusion tyrant forms appear from the coffins. However, since they came out from the teleportation gates as well, they should be teammates, right? Seeing that their teammate was being attacked, the vampires helped out in midair and launched an attack on the Federation. After 2 consecutive rounds of attacks, the Federation players were surprised to find that ordinary firepower could not cause fatal damage to the zombies. The 12 tall and strong fusion tyrant forms simply stood there in a daze after receiving a large number of attacks. Where did the vampires get these monsters from? Is there any news from the intelligence department? Yang Yi gritted his teeth and turned to ask. They're creatures from the zombie apocalypse world. They're tyrant forms that have been fused with a special virus. They have the most basic ability to think, and their recovery ability is extremely strong. Say something useful. Yang Yi could not help but interrupt. The subordinate immediately stopped talking. Get ready to use beam weapons, Yang Yi said helplessly. Chapter 894, Drive Yes. The team received the order and quickly prepared to aim their beam weapons for the next round of bombardment. Yang Yi's brows twitched as he realized that something was wrong. The fusion tyrant forms that had been dazedly standing where they were until now had produced enhanced revolving machine guns from the broken coffins after being attacked. They aimed the black muzzles at the group of Federation players. Be careful. Find cover. Yang Yi's back was drenched in a cold sweat and he immediately shouted. Thump, 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 thump. In the next second, deafening gunfire rang through the night sky. Tongues of fire continuously shot out from the revolving machine guns. Cover. Find cover. The dense bullets formed a huge net. The Federation players quickly lowered their heads and looked for cover. Yang Yi and the players at the rear hid behind a large cover, a layer of cold sweat on their foreheads. The enemy's firepower was too strong. Ordinary small rocks and trees could not withstand the attack, and were blown to pieces by the large-caliber bullets. With such a powerful firepower output, the entire team from the Federation was completely suppressed. Were the opponents really just ordinary tyrant creatures? A moment later, the gunshots stopped. Captain, the beam weapons are fully charged. Listen to my orders. Don't move yet, Yang Yi replied. He peeked out from behind the cover to observe the tyrant forms. What was going on? Yang Yi was shocked again. The group of tyrants from the zombie apocalypse did not change their magazines after finishing their current magazines of ammunition. Instead, they threw away the equipment in their hands and the magazines on their backs. Then, they started running in the other direction of the war zone. Wait, all of them ran away? What was going on? The rest of the federal soldiers also had confused looks on their faces. This is bad, they were in big trouble. Yang Yi scratched his head in frustration. The zombie life forms have escaped. What if the zombie virus spreads? He must stop them. Quick, inform the headquarters, we will chase after. Just as he was about to lead his subordinates to chase after the tyrant forms, a large number of vampires found an opportunity to pounce on them. Commander. Look. Not far away, the vampire's magic array that had just stopped operating once again bloomed with red light. Crack, crack, crack. The space above the magic array was filled with fine cracks. Bang. The crack shattered, and the red time passage opened up again in the sky. Whoosh! A long-haired female vampire stepped out of the magic array. It was a vampire dupe. Was this even real? What was going on tonight? Had they barged in on a parade of demons and ghosts? Yang Yi immediately whispered, quick, report to the superiors. A high-tier vampire duke has appeared. We need immediate support. As he spoke, Yang Yi picked up the sniper rifle next to him, aimed it at the vampire Nan who was in the air, then pulled the trigger. High up in the sky, the vampire duke, Nan, looked around. The Federation. Nan's face revealed an expression of I knew it. Old Black was secretly colluding with the Federation. But why would the Federation need zombies? Whoosh! Whoosh! Facing the sniper bullets coming from below, Nan opened her hand. Bang! 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 The incoming bullets exploded in the air. Either way, she needed to protect the teleportation array at the back from any threats, and get rid of the Federation as soon as possible. Then, she'd chase after Old Black. While thinking, Nan cut her palm with her fingernail and wrung it forward. The blood that splattered out gathered into tiny bats in the air and quickly chased in the direction that the fusion tyrant forms had left. Next, Nan lowered her head and took the lead in diving toward the Federation soldiers. Feng Heng didn't know what exactly was happening at the teleportation passage. Less than 10 minutes after the bus sped forward, he soon sensed the tyrant forms that were running wildly in the forest under the night sky. Stop! The players hired by Old Black were very shocked when they saw many tall shadows suddenly emerge from the forest next to them. They slammed on the brakes. Kai. The bus left a long trail of brake lines on the ground. Success. Fusion tyrant forms. He finally managed to get them into the real world. Feng Heng lowered his head and looked at the time. It had been more than 40 minutes since Mika started counting. In theory, he should be able to make it if he headed back now. Old Black, I will go first, you guys follow. The fusion tyrant forms were definitely faster than the bus. Moreover, zombies didn't know fatigue and didn't need to rest. As he said that, Feng Heng opened the door of the bus and rushed out. The tips of his toes touched the ground lightly, and Feng Heng easily climbed onto a fusion tyrant form's back. Kai. Vines extended from the fusion tyrant form's back and firmly held Feng Heng in place. Let's meet at the vampire's gathering point, Feng Heng waved his hand at Old Black. The fusion tyrant forms thus ran once again toward the front. Old Black's mercenaries gulped, shocked by what they saw. One looked back at Old Black who was at the back of the bus, and his lips moved. Boss, we. Young people nowadays are so energetic, Old Black said, shaking his head. Hurry up, we have to follow. Chang region, Xianwu Mountain was the Northern Federation's 5A grade natural scenic area. It was one of the ritual gathering points that the 12 corporations had set up in the Northern Federation. At the foot of the mountain, Mika rushed to the top with the vampires as if his life depended on it. He was on the verge of madness. Along the way, there had been countless pursuers. It wasn't just the people from the Federation who had caught up. Even the teams formed by the unknown players had also caught up, wanting to get a share of the loot. It was as though a tiger left its hills and descended to the plains, being bullied by a dog. Mika and the rest of the vampires had just suffered due to Ryo's self-explosion just now and were not in good condition, to begin with. Along the way, they also had to drag along the half-dead offering and the heavy left arm of the Vampire King, so their movement speed was increasingly delayed. The journey was bumpy. Fortunately, high-tier vampires had come from all directions to help along the way, allowing them to barely manage to hold on until now. Mika's back was drenched in sweat. After great difficulty to get to the foot of Xianwu Mountain, he saw 2 vampire marquises flying toward him. Finally, the reinforcements were here. Mika heaved a sigh of relief, glad that he was lucky. While on their way, Mika had sent a few vampires to the ritual gathering point on Xianwu Mountain in advance to ask for help. The vampire Marquis, Fand, who had came to receive Mika, had met the latter a few times. He smiled and said, Mika, why are you in such a sorry state? Mika didn't even have the strength to joke. He simply shook his head and said, there are many pursuers, be careful. Got it. Leave the rest to us. Those from the Elders' Council are waiting for you up the peak. They have already finished the preparations for the ritual. Okay, Mika nodded and did not say anything else. He led his group of injured soldiers and dragged the Vampire King's incomplete body to the rock wall entrance halfway up the mountain. Chapter 895, Calling for Reinforcements in the Cave. Those from the Elders' Council had long been waiting at the entrance. Seeing Mika and the others arrive, the vampires immediately carried the dying Duke Zhaotai away. They lifted him and threw him into the blood pool that they had prepared in advance. Duke Zhaotai was submerged in the blood pool. Start the ritual. The vampire elders sat in front of the main ceremony and focused as they murmured chants. Together with the dozen or so vampires around them, the central ritual began. Gulp, gulp, a series of bubbles emerged from the blood pool. Under the infusion of the blood, the Vampire King's heart gradually began to stabilize. Finally, the matter was settled before the mutation. Mika finally felt relieved, then he felt an endless sense of fatigue. He turned to another elder and asked, right, why don't I see His Excellency the Duke? You're one step too late. King's right leg has been completely unsealed. More than 20 minutes ago, His Excellency the Duke personally escorted the sacrifice back to the land of origin. As the main teams of the Federation's operations department had been attracted by the vampire princes who were attacking the cities head-on, the ritual area was quite lucky and had not been noticed by the Federation. As such, they successfully removed the seal on King's body, and the Duke immediately returned to the land of origin with the offerings. To Mika, this was the only good news he got since coming into the real world. The vampires did not have much hope in collecting all the remains of the Vampire King, in the first place, but the chaotic situation before them was indeed beyond their expectations. Humans were really a group of diverse creatures. There were too many who liked to fish in troubled waters. Mika was already exhausted after fighting for so long. He leaned against the rock wall and closed his eyes to recover. About 10 minutes later, a vampire elder walked up to Mika and said in a deep voice, "Lord Marquis, the offering-s condition has gradually stabilized. However, the blood supply here is in short supply. For safety reasons, we suggest it be sent back to the land of origin immediately." Mika hesitated. According to his plan with Old Black and Fang Heng, they would meet here and wait for the offering's condition to stabilize before thinking of a way to escort the body of the Vampire King away together. Currently, Old Black and Fang Heng seemed to be in some trouble, so they hadn't shown up yet. Old Black's mercenaries were split into two groups. Two of them drove the bus to send Old Black and Fang Heng to the teleportation point, while the other two followed Mika to the cave here. Along the way, the mercenaries had been checking on Old Black's status through the phone signal. He nodded. "Old Black is on his way back. Please wait for a moment, they will be here soon." Mika stood up and walked to the entrance of the cave. He raised his binoculars and looked down. Two vampire dukes were leading vampires to fight against the humans who were trying to ascend Xianwu Mountain. In addition, there were many humans hidden in the dense forest below. It was obvious that these people had come to seize the Vampire King's remains, and they weren't even from the same group. "Mika, we have to make a decision immediately," the elder suggested. "There's not much blood left, and the ritual can't last long. It can only guarantee the safety of King's Heart for a while. If we delay any longer, I am afraid things will go wrong." "Yes. He can't wait any longer. If he did, the humans would catch up." "All right," Mika nodded. "Activate the teleportation array and we will leave." The elder was silent for a moment and did not move. "What's wrong?" "Mika, the teleportation passage is no longer working. Mika came to a sudden realization and slapped his forehead. Damn it. He had forgotten about this. The teleportation channel of the vampires was special. It operated with nodes. Once the main node was destroyed, the teleportation passage below the main node would also lose its function. In this battle, the vampire had set up 3 main nodes and a backup main node to prevent the Federation from finding one branch node and thus destroying all the teleportation channels at once. Each main node corresponded to 3 second-tier branch nodes, and there were many third-tier branch nodes below the second-tier branch nodes. The design was very elaborate, with each second-tier branch node corresponding to the position of the Vampire King's body parts. However, Ryo's self-destruction had blown up one of the main nodes, and the related teleportation array's branch nodes thus completely lost their function. The vampire elder was helpless. Originally, after the seal had been lifted, the Duke had wanted to leave with the king's broken body first. The vampires left at the sealing point had already started packing up and leaving, ready to withdraw and support other sealing points. They had never expected that they would suddenly discover a problem with the teleportation passage when they were halfway through their retreat. After thinking about it for a while, they realized that there was a problem with the main node, so they were ready to just forcefully teleport. But just as they left Xianwu Mountain, they happened to run into the vampires that Miko had sent to ask for help. Thus, the vampires quickly discussed and hurriedly returned to the sealed node to reboot the ritual. Going back and forth was also very torturous. "Where's the nearest teleportation point that can be used?" Mika asked. "BE 81.100 kilometers away." "What? More than 100 kilometers away? Didn't this mean that he would have to be chased by those crazy humans for another 100 kilometers? Then he might as well do it all himself and run straight to the land of origin." Mika was still thinking about it in frustration when the vampire Marquis, Fant, flew in. He was slightly injured. Fant looked at Mika and the elder, then asked, "Is it done?" "Almost. We were just discussing how to evacuate." Hearing this, Fant frowned and said, "There are more and more humans gathering outside. It's hard to avoid them and leave with the offering." "Then forget it, we will hold this place and wait for reinforcements," Mika made the decision. In this situation, they could only wait for reinforcements. Old Black. Nate. Now that he thought about it, Mika felt that Old Black and Nat had good foresight. They didn't choose to run with him from the beginning but instead decided to split up and go to the land of origin to find Mr. Jian. The two of them must have run to Mr. Jian for help. Wait. The best solution now was to wait until Nate's reinforcements arrived and save them. Mika spoke with conviction. "We have reinforcements too. They will come back to save us." Then, Mika looked at Old Black's men and asked, "Yeah?" The mercenary was a little confused. Reinforcements? He didn't know either, since his connection with Old Black would break sometimes. However, if he shook his head now, the vampires would most likely run. At that time, his hiring fee would be greatly reduced. As such, the mercenary quickly nodded. Yes, we have reinforcements. The vampires looked at each other and exchanged glances. Very well. We will continue to hold them back and not let them climb up the rock wall. Let's buy time for the reinforcements. Chapter 896, No Feeling. At the foot of the mountain, the Federation's group was lying in ambush in the dense forest. Not long ago, a powerful lifeblood energy fluctuation had attracted the Federation's utmost attention. In the beginning, the Federation's investigation team had been the first to rush over to investigate. After following the fluctuation all the way here, they found the stronghold of the vampires on Xiangwu Mountain. After that, the investigation team didn't make a move. Instead, they observed from a distance and immediately asked for reinforcements from their superiors. Very soon, the Federation's operations department arrived. The investigation team had also successfully transferred its command authority. Commander, there's reliable news that this group of vampires is carrying the remains of the Vampire King. The remains have powerful energy and are the source of the violent explosion just now. In addition, the external support of the operations department has arrived. They are clearing the area from the periphery of the scenic area and are expected to be done in 10 minutes. The elite team of the Inspection Bureau is on its way. They will lead us to complete the next step of the mission, a soldier reported to Commander Zhang Yuanxing. The higher-ups told us to keep a close eye on the vampires to ensure the safety of the remains. If there's any problem, we should report it to them at any time. All right, Zhang Yuanxing nodded. Observing was the main thing to do now. There was no need to rush up. He just had to wait for reinforcements. Most of the players on the mountainside were not good people. He should just let them fight with the vampires first and exhaust the latter a little while stalling for time. When the inspection team's elite team arrived, they would wipe everyone out and reap the benefits. On the other side of the mountain, several player groups were fighting with the vampires. They were mostly interest groups formed by high-tier players. Boss, I've confirmed with the buyer that the stone in their hands is the remains of a vampire prince. It's worth 50,000 King of Gods points each. We will definitely make a profit if we take a gamble. A look of greed appeared in the eyes of the commander, Li Yang. In the Federation, other than the game forums that the Federation was responsible for setting up and maintaining, many big shots had secretly set up trading forums. The Seven Dwarves Forum was one of the most famous. It was said that it was jointly opened by 7 big shots in advanced games. The entry requirements were very high, and new members were basically accepted only through offline invitations. More than half an hour ago, an anonymous company with an SS-grade reputation rating on the Seven Dwarves Forum had issued a post to purchase the remains of the Vampire King. It was through this post that many players finally learned that the vampire invasion was related to the remains of the Vampire King. The offered reward for the remains was 50,000 King of Gods points, and it could be traded through a third party. 50,000 King of Gods points were definitely worth a shot with their lives on the line. Boss, don't hesitate anymore. If we don't make a move, they will snatch it. Li Yang turned around and looked behind him. He could not help but feel worried. They weren't the only group of players chasing after the Vampire King's remains. However, the truly terrifying opponent wasn't the ordinary player teams, but the Federation. The Federation had yet to make a move. They were probably waiting for reinforcements. Yes, Li Yang said in a deep voice, the vampires here aren't very strong. They only have 3 marquises. Let's go and kill them before the Federation. After snatching the remains, we will immediately split up and escape. Alright. Under the moonlight, the 12 fusion tyrant forms sprinted forward, heading straight for the Xiangwu Mountain tourist area. Wherever they passed, the trees and rocks were all knocked down by the tyrant forms, opening up a path violently. The 12 fusion tyrant forms were 3 meters tall, which was quite exaggerated. Their footsteps were also extremely heavy, so they could not hide their tracks. Since he couldn't hide, Feng Heng decided not to. He laid his cards on the table. Soon, Feng Heng whispered as he stood on the shoulder of a fusion tyrant form that was running. The plan was designed in a hurry, and there were many shortcomings and omissions. He was very worried about Mika. What if Mika was not reliable and his team was annihilated by the Federation while transporting the remains of the Vampire King? The Federation's strength fluctuated. Sometimes, it was as fierce as a tiger, and sometimes, it was feeble. As such, even Feng Heng was a little unsure about the combat power of the Northern Federation. After running madly for more than 10 minutes, a forest area was not far ahead. Feng Heng's eyes were fixed on the forest area. As long as they entered the forest, they would soon reach the 5A grade scenic area's ritual gathering point and meet up with Mika. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Kai. A signal flare rose from the dense forest and exploded in the air. Bang. After the signal flare exploded in the air, A dazzling orange-red light illuminated the ground, as well as the fused tyrant forms. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and looked forward carefully. There was an ambush in the forest ahead. Judging from their attire, they seemed to be from the Federation. Fang Heng took out the mask that Old Black gave him and put it on. A Federation soldier raised his megaphone and shouted at Fang Heng, "Those in front, listen up. This is a dangerous area. The Federation prohibits anybody from entering or leaving. Please leave within 10 seconds. Otherwise, you will be responsible for any losses and consequences." Fang Heng frowned. It seemed the Federation was really free. They didn't look for trouble with the vampires but came to find trouble with him. Wait, he seemed to be part of the vampires now. Seeing it from this point of view, they don't seem to have found the wrong person either. Fang Heng's heart sank at the thought. With the Federation's people guarding this place, wouldn't Mecha and the rest be in danger? This is bad. In the dense forest, Zhang Lei, the team leader of the Operations Department's second team, who had received the task of guarding and clearing the periphery, was also extremely nervous. He had thought that it was just a basic normal mission, but now, what the hell was this? Tyrants? Wasn't it an invasion of the vampires? Why have creatures from the zombie apocalypse come out now too? Someone even dared to take out such a dangerous thing? Wasn't he afraid that he would cause a worldwide outbreak of the zombie virus? One look and one could tell that the other party was an extremely dangerous anti-Federation. Which hidden player faction was he from? How many unknown existences had appeared to stir up trouble during the vampire apocalypse's invasion this time? Seeing that Fang Heng, who was standing on the shoulder of one of the tyrant forms, did not move, Zhang Lei took the megaphone from his subordinate. "This is your last warning. Leave immediately. Otherwise, the Federation will hold you responsible for endangering the safety of mankind." Seeing that his shouting had no effect, and the tyrant form zombies had no intention of retreating, Zhang Lei made up his mind. The other party was very likely to be an extremely dangerous anti-Federation terrorist. He had to make the first move. The tyrant forms were strong, but they were not invincible. Zhang Lei was confident that the firepower of his army could completely suppress them. Do it. Destroy them. Bang. Bang, bang. The Federation players hiding in the dense forest all pulled their triggers. The concentrated cannon fire bombarded the bodies of the tyrant forms. The standard firepower of the Federation's main forces was stronger than in the game. However, Fang Heng's tyrant form's health point had already reached an extremely exaggerated level after layers of fusion and the attribute bonus from Fang Heng himself. Coupled with the bug recovery effect of Undead, the large caliber bullets landed on the fusion tyrant forms, causing bursts of pungent blood, but none of them hurt. Rather, they didn't feel anything. Chapter 897, Special Means TSK, Making a Move Immediately. The real enemy wasn't the Federation, and Fang Heng didn't want to do any unnecessary killing either. He was in a hurry to find Mecha and didn't want to waste time fighting the Federation. Charge. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and ordered his fusion tyrant forms to resist the firepower of the Northern Federation's Operations Department head-on. They're coming. Fire. The Federation players aimed at the eyes of the fusion tyrant forms and shot with all their might as they watched the latter rush straight toward them. However, the fusion tyrant forms simply blocked the eyeballs on their chests with their hands and rushed forward. Seeing the fusion tyrant forms getting closer and closer, the visual impact was too shocking. The Federation players were so nervous that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and their fingers that were pulling the trigger turned purple from the force. Retreat. Zhang Lei ordered. With that, the Federation team's players blocking the path of the fusion tyrant forms immediately rolled to the sides and opened up a path. In the blink of an eye, the fusion tyrant forms went through the Federation team and quickly scuttled into the forest. The gunshots stopped for a while as the Federation players gasped for breath. They did not really fight with the fusion tyrant forms. To be more precise, the other party was constantly being beaten, but they felt like they had experienced a huge disaster. They had been one-sidedly crushed by the tyrant forms. One of the soldiers whispered to Zhang Lei, "Captain, this." Looking at the tyrant forms gradually disappearing into the forest, Zhang Lei gulped. A terrifying enemy. Those things were definitely not ordinary tyrants. Fortunately, that person had scruples about the Federation and didn't kill too many people. Otherwise, the entire team wouldn't be enough for them to slaughter. Inform the superiors that someone has brought tyrants from the zombie apocalypse into the forest. Tell them to be prepared. As he said that, one of his subordinates pointed to a place not far away. "Captain, look over there. Someone's coming." Zhang Lei looked at the other end of the path and saw a bus coming from the distance. The logo that showed that this was the Federation's military vehicle was pasted on the windbreaker of the bus. The vehicle slowed down and stopped in front of the two federal soldiers who were blocking the road. Old Black stuck his head out of the passenger seat and handed over an ID card. The soldier checked the card and saluted seriously, Sir. What's going on inside? Old Black asked, his face solemn. Sir. It's a Grade 2 confidential mission related to the vampires' invasion. We've received orders from the superiors to come here and clean up the periphery. Team Commander Zhang Yuanxing is currently waiting for orders in the dense forest of the Xianwu Mountain Scenic Area. Old Black nodded. Tell your captain to contact Zhang Yuanxing immediately. Tell him not to get into a fight with the zombies. Yes. Sir. Inside the Xianwu Mountain Scenic Area, the vampires were engaged in an intense battle with the humans halfway up the mountain. Mika's body had more than a dozen tear wounds. He couldn't hold on any longer. These humans had undergone special evolution, allowing some of them to transform into mirage beasts. After transforming into a mirage beast, they would have extremely eerie jumping and special combat abilities. They could easily jump and dodge between the mountains. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Whoosh! Several figures flashed, and a deep wound appeared on Mika's chest. Mika's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness, and blood spurted out from his fingertips as he slashed forward. Kai! The finger pierced through the other party's heart. Mika wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight, but the other party was shamelessly trying to outdo him with numbers. Moreover, each of them had some strange life-saving abilities. If he was not careful, he would fall into the other party's trap. It was extremely difficult to kill even one of the enemies. After finally taking care of the human in front of him, he took a deep breath and looked down Xianwu Mountain. If the reinforcements didn't come soon, he really wouldn't be able to see the day when the vampire's glory was restored. What was that? Mika suddenly noticed a huge creature running up the mountain. What was that? The players who were besieging the vampires were also stunned when they saw the fusion tyrant forms. One after another, the tyrant forms with extremely large bodies charged up the mountain with heavy steps. They were almost halfway up the mountain in just a few moments. Tyrants? What's the situation? Even the tyrant forms had joined the battle? Which player guild did this? Was there a need to go all out? Weren't they afraid that the Federation would regard them as a thorn in the side due to the risk of zombie virus infection? Were they here to steal the fruits of victory when they saw that the team was about to defeat the vampires? Tyrant forms were difficult to deal with in elementary games, but they were not that scary to high-tier players. Who cared who the other party is when the other party was here to steal their fruits of victory? Naturally, Li Yang would not give up on the fruits of his victory that were just within reach. He said in a deep voice, "Attack. Be careful of the zombie poison. Kill them first." All the player teams were unhappy with his loot-stealing behavior. The zombie virus was terrifying, but high-tier players had a higher resistance to all kinds of poisonous substances. In his orc form, Li Yang transformed into a hunting fox and appeared behind a tyrant in a flash. He then threw a punch forward. Thump! With a dull knocking sound, a numbing sensation came from his fist. Li Yang was stunned, and his eyes were filled with doubt. What? With this punch, even a tier 4 mirage beast would be seriously injured. The fusion tyrant form in front of him was hit on the back by the sneak attack, but it didn't even take half a step back. Only a fist mark appeared on the part of its body that was hit by the fist. In the next second, the fusion tyrant form abruptly turned its head and raised its huge palm to sweep forward. Thump! With his mind in a daze, Li Yang was swept away by the fusion tyrant form like a flying mosquito. Mika, who was not far away, was shocked. A human in beast form was sent flying by the tyrant form's punch. No, what was going on? Why were humans fighting among themselves? Was there such a good thing? Mika was confused until he saw a familiar figure jump down from the shoulder of a tyrant form at the side. Nate? It was Nate. Mika was so happy to see him that he almost cried. God knows what he had experienced on the way after he and Fang Hang had split up. Let's go. Fang Hang called Mika and left 12 fusion tyrant forms to deal with the human players on the mountainside. The two of them immediately headed toward the cave. You're finally here. If you were a few minutes later, you would have to collect our bodies. Mika looked behind him. What's with them? Some special means. Huh? Mika didn't understand. He had guessed that Fang Hang had gone to get help, but he didn't expect that the soldiers he borrowed were zombies. It was a little strange no matter how he thought about it. Fang Hang immediately changed the topic and asked, Mika, how's the king's remains? Chapter 898, Study the offerings condition has been restored. We can take him away at any time. Mika didn't have the time to think about the details as the situation was pressing. He followed Fang Hang's train of thought and explained, but the teleportation passage has lost its effect. As you probably saw on your way here, the people hiding at the foot of the mountain are all from the Federation. It's going to be a little difficult to escape. Yes, let's go back and take a look first. Fang Hang agreed and followed Mika back to the cave. He had been puzzled. Just now, He had encountered a group of people from the Federation gathered in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. He had thought that there would be a fight. To avoid wasting time in a head-on battle, he had deliberately taken a detour when getting up the mountain. However, he didn't expect the Federation soldiers simply pretended not to see him, and the two sides passed by each other smoothly. On the mountain path, after being crushed by the tyrant forms at the beginning, the players outside quickly realized that the tyrant forms were not agile enough. As such, they started to scurry around in the mountain, fighting guerrilla warfare with the tyrant forms. To put it nicely, it was guerrilla warfare, but to put it bluntly, they were just being chased. They're not from the Federation. Which guild are they from? Li Yang held onto a tree and stood up. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. He had just been sent flying by a tyrant form's bomb, and now the entire right side of his body was numb. It was already surprising enough to see tyrants from the zombie apocalypse here. To think their combat abilities were this strong? Forget it. We will admit defeat. Let's retreat. Li Yang quickly ordered his men to retreat. They couldn't fight this battle anymore. They should retreat while the losses were still within their acceptable range. Captain, please don't. 2 of our men have died. Do you want to retreat now? However, the other team members did not want to give up just like that. The vampires were on the verge of being unable to hold on, and they had already paid such a heavy price for it. How could they give up now? Those tyrant forms are monsters that have been modified. Even if the reward is good, you have to be alive to get it. Tiansheng gritted his teeth. Captain, let's give it a shot. If we don't give it a shot, we would have to live with the regret in this lifetime. That was 50,000 King of Gods points. He was unwilling to give up. Li Yang bit his pale lips and looked up at the cave in front of him. Greed and unwillingness still prevailed. Alright, just one wave of attacks. If it doesn't work, we will retreat immediately. After saying that, Li Yang scanned his surroundings and said to the players from the other teams, some he knew and some he didn't, my friends, I am Li Yang. Everyone has seen the strength of the tyrants. Since we're all here, instead of letting others take the fruits of our labor, why don't we fight it out together? When we find the remains of the Vampire King, we will split the profits. Alright. Li Yang, right? I will believe you. We've always been loners, so we won't join in on your plan. Brother, the tyrants don't have good brains. We can send a few people to draw them away. Then, we can attack them directly. A small number of players immediately left the mountain range when they saw that the situation was not looking good. The remaining players gathered and tried to work together to lure the fusion tyrant forms away so that they could continue to attack the cave on the mountain. Feng Heng followed Mecha back to the cave. The other 2 vampire marquises also found an opportunity to retreat. The 3 vampire marquises were not in good condition and were all slightly injured. In the central ritual area, Duke Zhaotai's entire body was immersed in a blood pool. The heart of the vampire king attached to his body was still in a terrible state, but it was much more stable than before. As for the sealed vampire king's left arm, it was still safely placed on the side of the altar. Feng Heng looked at the sealed left arm and made up his mind. He walked forward and picked up the king's arm, hanging it on his back. The vampire elder was anxious. Seeing Mecha returning with Feng Heng, he nodded. Lord Marquis, we can't wait any longer. The king's heart needs to be transferred immediately. Another player hired by Old Black walked up and said, Old Black has just arrived. He's with the Federation at the foot of the mountain. The Federation's elite inspection team is gathering here quickly. They're very strong, so Old Black suggests that we evacuate as soon as possible. Feng Heng agreed and turned around to look outside the cave. He immediately frowned. Good lord, the players were quite smart. Taking advantage of the fact that Feng Heng was distracted and didn't have time to control the fusion tyrant forms, the players played some tricks. They sent a few players to draw away the fusion tyrant forms, which weren't very smart, while the rest of the players continued to rush to the cave. The zombie clones' brains weren't good enough, so they could only accept some basic tasks. Seeing this, the vampires in the cave became nervous again. The continuous battle had already greatly reduced their combat power. If it wasn't for the fact that Feng Heng had come with the tyrants to support them, they might not have been able to hold on. Mecha sensed the low morale and snorted, TSK, raise your spirits. If it doesn't work out, we will release the offering. At most, we will just die together. We can't let those humans have an easy time. Brother, it's not to that extent. We haven't reached a life and death situation yet. Feng Heng steadied Mecha's emotions and walked to the front of the ritual stage, looking at the vampire elder. Carry out the ritual. I need to take the heart of the vampire king. Upon hearing that, all the vampires looked at Feng Heng in surprise. What? Mecha was shocked beyond belief. Nate, are you crazy? Don't worry, I have a way to control the power of the vampire king's heart. Although it may not last long, it's enough to help us leave this place. Mika's frown deepened. A vampire from the Elder Council said, "But Lord Marquis, it takes time to carry out the ritual, and we don't have enough blood to complete it either." Feng Heng looked at Mika and the others. They should still be able to hold the players back for a while. The tyrant forms outside will cooperate. What about the blood? The blood? Feng Heng pursed his lips in the direction of the cave's entrance and gestured to the players who were approaching the entrance that was halfway up the mountain. "Isn't it fresh and ready?" The three vampire marquises frowned and looked at each other. Feng Heng's plan sounded a tad too idealistic. Never mind whether he could get blood from the group of humans, he even wanted to control the power in the Vampire King's heart? Was he sure that he won't be controlled by the Vampire King's power instead? Except for Mika, it was the first time the other two met Feng Heng. They didn't know him well, so they looked at Mika again. "Nate, how confident are you?" Mika asked after some hesitation. "You still don't believe me?" Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "It's quite steady. There's no way I will screw up. Besides, would I risk the future and glory of the vampires?" Mika looked at Feng Heng from head to toe again. He felt that these words were very convincing. As such, Mika clenched his jaw and said, "Let's go. Let's fight them to the death." Chapter 899, Get Some Blood. The vampires felt that this was the only way out and they could only place their hopes on Feng Heng. With that, they followed Mika and charged out again. The rest of the elders in the cave made their moves as well and reactivated the ritual. "Lord Marquis," the elder said, "the preparation for the ritual is not difficult, and it doesn't require much blood. But we don't have any blood at all now. We need to solve this problem as soon as possible before we can start the ritual." "Okay, leave it to me," Feng Heng said as he walked to the entrance of the cave. Previously, the battle between the vampires and the humans had been truly brutal, leaving behind patches of blood on the mountain path. Feng Heng closed his eyes and sensed the blood energy. He slowly raised his hand in the distance. Kai. The blood flowing on the ground was drawn by Feng Heng's perception and condensed into tiny blood beads, floating in the air. They slowly gathered in front of Feng Heng. The vampire elders from the Elders' Council were shocked by this. What a powerful blood affinity. To think he could affect blood from such a distance? Even a prince would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. With that, the way the vampire elders looked at Feng Heng immediately changed. The vampire marquises who were fighting with the humans also noticed the small drops of blood rising from the ground and flying in Feng Heng's direction. They were all surprised as well. To think something like this could be done? Mika was overjoyed. He had seen Feng Heng draw blood from the enemy's wound before, but he had never expected that the latter's ability to control blood had already reached such a level. He should have said so earlier. To think he had such a move. Mika felt like he saw hope, and his spirits were lifted. Think of a way to open up their wounds. Mika shouted and led the vampires to pounce on the players. When the players saw the vampires counterattack, they immediately stepped forward to fight. It was still fine at the start, but after a while, the players realized that something was not right. The vampires' attack methods began to change. They used blood blades to fight. Once the players were accidentally cut by the vampires' blood blades, blood would flow out of the wounds at an accelerated speed. What was even more strange was that the blood that flowed out of the wound would condense into tiny blood beads, suspend in the air, and gather in a cave in the distance. It was that person. He was controlling the blood. The players immediately noticed Feng Heng, who was standing at the entrance of the cave on the mountainside. Who was he? His strange ability to control blood made the players tremble in fear. What made the players feel even more desperate was that the fusion tyrant forms that they had lured away earlier had returned and were attacking them crazily in cooperation with the vampires. Only then did everyone realize that the fusion tyrant forms and the vampires were in cahoots. Ha 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 ha. How do you feel? Isn't it disgusting? Mika felt like he had gotten his revenge, so he even took the time to mock the players. The meaning of human existence is to be sucked dry of blood. Thank you for your efforts in reviving the glory of the vampire. Mika seemed to have a talent for mocking. For a time, many players who wanted to retreat were enraged. You still haven't won. Why are you smiling like an idiot? You fool. Retreat? Even if they retreated, they had to make this despicable vampire pay a price first. The morale of the vampires was greatly boosted. They had been suppressed by a large number of players just now, but now with the help of the fusion tyrant forms, they had the upper hand. This advantage was only temporary though. Mika noticed that more and more humans were gathering in the dense forest below the mountain. They should be people from the Federation. The vampires did not let their victory get to their heads. They deliberately provoked the humans and tried to cut wounds on the ladder to help the vampire elders in the cave complete the ritual quickly. In the forest below the mountain, 2 teams from the Federation's operations department immediately rushed over to provide support after receiving the emergency order. They exchanged information with Zhang Yuanxing's team. Zhang Yuanxing had been observing the situation near the cave with his binoculars. The Federation's reinforcements were almost ready. In another 5 minutes, all Operation Department's troops would be assembled except for the elite regiments of the Federation's Inspection Bureau. However, what was going on with the tyrant forms that appeared out of the blue? Not only were they powerful, but they also seemed to be on the side of the vampires. Zhang Yuanxing was puzzled. He turned to look at the advisor from the Central Federation, Old Black, who had just joined the team. Old Black noticed Zhang Yuanxing's gaze, and explained, they are special fusion creatures developed by the vampire. The specific information is unknown, but they are very difficult to deal with. I suggest we wait for the inspection team to come and deal with them. Yes, Zhang Yuanxing nodded. So they were a fusion of vampires and zombies. No wonder they were so difficult to deal with. Commander, emergency report. Speak. A soldier walked to Zhang Yuanxing's side and whispered, news from Area A2891. A vampire duke has forcefully entered the teleportation gate and is coming our way. She will arrive in about 5 minutes. A vampire duke? Zhang Yuanxing felt that this was a thorny problem. Their team wasn't confident in dealing with a high-tier duke. They needed the help of the inspection team. We will bide our time for now. Why haven't the people from the inspection bureau arrived yet? Roger. The inspection team has already received news about the vampire duke and is on the way. The superiors told us to stay where we are and wait for orders. Zhang Yuanxing nodded. They just had to bear with it a little longer, and the reinforcements would be here soon. At the entrance of the cave, blood condensed in front of Feng Heng under his control. Then, the blood poured into the altar's blood pool in the cave through the ritual. The longer the blood was exposed to the air, the thinner the power it contained. However, most of the blood came from the players from intermediate games. Their various physical abilities had been enhanced by the games, and the energy contained in their blood was dozens of times higher than that of ordinary people. Totaling up the loss and enhancements, the power in the blood was enough to complete the heart transfer ritual. It should be enough now. Feng Heng estimated that he had gotten a lot of blood, so he turned around and returned to the cave. Lord Marquis, the ceremony will be done soon. Please wait a little longer. 2 elders from the Elders' Council were doing their best to operate the ritual. More than half of Duke Zhaotai's body was soaked in the blood pool. Under the influence of the Magicare ritual, the heart of the vampire king attached to Zhaotai's body beat wildly. The mercenary player who had been following Old Black earlier quietly walked up and whispered in Feng Heng's ear, "Brother, Old Black told me to tell you that the vampire Duke Nan has come out of the time passage and is approaching us. Be careful." Chapter 900, attached. All right, I got it, Feng Heng answered with a soft Trouble was here one after another. They couldn't even deal with the many people from the Federation outside, and now a vampire Duke came to join the battlefield. He had to quickly let his fusion tyrant forms inherit the power of the vampire king so that he could fight the vampire Duke. While Feng Heng was thinking, Marquis Fan, who was slightly injured, flew back into the cave. Seeing that there was no movement in the cave for a long time, he came over to take a look. Nate, what's the situation? Everything is going well. In the center of the blood pool, bubbles kept popping out of Duke Zhaotai's body. One of the elders who was carrying out the ceremony turned his head and said, Lord Marquis, the king's heart has begun to separate from the offering. Please find a new offering as soon as possible to complete the transfer. It's here. Feng Heng fixed his eyes on the center of the blood pool. The vampire king's heart suddenly turned purple as it frantically absorbed energy from Zhaotai's body. In the blink of an eye, Duke Zhaotai's skin shriveled and he was completely sucked dry. Kai. The king's heart, which was filled with blood now, flew out from the ribcage of the mummified corpse and floated in the center of the blood pool. Different from before, the outermost layer of the heart was still a little dark, probably because Old Black had drawn 3 tubes of blood from it before. The vampire elder gritted his teeth and controlled the ritual. He shouted, Lord Marquis. Please do it as soon as possible. I know. With that, the vampires in the cave heard heavy footsteps. The 2 vampire elders looked toward the source of the voice with surprise in their eyes. What? Was it the tyrant forms? A tyrant form walked with heavy steps to the blood pool. Fant was shocked. What was this operation? He couldn't help but reach out to stop Feng Heng. Nate, are you crazy? The power of a prince can only be inherited by a vampire. Forcefully inheriting it would only result in one being devoured by the vampire's power. It might even cause an explosion. Don't panic, Feng Heng's expression was calm. He took a glance at Fant and said, I am very steady in whatever I do. Feng Heng was full of confidence. The corner of Fant's eyes twitched. The fusion tyrant form suddenly reached out and touched the king's heart, grabbing it. Kai. The vampires were surprised to find that the vampire king's heart reacted immediately. Countless thin and dense tentacles extended out from the king's heart and climbed up the fusion tyrant form's arm. The heart climbed to the exposed eye of the fusion tyrant form. Kai. Kai. The fine spikes that extended from the surface of the heart pierced into the eyeball. In an instant, stinky pus spurted out of the eyeball. Roar. The fusion tyrant form let out a painful wail, and its body fell back. Boom. The fusion tyrant form fell backward. Fang Heng frowned and stared at the eye on the fusion tyrant form. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The heart tore a hole in the eyeball and entered it. Did it work? The vampires in the cave were also staring at the fusion tyrant form, so nervous that they forgot to breathe. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the fusion tyrant form moved its hands. It supported itself with both hands and stood up again. Success. After inheriting the power of the vampire's king heart, the king's heart and the fusion tyrant form formed a strange fusion. The king's heart had completely fused into the eyeball. If one looked closely, one could see a beating heart in the fusion tyrant form's pupil. Fang Heng immediately tried to control and fuse the tyrant form through the mental strength link. It could be controlled. The construction of the mental strength link could be completed, and he could still control the tyrant's various actions. Unfortunately, he couldn't see its attributes now and didn't know how strong it was. It was quite troublesome outside of the game. He was temporarily unable to obtain the attributes of the fusion tyrant form. He also did not know what the tyrant form's current situation was, whether the fusion was a complete success, or whether the fusion tyrant form could maintain this extremely special state even after death. All of a sudden, a line of notification flashed quickly on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! An optional mission branch has been triggered for the player's current mission, Vampire King's Remains. Mission, Vampire King's Remains. Optional side mission description. You seem to have found a special way to use the King's Remains. Side mission requirement. Try to obtain more power from the remains of King. Looking at the game hint that popped up, Fang Heng's mind moved. In other words, was directly absorbing the Vampire King's power also permitted by the game and considered an optional branch method to complete the realm mission? It seemed that he had found the right mission route by accident. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the fusion tyrant form again. The fusion should have been a success. There was no feeling of sluggishness in the mental strength communication between him and the tyrant form. He could still easily give orders to it. The surrounding vampires all looked at Fang Heng with extremely shocked eyes. Everything that was happening before their eyes were beyond their understanding. To think the power of the Vampire King's remains had been inherited by a strange non-vampire? It was impossible. Or could it be that this strange creature also had the bloodline of the vampire? Go. Fang Heng couldn't wait to test the strength of the fusion tyrant form. He stretched out his hand and pointed outside the cave. Pa! The fusion tyrant form stomped heavily on the ground, leaving a mark on the ground. It turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the cave. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. What speed? After inheriting the Vampire King's power, the speed of his fusion tyrant form had visibly increased. In the past, the shortcoming of the fusion tyrant form was that it was bloated. Even though it already had the ability to run and think with the lowest level of intelligence, due to its body size, the movements of the fusion tyrant form were still relatively clumsy. As such, its attacks could be easily dodged when facing high-level enemies. Now, after receiving the Vampire King's power, this shortcoming was also made up for. After leaving the cave and locking onto his target, the fusion tyrant form stomped on the ground. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded on the ground. The speed of the fusion tyrant form was thus increased by several times once more. Its body turned into a shadow as it dashed towards a player who was fighting Mecha. The locked-on player had no time to escape. He didn't even realize that the tyrant form was approaching him until a black shadow flashed in front of him. Buzz. The player only felt his vision go black, and then a monster appeared. Boom. Thick lifeblood power exploded in front of the player and spread out in all directions with a bang. The player who had transformed into a beast that was fused with the power of the black turtle was hit by the punch head-on. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and he flew backward. Every cell in his body exploded under this punch. Apart from that, the lifeblood power that was spreading in all directions caused the blood of the players nearby to boil. Mecha was also shocked by the fusion tyrant form that suddenly appeared, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why was there such a huge amount of lifeblood power? Was it the Vampire King's inheritance? 901 out of control bang. The fusion tyrant form locked onto its target once again. It stomped on the ground once more, and lifeblood power exploded under its feet as its figure flew forward. What kind of monster was that? The human players' expressions changed when they saw the frenzied killing of the fusion tyrant form. Such a monster was simply unreasonable. All the targets that it locked onto were blown up by its fist without exception. In less than a minute, 3 punches had turned 3 players into a pile of bloody flesh. The players' eyes were filled with fear, and a cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Retreat. Li Yi completely regretted it. The enemy wasn't someone they could contend with at this stage. 50,000 King of Gods points were very attractive, but one had to be alive to get it. This was simply courting death. In the blink of an eye, the players retreated as if they were running for their lives, afraid that they would be targeted by the fusion tyrant form if they were slow. Mika turned around and looked at the being who was emitting lifeblood power. He was just as shocked as the other humans. That tyrant creature. It was clearly a zombie creature, but its entire body exuded heavy lifeblood power. What exactly? At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Yuanxing was both surprised and glad when he saw the fusion tyrant form's powerful combat ability in crushing the players. Luckily, he had listened to Old Black's words and did not order the players to stop the fusion tyrant forms from entering the cave. Captain, a powerful energy fluctuation is approaching. It's a vampire duke. Zhang Yuanxing raised his head and looked behind him. Behind him, a vampire duke in bat form was quickly approaching the mountains. Fire. Bang. Bang, bang. The players, who were already prepared, opened fire at the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs exploded in the air. As soon as she walked out of the space passage, Vampire Duke Nan encountered the Federation, who was attacking the space passage. She had defeated the Federation with great difficulty and followed the mark left on the fusion tyrant form to this place. The Federation. Nan noticed the group of players hiding in the dense forest below. She easily dodged to the side, eluding most of the bullets. Several rocket cannons were also detonated in advance by Nan with a gentle wave of her hand. It was indeed the Federation. Old Black had probably joined forces with the Federation. Nan thought to herself as she looked up in the direction of the vampiric ritual's gathering point. There were still a few black dots left near the cave. That's right, it was the zombie tyrant forms that Old Black had secretly transported from the world of the vampires to the real world. Nan didn't want to be entangled with the Federation, so she sped up to break free from the Federation's firepower net and flew toward the cave in the mountain pass, wanting to find out what Old Black was doing. In the dense forest below, the Federation's operations department could only watch the Duke leave. Zhang Yuanxing was also helpless. Without high-end combat strength, all they could do now was defend and harass. It was impossible to stop the vampire Duke who was flying in the sky. Commander, what should we do? Hold the ground. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Yes. In the sky, the vampire Duke Nan flew toward the cave halfway up the mountain. As she approached, she suddenly noticed something and frowned. Lifeblood. Nan looked forward and saw the tyrant form outside the cave. What's with that zombie? Nan was extremely surprised. The abundant lifeblood was uncontrollable as it constantly flowed out of the fusion tyrant form. Such a massive amount of lifeblood power was extremely rare, and the aura emitted from the tyrant form was actually the aura of a vampire? Was Old Black the one who pulled off such a feat? Nan's heart was filled with anxiety as she sped up and flew toward the cave. At the same time, Fang Hang had just returned to the entrance of the cave with Mika. Mika had finally finished venting his anger after winning the battle. He was very curious about the power of the tyrant form. He chased after Fang Hang and asked, "Brother, what is that thing? How did you do it?" "I used some methods." Just as he was about to find a random excuse to get rid of Mika, Fang Hang suddenly sensed a powerful vampire aura approaching quickly. He immediately turned around and looked at the sky. Fang Hang's pupils contracted. She was here. Vampire Duke Nan. After Old Black's heads up, Fang Hang was prepared for the arrival of the Vampire Duke. There would be trouble if he was caught by the other party, so he might as well go all out. Fang Hang's killing intent was already aroused. Seeing that Fang Hang suddenly stopped talking, Mika asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Nate?" "There's trouble," Fang Hang said with a sullen face. "Trouble?" Mika was shocked. "There's a big problem," Fang Hang said in a deep voice. "It seems that soon, it can't be controlled." "It?" Mika followed Fang Hang's gaze and looked over. "Do you mean the tyrant? How could that be?" Mika thought that the fusion tyrant form looked normal. Although it couldn't control its aura, it didn't fluctuate much. "Mika, be careful." "Huh?" Mika was about to say something when he noticed a vampire duke flying toward them in the sky behind the fusion tyrant form. Was that reinforcement? A vampire duke? In the air, the vampire duke, Nan, revealed her aura. Mika was excited and said, "Nate. Look, it's the reinforcements. A duke is here." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent lifeblood of the fusion tyrant form outside the cave exploded again. The fusion tyrant form stomped heavily on the ground. Boom. A bloody mist spread in all directions. The tyrant form leaped into the air and scuttled toward the attacking Nan. The bat form Nan immediately returned to her human form. The fusion tyrant form abruptly appeared in front of Nan, then threw a punch forward. Boom. With an extremely heavy collision sound, an orange spatial barrier appeared in front of Nan. Crack, crack, crack. The space barrier could not withstand the impact and made fragile cracking sounds. Bang. The tyrant form's red lifeblood power on its fist erupted once again. The spatial barrier instantly shattered explosively. Nan's expression changed abruptly, and her body was uncontrollably thrown out by the lifeblood power. Why? How could its lifeblood be so strong? Buzz. The fusion tyrant form leaped again after landing on the ground and dashed toward the retreating Nan in a flash, throwing a punch forward. The explosive speed exceeded common sense. Nan's eyes were extremely solemn. She was being suppressed. Her right hand turned into a blood spike, and she suddenly attacked forward. Bang. A bloody light suddenly appeared. The blood spike pierced through the fusion tyrant form's neck a step ahead of its attack. The fusion tyrant form's attack was forcefully stopped. Boom. In the next moment, a thick lifeblood power exploded around the fusion tyrant form once again. Nan was once again pushed back by the lifeblood power. The fusion tyrant form appeared in front of Nan, again and again, swinging its fist and launching a fierce attack at her. From Mecha and the others' point of view, the Blood Duke Nan was being suppressed by the fusion tyrant form. Nate, what's going on? As I said, I lost control. Quickly think of a way. Mecha was anxious and turned his head to look at Feng Heng. He noticed that the blue veins on Feng Heng's neck were bulging and the latter's forehead was full of sweat. He was staring at the tyrant, who was not far away. 902 exploded. Feng Heng gritted his teeth. Fuck. He had really lost control of the tyrant form. In the beginning, he was indeed looking for an excuse to attack Nan. However, as the battle became more intense, the tyrant form was no longer under his control. Feng Heng felt that he had consumed a huge amount of mental strength and lost control of his fusion tyrant form in less than a few seconds. This is bad. Nate, don't you feel that this fluctuation is very familiar? Mecha panicked when he felt the tyrant form's aura fluctuations. Is it going to explode? This feeling was too familiar. Back in the cave, the offering had released the same kind of fluctuations before it exploded. Feng Heng nodded. He had also felt it. It did seem like it was going to explode. High up in the sky, the fusion tyrant form approached Nan once again, and with violent lifeblood power, it threw a punch forward. Boom. Its fist had yet to swing out when the lifeblood suddenly exploded in the air. A dazzling lifeblood light pillar shot up into the sky once again. Feng Heng's eyes were covered by a red glow. Retreat. The few vampires who were watching with Feng Heng retreated into the cave behind them at the same time. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Yuanxing put down his binoculars. Looking at the lifeblood light pillar rising in the mountain, his face was full of doubt and puzzlement. No, what was going on? To think the vampire duke was fighting with those fusion tyrant forms. And what was that explosion at the end? Did they together? Zhang Yuanxing turned to look at Old Black. Old Black was stunned as well. He shook his head. I am not sure. Maybe it went out of control. Commander, a Federation soldier suggested, should we go up and take a look at the situation? Zhang Yuanxing frowned. The vampires were too strange. No, don't go over. Wait a little longer. The follow-up team will be here soon. In the cave halfway up the mountain, Mecha crouched inside and looked at the light pillar that was gradually dimming. He opened his mouth, then turned back to look at Feng Heng. Why did it explode? It seems that the offering was not very stable. Feng Heng wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and was also very surprised. At first, he only wanted to use the power of the tyrant form to block the vampire duke. He didn't expect to make a mistake and cause the former to explode. The use of the vampire king's remains was more difficult than expected. If he was not careful, his fusion tyrant form would go berserk, and he would lose control of it. To think it exploded. They had to quickly deal with the scene. Feng Heng quickly rushed to the place where the explosion occurred. Quick, the king's remains should still be there. Let's go and retrieve the heart. Right. The remains. The most important thing now was to find the remains. Mecha also came to his senses and followed Feng Heng in the direction of the explosion. The power of the vampire king's heart had almost been exhausted, so the explosion this time was far less intense than the previous one. The blood-red pillar of light that soared into the sky only lasted for less than half a second before it completely dissipated. A large crater was formed in the center of the explosion. The fusion tyrant form had already turned into ashes in the explosion. Feng Heng rushed to the side of the pothole and frowned. He was still a step too late. The king's heart had automatically attached itself to the heavily injured Duke Nan. This. Mecha's vision turned dark when he saw the situation. They had waited so long for a Duke tier reinforcement to arrive, But before they could see who the comer was, she had become an offering for the Vampire King? Mika felt bitter in his heart. He looked at Feng Heng beside him and asked, "What do we do?" Feng Heng shifted his gaze to the crowd at the foot of the mountain and felt a headache. "Bring her back to the cave first." "All right." The two of them carried the unconscious Nan and quickly returned to the cave. In the cave, the vampires were caught in a dilemma. The blood had been used up, and they were now surrounded by people from the Federation. Everyone couldn't help looking at Feng Heng, waiting for him to make a decision. Feng Heng also lowered his head and calculated in his heart. What was the success rate if they were to force their way out with the offering? The state of the offering is extremely unstable. A vampire elder checked Dugnan's condition and explained to everyone, the land of origin is very far away from us. If we forcefully transfer them, we will definitely lose control during the process. The safest plan is to immediately carry out the ritual and stabilize the state of the offering. Mika was anxious. Then what are we waiting for? Think of a way to carry out the ritual. The remaining blood is not enough for us to complete the ritual. Wow, a dead end. The blood collected from the humans outside the cave had almost been used up. Could it be that they had to go down and fight with the Federation, then get some blood from them? On the side, the player hired by Old Black looked down at his phone and his expression changed. He walked to Feng Heng's side and handed the phone to him. "Feng Heng, Old Black asked me to give the phone to you." Feng Heng took the phone. He hoped Old Black would bring him some good news. At the foot of the mountain, Old Black looked up at the cave above and asked, "Feng Heng, the commotion was huge. How's the situation?" "It's very bad, but that trouble has been dealt with." "Hee, you're really something," Old Black laughed dryly. He knew that the trouble Feng Heng was referring to was the Vampire Duke, Nan. "How about you? How are things on your side?" "The Federation's reinforcements are already on their way." "Feng Heng, the reinforcements this time are the elites of the Inspection Bureau. They are extremely powerful. I suggest that you evacuate as soon as possible. The defense in the east is the weakest. Use the vampires as bait to attack from the west, then, take the Vampire King's remains and escape to the east alone. You should be able to do it with your ability. I will find a way to meet you there." Feng Heng scratched his head. "I can't. There was an accident. The king's heart is now attached to Duke Nan's body, which is very unstable. You have to think of a way to delay the Federation. In addition, I need to find a way to get some blood." "Feng Heng, we don't have time. I can help you delay the Northern Federation's attack," Old Black interrupted, "but I can't stall Jian Muzzy." "Huh? Jian Muzzy?" Jian Muzzy was the world lord of District 1 and the mastermind behind the whole succession matter of the Vampire King. "Yes, the land of origin's fusion space isn't doing too well. He can't wait any longer. He just received Mika's request for help, and he has thus sent another vampire prince to lead a large number of vampires to your side." Fuck. On one side was the vampire prince, and on the other side was the elite team of the Federation's Inspection Bureau. No matter which side, he couldn't beat them. Were the heavens really not going to give him a way out? Feng He even wanted to curse. "I suggest that we make a decision quickly and abandon these vampires. I want to go to the land of origin and see if I can get the coffins." There seemed to be something. Feng Heng didn't pay attention to what Old Black said. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of something. He interrupted Old Black and asked, "Old Black, the vampire prince probably doesn't know that you've betrayed them, right?" "I can't say for sure, but it's certain that they're suspicious of me." "Old Black, do you think the elites of the inspection team of the Federation will fight with the prince?" Feng Heng asked after some thought. 903 blood can't be shed in vain. Old Black paused when he realized what Feng Heng was thinking about. He laughed immediately. This kid was as insatiable as ever. "I can try, but it's very dangerous. You have to be prepared to lose everything." "Old Black, I believe you. With your abilities, it shouldn't be hard to lure them into a fight, right?" Feng Heng was about to say something more, but there was interference in the signal and he was forcefully cut off. "What's the situation?" Mika asked anxiously. "What did Old Black say?" "Mr. Jian has already asked a vampire prince to lead a team to support us. We will wait on the spot and pray that the Federation won't attack so soon." Hearing Feng Heng's words, the vampires' morale, which had fallen to the bottom, suddenly rose from the dead. With a prince joining the battle, it wouldn't be a problem to get rid of the Federation's people lying in ambush below. Feng Heng looked at the two vampire elders and said, "Before the prince arrives, we should try our best to stabilize the offering's condition and buy more time. Let's start the ritual first. We will think of a way to obtain the blood later." "Yes." Unknowingly, the vampire had already accepted the fact that Feng Heng was the leader. The three vampire marquises nodded in unison and called for the vampires to drag the unconscious Nan into the altar's blood pool. At the foot of the mountain, a hidden current was surging in the seemingly calm forest. Zhang Yuanxing's team had been lying in ambush at the foot of the mountain for 15 minutes. After a long wait, the 5-man elite team from the Federation's Inspection Bureau finally arrived. Liang Yu was the head of the Northern Federation's Inspection Bureau's elite team. Halfway there, they happened to run into a group of vampires and were delayed a little. After listening to Zhang Yuanxing's explanation, Liang Yu immediately prepared to lead her men to attack. "Everyone, I suggest that we wait for a while." Old Black stood up. Liang Yu looked at Old Black. She had the feeling Old Black wasn't a good person at first glance. "Who are you?" "I am the honorary advisor from the Central Federation. Everyone calls me Old Black. I have bad news. A vampire prince is leading a large number of vampires here." Old Black paused and looked around. "The remains of the vampire king are in the cave. I believe that the prince is here for that." "A vampire prince?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. "Is your information reliable?" "Of course," Old Black nodded confidently. "My source of information is from the Central Federation. We have people in the vampires." Liang Yu and Zhang Yuanxing furrowed their brows and lowered their heads in thought. Chen Shun, the deputy commander, was a little confused. He asked, "Old Black, if that's the case, shouldn't we take advantage of the fact that the prince hasn't arrived to find a way to get into the cave and find the king's remains?" "I don't recommend doing that. The vampires may have set up a high-tier magic array in the cave, which can't be easily broken through in a short time. I am worried that we will be attacked by the vampire prince halfway through our attack, and the team will be in trouble." Liang Yu was a little hesitant. With the federal team's strength, they could hold off a vampire prince for a while, but it would be much more difficult to kill him. "Let's inform the superiors first and wait for their instructions." As Zhang Yuanxing was speaking, he suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation approaching from the distance. The powerful force made Zhang Yuanxing shiver for no reason. What was going on? Zhang Yuanxing raised his head and looked into the distance. In the distance, a swarm of bats in the sky was quickly approaching them. The Federation's operations department that was lying in ambush in the dense forest also felt the powerful surprising aura that was approaching from afar. Liang Yu's heart sank. Such a powerful aura. Old Black's information was right. It was a vampire prince. To think they arrived so quickly? Immediately send out a distress signal. It's a vampire prince. Zhang Yuanxing looked at the approaching vampires and waved his hand. "Everyone. Attack." With that, the federal team hiding in the dense forest raised their weapons and shot at the dense vampires in the sky. Thump, thump, thump. Concentrated firepower was fired into the air. High up in the sky, a large number of bats were injured and fell from the sky. After the initial panic, the vampires immediately adjusted their formation and swooped toward the Federation teams below. In the middle of the team, Vampire Prince Loeb was slightly surprised. To think the Federation dared to ambush them head-on? They were simply looking for death. Loeb wore a disdainful expression. He didn't want to waste time with the people from the Federation. Thus, he gathered a purple-red concentrated bomb in his hands and threw it into the dense forest ahead. Whoosh! In the dense forest below, a dark green barrier instantly opened. Boom! The purple-red bomb landed on the barrier and exploded violently. Lee uttered a light sound of puzzlement. Suddenly, 4 humans appeared in front of him. The leader, Liang Yu, looked at Loeb. "Vampire, you've come to the wrong place. This is the Northern Federation." Hee. Humans. Interesting. Loeb mumbled in a low voice as his figure gradually became blurry in the air. "Be careful." Liang Yu's expression turned serious. Loeb split into 2 and then 4. Eventually, he formed 8 identical figures. "Humans, I have things to do," the 8 Leobes said at the same time. "I don't have time to play games with you." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 figures fled in 8 different directions at the same time. Such a small trick. Several huge black handprints appeared on Liang Yu's back that pounced at the 2 Leobes closest to her. Boom! Boom! The 2 blood shadows exploded instantly. Not far away, on a high slope, the morale of the vampires was greatly boosted when they saw a large number of vampires joining the battlefield and fighting with the Federation. Fang Heng also gave Old Black a thumbs up in silence. As planned, the 2 sides started fighting. Mika was even more excited. "Nate, the prince has helped us hold the Federation back. Now is the best time for us to retreat." "Huh? Retreat? Retreat, my ass. Gutless fellow." Fang Heng shook his head repeatedly. When the Federation launched a sneak attack on the vampires, many of the vampires fell from the sky in the beginning, but the vampires began to fight back very quickly. There were injuries and even deaths on the human side. In the blink of an eye, the smell of blood once again filled the entire forest. Blood. So much blood had been shed for nothing? What a waste. "No, Mika, you're wrong. We need to stabilize the offering first," Fang Heng hid the greed in his eyes. He turned around and looked at the elders. With a serious expression, he urged, "Quick, prepare for the ritual to transfer the offerings." While speaking, he walked quickly to the entrance of the cave, opened his hands, and spread his mental strength out. Under the control of Fang Heng's powerful mental strength, the blood at the foot of the mountain began to gather gradually. The blood that fell to the ground condensed into tiny drops of blood, suspended in the air, and slowly gathered toward where Fang Heng was. The combat ability of the players in the Federation's operation department was stronger than that of ordinary people, and their blood also contained more powerful strength. It was a great supplement. 904 I'm not greedy. Mika watched as the fine blood beads gradually condensed in front of Fang Heng under his control before being poured into the altar's blood pool. With the blood, the Elders' Council's half-finished ritual could continue. While controlling the blood, Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the sky, silently cheering for the vampire prince in his heart. Fight. Hurry up and fight. The combat strength of those players from the Federation's Inspection Bureau was truly terrifying. All 8 of the vampire prince's clones were stopped. The only thing that Fang Heng was dissatisfied with was that they only used their magic abilities to fight for a long time. There was no bloodshed. Those high-tier players were elites among elites. Based on the power contained in their blood, 1 drop was equivalent to 10,000 drops of blood from ordinary people. Very few Federation players were aware of the subtle changes in the blood on the battlefield. At this point, they were fighting to the death with the vampires, so how could they have the time to care about this? Even if they saw it or noticed it, they would be powerless to stop it. In the air, the 5 members of Liang Yu's team were trying to trap the vampire prince. The pressure they were facing was also extremely great. "Captain, there's something wrong with those vampires," Li Ran said in a deep voice. "Yes, it should be some kind of ritual. It might be related to the king's remains." Liang Yu also noticed Fang Heng. She clearly knew that Fang Heng was controlling the blood to do some dirty things, but they were already exhausting a great deal of energy to deal with the prince. They really had no time to be distracted. Prince Loeb was also a little annoyed by the humans. The few of them cooperated very well, and they had many tricks up their sleeves. It was impossible to get rid of them in a short time. Loeb could sense that the direction that the blood was gathering was abnormal, so he looked down. He saw that the blood was being controlled and gathered by a vampire marquis. Who was that vampire? Loeb felt quite surprised that an ordinary vampire marquis had such a strong blood affinity. Although he didn't know Fang Heng, he had some impression of Mika and the others, so he didn't think too much about it. It turned out that they were using blood to complete the ritual. Hey, that's good too. He would help them out then. With the blood of these humans. Kai. Labu raised his hands and countless needles appeared around his body. The moment the needles appeared, they stabbed at the players in front of them. The crowd quickly retreated. Kai. The needles exploded halfway in the air, forming countless crescent-shaped blades in the air. The dense crescent-shaped blades almost covered the entire space, and there was no way to avoid them. The players immediately used their shields or weapons to block the attack. Not good. A high-tier Federation player was not careful and his arm was grazed by a needle, immediately drawing a long and narrow wound. Usually, this small wound would not be a problem at all. With the self-healing ability of his high physique attribute, it would heal in less than a minute. However, Loeb instantly controlled the blood in his wound to speed up the flow. Blood immediately gushed out from the wound. "Be careful, Li Ran." Seeing this, one of the support members immediately cast heal. The wound healed instantly. However, it was too late. A pool of red blood fell from the sky. Before it landed on the ground, it was controlled by Fang Heng and gathered in the direction of the cave where he was. Fang Heng was overjoyed. A treasure. This vampire prince knew how to play. A peerless good teammate. Good team play. Fang Heng couldn't wait to gather the blood and transfer it to the blood pool in the cave behind. The blood pool absorbed the power of the high-tier player's blood and instantly emitted a blinding red light. The vampire elder was also excited. "Lord Marquis, the transfer ceremony is completed. Please transfer the heart immediately." "I am coming." Hearing the shout, Fang Heng immediately stopped gathering blood and turned around to enter the cave. He was already very familiar with the process of inheriting the power of the Vampire King's heart since this was the second time. Fusion Tyrant Form Number 2, who had been waiting at the side for a long time, quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab the Vampire King's heart that was floating in the air above the blood pool. Kai. The Vampire King's heart was immediately affected. It quickly climbed up the shoulder of the Fusion Tyrant Form, and its fine tentacles pierced into the huge eyeball in front of the Fusion Tyrant Form's heart, quickly merging into the eyeball. "Is it done?" Mika stared at the Fusion Tyrant Form and saw it standing up shakily. He quickly turned back to Fang Heng and asked, "Nate, are we retreating?" "Retreat?" Feng Heng was excited and trying to control the fusion tyrant form. Hearing Mika's words, he couldn't help but show a look of disdain. Why was this kid's mind only filled with running away? There's no rush. Feng Heng raised the left arm of the vampire prince in his hand. There's this too. Immediately proceed with the second stage of the awakening ritual. Since there's so much blood down there, it's a waste to just leave like this. Huh? A waste? Looking at the left arm of the vampire king in Feng Heng's hand, Mika opened his mouth and was completely speechless. No, was there a need for this? Was he addicted to blood-sucking? Feng Heng rubbed his fists and gestured to the vampire elders. Quick! Do it. The vampire elders looked at each other. Seeing that no one objected, they began to set up the magic array to remove the seal. Nate, is this necessary? Feng Heng pressed Mika's shoulder and said, Believe me, yes. This is for the future of the vampires. From the looks of it, the fight between the vampire and the Federation was still far from over. It was rare to meet such a reasonable vampire prince. There was blood, the ritual, and a vampire here. Everything was here, so why not unseal the left arm and absorb it here as well? The tyrant form that had fused with the vampire king's heart could force a tie with the vampire duke. With the king's left arm, wouldn't it be able to easily suppress a vampire duke? Feng Heng walked to the blood pool and threw the petrified left arm of the vampire king into the blood pool. Mika and the other two vampire marquises looked at each other. There was silence. All of them felt that Feng Heng's move was too risky. According to their thoughts, they could quit while they were ahead and run away quickly. As for the remaining left arm, it would not be too late to think of a way to deal with it when they reach the land of origin. Who would use the blood of the Federation to unseal the seal right in front of the Federation? Did they really not treat the Federation as humans? However, seeing that Feng Heng had already made his decision, they didn't say anything more. After all, the tyrant forms were controlled by Feng Heng, so it was useless for them to say anything. If they had the time, they might as well pray that the vampire elder could finish the ritual quickly and escape. Feng Heng nodded to Mika and went back to the entrance of the cave. He focused his mental strength and collected blood from the outside world. He hoped that the vampire prince could put in more effort and get more blood from these players. He wanted to equip the tyrant form with the king's left arm as well. Indeed, he was not greedy. He would leave immediately after equipping this left arm. 905 Run high in the sky above Xianwu Mountain, Prince Lobe's figure flickered in the air as he dealt with the 5 humans with ease. He realized that this group of humans had extraordinary strength. It would be difficult to shake them off in a short time. He could if he wanted to, but Lobe had some concerns. If the humans were to enter the cave and destroy the altar or the offering, the losses would outweigh the gains. Therefore, Prince Lobe decided to change his tactics and disgust the humans who besieged him. He kept using some small wounding skills to make small wounds on the humans' bodies and draw their blood to be consumed by the ritual. The strategy was extremely effective. Liang Yu and the other players were tormented. They quickly realized the vampire prince's goal, but there was nothing they could do. They could only be more careful, dodging and blocking the vampire prince's attacks most of the time. Helplessly, they could only be suppressed and were forced to stall for time. Reinforcements from the Northern Federation were already on their way. They hoped the others could make it in time. Below, Feng Heng took the opportunity to gather a large amount of blood. The blood was continuously poured into the blood pool through spiritual guidance. Moments later, Mika flew out of the cave. Nate. The second stage of the awakening ritual has been completed. Alright. Feng Heng was overjoyed and immediately followed Mika back to the cave. At the altar of the blood pool in the center of the cave, the vampire king's left arm was suspended in the air. It had already recovered from its petrified state to become a dark red left arm. There was a layer of scale-like armor on the skin, and it was shrouded in a thick layer of lifeblood. The external seal had been completely removed. Feng Heng immediately controlled the fusion tyrant form in the cave and began to inherit the left arm. The fusion tyrant form took the order and stepped toward the blood pool in the center of the cave. It reached out and grabbed the vampire king's left arm. Kai. The vampire king's left arm immediately reacted. Fine tendrils extended out from the gaps of the scales on the left arm and climbed up the fusion tyrant form's left arm almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, the tyrant fusion body's left arm was wrapped by thin red tentacles, looking like a red cocoon. Crack. The cocoon expanded rapidly. Bang. Following this, the red cocoon exploded. Feng Heng squinted. The fusion tyrant form had successfully fused with the vampire king's left arm. Feng Heng tried to control it. The fusion tyrant form extended its left hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. Not good. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. Kai. Starting from the left arm and heart, the flesh and blood of the fusion tyrant form disintegrated and softened on the spot like a puddle of meat paste. In just half a second, it melted into a pool of blood. Pa! The king's left arm and heart, which had returned to their original state, fell to the ground. The surrounding vampires immediately retreated, fearing that the heart and left arm would possess their bodies and turn them into offerings. Kai. The tendrils on the left arm and heart quickly retracted. This. Did he fail? Mikao opened his mouth and quickly asked the two elders, what's going on? The vampire elders frowned and thought for a moment. He exchanged a look with the other two elders and nodded. Lord Marquis, the king's power is too strong. This offering has not taken any special medicine to improve its adaptability to inherit the power. We judge that its body was unable to withstand the huge power and has thus collapsed. Feng Heng instantly understood. Oh. They should have said so earlier. Without any medicine, the fusion tyrant form could only withstand one part of the vampire king. The solution was simple. If one didn't work, then two. He would use two different fusion tyrant forms to inherit the remains. Feng Heng was glad that he had brought enough fusion tyrant form clones this time. With a wave of his hand, two fusion tyrant forms quickly walked up and grabbed the vampire king's left arm and heart from the ground respectively. Kai. The heart and left arm climbed onto the two fusion tyrant forms. In just a few seconds, the two fusion tyrant forms twitched uncontrollably. The tentacles from the left arm wrapped around one of the fusion tyrant form's left arm, while the tentacle from the heart stabbed into the eye of the other fusion tyrant form. Feng Heng raised his head and observed for a moment. When the left arm and heart had completely integrated into tyrant forms' bodies, he tried to control the two fusion tyrant forms. Mika walked to Feng Heng's side carefully and asked in a low voice, Nate, is it done? Yes, it's done. The fusion tyrant forms were very stable. In theory, as long as they weren't involved in an extremely intense battle like just now, they wouldn't lose control and self-destruct. Then can we go now? Mika urged. The situation outside was getting worse and worse. All he wanted to do now was to run away and be safe. Yes, let's go. There were no other vampire king's remains to retrieve, so of course, it was time to escape. Mika finally heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Feng Heng said. He was afraid that Feng Heng would take out other remains of the king from somewhere and tell him to wait again. Outside the cave, the vampire and the humans were still fighting. The continuous influx of vampires into the battlefield put the Federation players at a disadvantage. High up in the sky, Prince Loeb was still entangled with the Federation's inspection team. Kayuhai noticed that someone had left the cave. Captain, something's not right over there. They're trying to run. Damn it. Stop them. Not long ago, their superiors had given them the order to seize the Vampire King's remains. Liang Yu shouted and immediately wanted to stop them. Oh? Now you want to leave? Loeb immediately moved in front of Liang Yu. That won't do. Your opponent now is me. Loeb had received a mission from Jian Muzi to escort the king's remains back to the land of origin. He noticed that Feng Heng and the other vampires were running out of the cave and preparing to evacuate. The offering had probably been awakened, so he immediately blocked the way of Liang Yu and the others. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Liang Yu's team was now in a hurry to stop Feng Heng and the others, while Loeb was blocking the footsteps of their attack. I will go stop them. Kayuhai shouted. Buzz. One of the 5 members of the elite team, a big guy, left the team and quickly chased in the direction where Feng Heng and the others had fled. Loeb's face darkened. Just as he was about to give chase, the remaining 4 people surrounded him, ready to fight to the death. Hey, the Federation was really not easy to deal with. Now that things had come to this, it was time to go all out. Loeb's face was solemn. At the foot of the mountain, the Federation's operations department surrounded Xianwu Mountain. Although the front lines were attacked by a large number of vampires, some defensive lines were still maintained on the sides. The Federation's original plan was to block and surround the escaping vampires according to the intelligence they received to prevent the latter from escaping with the offering. Originally, if they had encountered the vampire team that was fleeing with the offering, they would definitely have succeeded. At the very least, they could delay the vampires for a long time. However, no one expected to encounter a monster like Feng Heng. 906 Obstruction. They're here. From afar, the team leader of the Federation's operation department, Qian Yuming, sent a warning to his team. Crack, crack, crack. The Federation soldiers laying low in the dense forest raised their firearms and aimed ahead. They fixed their eyes on the tall figures who were dashing down the mountain. Fusion tyrant forms. The pressure from these huge zombie creatures was too great. Qian Yuming's forehead was dripping with sweat. He had zero confidence. Fire. Stop them. Thump, thump, thump. The concentrated firearms were aimed at the row of fusion tyrant forms in front and fired. Fang Heng stood on the shoulder of a fusion tyrant form and looked at the Federation players lying in ambush on both sides of the mountain path. Charge! 9 fusion tyrant forms opened up a path, using their bodies as shields to block the concentrated bullets coming at them as they ran forward. Fuck. Monsters. The Federation soldiers had expected the tyrant zombies' defenses to be terrifying, but they didn't expect them to be this strong. The 2 enhanced fusion tyrant forms were tightly protected by the front row, following at the back of the team. The intelligence that the Federation team had obtained for the ambush this time was that the vampires had invaded, so the equipment they had brought was all set up to target high-tier vampires. Who would have thought that the final opponent would turn out to be zombies? It was already too late to mobilize beam weapons from other places. The only few beam weapons they had were all aimed at the target. Beam weapons, ready. Target locked. Shooting request approved. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several light blue rays of light pierced through 2 fusion tyrant forms. Bang. Bang. One of the fusion tyrant forms, whose head exploded as a result, still maintained its running posture and took a few steps forward before falling to the ground with a loud thud. The remaining fusion tyrant forms continued to charge forward. They had beam weapons? Fang Heng frowned. The large-caliber bullets and rocket launchers used by the Federation could not cause fatal damage to the fusion tyrant forms. However, it was a different story for beam weapons. After aiming for some time, high-frequency light beams could cause penetrating damage on the physical level to the zombies. Fortunately, the Federation didn't bring many beam weapons this time. Seeing that the weapons were on cooldown after the first round of attacks, Fang Heng continued to accelerate and rush forward with the remaining fusion tyrant forms. Never mind about all else. He would break through head-on. Seeing this, Qian Yuming cursed his bad luck in his heart. It's finished. Even beam weapons could not stop them. He had been lying in ambush here all this time, and he had already seen most of what had happened in the cave with his binoculars. The fusion tyrant forms were heavy combat life forms with defensive abilities that had been enhanced several times. Without a large number of beam weapons, it would be impossible to defeat them. Qian Yuming was just holding on to a little hope and trying to stop them in line with his duties. As expected, he couldn't stop them. Retreat. Get out of the way. Let them pass. In line with the principle of giving up when faced with impossible difficulties and not making unnecessary sacrifices, Qian Yuming ordered his men to make way. The Federation players exclaimed in their hearts that they couldn't afford to offend the opponents and quickly made way for the tyrants. In the blink of an eye, the backup line of defense created by the Federation was easily broken through by the fusion tyrant forms. Seeing Fang Heng's capabilities, the other vampires that followed later at the back quickly caught up with him and escaped together. Qian Yuming reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. What kind of monsters were they? He had witnessed how a fusion tyrant form that was hit by the beam weapon quickly recovered in less than a minute after falling to the ground. It slowly got up from the ground and continued to charge forward. Fortunately, the fusion tyrant form wasn't the least bit interested in them and was just dashing like their lives depended on it the entire time. Fang Heng was secretly relieved when he saw that the Federation soldiers were well behaved and didn't risk their lives to stop them. Stop! Just as they were about to break through the defensive line, an angry shout came from behind. Fang Heng, who was standing on the shoulder of a fusion tyrant form, turned his head to take a look. That person looked a little familiar. Wasn't it an elite of the Federation's investigation team? Only an idiot would listen and actually stop. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat and he sped up regardless of the consequences. I told you to stop. Caillou Hi's eyes turned red. He shouted again and sped up. He was quite fast. Mecha had already transformed into a bat. He had to speed up with all his might to catch up with Fang Heng. Nate, what do we do? He's catching up. Fang Heng's heart sank. He turned around and looked at Caillou Hi, gritting his teeth. Kill him. Damn it, he asked for it. Unless it was a critical moment, Fang Heng did not want to let the tyrant forms, which had inherited the power of the Vampire King's remains, join the battle. It was mainly because he was afraid that they would get excited while fighting again. After all, they would self-destruct as soon as they got excited. Bang. Bang. The 2 offerings who were protected in the center by the fusion tyrant forms unleashed their lifeblood in a small area under their feet, and they flashed to the left and right. What? The explosion of lifeblood caused Caillou Hi, who was chasing after them, to feel his heart tighten. He even felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Whoosh. Whoosh. Caillou Hi was forced to stop in his tracks. The next moment, a tall red figure was right in front of him. Po! A fist wind came head-on. Caillou Hi's expression was calm as he brandished the long knife at his waist. A frosty white blade ray slashed forward. Boom! The blade light collided with a fusion tyrant form. The tyrant's body was thus covered in a layer of ice-cold frost, and its body froze. Ice crystals froze the tyrant at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kayui's eyebrows twitched, and his pupils shrank. Bang! A bloody mist burst around the tyrants with a boom. The explosive lifeblood almost instantly shattered the layer of ice that was frozen on its body. Under the ice crystals, the fusion tyrant form threw a punch at Kayui. Thump! A pure white ice crystal shield appeared in front of Kayui and blocked the punch. Boom! The second blood mist outburst once again sent Kayui flying backward as he lost control of his body. Kayui gritted his teeth and the shock in his heart could not be any greater. What kind of monsters were these tyrants? He had long known that these were not ordinary tyrant zombies. They were very strong, but how could they release such powerful lifeblood power? This was not logical. Suddenly, a second red shadow approached from the right. The tyrant's left arm was a strange blood-red color. It clenched its fist tightly, and purplish red scales appeared on its arm. Rich lifeblood was flowing out from the gaps between the scales. Kayui's entire body tensed up. He realized that the fist was shrouded in a terrifying bloody mist power. In midair, Kayui took a deep breath. The long blade in his hand flashed with white light and he slashed forward again. Boom! The huge fist hit the long saber. Kayui let out a muffled groan as his long saber was sent flying and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Crack, crack, crack. Fine ice crystals instantly formed on the Vampire King's left arm, which was smashed head-on by the blade. Boom! Following this, explosive lifeblood power once again shattered the ice crystals that had yet to fully condense. 907 boarding the pirate ship. Just as the two fusion tyrant form members were about to give chase, their bodies suddenly stopped. Then, they froze on the spot and slowly turned around. Ho! Feng Heng heaved a huge sigh of relief, a layer of cold sweat covering his forehead. TSK, he almost lost control again. Let's go! After giving the command to the fused tyrant forms to escape, Feng Heng followed suit and ran away quickly. Behind him, Mako led a group of vampires and immediately chased after Feng Heng. On the other side, Kayui's hands were numb from the impact. He was sent flying hundreds of meters before landing on the ground. He opened his hand, and the long sword that had been sent flying flew back into his palm from a distance. Looking at the tyrant forms leaving quickly, Kayui felt some lingering fear. Weren't the tyrants creatures in elementary games? When did they become so terrifying? The tyrant's first attack was comparable to a vampire duke's, and the other's punch that came second was even stronger than a vampire duke's. What was even more terrifying was that there were more than 10 of those zombie monsters. If the other party had not been in a hurry to escape, he would most likely have died here. But then again, thinking about it carefully, it was also very strange. Since the zombie creatures were so strong, why didn't they help the vampire prince in fighting the Federation head-on? Or did they have something more important to do? It looked like a fierce battle had just taken place, but in fact, only 2 unlucky fellows had been affected by the lifeblood fluctuations and suffered minor injuries. Kayui had too many questions in his mind. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Even though they were 4 against 1, the Federation's elite team fell into a great disadvantage for a while. They were being chased and attacked by the prince. Either way, he couldn't catch up with those zombies, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Kayui immediately decided to stop chasing. Instead, he turned around and helped his teammates deal with the vampire prince. In the land of origin, the blood coffin was exuding a thick blood-red color. The boundary between the land of origin and the real world was rapidly merging and spreading outwards. Jian Muzzy stood in front of the coffin and pressed one hand on it. His pupils were bloodshot. A vampire duke rushed over from behind Jian Muzzy and said, "Mr. Jian, the Holy Court has already invaded the land of origin. The enemy is very strong and we can't stop them. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. It's a pity." Jian Muzzy's lips were pale. His eyes were fixed on the vampire coffin in front of him. The Vampire King's remains had a total of 9 parts, and only 3 of them ended up in his hands. He didn't even get half of it. It was twice as less as he had expected. It was all the fault of those good-for-nothings from the 12 corporations. From afar, Jian Muzzy could already feel the nauseating aura of the holy light. The people from the Holy Court had arrived. As such, this operation would be forced to end here. In front of him, there was a piece of petrified remains that had just completed its first stage of the seal, floating above the coffin. It's a pity. If only he could gather 5 pieces. Jian Muzzy slowly closed his eyes. Kai. Fine red tentacles emerged from the cracks of the stone coffin and wrapped around his right hand. The thin tentacles quickly climbed up his skin. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Jian, I've heard a lot about you. Jian Muzzy opened his eyes and slowly turned his head to look at the young man behind him. Should I say thank you? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission of annihilating the Vampire King. The man laughed as if he was the winner. How about we make a deal? If you just surrender, I will talk to the Holy Court and let you live? Oh, Gian Muzzy sneered, don't you think it's laughable to talk about surrendering in front of me? Vampire. 2 judges of the Holy Court arrived with many Holy Cast Knights. When he saw Gian Muzzy, Judge Saul's face turned grave. Gian Muzzy focused his gaze on those of the Holy Court. Holy Court, we have plenty of time to slowly settle our scores. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, dense tentacles extended from under Gian Muzzy's clothes until most of his body was wrapped in them. Seeing this, Saul's expression changed slightly, and he stopped the Holy Court's knights who were about to step forward. Retreat. Don't get close. Boom. The next moment, a thick blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a violent boom. Those from the Holy Court hid inside the Holy Light Barrier. The 2 judges of the Holy Realm looked solemn. Whoosh. Amid the lifeblood explosion, a figure quickly flashed past the center of the explosion and fled into the distance. The 2 judges of the Holy Realm immediately sensed the movement and turned to look in the direction Gian Muzzy had left. What should we do, my lord? The commander of the Holy Cast Knights asked. Gian Muzzy has inherited part of the Vampire King's power. He is now a great danger. We will track him down. The rest of you will stay behind and hurry to completely purify the Vampire King's will before the land of origin recedes. Yes. On the other side, Fang Heng was rushing towards the land of origin after escaping from Xianwu Mountain. Mika followed beside Fang Heng, feeling excited. This process was indeed bumpy, but they finally obtained 2 parts of the Vampire King's remains. Such an eye-catching achievement was enough to leave a heavy mark on the history of vampires. As they flew toward the land of origin, a large number of vampires gathered around them. Noticing that Fang Heng was escorting the king's remains back to the land of origin, the vampires joined the team one after another. Mika didn't reject any of them. Unknowingly, the team grew larger, and even a heavily injured Blood Duke joined the team. Fang Heng was dazed. He had not expected things to develop like this. In less than 20 minutes, the team expanded rapidly and became a large team of more than 500 vampires. Fang Heng felt like he had boarded a pirate ship. Why did he suddenly feel like he was being escorted by the vampires to the land of origin? Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was Old Black. Fang Heng picked up the phone. Hello, it's me. Well done. It seems like you've successfully escaped. If I am not wrong, you should be rushing toward the land of origin. Don't mention it. You don't know the situation on my side. Fang Heng took a look at the excited mecha and couldn't help feeling bitter. Running to the land of origin was the original plan he and Old Black had set up before, thinking that they could go and see if they could make a fortune there. However, under such circumstances, wasn't he bringing the 2 offerings straight to the land of origin? It can't be that he was going to lose everything he worked so hard to get? This seemed to be different from what they had planned. Fang Heng felt that he should be cowardly when it was time to be cowardly. I think we should cancel the plan. I am trying to find a way to escape. I don't think we should be greedy this time. Hee, is that so? On the other end, Old Black chuckled as if he had heard something funny. Well, Fang Heng, I don't mind. But are you really willing to give up? 908 trap, what do you mean? Fang Heng was puzzled and said, the Vampire Prince and Gian Muzzy are both at the land of origin. They have also obtained part of the king's remains and their strength has increased greatly. The chances of winning are too small if we go there. Why don't we take this opportunity to go to other places and look around? We might be able to get more remains of the Vampire King. Indeed, that's true under normal circumstances. However, things have taken a turn for the better. Old Black paused before continuing. I will give you a piece of information. 5 minutes ago, the price offered for the Vampire King's remains on the black market had already exceeded 200,000 King of Gods points. What the fuck? Fang Heng couldn't help but turn his head and look at the 2 fusion tyrant forms who had inherited part of the Vampire King's remains. Did this mean that he had 400,000 King of Gods points in his hands? If he could get to the land of origin and fish for more. Fang Heng admitted that he was a little tempted. Old Black paused again, then continued, the price of the Vampire King's coffin is 4 million. Fuck. 20 times the price? Fang Heng was shocked. He could not help but ask, why? I don't know, Old Black was honest. I found out that the coffin is valuable when I was looking for information. I was thinking of stealing it, but I didn't expect someone on the black market to offer such a high price for it. With that, Old Black laughed again. So, Fang Heng, are you still going to run now? Run away? Run, my ass. Humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. At this point, he was telling him to run? Fang Heng said righteously, Old Black, Are you serious? You want to run? Isn't that a little too cowardly? Ha 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 ha, Old Black started laughing. Stop laughing, Fang Hang said, let's be serious. What's your plan? I don't have any. Old Black became serious as well. The battle on my side is over. Reinforcements from the Federation have just arrived. The vampire prince escaped with minor injuries. The Northern Federation has now realized the importance of the vampire king's remains. In addition, the people from the Federation have placed a tracking mark on you. The people from the Northern Federation and I are already on our way to the land of origin. It will probably take some time to catch up with you. I might not be able to help you much this time. It's up to you how you're going to get your hands on the coffin. Fang Hang frowned. In that case, why don't you help me look up more information about the coffin? I don't think it makes sense for the coffin to fetch such a high price in the black market. It's a small matter, but after it's done, you will have to pay for my hard work. Fang Hang hung up the phone and his eyes glowed with passion again. Originally, he had not been confident in going to the land of origin to seize the other vampire king's remains, but now, the target had become the coffin. He had to give it a try. There was no loss in trying anyway. Just as he was about to put his phone back into his pocket, the phone buzzed again. It was Mojai. Seeing the caller ID, Fang Hang's heart skipped a beat and he immediately answered the call. Hello? Old Mo? Fang Hang? You've come out from the fallen corridor. Where are you now? Is everything alright? After Mojai came out of the game, he immediately encountered the vampire invasion. Following that, he was dragged to work by his third uncle. As the area he was in had been affected by a huge amount of magnetic field fluctuations, there was no signal all this time. It was not until the matters had came to an end that he saw Fang Hang's missed call. Hence, Mojai immediately called back. I am fine. A lot of things happened. How's your situation? Fang Hang sighed with emotion. Too many things had happened in less than half a day. Just as Fang Hang was about to go through the information they had and exchange intelligence with Mojai, the latter spoke first. God, did you know that we were all deceived by the vampire? Huh? What? The coffin. The coffin you saw when you entered the land of origin, the remains of the vampire king. Mojai's tone became urgent. If you find the king's remains, don't go to the land of origin and hand them over. Alright, but why? Fuck. This is all a trap set up by the vampire king. The message left behind by the vampire king's will before he died was to find a successor. In fact, it's for the sake of reincarnation. Whoever finds all the remains will be the target of possession. Fang Hang's eyelids twitched. Possession and rebirth. No wonder. Fang Hang had been thinking that something was wrong. After all, the game's hints had been strange. Does Jian Muzzy know about this? Fang Hang continued to ask. I am not sure, but my uncle has dealt with Jian Muzzy before. He suspects that Jian Muzzy's spirit has been affected by the Vampire King's will many years ago. He's madly obsessive to obtain the Vampire King's inheritance. Perhaps he has already become the king's puppet. Mojai was also a little uncertain at this moment, but his tone soon became excited. God, this is not the most important thing now. You know where the remains of the Vampire King are sealed, right? Hurry and think of a way to find the Vampire King's remains, the more the better. Give me a few locations too, I will use my family's power to search for them. Eh? Fang Hang was puzzled. Didn't you say that the king's inheritance is a trap? Yes, it's a trap, but there's an even bigger secret hidden behind the Vampire King. You will never guess it. Now, all the major forces are fighting for the remains. The Holy Court has even gone to the lengths of descending the door to heaven and entering our world. To seal the Vampire King. Completely. Buzz. Secret? What secret? Hello? Hello? Buzz. The cell phone signal was suddenly greatly disrupted, and only the sound of static could be heard. The broken phone just had to stutter when it came to the key point. Fang Hang shook his phone hard and was about to try again when he was suddenly startled. He felt a powerful energy wave in the distance and immediately looked up. In the distance, a purple-red light rose from the horizon. Boom. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, rich lifeblood power formed a pillar of light that rose from the distant ground. A circle of red lifeblood spread out. Was it the land of origin? The red ripples spread out rapidly and rushed toward everyone. Mika's expression changed and he shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Get down." In the blink of an eye, the red lifeblood wave had already reached them. Bang. Bang. The moment the wave of lifeblood power swept across his body, Fang Hang felt a huge shock wave coming at him. His entire body was lifted and sent flying backward. At the same time, all the electronic devices he carried with him were shattered. Not only Fang Hang but even the heavy fusion tyrant forms were also sent flying by the lifeblood fluctuation. After being swept back dozens of meters by the ripples, Feng Hang finally stabilized his body and landed on the ground. 909 An emergency request for help. The vampires flew back together again after being sent flying by the violent lifeblood power. Mika's expression changed as he walked to Feng Hang's side and said in a deep voice, "Nate, this is the emergency assembly order left behind by Mr. Jian. The land of origin must be in big trouble. We have to hurry back to provide support." "Yes. The emergency assembly order." Feng Hang rummaged through his pants pocket and a pile of broken electronic equipment parts fell to the ground. Great, the connection was broken again. What did Mojai I want to tell her just now? The lifeblood ripple that spread out did not cause any substantial damage and the vampire team that was scattered quickly gathered. "Let's speed up and go." Feng Hang led the team and once again headed toward the land of origin. At the same time, he stood on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant form and lowered his head to analyze the information he had just obtained from Mojai I. First of all, the inheritance of the king's power was a huge trap. To inherit the vampire king's ability and so on were all lies. Secondly, the king's remains hid some very important secret, and all the major factions were crazily fighting for them, trying to get as much as they could. Mojai I didn't need to remind him about this. Feng Hang felt that as long as he didn't bring the king's remains to the land of origin as offerings, a profit was guaranteed even if he attached all the remains to the body of the fusion tyrant forms. After all, the fusion tyrant forms that had inherited part of the vampire king's power could fight very well. If they couldn't win, they would just self-destruct. Moreover, if he gave the remains to Kaiyu Yao Kang's team to study, they might be able to find a way to extract the vampire king's power. At the very least, he could sell the remains to the outside world for 200,000 each. He didn't have to worry about sales for such treasures. Feng Hang lowered his head and continued to think. At the end of the phone call, Mojai I also provided an important piece of information that made Feng Hang a little worried. The door of heaven? To think the people of the Holy Court also had a way to enter the real world. And they had also joined the battle? Combined with the strong fluctuations from the land of origin and the emergency assembly signal from Jian Muzi, could it be the land of origin was being attacked by the Holy Court? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Other than Feng Hang, the many vampires who invaded the real world also sensed the intense outburst of lifeblood and the emergency assembly signal left by Jian Muzi. They quickly dashed to the land of origin. "Hurry up. Meet up with us. Escort the sacrifice to the land of origin with us." Mika was in high spirits. Along the way, he would send teaming up invitations whenever he saw vampire teams passing by. Most of the vampires would join. As they gradually approached the area, the vampire team grew increasingly larger. 2 groups from the Elders' Council also joined in after hearing about the offerings. What the hell, why are there more and more people? Could it be that he had to lead the vampires to fight the Holy Court head-on? At this point in the game, he had already entered reality, so which side was he on? Feng Hang felt a little confused now. He felt that something was not right. "We're here. Nate." Mika didn't know what Feng Hang was thinking about. When he saw the land of origin in front of him, he shouted in surprise, "It's just ahead." The land of origin has expanded greatly. Feng Hang was having a headache when he heard Mika's shout. He looked up. In front of him, the land of origin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dark gray fog. Everything that was in the land of origin seemed to have its essence absorbed. The trees rapidly withered, and cracks appeared on the ground. Everything seemed to be shrouded in a gray aura of death. There was a distinct line between the land of origin and the real world. Under the influence of the vampire king's will, the space of the land of origin was slowly being pushed outward and fused with the real world. Feng Hang understood the situation clearly. After absorbing the power of the king's remains, the coffin in the land of origin could undergo a strange fusion with the real world. The more energy the coffin absorbed from the remains, the wider the land of origin would be until the entire world would be fused into a part of the land of origin instead. Within the range of the land of origin, the various abilities of the vampires could be increased by a small amount. Mika noticed something and quickly looked up to the right. Temo. On the right side of the sky, Marquis Temo was leading a group of vampires. "Mika, we will go first. Let's meet up at the coffin." Temo had always been cold. He and Mika were only nodding acquaintances. As such, he simply nodded at Mika when he saw the latter and led his large group of bat-shaped vampires into the land of origin from the right. Kai. Just as Temo's party entered the land of origin and was about to disappear from everyone's sight, a golden holy light suddenly shot out from the withered trees below. The golden spear of holy light pierced through the gray mist and stabbed at the vampires. The vampires who were speeding through the air were attacked and large groups of them fell from the sky before disappearing from everyone's sight. Holy light spear. Feng Hang looked at the sky in the distance and his thoughts raced. Oh no, it's the holy light spear. It was a common move of the Holy Court. It seemed that he had unfortunately guessed correctly again. The land of origin had indeed been attacked by the Holy Court. And from the looks of it, the vampires might have lost. Nate? Seeing this, Mika immediately returned to his human form and stood on the right shoulder of the tyrant that Feng Heng was on, his face full of shock. How could it be the Holy Court? Are there people from the Holy Court in this world too? Why was he asking him? He didn't know shit. The plan that the vampires came up with was simply too weak. To think they didn't even know about the Door of Heaven? Where were the other emergency plans? Didn't they say that this was a big move that they had been planning for more than 10 years? Why were there loopholes everywhere? Feng Heng felt a headache. The holy light aura inside the land of origin was not weak, but it was a few hundred times weaker than the vampire aura that had erupted earlier. Let's go over and take a look at the situation first. Go. Let's go take a look and think of a way to save them. As Feng Heng spoke, he urged the fusion tyrant forms to speed up and step into the land of origin. After entering the dark fog, the holy light aura not far ahead was abnormally dazzling. After a few minutes of pursuit, Feng Heng saw the Holy Court fighting with the vampires ahead. More than 50 holy caste knights in silver armor were fighting with the vampires that the Marquis Temo had sent. Rather than a battle, it was more like a one-sided crushing. Other than the Marquis Temo, who was still resisting after being besieged, the middle and high-tier vampires were no match for the holy caste knights of the Holy Court. If they had come a few minutes later, Temo would probably have died here as well. Vampires. The head of the holy caste knights, Missy, had long golden hair. She noticed the heavy footsteps coming from the fog. She raised her head and looked at Feng Heng, who was standing on the shoulder of a fusion tyrant form. What was that strange, large life form under that vampire's feet? It didn't look like a blood puppet. She had never seen such a life form in the records of the Holy Court either. 910 being invaded. Feng Heng also looked at the Holy Court's people in the land of origin and cursed in his heart. He was finished. From the looks of it, the land of origin was most likely occupied by the people of the Holy Court now. Feng Heng had mixed feelings in his heart. He hoped that Jian Muzi's evil plan would be stopped, but he didn't want the land of origin to be completely destroyed. He hoped that the vampire would be unlucky, but he didn't want them to be too unlucky. Moreover, the strength of this group of holy caste knights was even stronger than those from the Holy Court that he had encountered in the elementary games. In the vampire apocalypse world, the standard of the holy caste knights was about the same as that of the high-tier vampires. And now, more than 30 holy caste knights had almost annihilated the high-tier vampire team of more than 100 people. This would be a tough one to crack. Feng Heng looked up at Missy. What did you do to the coffin? Where's Jian Muzi? Don't even think about invading this sacred land. The evil will be annihilated. With a holy look on her face, Missy refused to answer Feng Heng's question. She raised her silver sword and pointed it at Feng Heng. Vampire. Accept your judgment. After saying that, Missy and the more than 50 holy caste knights behind her swarmed up and attacked. Let's go. Without realizing it, Feng Heng had become the leader of the team. Mika, who was beside Feng Heng, shouted and led nearly 1,000 vampires to charge forward. The two sides collided. Silver longswords danced as dark golden holy light was unleashed. The vampires had the advantage in numbers, but they instantly fell into a disadvantage. The turtle shells of the holy caste knights had become even thicker, and they were extremely resistant to attacks. They were able to weaken a large portion of the attacks, while the Holy Court's holy swords were able to leave countless wounds on the vampires' bodies. Hey, the Holy Court! Feng Heng didn't hold back and immediately controlled more than 10 fusion tyrant forms to move at the same time and join the battlefield. Bang! 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 After the fusion tyrant forms entered the battlefield, there was a qualitative change. It was almost impossible for the sharp blades of the vampires to break through the turtle shells of the holy caste knights. However, the fusion tyrant forms were different. The fists they swung out caused collision-type damage, and they simply sent the holy caste knights flying along with their turtle shells. Missy frowned. What kind of powerful life form was it? After so many years, had the vampire produced an unknown evolution route that was so powerful? After killing a few high-tier vampires in the chaotic battle, Missy pounced on a fusion tyrant form. Kai. Her long sword flickered with a holy light and cut a long, slanted wound on the fusion tyrant form. Kai. Stinky blood gushed out of the wound. However, the fusion tyrant form, which had no sense of pain, was the least afraid of such tearing injuries. As such, the fusion tyrant form was not affected by the attack at all. It didn't even tremble after being cut. It simply raised its huge fist and smashed it directly at Missy's face. Thump. A dark golden shield opened up in front of Missy, making a muffled sound. Missy's expression changed abruptly. Monster. She did not expect the fusion tyrant form to be unaffected after being hit by her sword. She also did not expect the punch to have such strong brute force. Miscalculating, Missy was sent flying back by the fusion tyrant form. Feng Heng was also frowning. Compared to those he had met in the elementary games, the strength of the Holy Court here had been enhanced once again. Their thick turtle shells were too durable. They had to finish the battle quickly. To capture the subordinates, they should first capture the leader. It's her. Taking advantage of Missy's underestimation of the enemy and being forced to retreat, Feng Heng immediately controlled the two fusion tyrant forms who had fused with the Vampire King's remains to join the battlefield. Bang! Bang! Boom! Lifeblood exploded under the feet of the fusion tyrant forms. With that, the two fusion tyrant forms, which were emitting lifeblood all over their bodies, rushed toward Missy from the left and right. The fusion tyrant forms appeared in front of Missy almost as fast as a flash. One raised the newly inherited Vampire King's left arm and punched forward. In the air, the shield emitted a golden light. Missy, who was unable to fight back, used all her strength to activate the holy light shield to take the hit. Thump! It sounded as if a bell was chiming. The golden shield flickered, and Missy was bounced to the other side. The other fusion tyrant form with the Vampire King's heart caught up to Missy, who was in midair, and threw a punch as well. Bang! Missy bounced back again. Engulfed in the golden shield, Missy was like a ping-pong ball as the two fusion tyrant forms attacked her madly, making a series of banging sounds. Feng Heng, who was watching from the side, was secretly shocked. To think the hardness of the holy light turtle shell was so terrifying that it could withstand the continuous attacks of two fusion tyrant forms? Missy's face was extremely pale, and the golden shield around her body was already covered in cracks. She gritted her teeth and couldn't say a word. Blood was already flowing from the corner of her mouth. What kind of terrifying monsters were these? Such an explosive lifeblood power was definitely from the vampire, but the continuous attacks had caused her to be in a state of shock. Other than using the holy light shield to barely survive, she could not do anything else. Boom. After more than 20 hits, the holy light shield around Missy was finally destroyed by the tyrant's punch. PFFT. Missy spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Her armor shattered instantly, and she fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Lord Missy. The few holy caste knights who were closest to her immediately rushed over to help. However, before they could arrive, a huge figure appeared. The tyrant form. It raised its left arm, which had been fused with the Vampire King's left arm, and aimed it at Missy, who was lying on the ground. Boom. It punched down hard. Lord Missy. Bang. The second lifeblood power explosion spread out rapidly, blowing away the few holy caste knights who had rushed over to help. The fusion tyrant form stood up and retracted its fist. A deep pit was formed on the ground. Missy's body was directly smashed by the punch, and she lost all signs of life. Seeing this, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. The vampire marquises and elders who had just joined Mika's team looked at Feng Heng with strange expressions. Such a brutal way of attacking. What kind of monsters were they? To think they had such a powerful suppressing ability that even the turtle shells couldn't block it. Even though they were teammates, the vampires were still intimidated by the power Feng Heng displayed. Mika was the first to come back to his senses and shouted, "Let's go. Don't let them get away." The rest of the vampires also regained their senses and began to attack the remaining holy caste knights. Once their leader, Missy, died, the threat of the holy caste knights was greatly reduced. The vampire quickly took control of the situation with the help of the fusion tyrant forms. Soon, the remaining holy caste knights quickly gathered to put up a desperate resistance. The vampires surrounded the holy caste knights, gradually devouring them. Seeing that the holy court was no longer an issue, Mika, Temo, and a few vampire marquises walked toward Feng Heng. 911 Entering alone. Nate, thank you very much for your help. Mott just had a close brush with death and was still a little exhausted. He nodded to Feng Heng and thanked him. If Feng Heng hadn't made a move, he would definitely have died. Feng Heng waved his hand. We are of the same race, after all. There's no need to be so polite. Mika looked into the depths of the land of origin and was a little worried. Nate, I can feel the aura of many holy court teams inside the land of origin. I wonder how Mr. Jian is doing. Should we rush in? The vampires were a little uncertain. If it wasn't for Feng Heng, they might not have been able to take down the holy court team that they had just encountered. At the moment, if they continued to explore the land of origin, they might encounter even more and stronger teams from the holy court. At that time, would they still be able to defeat them? They didn't know what the situation was like on Mr. Jian's side, but from the fact that the holy court could arrange for manpower on the outside, the situation didn't look good. The vampires all shifted their gazes to Feng Heng, waiting for him to make a decision. Feng Heng nodded and pondered for a moment. Then, he raised his head and looked at the center of the land of origin in front of him. His expression became more solemn. Even as he stood where he was, he could feel the strong aura of holy light coming from the front. There must be more than one holy court team ahead, and they must be very strong. To be honest, he was not confident enough. The fusion tyrant forms that inherited the king's remains would self-destruct at will. Every time he controlled them to fight, it was like dancing on the tip of a blade. It was really frightening. It's too dangerous to go in rashly. Feng Heng shook his head as he said, "How about this? You guys stay here first. I will go in first to investigate the situation, then think of a way to make follow-up plans." "You're going alone?" Mika asked in surprise. "Yes, it's safer to go alone. If I encounter an enemy, I can find a way to avoid them." While speaking, Feng Heng controlled the fusion tyrant forms to stay behind and gave them the order to follow Mika. "Mika, the offerings will follow you. If they're unstable, they might lose control and self-destruct, so try not to get into a conflict with the enemy. I will come out and meet you after I am done with my investigation." "Okay, Nate, you be careful too." Mika nodded solemnly, for the future of the vampires. "Yes, I understand." Feng Heng waved his hand, leaving the vampires and the fusion tyrant forms behind. He then rushed inside alone. Mika let out a deep breath as he looked at Feng Heng, who was gradually disappearing into the depths of the land of origin. He was helpless. He was not strong enough. They could only rely on Feng Heng alone now. The aura of the Holy Court could already be sensed from the outside world, so there was a high chance that they would die in vain if they barged in. The heavily injured vampire Duke Bo walked to Mika's side. "Mika, I've never seen Nate before. Can he be trusted?" "Absolutely. I swear on the honor of the vampires." Mika nodded and looked at the tyrant forms behind him. "Let's not talk about these two offerings, but he even saved my life. He sacrificed a lot for the vampires. If it wasn't for him, we might have died here. We shouldn't have any more doubts about him." "You're right." The vampire Duke Bo nodded and looked up at the dark depths of the land of origin. He didn't bring the powerful offerings in either. "Can he do it alone?" "He is very strong, so there won't be any problems." Temo, who had just been saved by Feng Heng, came forward as well. "Everyone, let's not just stay here and wait. A large number of our kind have seen the signal and are rushing here. We will split up and gather our kind outside the land of origin. When Nate comes out, we will be able to gather extraordinary combat forces." Mika's eyes brightened. "Yes. Temo. You're right." The vampires discussed for a while and immediately retreated slowly back the way they came. They were prepared to gather all the vampires who had rushed over at the entrance of the land of origin and gather their strength. They would wait for Feng Heng to return before attacking together. On the other side, Feng Heng didn't know that the vampires had already begun to gather their forces and prepared to launch a counterattack. He was gradually going deeper into the land of origin. After finding a small path and avoiding the vampires and the Holy Court, Feng Heng closed his eyes after making sure that no one was paying attention to him. A scarlet magic ray appeared under his feet. In less than 2 minutes, when he reappeared, Feng Heng had switched to his scared study form. With a flip of his wrist, Feng Heng held the Book of Creations in his hand and continued to move forward toward the depths of the land of origin. The land of origin was still expanding, but the speed of expansion had clearly slowed down. As he gradually went deeper into the land of origin, Feng Heng saw many vampires who had barged into the land of origin in the sky and were flying toward the center from a high altitude. However, they were quickly attacked by the Holy Court and lost all signs of life. With his high perception ability, Feng Heng avoided a large amount of holy light aura that had gathered all the way. It was a pity that there were still many small teams from the Holy Court patrolling the land of origin. "Who's there?" Unfortunately, a small team of patrolling Holy Caste Knights noticed Feng Heng. "Stop. Stop right there. Don't move." The leader of the group was Gerald, a young man with chestnut-colored short hair. He led his team and approached Feng Heng. He stared at Feng Heng, his eyes full of vigilance. "I have no ill intentions. I am just a normal sacred study scholar and a believer of light who yearns for the Holy Realm." Feng Heng was very glad that he had browsed some books related to the Holy Court when he was locked up in the Fallen Corridor. As such, he more or less knew some background of the Holy Court. There were believers who yearned for the divine territory in all worlds. To the Holy Court, believers were their foundation. As he said that, Feng Heng showed the Book of Creation in his hand again, revealing his holy light aura. As expected, after hearing Feng Heng's explanation, the suspicion in Gerald's eyes eased a little. "I am a native here and have always lived nearby. I was attracted by the holy light's aura. I hope I can be of help." "Dear believer, this place has been contaminated by the vampire's aura," Gerald said. "I don't recommend you to stay here, but it's also dangerous for you to go out alone now. Follow us. We will protect your safety and escort you back after this is over." Fang Heng took a look at the depths of the land of origin and continued, I've read some records about the vampires and know some methods to seal them. I can help. Please give me this opportunity to work for the Holy Light. I understand how you feel, but now is not the time. The priest team is dispelling the spiritual imprint left by the Vampire King. It's very dangerous there, and we don't want anyone to get close. You can follow us to patrol. Fang Heng wanted to say something more, but Gerald raised his hand to stop him. Follow me and I will take you away after this is over. Otherwise, I will drive you out of this area right now. 912 Cooperation fuck. How stubborn was the Holy Court. Fang Heng couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw the other party's persistence. It can't be that he had played himself to death this time, right? Gerald nodded to the Holy Cast Knights behind him and patrolled the interior of the land of origin with Fang Heng on the team. What should he do now? Fang Heng's thoughts raced. This was clearly a patrol squad, and they would not even get close to the central region of the land of origin. He was under house arrest. If he tried to escape by force. Fang Heng quickly calculated the strength of the team. The team had a total of 7 people, and one of them was an elite leader. Without the help of the fusion tyrant form, the success rate of annihilating the entire team was not high. Who cares? He had to give it a try. Otherwise, didn't he have to stay here and waste his time with them? Even if he failed, he could immediately escape into the game. He had to take the gamble. Fang Heng made his decision in a short time. He decided to wait a little longer before making a move. There were a few large Holy Light aura fluctuations nearby. He would wait until there were fewer people before making a move. Fang Heng followed Gerald's team of 7 and moved forward along the predetermined patrol route. After a while, the team gradually entered an uninhabited area. It was almost time to make a move. Fang Heng quickly rehearsed the sequence of action in his mind. Just as he was looking for an opportunity, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. Fang Heng. In an instant, Fang Heng's hair stood on end and he immediately looked to his side. No one? When he took a closer look, he saw that the Holy Cast Knights were still moving forward. It was obvious that they did not hear the voice. I am Wu Sai-Ing, from Black Castle. Fang Heng's mind moved. Black Castle. Back in the elementary game, Fang Heng had some contact with Black Castle. After that, he even received an invitation to join Black Castle. Later on, Fang Heng asked around and found out that Black Castle was an organization of players in one of the advanced games. It was very mysterious and very powerful. Unlike other high-tier player organizations, Black Castle worshipped individual strength, so they had always walked the path of absorbing elites only. The entire team, including the elder members, had always been very small in number. Wu Sai-Ing is my cousin. I've read your information. You owe Black Castle a favor. It's a coincidence that you also have the vampire's bloodline. Fang Heng's brows were tightly knitted together. At the same time, he released his perception, trying to search for Wu Sai-Ing. After searching deliberately, only then did Fang Heng sense that something was following the team in the dark. Now, on behalf of Black Castle, I need you to repay this favor. Wu Sai-Ing was hiding in the dark. Not long ago, she had received orders from Black Castle to immediately rush over to look for the Vampire King's remains. But unfortunately, by the time she entered the depths of the land of origin, the place had already been completely occupied by the Holy Court. Seeing that it was impossible to seize the king's remains by force, she was about to retreat when she suddenly noticed Fang Heng, who was mixed in with a team from the Holy Court. When she first saw Fang Heng, Wu Sai-Ing found it very strange. After all, according to the information, Fang Heng was the world lord of Districts 7 and 8 in the zombie apocalypse world. He could control powerful zombie creatures to fight and also had a vampire bloodline. To think he was mixing around with the people of the Holy Court now. But soon, Wu Sai-Ing realized that Fang Heng could help her get what she wanted. I need you to help me get the remains of the Vampire King. Next, I will establish a mental connection with you to facilitate a short connection between us. Don't resist, relax your mind, and nod if you're ready. Fang Heng weighed the matter quickly in his mind and nodded slightly. In the next moment, he felt his brain buzz and felt that something was trying to build a spiritual connection with him. Ding! An anonymous player is building a mental link with you through an unknown item. Do you accept? If there is a life form in the surroundings with a higher tier of mental abilities, there is a chance for the life form to see through, cut off, and eavesdrop on your connection. Ding! Link duration is 1 minute. You can choose to terminate the link at any time. Fang Heng agreed in his heart. Then, a voice sounded in his mind. Fang Heng, we can communicate now. The effect duration is short, so I will make it concise. Fang Heng asked in his heart, why? Is Black Castle also interested in the Vampire King's remains? Your question is boring. Black Castle needs you to return the favor. Do you want to cooperate or not? Fang Heng didn't agree immediately. He only said, "Are you sure the Vampire King's remains are inside? I've just entered the land of origin to verify it. Gian Muzzy has already escaped from the pursuit of the Holy Court, and he didn't have the time to take away part of the remains from the fusion tyrant form. That part of the remains is still in stage 1 of being sealed, so it's difficult for me to obtain them." Fang Heng's heart sank. Gian Muzzy had really been defeated by the Holy Court. But he also left behind a part of the king's remains? Was there such a good thing? Fang Heng found it strange. He thought to himself, why didn't Gian Muzzy take all the king's remains with him? This was not difficult for him at all. Or was it an emergency where he couldn't do it in time? After laying the groundwork for so long and causing such a big incident, they ran away with their tails between their legs as soon as the Holy Court caught up. It kept giving him the feeling of a strong start but a weak finish. Fang Heng said to Wu Xiang in his heart, "Tell me what you want me to do first." The Holy Court can even drive away Gian Muzzy, so they must be very powerful. It won't be easy to get the king's remains from them. It's too risky to be bait. I don't want to do it. Don't worry, Wu Xiang quickly replied. The 2 judges from the Holy Realm who have entered the real world this time have already gone to chase after the fleeing Gian Muzzy. In addition, the Vampire King's coffin is guarded by the ancient Blood Shadow Guards. The Holy Realm's priests are purifying the Vampire King's will. The remaining part of the king's remains are still sealed, and it's difficult for me to control it in a short time with my ability. You're different. You're a vampire, so you can temporarily bring it out. I will find a way to seal it later. Fang Heng thought for a while quickly. He couldn't help but admire Black Castle's ability to gather information. They were even clear about the Vampire King's remains being in their stage 1 sealing. How is it? Have you decided? Ever since he found out that the inheritance of the Vampire King was a trap, Fang Heng's desire to collect the remains was not high. After all, they were a little difficult to use. On the other hand, the coffin's value was 20 times that of the king's remains. That was the real money-making thing. Sure, but I have a request. What? Let's work together. The remains will be yours and the coffin will be mine. Wu Xiang was a little surprised and fell silent for a moment. She wasn't interested in the Vampire King's coffin because she knew that she couldn't get it. Moreover, she didn't think that Fang Heng would be able to get it either. Wu Xiang made a quick judgment, thinking that Fang Heng had just gotten the news that someone was offering a high price for the coffin through some channels and wanted to take the coffin away to make a fortune. He probably had no idea how difficult it would be to complete this task. No matter, these were all things outside of the agreement. 913 Agreement Editor, Weibo Studio. Seeing that Wu Xiang was silent, Fang Heng raised his eyebrows and wondered, what's wrong? You can't bear to? Alright, we have an agreement, if you can get it. Fang Heng frowned. From what Wu Xiang said, it seemed that it would be very difficult to get the coffin of the Vampire King. Wu Xiang's voice continued, let's get rid of this group of Federation soldiers first, then we will break into the land of origin together. Fang Heng was stunned. No way? So reckless? Do it. Ding, your mental link has been cut off. Fang Heng immediately let out a loud cry and squatted on the ground. Hearing Fang Heng's shout, the surrounding Holy Caste Knights immediately turned their heads and looked at him. Fang Heng, what are you doing? Asked Gerald, puzzled. Who you? Fang Heng's pupils shrank.